Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you getting up this. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne, and we are live in West Palm Beach for the fourth consecutive show. We'll be here today and tomorrow, and it's been a hell of a week watching Astros baseball.
This is so much more fun than Radio Row. It's because we get to just walk out of our bedrooms, do our show in the morning.
The commute is much better.
Go look at some iguanas and then go watch a baseball game.
Beautiful,
and
man.
Actually get to enjoy a really cool environment over there at Cacti Park of West Palm Beach.
It's good yesterday, man.
The Palm Beaches, excuse me.
And they're 2-0 with us at these games so far.
We're like gigantic rabbit's feet for them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Can you imagine a rabbit with you and me as its feet?
No. I can't.
Let's make the whole segment about that.
About that, yeah. Good day yesterday, man. If you're making a checklist for these spring training games, it's I would say the checklist yesterday, the guys that mattered in the lineup yesterday were guys like Yainer Diaz and Isaac Paredes, and Paredes had another walk, and then Diaz followed that up with Yainer did with a home run in the first inning. We got a couple scoreless innings out of Fromber, including a double play. It's like everybody was in there doing their gimmicks yesterday.
You called it. You were in regular season form because Fromber let somebody on base with a walk, and you said, it's Fromber. It'll probably be a double play. And then boom.
Boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
5-4-3 double play, baby.
Yeah.
It was good, man. It was good yesterday out at the yard, 3-0 over the Nationals. Now today is going to be really fun. Because we're going into the Lions' Den, baby. We're going up to Port St. Lucie, a road game.
It's a bunch of New Yorkers masquerading as South Floridians.
That's it. There's
one thing, if you've never been to Miami, the one thing that's always a little shocking at first is that it – depending on where you are, sometimes you're like, oh, I might as well be in New Jersey. Why is this person talking so loud and so angry? Like, oh, yeah, I forgot. Half the people down here are actually from the Northeast.
Yeah, these are just Northeast people that wanted warmer weather.
They look like they should be super laid back, and yet they are not.
No,
they will honk at your butt.
Yep,
yeah.
Yep. A lot of those down here. A lot of those. We get the automated strike zone today, too.
Oh, yeah. No, so
we ran into Gene Dias last night. We were out at dinner. Gene's the head of PR media relations for the Astros, and we're like, can we confirm that Port St. Lucie is a ballpark that has the automated strike zone? And he said, I can confirm.
So for those of you who don't know, the automated strike zone, the way they're testing it out is you're allowed a couple challenges per game, and it has to come within 2 seconds of the ball crossing the plate. Either the catcher, the batter, or the pitcher can challenge the call.
Yeah.
And they can't get any input from the dugouts, garbage cans, anything like that. And
has to be done, boom, in the moment.
And it sounds like from talking to baseball people, most teams are approaching it as they want the catcher to make the challenge. They don't want the pitcher. And which is, you made the astute observation, or you had the thought last week that a guy like Fromber, you don't want to get. Fromber might challenge the first two pitches of the game.
He'd use your two challenges up, and you can keep challenging until you get two wrong.
If you're successful, you get that challenge back.
Yeah.
And minor leaguers have dealt with this already, but the majority of major leaguers have not.
I wonder. I mean, we may see nothing from that today. You know what I mean? There may be no challenges or whatever, but I hope we get to see him.
This is a good test for Yainer. Yainer doing this in a spring training game.
Yes,
and it'll be interesting.
I've come around on it. I'm massively in favor of this now.
Yeah.
I used to be. I was for the longest, and it feels kind of like an old head sort of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe this is me trying to cater to the younger generation a little bit, but forever I'm like, it's human error. It happens, that kind of thing.
Well, the biggest thing that I haven't
just feels like the umps have gotten so bad.
Well, the problem is that strike zone that they use on TV isn't as accurate, and it doesn't adjust the same way for the batter and everything else the way the system that they've been working on adjusts. And so it's just
like for the size of the batter.
I think there's times on television where maybe it looks way more obvious than it actually is. Mm-hmm. And as a viewer, I'm like I get just as angry as everybody else when there's when you see a ball and it's called a strike or vice versa. So I don't know. They've talked about possibly getting rid of the television strike zone altogether, as they include the automated strike zone. It feels like it's become it's almost like the first down line in football. It feels like it's become such a part of the viewing experience that people are not going to want to lose it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. So is the strike zone box on TV? Do I look at that the same way I look like the first
games was not there.
Okay, yeah, like the first down line is one of the greatest inventions in modern broadcasting.
Yeah.
It's
or the
essential.
world in general.
I'd
put it up there with the telephone.
Yes.
Except that I actually use the first down marker, whereas I don't use my telephone
Internet,
at all.
telephone, first down line.
Penicillin. We should probably throw penicillin in there.
Penicillin as well.
Yeah.
Yep. That's our Fab Four. But the strike zone, yeah, you're right. If it weren't,
what'd you say, lasagna?
Lasagna. It's the greatest, one of the greatest inventions ever. Yeah. Hey, how about Spo yesterday?
Yeah.
Adam Spillane. So we were talking to him. He gave us a phone call on his way back from the yard yesterday morning. So for those who don't know, Adam Spillane, our Astros reporter, he's here with us in West Palm Beach. Been doing a great job. And he goes out to the ballpark like pretty soon, like right about now. He drives out to the ball. Today he probably won't because they're in Port St. Lucie, if I had to guess, right? But when they're home, he's been going out there and he gets sound from Espada and he talks to some of the players. Yeah. And then on his way back, he'll call us so we can find out, hey, what's going on out there, man? You know, like give us some nuggets. And it's hard to preview these games because especially yesterday, there's only 4 or 5 guys that fans are really interested in these games. So Spo gave us this yesterday when we were asking him, hey, man, give us something for this game coming up. You know, we know Fromber's pitching. Who else is pitching? Give us a little nugget here.
One of the guys who is scheduled to come out of the bullpen today is Logan Van Wy, who was an undrafted free agent a couple of years ago who has really flown through their system, who wound up closing games last year in Sugarland. And when they traded Ryan Presley, Logan Van Wy was a guy that Dana Brown specifically mentioned as somebody who could win a bullpen role coming out of spring training. So that's somebody who is kind of interesting at this point just because when the GM mentions him by name, that's your ears kind of perk up, especially if he's not somebody that you're overly familiar with. So Logan Van Wy is one guy that I'm looking at today.
All right, Logan Van Wy, 2 innings, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts yesterday.
Yeah. He was
Spo is basically a master scout.
ERA of 0 still. And
0?
A whip of 1.
.00.
This is the next guy to watch in terms of, all right, is the Astros pitching coaching staff and analytics staff going to turn this guy into something much more than anybody thought he could be?
They got a couple. I mean, there's a couple spots open right now. That's, as you look at this team, that may be a good question for Spo. Like, what spots? Like, what are we battling for here at the back end of the roster? Yeah. There's probably an infield spot that's open right now.
Well, right field and second base is huge.
Yeah.
So Altuve is going to play left field on Friday.
Yeah.
We'll see Jordan on Friday.
Yep.
So that's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a fun game. We'll get to attend at least part of that game. And
the part they're playing.
Yeah. And then we have to go to the airport. We're not leaving early just to beat traffic or anything like that.
That's right.
And then, but yeah, Altuve in left field is there. It's going to be. You said, hey, we got to sit out there in left field. Well, Altuve's out there, and I think there's going to be competition for that spot. I feel like a good half of the people in the ballpark will probably be out there.
We'll be there, but if I were there, like, as a fan, it's a very easy ballpark to move around.
There's no bad seats in that stadium.
Well, and nobody is monitoring, like, are you in section 118?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see your tickets.
Yeah.
Like, it's very laid back.
If I were a parent of a young child, which I once was, but now I'm going to do that thing where I act way cooler than I was as a parent, I would take a week off and bring my kids, a week off from school and bring my kids to spring training when it's not a spring break time.
Yeah.
Because you can sit in the outfield and have a really good shot at getting a home run.
Yeah.
From a guy who might end up being a major leaguer.
Diaz hit
from
one
an actual major leaguer, or from a guy who very well might become a major leaguer.
Yeah.
There's very little competition for the home runs.
Right.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of what you're saying right now is the same thing I was telling people when the Texans were at the Greenbrier up in West Virginia. I'm like, if you're a Texan fan, if you got the time and you can make it up there, that you're going to get way closer to the training camp experience. You're going to be able to get autographs.
Oh, the autographs, it's way more. Just
way
everything.
Easier.
There's so much more exposure and time that you can get around the players on their way to their field work or batting practice or anything else like that. And you get to see them really up close. Well, we sat one of our listeners, John, who listens every day. Yeah. He told me, that was the first thing he said. He was with his daughter. He said, I tell my family every morning, I'm going upstairs, I'm going to listen to Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah. He's the man.
So John was sitting, 3 rows back? He was sitting in his assigned seats.
Yeah.
But 3 rows back from third base.
Yep.
And he had told me the day Cam Smith hit 2 home runs, he was out there, and when he first told, he's like, Guillorme's telling him where to line up and everything, and I was just thinking, I don't know if this guy's going to make it. And then boom, 2 home runs. Yeah. And so you get to see all of these. It's not their official debuts, but the debuts in an Astros uniform of guys like Cam Smith.
Well, and to your point, you hear everything down there too.
Yeah.
And even just you and I were sitting out in right field yesterday, and even the pop up to right field by I forget who it was that ended the. Oh, it was Brendan Rodgers hits a little pop up to right field to end the inning. Even just hearing the outfilders chatter with each other, like, I got it.
Yeah.
You know, like hearing that. You don't hear that even in a half-full Major League stadium because A, you're so far away.
Right.
B, there's so many people talking.
But even in the good seats, like the really, really good seats, you don't hear that level of communication.
Or Daikin, whatever. Yeah.
Where if you're sitting at spring training, if you're down near the home plate or something, you can hear a lot more of what's going on.
Yeah, it's like you're at a park watching a game, not like a ballpark. It's like you're at a city park just watching a softball game or something.
Except the players aren't drinking, or at least most of them aren't.
There's not a keg at second base. Yeah, there should be. Just for the last week of spring training.
They should force veterans to drink.
Yes.
That make it a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, exactly.
Jose Altuve was 7 errors in left field. The ball hit him in the left orbital.
He vomited in the 6th inning. He was taken out after he threw up. Oh, man. All right. How many beers does it take to get Jose Altuve throw up drunk? All right. We're off and running on a Thursday. Let's circle back out to Indianapolis and the Combine. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday, and we'll hear what he had to say about the Texans. Where are they at? Where's Nick Caserio see them in terms of where they are contending? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Daly & Black is what I want to tell you about right now. The law firm of Daly & Black, the office is located in Houston. If you're somebody who is still duking it out with your insurance company, then you need to get in touch with Daly & Black. I'm talking about property owners, homeowners. You suffer damage in the storms, and now your insurance company is either ghosting you, or they're short paying you, or they're no paying you. Daly & Black can make it right. If it needs to be made right, they'll do it. Daly & Black, they've done it for thousands of others. They'll do it for you as well. They don't ask for a dime up front. They don't get paid unless they recover for you. So get in touch with them today. Office is located in Houston, Texas. DailyBlack.com. That's DALY. DailyBlack.com.
In the loop.
Which Houston team would be the next one to bring a championship to the city?
I have Texans first, Rockets second, because the top of the NBA is somewhat vulnerable. Baseball is not vulnerable at the top right now. Dodgers, Phillies, Braves. If you're talking about championship, not getting to the World Series, but championship, I'm not going to say the Astros.
Yeah, my answer would be the Texans as well.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
You know, we're out here at spring training, and it's pretty laid back. It doesn't have to be stressful and high pressure when it comes to big things in your life, and that includes planning for your retirement. Treat it like a major league ball player. You're like, I'm gonna go talk to Trajan Wealth a little bit. We'll get things all settled down, and then we'll keep an even keel on through the rest of my entire life. McCall got 2 offices here locally. They are family-owned and veteran-led, and they have advisors with decades and decades of experience to help you navigate all of the questions, the uncertainty, the fears you might have. Don't be scared of the future. Embrace it. Make 2025 the year you get your retirement plan in order. All you have to do is call Trajan Wealth for your free consultation at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. They've got 2 offices in the Houston area. They are there for you. You can check them out online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth, TrajanWealth.com, or call them up 346-371-3330. It's Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Two teams are on fire in the NBA. The Celtics and Nuggets have each won 9 of their last 10 games. Boston's defense is locked in, giving up the third fewest points in the league. Right now, they look like the two best squads in the NBA. Think we'll see them in the finals? The odds are 13-1. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. Oh, acquired. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusive.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
See golf's best at the Texas Children's Houston Open. Houston's premier PGA Tour event returns to Memorial Park Golf Course March 27th through 30th. General admission, hospitality, and venue hopper tickets are available now. Get your tickets today at tchouopen.com/tickets.
Listeners are always asking me about QC Kinetics treatments, man. They want to know if they should consider it for their joint pain. Here's the deal, man. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, let's see if you answer yes to any of these questions. First question, neck pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints. Trouble sleeping, walking, day-to-day movement, right? Next question, do you want to avoid surgery and all the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? And most importantly, do you miss doing the things that you love because joint pain is holding you back? Walking, golfing, jogging, hiking. If you answered yes to any of these, I'd bet you're a great candidate, so please don't wait. Call QC Kinetics right now and ask for a free consultation. Learn how the latest advance in regenerative medicine can get you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Call 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
Gear up for baseball season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get top-brand gear and officially licensed Astros jerseys, tees, and caps. Shop Academy.com or the app for free shipping on orders 25+ with sign-in. Plus easy pickup. Swing by your local Academy or visit Academy.com today.
Guys, I'm sitting down with a guy that can change your life, and that's Dan Denny of the Men's Clinic, and we are talking about the most effective treatment available for the ED market.
How often are you seeing men's partners involved? Not enough. When the woman gets involved, every single time they have done it, bring her in with you. So you've had them come in. You've had 100%. I've instructed everyone on our staff, please knock on the door before you open the door.
That's what I was concerned about, looking back there and hadn't seen it in years.
And not only that, we've gone in before, and sure enough, there's a man who's got his phone out, and he's taking a picture and sending it to his wife. I did that myself. Effective non-surgical treatment on the market for ED that there is. Where can they find the Men's Clinic? In the Spring Branch Memorial area, 8800 Katy Freeway, Suite 105, the Men's Clinic. Nothing else.
The Men's Clinic, 713-828-1476. That's 713-828-1476. Or visit themensclinic.com.
You've been waiting all year. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is here. Celebrate our Western heritage, indulge in the one-of-a-kind flavors, and enjoy the ride. March 4th through the 23rd. Tickets at RodeoHouston.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Beautiful day for us, mostly sunny, 73 this afternoon.
Your local Staples store has hot deals at super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood.
Welcome back in. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday.
What happened there? I thought you had
There's
a
usually
stroke.
another bump coming back.
Okay. I thought you were okay.
So
I was worried
okay.
about you.
Not a big deal.
We had a lot of greasy food last night.
Colin, that's all right, Colin. It's all good, man. Colin's in for Ben today.
We ate at a restaurant called Grease.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of grease. It was, and you might think like, okay, how greasy can you make food? I don't know, but those are the greasiest tater tots I've ever had.
They were good.
And good.
Yeah.
They were a really good burger.
You and I got the same burger, I think, huh?
We did.
Yeah.
Simpatico.
You and I
Probably
travel.
time to bring in a third host.
You and I travel pretty good together, man. This
Yeah.
is two trips in 4 weeks, and we've had a good time.
Yeah, no blow-ups or anything.
No.
Nobody. I feel
yet.
like we need to have a viral moment where somebody freaks out in the house about something.
It's going to be Spo. That would be the biggest thing if it was Spo who freaked out, because he's the least freak-outable person here.
Yeah, which helped me. I also feel, though, that Spo might have the most falling down in him. Like, he might, I don't know, if Spo breaks, he's going to break hard.
That's how you go viral.
Yeah, those are the guys the guys you don't expect to freak out. When they freak out, it's pretty major.
Yeah.
I'm going to start agitating.
So it's a road game. There's stuff going on, Spo, over. Okay. All right, so we're going to get stuff. We're going to get Spo a little later on the show.
Spo's going to log some miles in South Florida
Hell
today.
Yeah, he is, man. That's good. Yeah, Spo's walking around with his backpack, getting ready to go do work again. Spo, we put you over as a scout earlier on the show today, just so you know. All right, state of the Texans right now. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday at the Combine as we roll on here on a Thursday morning on Payne and Pendergast. Where are the Texans right now in Nick's mind as far as where they stand among the lead? Where are they among contenders?
You know, I was just talking to our local guys. I mean, other than the Minnesota and Baltimore game, like, we really had an opportunity to win each game. So what does that tell you? It tells you, all right, we've done enough things. We just got to finish games. We got to execute a little bit more consistently. But if you just keep putting yourself in that position, keep knocking down the door, eventually it's going to cave in. So, but it was fun to watch. Just the postseason is always fun to watch. There's a reason those teams are still playing. We've been fortunate to be playing here the last couple of years. You know, we've been in the last 8 the last 2 years. So what's the next step? I mean, I don't know. It's just about like trying to put together a good team once the season starts. It's just about being consistent over the course of a long period of time. So we're trying to build a consistent program be a consistent winner. We got one of the best head coaches in the league. We got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. We feel like we have some really good young players. So just try to continue to build and take advantage of our opportunities and be smart about it.
I always wonder when it's national media asking these questions what they're expecting. You know, they don't interview Nick on a regular basis, so I always wonder if they're expecting him to say, no, the goal is to get very process-driven guy.
No, he's very process-driven, and it's a lot of what they used to talk about or people would talk about in New England, where it's a matter of, okay, can you consistently be at a point where you're making championship games, the conference championship games? And I always felt like in New England they felt that if they had the right quarterback and, you know, if Belichick thought he was the right coach, that and if you do enough of the small things across the board well, that you've got a shot at being in the championship game every year. And then there's always a little bit of luck or turn of fate or whatever, incredible performances determine whether or not you're going to win the Super Bowl. But it's a high standard. The way Nick puts it, I could see a lot of people maybe feeling like they want a pep talk. They want a guy that's like, we're going to the Super Bowl this year. I just know from watching great coaches or franchises like the Patriots over the years, it's much more of a baseball approach. Yeah. It's like, and that's where Nick doesn't get overly excited about the draft. If anything, he downplays its importance compared to the hoopla that's surrounding it.
Big time.
Certainly the combine, because he just looks at it as it's one of many, many, many different ways to bring players into your building.
Yeah, absolutely. What's funny is that Nick gets asked something like that, and he's very much about the process and just trying to be more consistent and all these things. D'Amico, in the aftermath of losing to the Chiefs in the divisional round, those next two press conferences, especially the one on Monday after the dust had kind of settled on the weekend, was very much about, like, we have to get to the AFC title game.
Right.
Like, he was kind of the opposite.
And that's when you want
both are fine.
Your partnership between you like it for is if you've got less emotional GM because they have to make emotionally detached decisions, and if it allows your head coach to be the guy that has the feel for the emotional side, for the human side of things, and I think they have a good dynamic in that regard. So and Nick and D'Amico, I think seem so genuinely aligned to the point where we don't have to hear about alignment or anything. Remember, though, Brian, that was a big buzzword through multiple different GMs.
It was with Brian Gain.
Yeah.
Because he was not aligned with Rick Smith.
He was not aligned with Rick Smith.
Yeah.
He claimed he was aligned with Gain.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he wasn't aligned with Gain. And then he was aligned with himself.
Easterby showed up and saw, this is aligned, and he just put his foot to it like, not anymore.
Well, that was Bill O'Brien's biggest weakness with the Texans was as a GM, because he's the exact opposite of that mindset that you're talking about. I mean, imagine if Bill O'Brien had to deal with the Deshaun Watson situation. Because seriously, can you imagine it? I don't know if he would have survived. And I'm not even exaggerating. I think he might have had a stroke.
And we got 2 fourth-round picks. And at some point, you just got to...
You got to get rid of this guy at some point.
At some point, I got to move on.
Yeah.
There's drills I got to go
I know in my week, I would be a horrible GM. At some point, I would have let it all get to me. I would have either gotten angry or I would have gotten stressed out about what happens if the worst outcome legally happens or whatever. I totally would have botched that. But because Nick could kind of maintain some emotional distance from it, he was able to, way more than people were expecting. The only people who were disappointed are people who had bid on some of the fake reports about 5 first-round picks or something like that.
And players.
Yeah.
I remember that, too. I remember looking at it going, okay, being not disappointed, but being like a little surprised that they didn't get a young player or two.
We had tantalized ourselves with a couple of the reports of what people thought the package was going to be.
I think people tantalize themselves with like the fantasy booking of these trades. You know what I mean? Like, here's what it could be, and then that gets morphed into their brain, and this is what it should be.
They were coming in fast and furious yesterday. We're starting to get into that silly season of trade suggestions. Where listen, everybody, I know I'm not criticizing you because I succumbed to it as well, but. Some of the packages that people were suggesting for Garrett Wilson. Yeah. It's like a 7th-round pick, Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie.
Yeah.
Like, all right, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's just it's not going to happen.
There was one that was Titus Howard in a 5th.
Yeah.
I was like,
no, not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No, not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Speaking of D'Amico and Nick, he was asked about that, and he is he's over the top in how much he enjoys working with D'Amico.
Yeah, it's like year one. I mean, it's been phenomenal from the beginning. And I've been asked about D'Amico countless times, and I feel the same way. I love the guy personally and professionally. His consistency on a day-to-day basis, his message, how he handles the team, it resonates. And look, he's one of the best head coaches in the league. I don't think anybody would argue that. So we're very fortunate to have him in a position that he's in. I enjoy our relationship. We enjoy each other's relationship. My role and job is to support him in any way possible. So that's my fiduciary responsibility to him. So, and I'll go to war with whatever he thinks we need to do. We talk about it. We have good conversations. We view football through the same lens. A lot of times I'm talking, he's thinking, I'm talking, so we see it through the same kind of, he's old school in a lot of ways, but he has a very personal touch, and the players respect the hell out of him, and he's so consistent. And when you walk in a building, you feel his energy, you feel his juice, and there's a reason why players want to come to Houston. It's to play for D'Amico, and it's to play for the players, with the players that are in the locker room. I try to get the hell out of the way and just try to be a good resource for D'Amico as much as I can.
Since a lot of this is taken on the theme of the relationship between D'Amico and Nick, when D'Amico was on the Texans radio with Mark and John, D'Amico kind of painted out a similar healthy separation where D'Amico gives his input about all of these free agents that the Texans have right now. The guys who were on the team last year who are free agents, D'Amico and Nick will talk about what the positives and negatives of each guy is, and then D'Amico said something along the lines of and then Nick has to figure out the contract part. So which is a really good separation to have for a coach who's a player's coach in a lot of regards. It's hard to be a player's coach when you're also the guy that's making the financial decisions.
Yes.
Because then you end up looking like a two-face or a hypocrite or what have you. So D'Amico could stand up on a table for a guy, but also understand that Nick's got to do what's best financially for the team and just let it go. And I think they have that ability to let the other guy do his job. Yeah. Nick just to be running, but at a certain point, he's deferring to D'Amico on all that stuff.
That's D'Amico's world over there. Yeah,
it's his decision ultimately.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Nick came from 2 decades worth of seeing things through a certain lens.
Yeah,
and then you had the first 2 years here where you're just shuffling through head coaches who aren't long-term solutions. Like I ignore those 2 years when it comes to just like the building of the significant parts of this team moving forward. And it would be interesting just like to talk to Nick about what are certain things that he maybe when he was at New England was not used to looking for in players. Like does he look at players or traits differently now that he's really shopping for D'Amico, that's a different school of thought than the one he was steeped in?
Well, I think that honestly, if you look at the allure that Jack Easterby had for a lot of the people in New England, whether it be Bill Belichick or Nick Caserio himself, like Belichick knows and understands that he's not a classical people person. And I think that when it came to relating to players and all that, I think Jack Easterby served a really good role for them there. And that it was at least somebody that Easterby does have a way with people. And depending on context, it can be good or bad. But it was good in that role in New England. I think when you come here, I think D'Amico's got a better feel for things like figuring out whether a guy is a swarm type of guy or a D'Amico Ryans type of guy perhaps, and then how to manage guys like that who might be underperformers or need to mature a little bit.
Yeah,
I think he's that. They don't have to try to lean on their life preserver, the Jack Easterby, who supposedly knows people.
Well, Nick used the exact term that exact term at the end of the cut we just played, and D'Amico's got all these assets as a coach, and then at the end he talks about, and he has that personal touch.
Yeah.
Is what he used. Belichick had to import his personal touch.
Right, well, that's like Belichick.
That's fine.
If Belichick had tried to recreate himself as a player's coach, it would have been an abysmal failure because, it's not him.
Yeah.
And also because because Belichick was much more involved on the contract side of things. Yeah. And I think wanted to have control over that, so it was just a different dynamic. That's probably a huge different dynamic. I mean, for one, Belichick was the GM of the Patriots.
Yes.
One way or the other, no matter anybody's title was. And people could give him advice, but he was making those ultimate decisions. This is more of a classic GM does his job, head coach does his job type of scenario.
Today's a big day for you.
What is it?
Kenneth Grant is working out today, man.
I've given up on him already.
You have?
I think Kenneth Grant's going to be in the top half of the first round. Defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Maybe he stumbles today or something, though. Maybe he vomits today, right in the middle of one of the drills.
Yeah, maybe he cracks up. He's like crying in the corner in the fetal position.
Yeah, we're rooting for him to damage himself just enough to fall to 25.
If I were
to where we still feel good about drafting him.
If I were a shady NFL person, I would totally be like trying to leak some report about him or something.
Yes.
Let's do it. Heard this kid likes to drink the beer. Yeah. Drinks the beer a lot, I hear.
Yeah.
That's what they say about him.
How else do you get to 340?
Yeah. Well, definitely less than 340. So he showed up as a freshman.
Johnny's laid eyes on him since?
Yeah, he sent me a gushing picture about him yesterday at the podium. So now if he does weigh 340, I think John was doing that based on the eyeball.
Yeah.
So if he weighs 340 and John thought he looked less than 340, then that's a really good sign. He showed up at Ohio State weighing 360, got himself down to 340, but then he was listed at 340 last year, and I honestly, watching him play last year at Michigan, I'd be really, really surprised if he weighed 340 because he was moving like very, very few 340-pounders do. Like, he was moving like Vince Wilfork does.
Yeah.
And Vince Wilfork was a guy that moved way better than what do you think Wilfork? He was always listed at 325, but I think he was more like 340 or so.
Yeah.
Right?
He was every bit of 340.
He didn't have a real thick lower body, so I could see where maybe it was a deceptive. He was deceptively
I never
fat.
I never got down as I was scanning him. I never got down that far. I'd stop on his belly. I'm like, that is a big belly right there.
That's true. Maybe his legs actually were bigger than I thought. It was just the. Remember, like Yao Ming. Remember Yao Ming? You didn't realize how big he was until you saw him in person because his legs were so gigantic that his upper body looked small comparatively.
Yeah.
But then you see him in your person, you're like, oh, no, just everything is huge. He's not narrow-shouldered at all. He's just got gigantic legs and hips.
The most jarring Yao Ming picture you'll find, and it's probably on the internet somewhere, is him standing next to J.J. Watt.
Right, where J.J. looks like an eager junior high student.
J.J. Watt looks like a slot receiver standing next to him.
So, like, I might want to go up to J.J. Watt's father and be like, are you sure he's old enough to be working out this hard? That be that young.
And all right, we're off and running.
JJ looks like that. Remember that freakishly jacked little kid that used to be in the ads back in
Baby Gronk?
No. Like way back in the day, like in the 90s. He had it was creepy. He was like a 9-year-old and his dad was a fitness freak. He had like abs and muscles and everything.
I've never seen that and I don't want to.
You'll recognize it when I pull it up for you.
Okay, great. I can't wait.
He had long hair and a ponytail. It just felt weird. He was like the miniature version of what would 20 years later be the annoying fitness guy on Twitter or Instagram. Yeah.
All right, we'll get to headlines next. Astros get a win in spring training yesterday. We'll be out there today in Port St. Lucie as they take on the Mets. We got Texans, Rockets win last night. NFL news, too, including huge news potentially at the top of the draft that we will get to in headlines. That's coming up next. First,
now.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
The Astros, they win yesterday. We're bringing that up first because we are live in West Palm Beach. Thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors as we get into headlines here. The Astros beat the Nationals yesterday 3-0. The things you need to know from that game: Yainer Diaz, 2-run home run. Framber Valdez, 2 shutout innings to open the game. Just gave up a walk. Got a double play in the first inning. So check a couple boxes with the guys that are prominent guys on this team with that game. They'll play the Mets today in Port St. Lucie. We'll be on our way to that game after the show is over. Today, we will be here in West Palm Beach tomorrow to get to watch Jose Altuve in left field for the first time. Here's Joe Espada yesterday talking about Altuve and how long he's going to play in left field tomorrow.
I would like to give him at least 5 innings of defense. 4 or 5 innings of defense. I think that would be a good first day. Hopefully, it's a nice sunny day, and we get a good first look out there in left.
I like the nice sunny day getting mixed in.
I know, that's interesting. Yeah, because I guess you could have it's a good challenge because the sun in the early innings is in the outfielders' faces. So if I'm recalling properly, based on my discomfort,
it was over top of us yesterday. We were sitting in right field.
So some fly balls, you might have to adjust to the sun.
I didn't
or
think
whatnot.
about that. Yeah.
Versus an overcast. He's going to face lots of challenges. And Spo brought this up yesterday. The things he can't necessarily really tell from anything they do in practice, no matter how good he's looked, is broken bat stuff, like just all of the different scenarios that come up in a game, and not to mention navigating different ballparks and everything that comes with it. There's probably going to be some hiccups along the way.
Yeah, workouts are controlled. Games are not.
I'm not going to try to freak out every time Jose Altuve has a hiccup in left field. You know, when Biggio made the switch when he was 37 years old, he had already played in the outfield for 120 games earlier in his career. So it wasn't like he was going out and doing it for the very first time. This is different with Altuve. He's a couple years younger than Biggio was when he made the switch, but he's never played in left field before.
Yeah. And it's left field, so that's center field. Biggio's playing center field.
Yeah.
If Altuve were in center field, I would be really nervous. So we'll have eyes on that tomorrow. Keep tuned, not only to Sports Radio 610 because we'll check in with the guys in the middays and the afternoons, but keep following us on social media because we're putting up a lot of stuff from the park on our social media while we're here, and hopefully for you guys doing a good job of keeping in tune with what's going on in spring training.
And Cam Smith will be starting today, so we'll get another look at him.
That's right.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
I expect at least with he's starting, might end up getting 3 home runs today probably.
Yeah,
I'll be disappointed with anything less.
Nobody's got him out yet. 2 walks, 2 home runs, man. That's it. Nobody can get him out in spring training.
Is this the thing we're overreacting about that we feel totally comfortable over? Reacting. He's not a day one starter on the major league squad or anything, but
no. I think we're overreacting to it appropriately because, like you just said, neither you nor I have said, "Well, move over Paredes.
Yeah,
third base is his," or right field. Get out of here, Chaz. Right field is his. You and I have not put him on the major league roster in April yet.
The guy who's had the biggest sports radio take on it is Espada when he said he's a guy who can carry an organization for decades.
He's the hottest take artist out of all of us. Is his manager, okay?
If he had shouted it instead of saying it quietly, that could have been a classic sports radio host
This
take.
is what I would say. Like if you can't get excited about the guy you got in the Kyle Tucker trade, hitting 2 home runs in a game, then I don't know why you watch sports.
Right, yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean?
Hey, everybody, let's tamp down the enthusiasm here a little bit.
Yeah, I don't get it.
That's why, because that's why the internet sucks, though. Because you can't get excited about anything without legions of people being like, hold on there, partner.
Exactly.
Like, no, let me be irrationally optimistic about something in my life.
That is why the internet sucks.
Yeah.
That and scams. Yeah, those 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
People, pessimists and scams.
A lot of other stuff that's pretty good.
It has its moments for sure. The internet. Texans combine workouts begin today. Linebackers, defensive linemen. Seth, I would say of all the people working out today, if you're a Texan fan, Kenneth Grant is probably the biggest one you've got that you're keeping an eye on.
Yeah,
today.
there's a lot of really good edge rushers that'll probably go in the first part of the draft, and that's it doesn't necessarily. I'd be really surprised if the Texans take an edge, and he's clearly the best player available, then they certainly could. But I just think that it all kind of plays out to the better defensive tackle prospects. Or there's a lot of good ones that are going to be there in the back half of the first round and then on into the second round.
Yep, so those are the workouts for today. There will be workouts going all the way through early next week up in Indianapolis. They really stretch this thing out now and maximize it for probably mostly for content purposes. The big news draft-wise, though, that we should make people aware of, Abdul Carter, the edge rusher out of Penn State, who many of the mock drafts have going first overall to Tennessee, he has a foot injury. And that just came to light yesterday. He was tested at the combine. Test revealed that he's got a stress reaction in his right foot and could undergo surgery. This would terrify me if I were Tennessee or Cleveland or the Giants, one of those teams near the top of the draft, and Abdul Carter was on my board. And he should be on the board for all these teams. But a foot injury is such a tricky thing, man.
Yeah, you think about Tyree Wilson a couple years ago, who was kind of neck and neck with Will Anderson as being the edge rusher. And then and I actually had Tyree Wilson over Will Anderson for a while. And then,
me too.
Then when I learned about his foot injury and how it scared the hell out of me. And luckily I switched my favorite to Will Anderson. I say luckily for no other reason than just my personal pride and credibility.
Yeah.
But feet scare the crap out of me, going back to Kevin Johnson and Matt Schaub. Sometimes he has a Liz Frank or some kind of foot fracture or something. All the medical experts say, well, it's a pretty simple recovery. It feels like 50% of the time there's complications down the road.
It's a simple recovery if you're a salesperson or a lawyer or something like that that doesn't have a job where you're pushing off
at max speed with just superhuman strength and power.
And trying to push 300-pounders around.
Yeah,
you know?
It's kind of a big deal.
Yes.
He'll fall to the Texans. That's what I'm claiming.
No,
he'll fall to the Ravens.
Fall to the Ravens.
Yeah,
and his foot will be fine.
That's exactly
It'll
what
be
happens.
the next Terrell Suggs.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen. So that's news that you need to know from the Combine. Rockets, they get a win last night, 118-106 over the San Antonio Spurs. They jumped out to a big lead. This game was never close. They jumped out to a huge lead in the first quarter, and they just kept bumping around about a 20, 25-point lead the whole night. Amen Thompson was awesome in this game. He had 25 points, and he was destroying the Spurs in the low post in the first quarter of this game. He was like, oh, no Wembayama out here? I will just beep up and Scott all over this lane here.
This felt good. It felt good. Look, it's the Spurs who are on kind of a modified ad-lib tank at this point.
Because Wemby's out.
But it's a back-to-back win, and some of the things that have plagued the Rockets in terms of scrappiness and what have you, they out-rebounded the Spurs 60-41.
Yep.
It was a hustle game in a lot of regards.
In a game with Notar Eason, who's probably their most hustle player, the Rockets. So Notar Eason, because they're resting him, because it's the back end of a back-to-back, managing his hopefully back pretty soon. We'll see. Old Fred VanVleet.
The other big headline, Khalil Shakir, the wide receiver for the Bills, signed a 4-year, $60 million contract extension with the Bills. That feels like I don't know. That feels like a very reasonable deal.
$15 million a year?
Yeah. I think that Shakir is one of those guys where I don't know exactly how good he'd be with a lesser quarterback than Josh Allen, but the Bills are also kind of we saw the version of Josh Allen without Khalil Shakir in Houston, and it wasn't so pretty.
He didn't play that game in Week 5.
It wasn't so hot at all. So I think just having some stability right there. I don't get super excited about Shakir as a perennial All-Pro or anything, but he's very important to what they do now.
Mr. Yards after catch.
Yeah.
He had nearly 600 yards after catch this past year. He's top 3 or 4 in the league in yards after catch. So that's a very specific fit probably, Khalil Shakir in Buffalo. But it's interesting, any contract that gets signed. Look, Stephon Diggs is not getting a 4-year deal. This is a 4-year, $60 million deal. But the $15 million per year average is right in that neighborhood. I think Diggs is going to be. Does this contract at all, Seth, do you think, does Diggs operate in the same market as a Khalil Shakir right now, or is he in a separate bin?
I would say probably in the same, except because of the health issues.
Yeah.
He's not going to get a 4-year. If he does get a 4-year contract, I don't think it's going to be for $60 million.
I think there's zero chance. He gets a 4-year contract.
I think that where he's a good fit for them, like the Commanders or somebody like that. If they've got a lot of cap space and they've got a young quarterback, if every reason that the Texans signed Stephon Diggs or traded for Stephon Diggs, I could see a team like the Commanders who has a boatload of cap space saying, yeah, we'll bring you in here on a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yep.
But it'll make likely less money than the Texans were willing to pay him last year.
Report cards are out on NFL teams right now. The second year of the NFLPA report card, players voting on how good their teams are at doing certain things off the field. How did the Texans rate? How did the head coach rate? Is the best part of this team, according to the report card, is the best part of this team, the Texans, the owner? We will get to that coming up next.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring baseball gets going.
This one that I had moved from extreme skepticism to now I'm genuinely excited about is seeing Jose Altuve in left field.
I am too.
Other thing, Cam Smith. Does he show up in the majors this year? I'm excited to watch him.
And then we've talked about the third one.
John Singleton is yoked. Lost 25 pounds, but he's the strongest he's ever been in the weight room.
It's Payne and Pendergast live all week from West Palm Beach. Thanks to exclusive furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center 713 call Lee. This brought to you by the Franklin Team Inc.com. We've got 610 East Loop northbound at Ship Channel. It is the right lane blocked. A 69 East Tech southbound just after Mount Houston. It is the right lane blocked there. 45 North northbound after Rankin. Right lane blocked there. Fog 40 at 60. Right now, I'm Val. Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer James Worthy. The 64-year-old who won an NCAA championship and 3 NBA titles claims that he was better than North Carolina teammate Michael Jordan for about 3 weeks. He clarified, adding that he really enjoyed those 3 weeks. I'm sure he did. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Want a cash offer on your home and the chance to close in as little as 21 days? The Franklin Team, brokered by eXp Realty, can help. No showings or open houses. Skip the market with their competitive guaranteed offer. Just Google the Franklin Team or visit thefranklinteaminc.com for more information.
At Berkeley Eye Center, we know LASIK will change your life. You'll see better and live better. In fact, we'll guarantee it. But we also know that fitting LASIK into your budget isn't always easy. So let us do it. We'll customize a payment plan with savings, financing, and maybe a little insurance that will have you seeing better and living better in about 60 seconds. Just call 713-526-3937 and let our LASIK team customize your payment plan. That's 713-526-EYES.
We're in Raising Cane's with the man that started it all.
Wait, are you the Yes Chef guy?
We got chicken fingers, crinkle cut fries, Texas toast, and their world famous cane sauce. Could shed a tear right now.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
And Doug.
Quickly move over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Gear up for baseball season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get top brand gear and officially licensed Astros jerseys, tees, and caps. Shop academy.com or the app for free shipping on orders 25 plus with sign-in. Plus easy pickup. Swing by your local Academy or visit academy.com today.
360 athletes, 8 events, $2.5 million in total prize money. 20 nights, March 4th through the 23rd. Tickets at rodeohouston.com. Let's rodeo.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do? Like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking. And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Kinetic. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Captain Y, and we're here with Jill and Ken, who just won the new Impact Windows from Storm Tight Windows. They're the grand prize winners of the up to $25,000 Impact Windows giveaway. Congratulations, Jill and Ken. How'd you hear about our giveaway?
I was driving in the car and heard it on the radio and just decided to call in and give it a try.
Now, how surprised were you when you got our call letting you know that you just won up to $25,000?
And thought it was a scam. I didn't think it was real, but I gave it a shot anyway.
Ken, what are you going to do with all that savings?
Spend it on her.
There it is. You heard straight from the winner. The savings are real. The giveaway is real. And if you're a homeowner and would like a chance to win up to $25,000 in brand new Impact Windows, now is your chance. Just text the word VALUE to 373737. There's no purchase necessary, but you have to text the word VALUE, VALUE, to 373737 for your chance to be the next big winner. When it must be done right, call Storm Tide.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
KILT FM HD2 Houston.
and they've never been bad in the last however many years. Like, they haven't picked in the top 5 in the draft since the early 70s.
Yeah.
They've been – the worst for the Steelers has been they've been, mediocre.
Yeah, like an NBA team where the worst place you can be is mediocre.
Yeah,
you don't get the lottery pick, but you don't get the But
they're never so bad. Like for example, like these like the Jets are next on this list.
Uh-huh.
They're 29th in the league. They're a disaster every year, and
so the owner's son. The owner's sons are insulting players in the locker room after games.
Yeah, like I think guys, like I see a list, and I'll just do the rest of the list here just to close it out. Browns 30.
Yeah,
that feels right. Patriots 31.
Yeah.
Patriots 31. I guess it's
well,
not.
Look at the Patriots. He's stingy too.
Yeah.
He's always been. He's a stingy dude.
Cardinals 32, by the way.
Yeah, and Cardinals constantly being sued for something.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not a surprise at all that the Cardinals are down that low. I guess the Chiefs had been one of the worst teams for a lot of these categories last year.
Yeah.
It looks like they put some. Looks like the Hunt family put some work into it.
I looked at Clark Hunt's grade.
Yeah.
Which was an F last year for owner, not for the team, and he's up to a C- now.
That's
so
pretty good.
I guess the multiple Super Bowls have people feeling better about the.
He's eligible to play sports now.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Keep that C average there, man.
Exactly. So good job that since players had Seth, and I feel like this has been a complaint for every year they've done this exercise. Yeah. Players want a sauna in the building.
I always wonder about this because I'm guessing this is how it goes. This is the problem. As much education as you try to pound into guys about diet, nutrition, and everything, the linemen especially, they fall prey to the sitting in the sauna for an hour and a half and thinking that they actually lost weight. You cannot. There's some guys that you cannot pound into their heads that like, no, you didn't just lose 10 pounds. That's all water weight. You're gonna gain all that. Nope. I'm down to 325. I am, and I wonder, especially in Houston, where they're so focused on trying to keep everybody hydrated all the time, that there's more people that abuse the sauna or use it to their detriment without even realizing it. That they just don't want to have the sauna.
I'm not a big sauna guy, but I think there's like Amy. They just opened this sauna place across the street from us, and I got a gift card.
It's just saunas?
It's just saunas. And I got a gift card for Amy for Christmas, and she went over there and used the gift card, and then yada, yada, yada comes home, and she's got a monthly membership there.
Oh, yeah.
She stops there like 3 or 4 days a week on her way home from school at like 4 o'clock, and saunas for like an hour there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So she finds it very rejuvenating, and there are Texan players that have memberships at that
because they can't get it at
at their building. Yeah.
This is how Deshaun ended up in the trouble he had. We're gonna have guys.
It's a sauna. It's not a massage parlor.
Hey, I've seen a lot of inappropriate activity. I felt uncomfortable. I have felt assaulted in saunas before at gyms just by the old men who were in their eagle. Just
30 seconds ago that my wife goes there, and this is what you're saying right now.
You never know. Well, no, I'm sure she's. Listen, I don't feel comfortable with like a bunch of naked old dudes that I don't know sitting around buck naked.
The saunas I believe the saunas are individual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're individual.
Do you know what I did for a little bit?
I wouldn't pay a monthly membership to go sit with other people naked, or I'd have to select who they are.
I mean, half the people. It feels like half the old guys at a gym are there. They pay their membership specifically for the sauna. It's
basically a schwitz.
They work out for like 15 minutes on the elliptical, and then they linger around the sauna for 3 hours, like they're Roman senators or something.
Yep.
I joined one of those float tank places for a little while.
Float tank.
It's like
do tell.
You
what
get
is
into you go into this tub of salty water to where you float in it, and they close the door on top of you, and it creates this just supposedly this almost like a trance-like experience. I was way too claustrophobic for it.
Yeah.
All I kept thinking was like, if there's some kind of what if there's some kind of malfunction where I can't open the lid up or something?
And there's water in there?
There's a fire and I don't hear it or something.
So hold up. You're like in a. It sounds like the way I'm envisioning it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you described it this way, but the way I'm envisioning it, it's almost like a casket, and you're floating inside this.
Yeah,
thing?
or like you're traveling through space and they're putting you into one of those those coma machines or something.
Anything where I'm horizontal and hermetically sealed inside?
Yeah.
No.
I think some people do it, and they have like almost a kind of trippy experience floating in space after a while.
Yeah.
It was not relaxing for me at all. Oh. And I had no desire to try to, just push on through or something. Not for the price I was paying.
But some people like it, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah. I know the one I went to is over down there Right on 59. I think they've been up and running for like 6 or 7 years. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
so they're obviously doing a good job of it
Yeah.
for people who like it. It's not for me.
Yeah.
Not for me at all.
I'm not going to totally close the door on it because there may be an endorsement opportunity at some point. I'd hate for them to circle back to this segment.
They were like, and it really bothered me that the other clients were complaining about my screaming. Just like, okay, fine, whatever. Push through it. Make it part of the experience.
We can hear him.
Get me out!
We can hear him through the container. Oh, that's funny. Payne and Pendergast with you. So we say all this to say congrats, Texans. You're doing a hell of a job on the off-the-field
These
stuff.
ones are interesting because I feel like with the number of respondents, the difference between being an A- or a B+ or it could just be one player, one specific player. So there's always one grumpy SOB that's never going to be pleased with anything.
Well, and even D'Amico got an A.
Yeah.
As head coach, but he was 14th for, if you dug into his actual, the numbers of his grade, he's 14th, even with an A.
I think the fact that many guys got A's speaks to the fact that as an athlete filling out a survey,
skepticism.
You should never believe that it's going to be anonymous. We'll go back to the steroid reports in Major League Baseball, remember? Where I was like, no, don't worry.
Right.
It'll all be anonymous. Lo and behold, all of the names get leaked.
Well, and he even got a C.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. D'Amico got an A. Really? What was the low grade among coaches? A-.
That's like those draft grades that one clown from NFL.com does.
Oh.
He gives everybody. He works for the
Chad Reuter.
Yeah, Chad Reuter.
Yeah.
It's like the lowest draft grade is like a C.
Yes.
Everybody else gets A's and B's. Yeah.
He's the professor that students are climbing over each other to get into his class.
He's the employee that knows how to not piss off any of the guys who are. If you work for NFL.com, ultimately your employers are the owners themselves.
Hey, speaking of which, you know who's an employee of NFL.com?
Who?
Ian Rappaport.
Oh, that's right.
How about this story?
Nugget hussy galore.
I woke up to this story today. A listener DM'd it to me. So I woke up this morning and did the first thing that you do every morning. I mean, it's the healthy thing to do. Go straight to Twitter.
Right. That's the most productive way to start your day.
Literally, it's the first thing I did. And I had a DM from a listener whose name escapes me right now, but I'll pull it up here just to give him the credit he deserves. But he brought this story to my attention, and I texted it to you, and you'd seen it already. Victor sent this to me. Apparently, there was an incident with a couple of the Nugget Hussies in the NFL world.
At a Starbucks, which I'm guessing was the Starbucks right there at the Marriott. At the Combine,
JW Marriott,
is,
Indianapolis,
a pretty popular
Starbucks.
place during the Combine.
Yep. This is Florio's version of the story. The Scouting Combine brings the entire NFL community together for better and for worse, per multiple sources who witnessed the interaction. And I just want fake story because it's so unbelievable. Jordan Schultz, who some people probably know from he's been on Fox of late as an NFL insider. He's been somebody who's been
coming up through the ranks,
quasi newsbreaker for a while.
News,
yeah. But he's with Fox. Yep. He's at the Combine, and Ian Rappaport, who I think most of our listeners know, he works for NFL.com. He and Schefter are probably the two biggest newsbreakers, Nugget Hussies, if you will. They engaged in a verbal altercation on Wednesday afternoon at the Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis. Schultz, we're told, this is Florio saying this, accosted Rappaport. Accosted him. The incident first came to light widespread when PFT commenter posted a tweet. PFT commenter, a Barstool, posted a tweet on Wednesday night that referred to a serious big-time media confrontation between, quote, two NFL newsbreakers. The tweet sparked much speculation and an effort to get to the bottom of the situation. Florio points out some irony in this whole thing. That it happened at a Starbucks?
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz is the son of former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz. He kind of had the home field advantage.
You're
there.
in my dojo, Ian Rappaport. You tall-sized.
Yes. Jordan Schultz lined up ready to crane kick him in the Starbucks.
Tall is the tiniest size you can get in a coffee at a Starbucks. Right. So Ian Rappaport is a tall-sized NFL reporter. He's very little.
He's not even a vente.
Yeah.
But apparently we're told Rappaport was talking to an agent. Shock or something to that effect. Rappaport replies, "We don't need to talk."
Yeah.
Schultz then made accusations about Rappaport, we're told. Rappaport, we're told, this is Florio talking here. regards the accusations as unfounded. The two men were essentially nose to nose. They're right up in each other's grills.
Schultz must be short, too.
Schultz got down on his knees and got right up in Rappaport's face. Yes.
He got down on one knee.
Yeah. If you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face, Schultz said.
Yeah.
If this continues, we're going to have an effing problem. Rappaport then asked Schultz to step back. I would have loved to have seen that. You're crowding me, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. If this happens again, we're going to have an effing problem, Schultz said again. Now I'll step back. So
this all stems from Jordan Schultz had reported that Matt Stafford and Tom Brady had gotten together to talk about potentially Stafford coming to play for the Raiders. Schultz said that Brady recently hosted Rams quarterback Matt Stafford at Brady's home in Montana. Quote, they spent time together and went skiing. Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders, and discussions are ongoing. Ian Rappaport reacted to the report by explaining that Brady and Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana, and that the unplanned meeting was not extensive or in-depth and did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford. So this is the two nugget hussies butting heads here.
Schultz is saying my nugget has substance. Don't disrespecting my nugget.
Yes.
Ho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Man, when you add ho to the end of something, that pops.
Well, listen, Ian Rappaport, I've had zero respect for him ever since during the Deshaun Watson saga. You'll recall Deshaun Watson and his representatives had told Cleveland when he was a limited free agent there. He was a limited edition free agent that year. They said no to Cleveland, and they were going to focus on what?
Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, Cleveland comes back into it and blew everybody else out of the water with the offer that they made to an extreme degree. It's still a record-breaking it's still the highest contract ever for an NFL quarterback in terms of guaranteed money, right?
Dak exceeded it by
Dak
$1 million.
exceeded. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
anyway, Rappaport had the tiny cojones to say, at the end, this wasn't about the money. Like, stop carrying water for agents so obviously and extremely. You're going to sit there and tell me this wasn't about the money?
Right.
When he had already said no, and then they offered $40 million more, and all of a sudden he says yes. So I don't trust Rappaport a minute when it comes to if an agent tells Rappaport to say nope, they weren't meeting, then I believe Rappaport will report it.
So your team,
I don't trust him.
Your team Schultz.
I'm Team Schultz, and I don't even know if Schultz is good at his job.
Your team
I just don't.
Starbucks.
Ever since that, I can't let that go with Rappaport.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I don't know if I like this Schultz guy, but my enemy's enemy is my friend.
Yes.
I love that.
I align with him in this regard.
Apparently, okay, you want me to get you even angrier at Rappaport on this thing?
Yeah.
He reported Schultz to NFL security.
Yeah, like I'm sure. Well, one of the reports was that Schultz said, if you do that again, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Which that can be a veiled physical threat.
Yeah, Rappaport declined to comment on the situation. Schultz told Pro Football Talk via text message, it really isn't anything too much. Ian Rappaport and I had a verbal confrontation. So it's confirmed that this happened.
Yeah.
It lasted a little over a minute. Multiple agents and reporters were nearby. Schultz seems to be pretty proud of this thing. He's like, yeah, multiple agents and reporters are nearby. Rappaport was the one who called security shortly after, but it never escalated further. Rappaport, you narc. Get your fists out. Let's go. Oh, man.
I don't know. I'd have to see the video footage. It's out there. Somebody's got to get it. I wonder, is this something that TMZ would bother spending money on?
Yes. Oh, spending money on, I don't know.
To get the footage of this?
I thought you meant, like, would they bother doing a story about it?
Well, no, they'll do a story about it.
If
But
it gets
like
filmed.
TMZ Sports, would they actually dish out some money for somebody to give up the security
What's the
footage?
most they pay for, like, I've heard of them paying like $100,000 for a video. Like,
I don't think they would pay $100,000.
I wouldn't if I were them.
Yeah.
I'd pay like $10,000.
But you got to pay for it because it's not like a hotels want. Like, they don't want Marriott doesn't want their reputation.
Oh.
Like, hey, if you're a guest of ours, totally. Like,
You're talking about getting like the security footage. I thought you meant like somebody nearby.
No, I
filming
meant
it
the
on their
security
phone.
footage.
Yeah.
I don't know if this sounds like it transpired quickly enough that there maybe nobody. Especially too. It's like not out in the general public.
Yeah.
It's with a bunch of NFL people around.
Yeah.
And they're probably a little less likely to take video footage of it.
Right.
I almost took video footage at the airport. I don't know. Okay, so I was sitting. I had a long layover, and I was sitting down, and I hear some commotion at the Southwest desk across the way. and it's this guy who's upset because they're not letting him on the plane. Because the plane is right there. It's about to depart, but the doors have been closed. If you've ever been in this situation, you know it's frustrating because the rules are they can't let you on once the doors are closed. And the guy's getting agitated. And at first I was like, all right, I understand why he'd be upset. He just got there. And then it became really clear that the reason that he didn't get there in time was because this guy was drunk off his ass.
Oh, he'd been in the bar, huh?
Yeah, and he started to, really gesticulate. He's like, I need you to tell me how you're going to get me. And he's pointing at the plane.
Oh, boy.
On that plane right there, because I've got to get to Phoenix. And the Southwest employee, was just handling it marvelously. And I don't ever want to be this guy, but I almost felt like I might need to document this. So I started to pull it out, but the manager came over, and she had a really deft touch with the drunkards. And by that point, it was becoming really clear, this guy's just drunk off his ass.
Yeah.
And he was definitely just sitting at the bar, and that's why he missed the flight.
Yeah.
Which was that. I understand being frustrated that, if you had a tight connection or something. This guy was just drunk. But she somehow shooed him away, and he's yelling the whole way down the
so
whole
he didn't
way
get
down
on the
as
plane.
he's walking away. No, of course not.
Yeah. Wow.
What, do you think he was going to belligerently, drunkenly shout his way onto the plane?
I don't know. Yeah, no.
I've talked my way on once when the door was closed, but it was because it was a genuine landed time.
Yeah.
It was at LaGuardia, I think, which is awful.
Oh, that sounds fun.
The plane landed on time. I hoofed it to the shuttle and everything, and I got there after. And this is the key, kids out there. Most airline employees genuinely want to help you.
Yeah.
But you got to just act like you'll appreciate their help. You're not going to bully them into doing anything that they're going to go above and beyond for. So I explained my situation to the guy, and he made he worked his walkie-talkie like a fiend.
And you got on?
Talked to 2 different layers of management, and they got me on.
Did you feel like you had a good chance of getting on when you?
No, I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. I was just I just laid it out. I said, and I made it very clear. I know it's not your fault. This is a weird situation, man. Our flight landed on time. I'm going from a United flight to a United flight.
Yeah.
And I did not waste any time. And he's like, I know.
You did a good job of setting yourself up for empathy.
Yeah.
By being calm in that situation.
Well, but I also didn't it's not like they're going to hear a travel sob story that they're like, oh mon Dieu, I can't believe the injustice or anything. You just try to lay it out. It's matter-of-factly.
That's good advice for
I
the
wasn't
kids.
I've suffered an grave injustice.
Yeah, man.
No, yeah.
It's good advice for the kids out there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live in West Palm Beach, getting ready to head to go see some Astros baseball today against the Mets in Port St. Lucie. We're not getting we're getting Colton Gordon on the mound today, Seth.
Finally.
Yeah. It's all you've been talking about the whole time.
You guys had to put a gag order on me.
He's one of the two. Him and Ryan Gusto are the two named fringe potential starters for this team. They've got the 5 lined up. In a perfect world with health coming out of spring training, it's going to be Hunter Brown, some order of Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, and Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
And so we've gotten to see three of those 5 guys already here in our 2 games.
Wisniewski looked good, even though he was working on his curveball. He's adding the curveball to the mix, and it wasn't a brilliant statistical outing or anything. But I thought he looked great.
I thought Framber looked like Framber. Yeah, Wisniewski. He gave up a home run, gave up a little hard contact, struck out 3 guys. I thought Framber looks ready after 2 innings, whatever. Wisniewski did some encouraging things. Ronel Blanco at least has a box score that concerns me, but maybe he was working on some things too.
Yeah.
But Colton Gordon will be interesting today. He and Gusto are the 2 that are kind of on the fringe. We'll get the lineup at some point here, probably in the next hour and a half. Adam Spillane is out at the ballpark doing some media out there with Joe Espada and company. So we will hear from Spo a little later on in the show. We thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us down here. Also, a quick reminder, today is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday, so we're going to be giving away Zach Top tickets between now and the end of this segment. So be tuned right here if you want to go to the rodeo on Tuesday, March 11th, and see Zach Top. GMs, coaches, meeting with the media at the Combine. Colin, we're going to get to the John Lynch here. Let's skip down to that. The Brock Purdy contract. This will be something that if C.J. Stroud has a good year this year, this will be a topic that Nick Caserio, the way that John Lynch is addressing Brock Purdy's contract this year. Here was John Lynch, GM of the San Francisco 49ers, with the latest on the Brock Purdy negotiations.
Won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So
they're definitely working on it.
Yeah, and I think that as it goes with quarterbacks, this is how it works in the NFL now. They're so expensive, and the more you kick the can down the road, you end up paying out the nose. We saw it with the Cowboys with Dak Prescott. I mean, Dak Prescott had a gruesome ankle injury in a year where they could have extended him before that season. He still ended up getting a bigger contract the next year than they could have gotten him for that year. So if you're a viable quarterback in your third year, you're generally going to get a contract. It's just interesting because the 49ers are in a position right now where they've spent a lot of money in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And they did it with Brandon Ayuk last year, and it didn't really work out. No. I mean, they redid Trent Williams' contract last year. Yep. He's a guy who's in his upper 30s. They've got a lot of money on the books, and now you're also kind of renegotiating your quarterback who they feel good about, but I don't think you should be 100% slam dunk certain that Brock Purdy's the guy for the future.
Well, no, and they've spent top of market at linebacker, inside off-ball linebacker with Fred Warner. Deebo Samuel got a big contract. They're trying to trade him now. That's another thing John Lynch said is they're going to honor Deebo Samuel's trade request. You and I talked about that yesterday at the end of the show. He's one of 4 players in the NFL right now, prominent players who've been given permission to go find a trade partner for their teams. But he's making a lot of money. He's on the books for a lot. Nick Bosa has a top-of-market contract. You mentioned Brandon Ayuk. He's near the top of the market at wide receiver. And Christian McCaffrey is at the top of the market for rent. Seth, they've got 6 or 7 guys who are among the 3 or 4 most expensive guys at their position, and quarterback ain't one of them right now.
Right.
So you're leaning into Brock Purdy as your quarterback of the future, if they do this, which I think they will. And I've been skeptical about that, but I think it appears it's going to happen. On a team that looks to be more about shedding expensive guys than building that core new. Like CJ is coming in next year. If we're having this conversation about CJ Stroud next year, he's coming in as the expensive quarterback on a much better part of the Texans' arc than Brock Purdy's coming in on the back end where all these guys we're talking about, half of them probably won't be there in the next year or two.
There's a blogger who covers the 49ers and has a really successful YouTube channel. His name's Grant Cohn. And the team hates him.
Yeah, they hate him.
They hate him. But I'm curious. Tell me that. So I like reading his stuff just sometimes because it's almost you can feel the venom seething through. Even send us. This is as he lays out their situation. Tell me if this rings true because this is how he sees it. The past 2 years, the 49ers overpaid to keep a few of their stars, namely Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk. Do you think is it an overpay for Nick Bosa?
I don't know. Is he making like $34 million?
Yeah, he got a really good. He got a top of the market deal, but I don't think it was an overpay. I think that was his value as a free agent, or whether you kept.
I'll just go back to how I felt about both of those contracts at the time. I thought the Nick Bosa contract made complete sense to me. He's a defensive player of the year in that conversation every year when he's healthy. I thought the Ayuk saga was a joke.
That's what was so weird about. Brandon Ayuk. And then, he creates all this drama, turns down situations and offers.
Yeah, I thought that was a dumb contract.
Yeah. They wanted to trade him. They had the trade ready, and he just didn't want to go.
My feeling was then force him to let it play out on his 5th-year option. That's what I said at the time.
Ayuk's an interesting one because I think because of the offense he played on, he has more name brand appeal than what his actual performance has been. He's had two seasons over 1,000 yards. 2022, he was 1,015 yards. And then in 2023, last year when he started agitating for a contract, 1,342 yards.
Yeah.
But that's he's been very, very promising. He had that one really good season, and then he collapses last year and gets injured when he comes back, ends up with 374 yards.
He's a good player. I just don't think he's worth $30 million. Yeah. At the time, when he was agitating, I said, he's a guy There are certain them. He was not one of them.
He's a very good receiver, but he's also a product of the system.
Yeah, he's replaceable.
The way it was operating. Yeah.
He's replaceable. So and he got injured this year. But even when he was healthy, he wasn't putting up big numbers. He missed all of camp. Yeah. It was So Brock Purdy, man, I think go get your money, go get your bag, Brock Purdy. Other stuff from the other sound from the combine. Have you seen? I think Liam Cohen, the coach of the Jags, is gonna murder somebody over all this Duval. All these people bringing it up. Florio brings this up in an interview a couple days ago. He has Liam Cohen, the coach of the Jags, on, and this is what it sounded like.
Did you have any idea, as the Duval was coming out, that it was going to become a thing?
Not at all. Duval. I'm a quarterback by nature. Everybody's got a different cadence. I'm learning that cadence.
I love it.
And I'm excited about kind of getting some of that moving forward.
You ready to? You want to do another one? You want to try to
I'm all good.
balance out?
Duval. I'll do it for you. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Yeah, the one doing it there was Chris Sims.
Chris Sims is like, I'm a quarterback too, by the way, Liam.
Yeah. I have cadence.
Seems pretty simple to pick up.
Yeah. So he, the voice, Liam Cohen, you can hear going no, I'm good. And if you can see the look on his face, he's like, all right, I'm going to have to do this at every interview. Here's Pete Prisco egging Liam Cohen on. Yes, here's Pete Prisco on Jacksonville radio.
By the way, I told your marketing guys, I said, you need to get a marketing promotion. Have people, not the way everybody up, but like you did.
Have you gotten pushback on that?
You get crap on that.
I can't even tell you. I mean, I'm trying to learn cadence. I'm a cadence guy, right? You go through cadence all the time as a quarterback. Everybody's got a different cadence, and you learn to adapt.
Yeah.
There you go. You live and you learn.
It's fun.
For what it's worth, I didn't know anything about it because I'm old and off the internet. So as far as I know, you said it correctly. Yeah, I haven't really,
by the way, that's a newest thing around there. That wasn't around for 20 years ago. Yeah, that's a new thing.
Liam learned a lesson. They're passionate about it. I'm ultimately not too worried about it. Yeah, your job is coach football. Go win games, and the rest takes care of it.
They'll all do it that way.
That's right.
He wants this to go away so bad.
I didn't even think about that at the combine where there's all those media outlets and everything. He probably had to address it
you lit up when I said Prisco asked him about it.
Prisco. Well, whoever said it. Well, Prisco showed his age by saying it's a new thing. That Duval has been around for at least a decade. Yeah, it wasn't.
He literally said, "I'm not on the internet." I don't know.
That was somebody else.
That was somebody else. Okay, yeah. I would hope Prisco's on the internet.
Well, Prisco used to do a radio show with Tony Baselli, but now Tony Baselli obviously isn't going to be doing anything.
He's a suit now.
He might do a weekly appearance as whatever his role is there.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. He's like a VP of operations.
Look, Liam Cohen, you're not Bill Buckner, all right? It's a little bit of a verbal miscue.
Yeah.
Just roll with it, man. Have some fun with it.
Yeah.
You should carry a little a boombox around with him that has him saying it or something, so he can just press the play.
You know what?
He doesn't have to worry about the pressure of it.
This is where I'll respect James Gladstone, the new GM there, the boy wonder. The one we made ringtone or something like that. And they're sitting together somewhere and the phone rings and I'll say, Duval.
That's, man, I don't think they don't know each other well enough for that yet.
I know. You got to test the boundaries.
The guy in a relationship like that, when a guy starts ball busting right off the bat on something like that, that's a dicey. This is the
This is
the dumbest little meaningless thing, and yet at the beginning of taking an authoritarian role somewhere, it can be a big deal depending on how you handle it.
Yes.
Usually, once you've established competence, then people like a little bit of human fallibility.
Right.
It makes you relatable. It makes people like you more if you've established that you're competent. If you haven't established that you're competent yet, which no first-time hire has, it can work against you a little bit. It gives that little bit of a goofy feel to you, yeah.
So do you think
he needs to fire a couple people?
Do you think
he needs to wait until somebody says it as a joke? Fire that guy.
Okay.
You establish yourself as a man not to be trifled with.
Okay, so you think so should he have taken Florio up on his offer to do it again in that moment right there? Because he looked a little pissy about the whole thing.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
no,
I like your idea of firing
You don't want to roll with it to the whole, You don't want to get overly agitated about it or anything publicly, but you just got, you're all about business. We're focused, you know?
Hey, let's give away some rodeo. Thank you. That needs to be a ringtone.
That's like the Mike Dukakis moment where he just, he was in a rally. He just made Yeah, it's voice.
Was that Dukakis or that was somebody else?
Oh, it wasn't Dukakis. Who was it? Anyway.
Dean? Was Dean his last name? The politician was like, yeah!
Oh, that's what it was. Dukakis was the Snoopy in the tank photo that supposedly worked against him.
Okay.
It was Dean that had he was at a rally.
We're going to go to Alaska. We're going to go to here. We're going to go to
I don't know, which it was really goofy, but I feel like that must be. I have zero memory of that whole election or anything, obviously.
Let's go look it up during the break.
It just seems like something that maybe got blown up to it's easy to blame that when it was multiple other things.
It got memed before memes were a thing.
Yeah.
Hey, let's give away
I feel like now there's so much coverage of candidates that every single candidate says about 20 things
we're
that are unbelievable. That you can't get elected after that.
No. We're desensitized.
Yeah.
Let's give away some rodeo tickets here. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday, 713-572-4610. Caller number 4 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on Tuesday, March 11th. Call now, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 4, and you're on your way. Keep listening all day. More chances to win rodeo tickets all day long, including in the 9 o'clock hour on this show. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. We'll do our mock draft injection, daily injection of mock draft. This one's Bucky Brooks, version 2.0. NFL.com. We'll do that. Talk some draft coming up next. Let's get you guys ready, though, for baseball season when it comes to your attire, your clothes, your gear that you want.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection. We do it every day at this time. It is draft season. The Combine really gets going today. There's workouts, obviously teams talking to players there all week long. We'll hear from Nick Caserio in the next segment. He met with the media yesterday. He was making the rounds yesterday. He was on McAfee, stirring the pot with various WWE wrestlers.
Yeah, he enjoys going on McAfee. They have a good time with him.
Yep. So let's do the mock draft. Bucky Brooks, NFL.com. Bucky Brooks, former wide receiver in the NFL. He's been doing NFL.com work and media stuff for many, many years. Does a nice job. He has his second mock draft. So this is the second one he's done. We'll look at some of the other teams in these too as we continue to go on this draft journey, but we'll always start with the Texans here. So let's see what Bucky Brooks has to say. Again, Bucky Brooks, former wide receiver. So we page down with the 25th overall pick. Thank you. The Houston Texans select Missouri wide receiver. This is the second one we've done of these, Seth. We're about 2 weeks into doing these. Going through the various mock drafts. This is the second one that I can remember that has had Luther Burden the third.
And then Bucky Brooks mentions, hey, if they don't retain Stephon Diggs or bring back Stephon Diggs, this is a guy that does really good work on the shorter stuff. He's 5'11", 205. He's not huge, he's not tiny, but he can be a deep ball threat as well. It's just in that offense, like 75% of his catches were inside of 10 yards. So a lot of the shorter area stuff that can be a compliment to Nico Collins, it's easy to envision him being a guy that plays in the slot or wherever else and can complement Nico Collins.
Spent the second most time in the slot of any receiver in Division I football last year. Yeah. As far as at snap.
Yeah. So, which, as we know, like that doesn't – in the NFL, guys are much less tied to one position anymore, and they tend to play all over the place.
Yep.
And also, this comes too, we should mention, because on Texans radio yesterday, Cecil Shorts was talking about the Tank Dell injury.
Yeah, I didn't listen to it. I saw the tweet. I didn't listen to it.
Cecil was painting a picture that, hey, just brace yourself. This could be a really long road for Tank Dell, because Cecil had a similarly catastrophic knee injury with multiple ligament tears. And he wasn't cleared to play for like 4.5 years after that. So that's a worst case scenario, but it's a good reminder that, man, every time D'Amico just says he's smiling. He's in good spirits and everything. Like I don't. There's no part where I think D'Amico wants to lead anybody into thinking that Tank Dell might be back.
He's in good spirits, is what we hear a lot.
Yeah.
That was the year after Cecil left the Texans. He played here in 2015, and he went to the Bucs in 2016. And it was Jaleel Addae, who eventually became a Texan, who was with the Chargers at the time. And I think might have been a preseason game. I forget, but Cecil had a bad knee.
The guys I know, Kylie Wong had a really bad knee injury in 2005.
Yeah.
And it was hard for him to come back. He came back, and it was actually D'Amico's rookie year.
Yep.
D'Amico replaced Kylie Wong, and that was the last year Kylie would play, because it's just he had multiple ligament tears.
Sure. Yeah, Cecil Shorts, it was during the season. He played 9 games that year. Signed with the Bucs. He was placed on injured reserve on December 6th after tearing his ACL, MCL, and PCL in a game against the Chargers. He appeared in 9 games that year. He never played again after that. So not to throw cold water on Tank and his recovery. And
but I don't think you can't realistically expect him to be back this year.
Which is why
hopefully you can, but I think
Burden makes sense.
Burden makes a lot of sense. Who do the Titans take up in here in this joint?
Let's do this. Hey, Colin, get the sounder ready again. I'm going to act like Goodell at the top of the draft here. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select issues.
Good luck, Titans. Yeah. Good luck taking him. Did you not hear about his foot injury?
They may not have in Tennessee. They just got running water there 5 years ago.
I know.
They don't have the internet.
They're like Prisco's co-host there that doesn't have the internet.
Yeah.
Like, what's this they say about a foot something?
For those who haven't heard, Abdul Carter in his medical testing at the combine, they found a stress reaction, I think they called it, in his right foot.
They didn't call it a stress fracture. They called it a
stress reaction, I think is what the article said. So Drew Rosenhaus is his agent, and Rosenhaus, speaking on behalf of Abdul Carter, said they're still figuring out what they want to do as far as surgery goes.
Yeah. I know. I saw the sports Dr. Chow there said that he should just go ahead and have the surgery right now.
Yeah.
Because it's like an 8-week recovery.
Yeah, it doesn't say. I mean, on the surface, it doesn't sound like anything that's career-threatening. But you brought up this point before. Large individuals in foot injuries are kind of I think tend to get a little bit underplayed.
I know.
Sometimes.
It's the minor injury that scares me the most, because it seems like so many guys either re-injure it again at some point, or they're not the same guy afterwards. I mean, Matt Schaub had a good season after his Liz Frank injury, but he was never actually the same guy after that Liz Frank injury.
Yeah.
And for the Texans, Johnson, thank you. Kevin Johnson, his foot issues just lingered year after year after year. I get nervous about feet.
I do too. Hey, let's hit the Jags here real quick. They're near the top of the draft. One more sounder for us here, Colin. With the 5th pick draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
Oh.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
Colorado.
I want him in the division, yes.
I do
Give
too.
it to me. Give me Deion in the division. Give me Travis Hunter in the division.
Oh, Shador to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter to Jacksonville.
I don't have any issue at all with star power being in the AFC South. I don't worry about – listen, if you're going to be a good football team, then you're going to have to beat other good football teams.
Yes.
You can't always just rely on having a bunch of patsies in your division.
Right.
So I don't worry about that. I like – for the AFC South, which struggles to get the attention that, damn it deserves sometimes, I want that. And it's twice a year you get to see Travis Hunter in person to see how it all works out.
The Jags are an interesting one to me because I wonder – it's Liam Cohen's an offensive head coach.
Yeah.
The James Gladstone, the 34-year-old boy wonder at GM, probably has some sort of computer printout about whether or not to play Travis Hunter on both sides.
Yeah.
To some I'm guessing James Gladstone has run some sort of algorithm on whether or not Travis Hunter should be playing 10 snaps a game on the offensive side of the ball.
Bucky sticks to defense and says adding a dynamic defensive playmaker could help solidify the Jaguars' coverage and improve their takeaway prowess in a see-ball, get-ball scheme under new defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli.
Do you think that's where his future is, Travis Hunter, on the defensive side of the ball?
I think
corner?
So. Yeah, I think
he's
so.
So good at both, though, man.
Yeah.
He's so good. But, yeah, and let's hit the Colts here, too, as long as we're rounding out the division. Colin, in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. I swear 95% of the mocks that we've done in this exercise have Tyler Warren going to the Indianapolis Colts. It's more often than not, he's going to the Colts in these exercises. Adding more playmakers, this is Bucky Brooks, is essential to helping Anthony Richardson reach his potential as a franchise quarterback. Warren is a freak athlete with the athletic measurements and production to tickle Chris Ballard's fancy.
Gross.
Yeah. Tickle Chris Ballard's fancy.
He's just a glorified Kobe Fleener, who I despise. Yeah. I love Tyler
really
Warren,
good.
but if he goes to Indianapolis, it's going to ruin him.
That's where we are now.
Mark my words. It'll ruin him. Yeah, enjoy all those touch passes from Anthony Richardson. Yeah. Enjoy that. Enjoy that mayhem.
There is no way. If I was a tight end or a wide receiver, there is no way I would want to go to Indianapolis.
It's like playing with Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Great. I'll get my catch rate's going to be bad because I'm going to have so many inaccurate. I won't have a lot of drops, luckily, because the balls won't even be close enough to catch them. But it's going to reflect poorly on me just because my catch rate when targeted is so low.
Passer rating when targeted, yeah.
It'll look like that for people for the untrained eye, or the people that don't know how bad Anthony Richardson is.
Don't watch Colts games.
They're just going to think those receivers are no good.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. That's the mock draft injection. We do it every day at 7:45. I like looking at the other teams in the division, too. I'm with you.
I like Tyler Warren going to the Colts and them not extractions picking him up in free agency or off the trash heap in a couple
as
of years.
A distressed asset.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. All right, speaking of which, Nick Caserio, on his draft philosophy yesterday at the Combine, we will get to the Texans GM, coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Astros, Mets. We will be in Port St. Lucie today for that. Be following us on social media, both the station and our individual social medias as well.
Yeah,
maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't looked at
we
their,
should know the
projections.
Astros lineup soon, which I'm guessing means we should know the Mets lineup soon.
Who's
Fingers
a
crossed.
better baseball player, Juan Soto or Cam Smith? Go.
Cam Smith so far in spring training, Seth.
That's all I just can go on. Hey, what have you done for me lately? That's what I like
totally,
to look
man.
at.
That's this society these days.
I think he's more cost-effective
Yeah.
in terms of spring training
Got a cooler
performances.
mom,
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I've never even talked to Juan Soto's mom. She
Yeah.
wouldn't even
She
wouldn't even give me the time of day.
She wouldn't take my calls.
Whereas like Cam Smith, we had a delightful conversation with Cam Smith's mom and her friends.
It was so pleasant.
It is my favorite. It's so much fun. That's one of my favorite things about training camp with the Texans is seeing some of the parents and just seeing how of the rookies, and just seeing how excited they are. And I told you, with CJ's mom, her son played at Ohio State. He's been in big moments and everything. And a lot of parents are like this. Their kids have played at big time schools, but this is the NFL, and it's so kind of mind-bending in a lot of ways that you can see how they're just wide-eyed about the whole experience.
Well, Will Anderson's family, too.
Yeah.
With his parents and all the sisters and everything, and apparently they've become friendly with the Strouds.
Yeah.
For certain, it does have a collegial feel to it in a way,
Well, and so with Cam Smith's mom, think about that. He was playing college ball this time last year. So this is his first spring training. So this is the first time she got to see him in a major league uniform and do all that and being like, it's kind of like it's a little miniature major league experience when you go out there. They're wearing the Astros uniform. And you're, at least half of them. It's mind bending.
And he's living in his house that he grew up in.
Yeah.
And so
That's
he's
how
going, do you think he goes home in his uniform? Like he pulls into the driveway?
She does his laundry.
Do you think that she drives him home in the back seat? Like they stop on the way home?
Stop for McDonald's.
Yeah, like a Happy Meal, but like 7 Happy Meals.
I wonder if when he got up in the morning the first day, he like forgot what his routine was, and he just went out and waited for the bus.
Yeah.
He's just sitting out there with
Honey, why is Cam standing at the end of the driveway?
Bag and his backpack.
Yeah. It's got his uniform on, Astros ball
I bet
cap.
he drives himself there, but it would be cooler if his mom drove him.
And he was in the back seat.
Yeah, and dropped him off.
Have a good day, sweetie.
Have a good day at baseball school.
Yeah, have fun at baseball school.
My friend in college used to drop me off, and my roommate, he had a car and I didn't. And he'd always drop me off and say, have a nice day at college.
That's what I always do whenever I drop any of my buddies at college.
And I have a nice day at college.
That's
and it always made
hilarious.
me laugh every time.
That's funny. Yeah, right. It was always funny.
Have a great day at college, Seth.
That's funny. Nick Caserio and the Texans are in Indianapolis. We're here in West Palm Beach thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. The Texans are in Indianapolis trying to find the next generation of Houston Texans. How does the team view the draft? What's their philosophy? How do they view roster building? Caserio answered a lot of questions about that yesterday in Indianapolis, and he said something to the media yesterday that he said to Seth and I many times in our conversations.
We heard it first.
Yeah.
We hit that first, yeah.
Sorry, national media. But here's Caserio talking about the windows.
Building kind of in a 2-year kind of window, or 25, 26, where are we, what can we do? It doesn't mean, well, if we don't win enough games in that 2 years, then we're going to blow everything up. So just trying to be strategic, trying to make good, smart decisions along the way. You have to understand, you're going to draft, you're going to have young players, okay, you're going to keep young players, okay, other players are going to have to roll off. So what's that balance? That's kind of the game that everybody's kind of playing.
And Nick is heading into, like, the rush hour traffic of that now.
Well,
with Stingley potentially this year, and with CJ and Will potentially next year.
Well, and I think the other part of it, too, is that's where you start to get in a little bit of the best player available discussion about taking it. And this is where I like the way Nick operates because it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to figure out his strategy in terms of best player available, because the way it usually works is teams say, no, we take the best player available, and then lo and behold, it seems like most teams take a player in a position of need. Nick, I think, has specific groups of players that he likes. He'll talk about his bands of players and everything. But because he's so active trading up and down, I think it's he lots of times he's putting himself in a position to where he'll be able to take the best player available at that spot happens to be one of the position groups that they need.
Yeah.
And in an ideal world, that's how it works out. If you can't maneuver, that's when it might end up being more like, all right, hey, Blake Fisher or whomever else, that's the best player available. You can always use more good young prospects, so you take that guy. And because he's so fluid, it's really hard to mock draft the Texans. Because
I would say less than 50-50.
Yeah.
He moves around so much.
Yeah.
And I'm not even – he can move up or down. I'm not even saying trade back. You know, like they may – now, if they trade up, it'll be the night of the draft. You know, there'll be a guy slipping, and if they trade back, I think that's more about accumulating. Like, trading back is more of a – like, leading up to the days before the draft, just trying to accumulate picks. Moving up, unless you're moving up to, like, 1 or 2 to go get a quarterback – that's something more that probably happens on the night of the draft.
Well, remember the big surprise for that's the other thing that happens every year, too, is if you try to gauge or anticipate exactly how the trades are going to go. You know, Nick said last year when they traded for Stephon Diggs and when they were in the second round, they thought it was going to be easier to trade back up in the first round than it was. And that was the common experience of a lot of teams last year. All of a sudden, like, man, teams are having a hard time trading up within the first round or up into the first round.
Yeah, you got to find a trade partner, man. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm greedy. I want a first-round pick.
Well, when are the times where I think the only times that really matter to fans that teams are drafting for need versus best player available are probably the first 2 days of the draft.
Yeah.
Like by the time you're drafting on day 3, I really do feel like you're going best player. You're talking scratch-off tickets.
Well, I know a lot of teams do start to go more for need at the mid rounds because it is a scratch-off, and there's less distinction between all right, how do we actually say who's the best player available in the fourth round when it's such a wild card.
No, for sure. I guess in terms of like fans getting emotionally moved one way or the other about it, because I think of of 2 picks, and they were both on day 2, but his very first pick as the Texans GM. Davis Mills.
Yeah.
You know, like that
widely lambasted.
Widely lambasted for picking Davis Mills, and I think like the Davis Mills pick to me has worked out fine. He's your backup quarterback.
Because the whole problem with that was it was the first pick you had in the draft.
Yeah.
And people, there were some people on the outside, like remember Rich Eisen acting like they already have a quarterback. His name's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Like, way to stay dialed in on the news cycle, Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing immediately post-draft, the grades, both emotionally and the fans and then the people giving the grades, we're thinking in that regard because you want to look at it and in your mind you're like, oh yeah, this guy's going to start at defensive tackle and then this draft pick will definitely start at tight end, and it's easier to put the fantasy together in your brain.
Yep.
So when they drafted a quarterback in the third round, which is dicey always, it felt like wait, no, I'm trying to build this team in my brain here
for a team that needed everything.
Yeah.
You know, for a team that needed everything. And then the other one, obviously, is Blake Fisher last year.
Yeah.
That was a big curveball.
I mean, the biggest mistake we all make emotionally after the draft is in your mind, the first 6 picks, you think of it like, oh, that guy's definitely starting.
Yep.
Oh, sure, yeah. He'll still rotate in at defensive tackle. And it doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. Although D'Amico was pretty clear at his media session a couple days ago, and he's like, if we draft you in the first round, you're expected to be a day 1 starter.
Well, that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for is a day 1 starter.
Yeah.
It does that. Like there's a subtle difference versus we're drafting you because we think you can be a day 1 starter.
Yep.
But then it's a second round pick, it's a 50-50 shot that the guy becomes a full-time starter.
Yep.
Third round, it goes down to about a 33% chance.
Yep.
So.
Nick Caserio at the Combine, are you seeing more ready for NFL prospects?
It's case by case. I would see you've kind of seen the players that have played a lot of football. You know, you're looking at, go through the play history, and some of these players started 40 games, 50 games. You get better at football by playing football. It doesn't mean if you're an underclassman, you've played less games, doesn't mean you can't be successful. I'd say Nico Collins is a good example in our case, where basically he played 2 years of college football, missed his third year, had some traits that we liked, and I'd say he worked and to put himself in the position that he's in. So I think we're cognizant of the landscape of college football. It doesn't necessarily change our calculus, change about how we go about evaluating players. But when you see them play, you just want to see them play football. And sometimes they're a little bit more physically and mentally ready. Some players are further along. Some players might be behind. It doesn't mean they can't catch up. That's part of our job and responsibility, to create an infrastructure for the players so when they come here, what are the things that they need to be successful? And then that's part of the job of the coaching staff as well, is to put the players in a position to go out there and be successful. So it's definitely evolving. We're certainly aware and cognizant of it, but it doesn't necessarily shifted how we view players.
I think that might be one of the reasons that Nick tends to prefer, or is pretty much exclusively preferred big school guys, is that, okay, you play against a higher level of competition more routinely and get a lot of reps. You're going to be a better football player on average and maybe play more immediately. And he's talking another clip about having a 2-year window. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, too, is there's just, with the modern CBA, there's just so much less time to practice and work with your players than there used to be. Yeah. That one of the reasons Nick might do that might not even be as much about evaluation as like, okay, on average, these guys are going to be more ready to play in the NFL. Mm-hmm. They're just going to be better because they played more tough, highly elite competition. And in a 2-year window, you want these guys to play as soon as possible.
It's probably slightly easier to scout, too, I would imagine. Like, it's easier to watch a guy.
You're going against common opponents.
Yeah, like a guy from Georgia going against LSU guys. It's easier to kind of translate, like, the film and envision in your mind what this guy is like going against NFL. I'm not saying that all college guys are NFL caliber players, but easier than a guy like Gray Zabal going against South Dakota State.
No, there's like, if you go to a Division I AA type school or FCS school or something, there's some things that you're going to do well just because you're physically more gifted, but it's hard to tell exactly how that measures up. You know, you don't have a huge sample size of guys playing against that level of competition. There's lots of guys that would look impressive, so it's harder. It's more speculation.
All right, one more from Caserio here on draft philosophy. This is a good one here. The cost benefit of trading picks for veteran players.
Yeah, there's always a cost. There's an opportunity cost associated with doing something. So, okay, said player, here's a cost associated with them, whether it's a contract, whether it's draft compensation. Do you feel the player is worth that, whatever the opposing team is asking? So we could think one thing, they could think another thing. If it matches up, I mean, in the Diggs case is a good example. So we felt comfortable with that. We thought it made sense. We thought it was the right value, so we went ahead and did it. What's going to look like this year? I mean, I'm not sure. So we'll go through this process here. So, again, I think we're very case by case. Look at the situation, take the information in. All right, if we make this decision, what's at the expense of? All right, what are the alternatives? What's the next best option? And that's kind of how we'll approach it.
Takes two to tango, and he tangoed with Brandon Bean on that one.
He did.
What's the tango look like?
With the dance, the tango?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Feels like it's like a sexually charged dance, isn't it? It's a lot of like
tango. It's a lot of action. I think
it's passionate.
Yeah.
So I like when NFL big tough guy NFL guys talk about
Nick Caserio.
Hey, it takes two to tango.
Right.
Get on over here and put on your dancing shoes.
Come on, Brandon. Let's go. Let's tango.
Got my tightest dress on.
Let's tango, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to trade. There will be a trade sometime in the next 3 weeks.
Really?
I don't know. When's the draft? Sometime between now and
April. Well, free agency. I think Nick dropped March 10th. I think is the date free agency starts.
Yeah.
So that'll be.
So we've got 2 months. We've got about 2 months before the draft.
Yeah.
There will be at least one trade between now and then.
There are a lot of guys available, man. When we were talking about him yesterday, there's available via trade.
Yeah.
Harold Landry has permission to go find a trade. We poured cold water on that for the Texans for obvious reasons. They don't need an edge rusher. Receivers are intriguing. We workshopped a Garrett Wilson trade yesterday, and I came up with a scenario where they just basically rent him for a year.
Yeah.
They get a 1-year lease on Garrett Wilson.
How did the text line respond to that? Because I felt like you were trying way too hard on that one.
That's what I do. I try
You had
hard.
a grand plan. you had a grand plan to trade for Garrett Wilson and then trade him away next year.
I didn't. My grand plan wasn't to definitely do that. It was merely pointing out that is an option if you do trade for him. You don't have to pay him.
Right.
You know.
You don't have to give him that big contract.
You don't have to give him that big. Now
there's a lot of moving parts there. If he has a disappointing season, if he gets injured.
Yeah. Now, if he's agitating for a contract already, then I don't want to trade for him.
That's the most annoying.
If he's open to coming, if he just wants to get the hell out of New York, which is definitely on the board, I would say, and especially he's coming to a team that has C.J. Stroud, his former teammate, then he may not be agitated. He may feel like, okay, I'm going to go here and have a big year and get paid by somebody.
This is where the NFL players have to get together. The NFLPA has to look at the way baseball does it, where the guaranteed contracts aren't because the CBA says they'll be guaranteed. It's because that's the precedent. But one of the things that keeps owners feeling comfortable about it is that guys don't agitate for new contracts, or generally it's rare that they agitate for a trade.
Yeah.
So when you trade for a player, he's going to come and he's going to play for you. When you give a guy a contract, he's going to play that contract out. And NFL players will whine and complain about not having guaranteed contracts. Like, for one, it's just a different sport. The injuries are gotten in a zone where all of a sudden teams are having to renegotiate with guys all the time.
Yeah.
And as a former player myself, that tends to side with players on contract disputes. Now I'm getting annoyed. Now it's just too much. This expectation that now I get a new deal. No, you just use if it's your rookie deal, that's a whole different scenario because your hands are tied.
Right.
But when you sign when you're a free agent and you have a choice in the matter and you sign that deal, I'm like, just play out the freaking deal.
Yeah.
If the team comes to you and wants to do more, but don't threaten to hold out or anything on a veteran renegotiation.
Yeah, Tyreek. All right? Talking to you.
I'm turning into a grumpy old man.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Gene Hackman, by the way.
Yeah, how about that story?
He's 95 years old. He and his wife and his dog were all found dead?
Yes. His wife was in her 60s.
Yeah.
He was 95. And his dog, I don't know how old the dog was, but they were all found dead in their bedroom.
Ian Rappaport is claiming it was just a coincidence. The initial report said that there's no foul play suspected. Well, I haven't read up on this. If there's no foul play suspected, it sounds like a carbon monoxide leak or
right.
Something
the dog is a bit of the tell, right?
And even like
something is up.
Like wealthy 68-year-old women don't tend to die in the middle of the night without a pre-existing condition. He
was 95. She was 64.
64. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. It's very weird, and it's a shame because obviously it's also it's two human lives, but it's Gene Hackman.
I know he's 95.
Yeah, he hasn't worked in a while, but he was doing so well on into his 80s that people were kind of surprised he wasn't working because I don't think they realized that he was 95 years old.
Right.
It's like, let the man retire. Jeez.
What's your favorite Gene Hackman movie?
I guess. The Unforgiven.
The Unforgiven?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're going to say Hoosiers.
My three favorites are in no particular order. Hoosiers, the first Superman. He was Lex Luthor in the Superman movies.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And I thought he was great in The Birdcage with Robin Williams. And Robin Williams.
Oh, he was the dad in The Birdcage,
he was
right?
the very conservative politician.
He's an actual congressman or something, right?
Yeah. And his daughter is marrying Robin Williams' son of a gay couple.
I'll tell you what, Royal Tannenbaums is up there though too.
Yeah.
And I know you're not a big Wes Anderson guy.
Yeah, I've never
seen that. But his character in that is hilarious. Mostly because he reminded me a lot of my dad. That was 2001. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, like it's like the People magazine article. People does this thing with these articles with famous people where they refer to them by their name for like the first paragraph, and then for the rest of the article, it's like the French Connection actor. They don't refer, the whole rest of the article
They're
is
trying to get like the little tidbits in there with a link to the French Connection.
And this article mentions at least like 8 or 9 of his movies, and Hoosiers isn't mentioned in here.
Really?
In this People magazine, they
mention the French Connection, but not Hoosiers.
The French Connection, Superman, the Royal Tenenbaums. I have no problem. He was a voice in the movie Ants back in 1998. He was in the Birdcage was 1996. The Birdcage is almost 30 years old. That's crazy. Welcome to Mooseport. He retired from acting after 2004's Welcome to Mooseport.
That was his final film.
His final film was Welcome to Mooseport. But nowhere does it say.
He hasn't done a film in 21 years.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
he will not be doing any more. We're done.
I was just looking at like a career that spanned from 1960. His first credit is Mad Dog Call. Mad Dog Collie? I don't know what it is. In 1961. And then he did a TV series in 1961.
That's a hell of a run, man.
Yeah, man.
That's a hell of a run. Sad story, man. Sad story.
Well, sad that given the circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, if he passed away and he's 95, then that's.
95's a good run.
Yeah,
but there's the wife and the dog. Yeah, it's not good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I wrote a piece for the Houston Press yesterday about the Astros. 4 upgraded performances that I think can get the Astros from this 86.5 win murkiness that they are right now back to where we're used to having.
Give it to me.
Which of these are most likely?
Okay.
We'll do that coming up next.
From an author. Author Sean Pendergast. He wrote something.
Journalist.
No.
Journo.
Hey.
by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're live in West Palm Beach. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. I think I'm finally starting to feel like 100%, and we're going to be leaving tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel good.
You had less of a death rattle to your cough this morning, I noticed when I woke up. At like 3:30 a.m., I heard it was more of a. I was like, "Oh, it sounds like he's going to make it."
I think I'm going to make it. Yeah. And by the time I'm back to full strength, we'll be right back in Houston.
The way you were going, like if it were back in the 1800s or something, you know, when they were, I would have kind of been worried about you.
You wrote me off earlier.
I was like, "You're not going to be." Yeah, well, you're not going to be able to help out with the farm work for at least a few weeks.
This guy's useless.
That's half the time the kid dies when it sounds like this in 1875.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. You were no good to us.
Right. My worker above replacement score would have been negative.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was about to put a musket between your eyes because you were draining you were a drain on the family farm.
Right. Yeah. So we thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here. We'll be out in Port St. Lucie today for the Astros and the Mets. We're looking forward to that. Speaking of the Astros, so I wrote an article for the Houston Press, Seth, that dropped, I think, today. And I was thinking, like, the Astros are thought to be like an 86-win team.
Yeah.
They're coming off a season where they're an 88-win team last year, 2 years removed from being, I think, a 90-win team 2 years ago. They have settled where they were throughout the glory days. I think that's fair to say, right?
That's fair.
It's fair.
That's fine.
It's just data.
Yeah, whatever, Sean. But it's fair.
So they've kind of settled in there, which is not the worst place to be. And they're still in position, I think, where they can get back there, at least for a year. I don't know if they'll be able to do it for 5 or 6 consecutive years. But they're going to need, at this point we know, if they're going to do it, it's going to come from within.
Yeah.
For now. So I had 4 potential performances that could add a few wins to the Astros. And if all of them happen, maybe we're back around 98, 100 wins. You know, like a good win above replacement for a player is anywhere from like 3.5 to 4. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So these 4 things, the first 2 are ones that you and I have talked about pretty extensively this week. But I do bring it up again. The return of the 2021 Lance McCullers.
Oh, yeah, no big deal.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Again, I'm acknowledging in this article that these are things that are potential, to varying degrees, potential outliers.
Yeah.
But and Lance, and the news has been good lately. You know, the news has been good with the bullpens, and he's getting ready to throw against live hitters. If you get the Lance McCullers from 2021 back, you're getting a guy with an ERA in the I believe in the 2s or the low 3s. I think I got the wrong year in this article here. I think he was a low 3 ERA guy in 2021, and he won 13 games.
Yeah.
So you get that one back, and I think that adds a few wins to the ledger, above over whoever who would be starting in that spot in the rotation.
Yeah, I think is there anything mechanically or with his throwing motion or anything that's going to be different to keep him from having all of these same issues?
He supposedly has been watching the film pretty close.
I know there'd been a lot of the real throwing junkies would talk for a long time about kind of the angle of his hand as he on his windup, his back foot, all this stuff that put a little bit more stress on him anatomically with the way he throws the baseball. And Lance was always very adamant that wasn't the case and that wasn't an issue.
Yeah.
But I am curious about the tweaks he's made, perhaps the minor tweaks that maybe this time around he doesn't have all.
He doesn't have it's not the same stress on the arm. Number 2, and I mentioned Chas McCormick getting back to some semblance of what he was in 2023, where he was really good. He had an ERA, he had an OPS in the mid 800s. He was 840 OPS guy. He was an everyday player. 22 home runs, 70 RBIs.
We're out here at spring training, and we committed to overreacting to everything.
Yeah.
And right now, what we've seen of Chas McCormick hasn't been so hot.
No.
So he and Jake Myers both.
Yeah.
We're not. Did you even put Jake Myers in your 5 things that could happen?
Come on, man. It's only 4, and I'm not adding a 5th with Jake Myers. You know where I stand.
Why don't you have the guts to say what nobody else will say?
That would be guts.
That Jake Myers is going to be just fine at the plate.
Well, the thing about both of these two, the first 2, are that we've seen these are not things we've seen both of these things before.
Yeah.
These are the return of something that we've seen before. Then finally, the third one here these are 4 things that could get the Astros, they all happen, back to being in the high 90s or maybe a 100-win team again, is that full season MVP level Yordan Alvarez game record shows up. No oblique injuries, no hand injuries. He's averaged 135 games played over the last 4 seasons. He needs to be playing 150 or more. He's going to be a full-time DH. I'm sure he'll get some reps in left field, but it sounds like his focus is going to be purely on hitting, which I'm anxious to see because he likes playing left field. The numbers bear out that he's a pretty good hitter when he plays defense in those games.
Yeah,
also.
I think that, but it also. He likes it, and he thinks he's better when it keeps him more engaged and everything.
Yeah.
But he's also felt the grind of the long seasons and how much it's affected. Ultimately, the main thing is keeping him healthy as long as possible. So, hey, a little bit better. Oh, you know what? Those numbers, I think Chandler Rome had a good breakdown of that. It was either him or Kawahara. That over the last couple of years, it's balanced out more. And
when he's playing left field and when he's DHing.
Yeah, there's not as big of a difference as it looked like 2 years ago. That it's just like sometimes in a given year, those splits look more impressive than they actually are.
There's zero question Yordan Alvarez is one of the best hitters in the sport. He's top 4 in weighted runs created, which is an advanced stat. It's like him, Soto, Shohei, and one other person. But he needs to stay healthy.
Probably Cam Smith.
He needs to stay healthy. And if he can stay healthy, if he can play 152, 155 games. And here we were into Yordan's batting second, because that's the new chic thing to do with your best hitter is bat him in the 2-hole. I put him at cleanup. Put your 3, Altuve's going to bat leadoff. We know that.
Nice guy to have at second, gets on base a lot, really good judgment, all that.
Works counts. Yordan gets to see more of the pitcher, while he's standing in the on-deck circle or from the dugout. And then I guess I'd probably put Christian Walker at 3. My guess is Yordan probably bats third behind Paredes and Altuve. But, put him in he had 35 home runs and 86 RBIs last year. That's a weird ratio for somebody that had 35 home runs.
Yeah.
So put him in a spot in the order where he's going to come up with more guys on base, especially with this bottom of the order at 7, 8, and 9 right now, So true MVP level Yordan Alvarez for 150-plus games. I don't think that's a huge ask.
No.
That's much less of an ask than the first 2.
Yeah, it's a much more realistic ask.
Yep. Last one.
It's a nice ask.
Thank you. Got some nice asks.
Got a great ask.
Got a great ask. Jeremy Pena takes the next step. Okay? So when we watched Carlos leave, Pena was a bit of a mystery. We didn't know what we were getting with Pena. We knew he did a lot of good things in the minor league. His rookie year, he hit 22 home runs. He hasn't hit that mark since. He looks like he should. He's yoked. His stolen bases have gone up each year. He stole 20 bases last year. He's been a Gold Glover. It feels like all these things that he's done, he's never done them all at the same time.
Right. Well, even last
year,
can he be
a 25?
A lot of it is just, hopefully in hindsight you look at it, you're reminded, it's hard to play Major League Baseball. And there was a lot of stuff that he had to figure out all at once. The fielding stuff is strange just because he continued to make really impressive plays last year defensively. He just had odd and curious errors that seemed almost they didn't make any sense at times. And that's where I feel that whether it's youth or putting too much pressure on himself or whatever it might be, I feel confident he's going to work his way out of that because you still see the upside.
Yeah.
And it's not like a lack of effort or anything. Kyle Tucker the last couple of years, I don't know if he even cared about defense.
Yeah.
He just wasn't the same guy out there. Jeremy Pena very much cares. Jeremy Pena has got a much higher swarm factor than Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he would be a D'Amico Ryans guy.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena. That's what it would say on his scouting report. D'Amico Ryans guy.
Kyle Tucker would be citing his own PFF scores all the time.
Yeah. And then walking over and just playing music in the clubhouse. He's the DJ.
Talking to some beat reporter and convincing him that the PFF scores are super important.
Yes. So, Sean, this is a text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. So, Sean, basically in your scenario, you're saying the Astros need to discover a time machine.
Yeah.
For 2 of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
For 2 of them.
Back to 2021.
Yep. Sorry to be that guy, but that's not how war works. I don't know if I even said how war works in this, but I cited war.
What did you cite war about?
I just cited what's a good good win above replacement for a player. Yeah, like 3.5 to 4. Some guys can get a few more wins above replacement.
Yeah.
That tacks a few more wins onto the Astros. Maybe that's not.
Oh, he's citing you don't correlate it to specific wins. Just stop being that dude. All right, Texter.
He apologized up front. He said sorry to be that guy.
Oh, to be that guy.
That makes me even angrier, actually.
Okay, no. Because he didn't just say sorry. He said sorry to be that guy.
Yeah.
So he knows that's key. If he had just said sorry, that's not how war works.
Yeah.
That's the tone I would have heard it.
Yeah.
He said, sorry to be that guy, Sean, but that's not quite how war works. Okay.
That's not how I picture.
He's being
him
helpful
saying
there.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people weighing in on what their favorite Gene Hackman movie is, and I am disgusted with myself. I'm more disgusted with myself about this than anything I just said about war.
Yeah.
That The Replacements did not crack my top 3. It does.
Was The Replacements a good movie?
No, and that's what made it so awesome. Yeah. No, it was cheesy as hell. I forgot about Gene Hackman being in it because that was like, am I getting paid in cash, Gene Hackman?
Was Keanu Reeves?
Yes.
Okay.
He was Footsteps Falco.
The star of that movie was that Australian punter, right? Or was he British? Whatever he was. He's like
with the gambling problem?
Addict. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy was awesome.
He was great. That had a young Jon Favreau in it as a linebacker, I believe. That had a young Roy from The Office in it as a deaf tight end.
Is Roy the boyfriend?
Roy's Pam's first boyfriend. Yeah,
fiance?
Kind of a jerk. Yeah.
What was Jon Favreau playing?
He was like a maniacal middle linebacker. Yeah.
Like
a
psychotic.
Yeah. It's got every stereotypical football character from the 80s and 90s in it.
What was Keanu Reeves' story? He was he just a bunch of injuries had done him in or something.
I forget.
I get it. I get that role mixed up with Point Break. Because he plays an ex-football player in that.
Isn't that a surfing
and it's
movie?
not believable. Yeah, but he's an undercover FBI agent.
Oh.
But this thing, he's an undercover FBI agent who also happened to have been a star college quarterback.
Why does that matter?
I don't know, but it just makes it, why does it matter to me?
No, why does it matter that he was a star quarterback and he's an FBI
I think
agent?
probably, I never made it through the movie, probably because he's super athletic or something and everything. But he's like very notable. He's very notable, for like somebody who's trying to be undercover and everything. People are like, but of course this was back before the days of the internet when somebody would have been like, hey, what's Johnny Utah up to these days?
Johnny Utah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Patrick Swayze couldn't just look up and see that he worked for the FBI.
Can't watch Hoosiers. Barbara Hershey is out of Hackman's league.
Barbara Hershey
was like the really prudish teacher at the school.
Yeah.
That eventually Gene Hackman was able to break down that wall.
Did they end up having a romantic relationship?
They did. They smooched a lot, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was there a love scene?
I don't – God, I hope not. No, Hackman and Hershey. Not high up on my power rankings of love scenes. All right. Payne and Pendergast, people weighing in on the Astros take right there that we just had, that I just had as well. You can go find that article on the Houston Press. Up next, a former player, former Texas addict, very similar to Tank Dell knee injury, gives us some insight as to what exactly Tank Dell is going to be going through here in the near future. We will hear that coming up next. But first, I want to talk about – we don't need to talk about anything here. We'll go to break. We'll do that coming up next.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring baseball gets going.
This one that I had moved.
by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We are live in West Palm Beach. I would imagine we'll be hearing from Adam Spolane shortly. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Spo over at the ballpark this morning, getting some audio. We'll be headed out to Port St. Lucie this afternoon to go watch the Astros take on the Mets. Colton Gordon on the mound for the Astros. We'll circle back to some more Astro talk in the 9 o'clock hour. We expect to hear from Spo as well, find out what's going on. Everybody anticipating the big Altuve to left field. The first live rounds for Jose Altuve out in left field tomorrow.
All the reports are that he's looked really good fielding the ball. When it comes to throwing the ball in, the most concerning thing is that the Jeremy Pena's had to set up a little bit deeper in the outfield.
Can't wait to see how deep.
So Altuve can apparently try to throw a grounder to him roll it underhand to him.
Yep.
What if Altuve's arm actually? What if we find out at the end of the day that as Altuve's arm had been in very poor shape this last year, he was one of the weakest arms in the infield in the league. What if there was something that made it even worse?
An injury or something?
Yeah.
Oh, if we found out he was banged up?
That would freak me out.
It would?
No. Yeah, it would. Would it not freak you out?
No, not if he's not hurt anymore. If I found out he was injured last year.
If it was one of the things that precipitated this move, though. No, if he got injured in the offseason or something and they realized, he had some kind of condition.
I mean, it's just bad. It's just, here's what I'm rooting for tomorrow, Seth. I actually am rooting for the Astros to put the pitchers to put a couple guys on base so we can see this. I'm actually rooting for.
It sounds like you're rooting for Altuve not to do that great. I don't want to see him.
No,
on
I
base.
want to see.
I want to see them with nice hits out to left field and Altuve. Oh, but you want to see him throw in.
I want to see what it looks like with him. Yeah, I want to see him try to mow somebody down at third or at home or something like that.
Oh yeah.
That'd be great.
If he does the finger gun afterwards, that can be the best thing ever. I'm sure
it's suspended.
I'm sure it's outlawed in baseball like it is in all of sports.
Suspended because of gun violence.
Can we talk about how dumb the finger gun ban is? Listen, yes, you can do are we not allowed to say let's kill them? Let's kill these guys. Can we not talk or use any kind of metaphors at all for anything?
I feel like we're headed towards an America is soft here, and so
No, not at all. I understand the reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
But it's a finger gun.
Yeah.
If you ever in your life thought that oh my gosh, did you see what Seth just did to Clint as he was saying goodbye?
Yeah.
He pretended to shoot him.
Pointed a finger gun at
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Especially when it's somebody that's happy too.
Yeah.
I just scored a touchdown. Finger guns.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's trying to kill everybody. We can't let this happen. Not in America.
No.
My God.
It is silly. It is very silly.
It's the silliest thing that's ever happened anywhere.
All right, let's get to Cecil Shorts. He was on with Will Cox. This is where I remind everybody to be sure to watch the show on YouTube and Twitch.
I just shot Sean 27 times.
And the bullets bounced right off of my chest.
It's amazing he's still healthy and alive.
Superman, man. I'm Superman.
I'm a witness, Sean. I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Colin. Cecil Shorts, former Texans wide receiver, suffered a gruesome knee injury, very similar to Tank Dell's knee injury that Tank suffered back in week 16 against the Chiefs. Cecil was on with Will Kunkel on Kicking It with Kunkel on Fox 26, and this was a little insight from Cecil Shorts as to how this thing may play out with Tank.
I hate to say it about Tank. I don't think Tank will be back next year after that injury.
I've talked to some people that think.
I'll be honest with you right now. I had that same exact knee injury.
You dislocated
I dislocated my knee.
And then tore ACL, MCL,
I tore ACL, MCL, PCL, LCL, meniscus. I tore pretty much everything in my knee. And it ended my career. Now, I was older. I was in my later 20s. And Tank's a much better receiver than me. But just experiencing that injury, I didn't get fully cleared till almost 4.5 years later. And they told me straight up. Now they were worried about my artery, so I had to be in the hospital for about 2.5, 3 weeks, and they were like, "Hey, we want to make sure," because I was 1.5 centimeters or 2.5 centimeters from losing my leg. If I was getting my leg amputated, so when I heard he dislocated his knee, And they were like, oh, it's an ACL. I'm like, no, it's much. In my head, I'm like, it's much more than that. I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, let's just see what it says. And then eventually it came out. But normally when you dislocate your kneecap, you pretty much are tearing every single thing.
Where I'm like 4.5 years to get cleared. Cecil hadn't played any football. Was he trying to play football again, or is it just cleared to do?
Yeah,
okay.
it must have been.
I mean, that would have been like, we're talking like 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
And I was doing the post-game show with him in 2018.
And just to clear up any confusion there, too, I mimight be wrong on this, but Cecil at the end there said that's what happens when you dislocate your kneecap. I think he meant knee. Because remember, that was a little bit of some of the miscommunications early on, because you can dislocate a kneecap and not actually have that much damage at all. But the dislocated knee is everything's all blown out.
Pat Mahomes went back in the game with a dislocated kneecap.
Yeah,
I was told.
Yeah, so he probably told you all about it.
Yeah. They got dislocated my kneecap.
I'm the first person that's ever been injured in a football game. I got to scream.
Kneecap.
I got to scream like a 12-year-old.
This is This is kind of scary.
No, now the one thing I would say is that yes, that was really bad for Cecil. And as Cecil said, his was unique. There was, it was close to the artery and everything. These things can be very bad, but still be, and a lot of it with any kind of knee injury is how much cartilage damage was there, because that's what really makes rehab and everything else. If you're bone on bone and you've tried to repair that cartilage, but everything else is unstable, it can take a long time to come back from that. So we wouldn't know, and they won't know for sure how his knee's going to respond until he starts doing the heavier rehab.
Yeah, I'm not worried about 2025 with Tank. I've already gotten to a place psychologically where Tank's not going to be on the field in 2025. If he surprises everybody, and he is, that would be amazing. My biggest on 2026 Tank.
Yeah.
If and when he does get the knee well enough to play football, he gets cleared, what percentage of peak Tank are we getting in 2026? Like, how much damage has been done for somebody who's so twitchy and quick
He's
and
moves
change
like a
of
water
direction?
bug over the ground.
Yeah.
It's hard to envision.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's almost just no way to handicap it. Probably a wrong term to use there. There's no proper way to gauge or like speculate what's his percentage chance of coming back and being the same guy.
Yeah. Being
the same guy, I'd say that's definitely lower than 100%.
Yes.
But being effective as a wide receiver, I don't know. Maybe I'd give that a better than 50% chance.
Okay.
That's the way I'm feeling.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's the part that's concerning for me. No, receiver is a huge need for this team, man. I don't know, man. When we do the mock draft injection process, the receivers that we do it at 7:45 every day. Seth and I go through a mock draft by one of the experts out there. The receivers are the ones that get me the most excited right now, because that's a massive position of need for this team.
Yeah, no, and it's exciting. And there's just so many examples in the last few years of guys that come in the late first round and the second round and contribute immediately.
Dude.
And if they can just have that little detail of protecting C.J. Stroud on 60% of the football plays, the pass protection is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
If they can just clean that up, we feel great about that.
We're going to the O-line's been a big topic in these national media scrums with D'Amico and with Nick Caserio. We're going to hear from Caserio on that in the next segment. Quick reminder as well, we're giving away rodeo tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. We're doing it all day long. Zach Top tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. So if you're looking to get out to the rodeo on March 11th, be listening in the 9 o'clock hour for that. Another quick reminder to give us a follow on all of our social media, because we'll have you covered all the rest of the week for all of our Astros stuff.
Also, a PSA for any of you that you've run across one of these canned Long Island iced teas. Sean and I yesterday were curious. We were like, I wonder if these Long Island iced teas in a can are as strong as the normal Long Island iced tea.
2 sips in.
Yeah. We were like, and Sean's no virgin. It's like it's not like
I'm in good drinking condition.
When a couple of sips, when Sean can feel it after a couple of sips.
Yeah.
And it was hot, and it was the kind of day where you wanted an iced tea.
Yeah.
Maybe it happened to be a Long Island iced tea or 4, but man, we were in rough shape, man. By the time I felt bad for our boss and Adam that had to drive home with us, because I don't think we were making any sense at all.
Did they throw us both in the back seat?
They threw us out of the ballpark.
Yeah, they did not throw
us. We did. We got escorted out. It was perfect, though, because you know what? Patty Smith's daughter, Kennedy Smith, is doing during spring training. She's the sideline reporter for the Nationals.
Yeah.
So we ended up talking to her
for a while,
like the whole 8th and 9th inning.
Yeah.
But I had her whole career plan laid out for her and everything. I've got her notes on my phone and everything. I was giving her career advice with stuff that I know very accurately about just how she should proceed with her career.
The guy who did the sorry to be that guy texted back in. He said, sorry to be that kind of guy, Sean, but you actually are funny. Seriously. Thank you. I appreciate that. At least he didn't say, sorry, my guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
A good one. My guy.
That's on my list
of
things that annoy me.
You do know.
Yeah.
Do better. What are the other triggers? Triggers, Sean.
I've got my list of things that annoy me right here.
Oh, here we go.
Phone. Yeah. Meh.
Yeah.
Or nah.
Nah.
See, you know what I do? Or nah?
Okay, because of that, I've started to try to say, like, if I kind of disagree with somebody, but I'm trying to be polite about it, I'll say and then a comma.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Or nah, my guy. Calling a title a chip.
Yeah, I don't like that.
He's going to win the chip.
Yeah.
I hate full stop.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, see, I hate
like
it. I hate full stop. You don't know ball. Oh, the one that I added to the list a couple days ago, I'm going to keep it a buck.
Oh, like keep it 100?
Keep it 100, but they say keep it a buck.
I never liked to keep it 100.
Yeah, well.
So that's even worse.
Welcome to its more annoying little brother, keep it a buck. I hate that. Cringy as hell. You can shoot me all day long with your air guns. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, Seth mentioned the offensive line. Nick Caserio was asked about this. The role of Cole Popovich, how is that changing? And is there a need for new faces on the O-line? Oh, I can't wait to listen to this with Caserio. We'll do that coming up next. If you're looking for that 2020.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Payne and Pendergast.
As we were talking briefly at the end of the last segment about things that annoy Sean. Sean has an entire Google Doc on his phone.
Yep.
So we didn't make it through it all, but a couple of you texted in, or at least one of you texted in, the things that annoy you these days. This guy does not like these are phrases that annoy you. You just won the internet.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
He says that makes his skin crawl.
Yep. It's a good one.
The problem is sometimes somebody says that about one of my tweets, and I'm like, that is a fine thing to say. That is a fine thing to say, sir.
It's fine to be hypocritical about it.
There's lots of things I don't like.
Yeah, that does not annoy me.
I don't like the extra point, but when my team wins a game with an extra point, I'm all for the extra point.
Let me look at this list here. I don't see anywhere on my list of things that annoy me Sean being hypocritical.
Sean,
doesn't annoy me at all.
Sean, you're a handsome devil.
That's right. That's right.
So text in the things that annoy you.
The
trivial things that annoy you way more than they probably should.
If I have to go through my whole list, I will, just to give people brain food. We can do that a little bit later. Let's get to Nick Caserio here. You can text in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. O-line, going to be a big topic for the Texans this offseason. It already is. They're at the Combine. I believe the offensive linemen work out. I should check. I know today's defensive lineman, Kenneth Grant, the big one we've got circled there. But Nick Caserio was asked yesterday in his national media session how Cole Popovich, who was formerly the assistant O-line coach, he's now the man in charge of the offensive line. He's the O-line coach now. How is his role?
So I would say in Cole's case, Cole's got a lot of experience, has been in the league for a number of years. The players, had, again, you're not going based off of what players think, but they felt there was some positives. And I'd say some of the offensive coordinators that we talked about had referenced Cole as somebody that they would want to potentially consider, separate from us. So, all right, well, the guy's here. Okay, does it make sense? How does Nick Hughley feel about it? We had a few other candidates that also had identified Cole as somebody. I think Cole was, highly thought of in the league, and an opportunity externally away from Houston last year. He decided to stay in Houston. So we'll see how it goes. I'm sure there's some things that Cole is going to do, kind of put his spin on it. But once we kind of get started, we'll kind of have a better idea what that looks like.
The Nick Hughley specifically, I think, is a guy that he mentioned it either another answer, or maybe D'Amico did at some point. But when Nick Hughley was interviewing, I think Cole Popovich's name definitely came up, and they had worked together before. So I feel better. I don't know. I think most people probably feel like, oh, Cole Popovich was the assistant offensive line coach on an offensive line that underperformed, and now he's got his buddy coming in, and it feels just too convenient. I tend to feel the opposite. I think Nick Hughley has already demonstrated he's a guy who's going to be very careful and selective about which job he took. Mm-hmm. He turned down the Patriots. He turned down the Jets. He decided this was a good opportunity. And I don't think just loyalty to a buddy or something was going to lead him to just say, yeah, you got to keep Cole Popovich. I think he probably had a genuine good working relationship with them. Apologies to those of you that have heard it already, but if you think or wonder, okay, well, how come all these assistant coaches got to stay and Bobby Slowick is taking the fall or being blamed for everything? I've been on defenses where there were bad defensive coordinators. 2 specific times in my career with 2 different coordinators I can think of where there was nothing a good assistant coach was going to do because the defensive coordinator was so far out of his element and out of his league. And there's only so much you can do as an assistant coach when you're trying to get your guys to follow rules that are constantly shifting or game plans that don't quite make sense, or the coordinator is asking guys to do things that are depending on guys that are do things that are physically impossible 50% of the time. It's really, really hard. So that's what I would hope for, is that it was even worse than it looked, or what you might have suspected with Bobby Slowick when it came to his actual competence as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's that way in the NFL. It's that way in business. The further up the food chain you make a bad hire, the trickle-down effect is profound.
Yeah.
You know, like it's and that's and so like it.
Well, we were talking. This analogy came up when we were talking about it a couple months ago. Is, you know, if you look at the military, they've got boatloads of officers, and you know, like you don't have to wait for a guy to. You don't have to wait for a guy's contract to expire to bring a new officer in. You know, you can. So you see it all the time. A bad unit gets a new officer, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, those same guys who were in a bad unit before, it turns out that. So in football, the problem is you can't go out and find another offensive coordinator in the middle of the season. But hopefully it's as simple as that if Nick Caley is just a better officer than Bobby Slowick, then maybe these guys will show up with their shirts tucked in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Or in shape.
Yeah. I've got this image of Bobby Slowick as an officer, and his guys are showing up like 5 minutes late to whatever you call it in the morning when everybody reports it. You know me with my military lingo.
Right.
Just guys rolling out of bed, like when hitting the snooze button in the barracks.
Happens all the time.
Yelling at the bugler to shut the hell up.
The bugler.
Shut that bugler up.
Is that what they're
called?
too
busy stealing the bugle instead of getting up on time.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you put half as much effort into being a soldier as you did into stealing that bugle,
right.
You would be a great soldier.
It's called the bugle dynamic.
Yeah. That's always a big
Everybody
thing.
knows that.
Any sort of nefarious thing, like if you put half as much effort into
I think about that with criminals a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I think about that with my father-in-law had this family that they rented to for a long time. It was this guy was working the system to an extreme degree because it was.
Were they renting like?
He was renting a trailer.
Okay.
And they were there for like 20 years. They were really good tenants. They kept the place up and everything. But the father. He put so much time and energy into not working at all. And one of his strategies too was having a bunch of kids. But I always thought this guy's actually pretty bright, and I feel like he puts in more hours to make the money he does. But I think he's just bucking the system.
Yeah, there's a rush to that.
To be clear, everybody, I'm talking about the tenant, not my father-in-law.
Right.
My father-in-law was working 18-hour days.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
His kids, and now this guy's...
For those of you out to get Seth's father-in-law.
The crazy thing was that this tenant, his kids would work on my father-in-law's farm, and they were awesome.
Oh, really? The kids were?
They ended up they actually did something for themselves.
Okay.
They became upstanding citizens with jobs and everything.
The apple actually did fall very far.
Very far from the tree.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they had a good influence in my father-in-law, Fred.
That helps.
My father-in-law would take in a lot of kids that had messed up home lives and everything.
That's cool.
And they kind of live with them, and they'd work on the farm. It was almost like what was the movie? The series we were watching. Was it the one with it was out in Montana. They were
Yellowstone?
an outlaw. It was Yellowstone. Yeah, Yellowstone. It was a lot like Yellowstone.
Oh yeah,
it was a lot like Yellowstone.
John Dutton would take in a lot of
not criminals.
A lot of borderline personalities.
A lot of my brother-in-laws, their friends, they'd have friends that were had rough home lives or whatever, and the kids would come and basically live with my wife's family.
That is Yellowstone.
And Fred would make them bale hay and everything, and they loved it because they had some structure in their life.
John Dutton. He's basically Kevin Costner.
He's a law-abiding John Dutton.
He's law-abiding. Right. Here was Nick Caserio on the need for is there a need for new faces on the offensive line?
Yeah, there's never one particular thing. So I think the big thing is, can you get the players to do the right thing? Do they understand their assignment? Do they play with the right techniques? Do they play with the right fundamentals? What's going on? So don't want to oversimplify it. I mean, sometimes it's we got to come up with some magic formulas. So I mean, where we are today could be different in a week from now. Could be different a few months from now. I mean, I don't know how it looks. So I mean, just because a guy is here doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's going to look like. I mean, you guys were here a couple of years ago, where we basically traded for 3 offensive linemen, signed another player, guys that weren't even here, we weren't even talking about in training camp. We're playing week 1 through 4. So, I mean, that's just how it goes. So you're prepared for anything. So you got to start with the foundation. You got to start somewhere with the group and then just kind of figure it out as you go.
Feels like a yes.
Yeah.
Feels like there will be new faces on the offensive line.
Well, D'Amico was asked the question on the coaches show on Texans Radio with John and Mark about bringing in new guys, or maybe this was in the scrum afterwards. Oh, it was in the scrum after the press conference, actually.
Oh, the local?
Where he just flat out said, yeah, look, we're always looking to bring in new guys, always, everywhere. And I think that's the easy and an accurate answer. You might feel great about your offensive line. You still want other guys that can come in and give them competition or be backups and everything else. But this year especially, I think there's very few parts of that offensive line where you feel like any of those guys have 100% earned their spot.
Yeah.
I do think the guys I'm most optimistic about seeing a better version of are Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. And I think we saw some good stuff out of Jarrett Patterson at the end of the year when they were leaning into some of the inside zone and some of the plays where in that Chiefs game, I was actually really pleasantly surprised by that 81-yard touchdown drive in the third quarter, especially. They were playing with some physicality. So we know they have it in them, and that's versus a good defense. It's just a matter of hopefully having an offensive coordinator that knows how to identify what guys are actually good at and getting it consistently.
Yeah, mine's Blake Fisher. Like if the guys I'm most interested in, mostly because year 1 to year 2 in an NFL weight room, does he look different?
Because he was a guy from the get-go. You looked at him, and a lot of people were saying, okay, this is a guy that if he had stayed in college one more year probably could have been a first-round pick.
He would have played left tackle.
He's a guy that's kind of lanky, but he shows a willingness to finish blocks. I think he's got some genuine nastiness to him, not fake bravado nastiness to him. And he's very athletic. I guess I look at him as I thought that he showed promise as a rookie, but still looked a lot like a rookie. Mm-hmm. So I would expect him to get better, even if Bobby Sloat had stayed.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. Hopefully, you can hyperdrive some of that growth.
I mean, if you find a right tackle who's a good right tackle who's in his second year on a rookie deal, to put opposite, Tunsil's the only name in ink right now on the offensive line. Everybody else is in pencil right now on the offensive line.
Yeah.
People are texting in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, the things that annoy them. People who don't know who Gene Hackman was.
You know what, though?
He's done a movie since 2004.
Since 2004. So there's a lot of guys. There's 20-year-olds out there that probably, they would recognize him if they were reminded of him.
Yeah.
They probably.
Let's see. This goes back to the person saying that you just won the internet, makes their skin crawl, and you said, well. Tell Seth that sometimes. The texter says, I tell Seth that all the time. His tweets are my brand of humor, and now I feel like a douche. Thanks, Seth.
I like it.
Thanks,
I like it. No, what? I'm not the one that said it annoyed me. I said I like it.
Just putting it out there so you can clarify.
I'm not that guy,
for him.
No. Yeah, somebody else's issue.
Yeah.
Thank you for being one of the people that understands when I'm joking instead of explaining to me why my joke doesn't make sense.
I don't know why, but this is a text. I don't know why, but the phrase "build to scale" in all these AI commercials bothers the hell out of me.
Any AI commercial for any reason at all bothers me because they do. I feel like people are looking at AI the way I think we looked at computers back in the 1980s, where you just had you have this fantasy that like, oh, I'm going to be able to press a button and then I don't have to do anything at all. And then when you start to learn how to use it, you're like, oh, okay, this is just a way that I can do work that other people are going to be using too. And if anything, over time, it's probably going to add more work because you're just like an accountant today doesn't look at the computer like, oh, my life's no challenge at all anymore. I've got a computer.
Right.
Like now you're competing against other accountants that are using the same tools
using
you
a computer,
are.
I'm annoyed when I'm the wrong caller for tickets to the rodeo. Oh, that's not something that perpetually annoys you on a daily basis.
That's not a phrase or something that annoys you.
It annoys me when people say tempo when they mean up-tempo in regards to football.
Yeah.
Especially Chris Fowler. He speaks poorly. Wow. It's a drive-by on Chris Fowler right there. I think that's a Lopez pet peeve. They say he's using tempo.
They play with tempo.
Yeah.
Okay, well, tempo can be slow tempo. It can be up tempo. What kind of tempo? It's a musically ignorant person is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And that would be me. I probably have said tempo.
I don't know. I guess
times.
It's so used in football. It almost has become acceptable because like it's understood that when you say it in football, like in that context, it means up tempo. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting a clarification on The Replacements, the movie. These are really important topics because Gene Hackman, if you missed it, Gene Hackman passed away in very mysterious circumstances. He, his wife, and his dog were found dead early this morning or yesterday, and the news came out this morning. So we've been reminiscing about Gene Hackman movies. The Replacements is maybe the greatest cheesy Gene Hackman movie ever. Keanu Reeves was the quarterback in The Replacements, Footsteps Falco. His character's, thank you to this texter, his character's backstory was that he always choked in big situations when he was at Ohio State, and he went undrafted. He was in it in between the two Matrix movies. Reeves also took a pay cut, so the producers could afford Hackman because Reeves really wanted to work with Gene Hackman in this movie.
Because you had said, and I was kind of curious, you had said like Hackman was in that mode where he would just take money for anything. I was like, I don't think Hackman ever had a lull in his career. Where he was
am I getting paid in cash? It was a very lackluster
am I
performance.
Getting paid in cash?
Yeah,
okay,
it was a very
it
was his performance was not the greatest.
I read that wrong. I thought you meant that he was he was just desperate for a good role.
No,
or something.
No.
He was pretty consistently employed in good roles throughout his entire career.
Yeah. No, it was the actual performance itself that I was commenting on. Reeves garnered some brief interest from some NFL teams because those were him actually throwing the football in the movie. Now, that part I don't believe, that Keanu Reeves garnered interest from
the whole
some
thing
NFL
was his
teams.
throwing motion was really weird. It was I can just remember from Point Break. I'm like, come on. Could they not work with him for a little bit to make it look like he's got a credible
I can see
throw?
the Jags being interested in Keanu Reeves based on that movie, like Shad Khan.
You know what that gave me something that annoys me about? Remember when we did that video, I think it was during COVID, when it was like the intro to Full House.
Yeah.
And I did one where I reenacted Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite in front of his van throwing the football. And Uncle Rico had this story, would talk about what a great quarterback he was and he never got a shot and everything. But then you watch him throw a football and it was a really weird motion. So I tried to mimic his throwing motion.
I remember.
I got so many people criticizing my throwing.
Oh, really?
That I know, but it was like this was not worth it at all, man. Like I tried to roll with it for a little bit, and there was nothing I could do about it. It wasn't on my Twitter feed or anything. There's this video out there that was getting a whole lot of traction. And people thinking that that's how I throw.
That was before you reach full peak awareness of social media, of what the responses will and could be
when I'm just joking,
trying to joke around about something.
Yeah.
Had you been fully aware of that?
Well, no, I made it so bad that I thought it would be clear that it wasn't, because I do not have a great throwing motion, but I made it like really. I was like, clearly nobody will think this is how I actually throw
Apparently,
football.
people think there was a reason you were a defensive tackle. And it's your
there
arm.
definitely was. Yeah. Ronaldo Wynn and I used to get together and try to work on our throwing.
Really?
Yeah, we'd have that. I think Derek Carr might have helped us out at one point. That's when I started hating Derek Carr. Like a little 13-year-old who could whip it.
Oh my God.
Obviously, Ronaldo Wynn was when I was in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And when I was working in Houston, that's when I gave up. When Derek Carr tried to help me out, I was like, "All right, this is degrading.
I'm just bad. Yeah, I'm just bad." All right, we're gonna give away some rodeo tickets. So hey, listen, dude who hates losing out on rodeo tickets, be listening in the next segment, and you got a chance to win some trips to see Zach Top on March the 11th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Fight between the Nugget Hussies at the Combine.
It's drama.
Yesterday.
We got drama.
It's drama. If we had a battle royale, if we had a bracket of all the insiders, the newsbreakers across sports, who would be the winner? I don't think either of these two guys that we're about to talk about, but I think there's one that I think would be a heavy favorite. We'll talk about that. If you haven't heard this story, this is a wild story from the Combine. We'll get to that coming up next. But first,
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There are certain levels of headlines that are must click if I see them. You know, it takes a lot to get me to unconditionally click on something. But when I see a headline on Pro Football Talk, Jordan Schultz verbally accosted Ian Rappaport at a Starbucks in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I almost had to double check. Well, I did. I double and triple checked to make sure this story was indeed true.
Especially because the initial report came from PFT commenter.
Yeah, right.
You know,
right.
who does break news.
Yeah.
But he also is one of the funniest guys on the internet that doesn't intend to be taken seriously most of the time.
This was the first I saw was a story that Jordan Schultz, who, for those who don't know, he's probably less known than Ian Rappaport, I would imagine, in our circle of listeners. Ian Rappaport is a big newsbreaker for NFL.com. Jordan Schultz is maybe an up-and-coming newsbreaker. I don't know. He's on Fox. He does break some news, rumors, whatever. They're all nugget hussies in the end. We know that. They all want their nuggets. But apparently Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport got into it at a Starbucks in Indianapolis. And the reason why the biggest reason I thought this might not be a real story, Seth, again, my first seeing this was Florio's aggregation of it, was that it took place at a Starbucks.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Schultz's dad is the former CEO of Starbucks.
Yeah.
So home field advantage for Jordan Schultz in
There's
this
so many
case.
Starbucks all over the place, though, too, that it's not like it's a huge coincidence or anything. It's okay. It's kind of like if you're, I don't know, the heir to the Kleenex fortune got caught with it. I don't know.
Yeah. So Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport got into it because Schultz had a report, I guess earlier this week, that Matthew Stafford and Tom Brady spent time together in Montana.
Yeah.
Literally like doing things together, like
basically,
skiing, hanging out.
He framed it as Tom Brady recruiting Matt Stafford
Really
to want
wants
to come play for the Raiders.
Yep.
Tom Brady, a minority owner of the Raiders.
Yep. And Ian Rappaport poured cold water on that report and said, it's just a coincidence.
They just ran into each other at a ski resort.
Yeah.
And remember, everybody, Tom Brady coincidentally ran into Miami Dolphins ownership in South Florida a few years ago when he won. The coincidental, and the Dolphins ended up getting docked, a first-round pick for that?
Yeah, there's only 31 first-round picks a couple years ago.
Tom Brady's had odd coincidental run-ins with people in weird geographic places before.
It's an amazing run of luck that he's had, yeah. So Jordan Schultz took exception to Ian Rappaport pouring cold water on his report about Brady and Stafford spending time with each other. Took great exception to it, and the two ran into each other in the Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis, which sounds to me like the Grand Central Station of the Combine. Like it's the nerve center of where everything happens.
If I remember, there's a Starbucks up off the lobby to the side. Yeah, there's you see a lot of NFL people cruising through.
A lot of foot traffic. Yeah, a lot of foot traffic. So Schultz approached Ian Rappaport, and according to people who witnessed it, who saw it, Rappaport was talking to an agent, which is what a good nugget hussy does.
Yeah.
Schultz approached Rappaport while Rappaport's talking to that agent and said, quote, "We need to talk," or something to that effect. Rappaport replied, "We don't need to talk." Schultz then made accusations at Rappaport. Rappaport said the accusations were unfounded. The two men were essentially face-to-face, which means that Jordan Schultz had to at least crouch down a little bit.
Bend down and stoop over to get face-to-face.
To get face-to-face, because Rappaport's face is at a lower level than the average human being.
Yeah.
If you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face, Schultz said. If this continues, we're going to have an effing problem. So, again, the things he's referring to are Rappaport pouring cold water on the Rappaport, who I believe has his roots up in the Boston area, if I'm not mistaken. If he feels a little bit like Brady is his territory, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Get away from my girl.
A little bit.
Get your dirty hands off of her.
A little bit. Schultz went on to say again, if this happens again, we're going to have an effing problem. Now I'll step back. Because Rappaport told him, you better step back. Now I'll step back.
Yeah.
After getting his stuff in. The incident was reported to NFL security, reportedly by Rappaport.
Yeah, of course he did.
NFL security has taken statements from multiple witnesses. This thing's being treated like a homicide.
I don't feel safe.
Yeah.
I don't feel safe.
Rappaport declined to comment on the situation. Schultz did not. He sent a lengthy text message to PFT. It really isn't anything too much. Rappaport and I had a verbal confrontation. It lasted a little over a minute. Multiple agents and reporters were nearby. Rappaport was the one who called security shortly after, but it never escalated further. I would like to have seen these two throw down. I'm not going to lie.
I don't know. I feel like Jordan Schultz probably grew up in a home that was hyper-caffeinated, and maybe maybe their communication style was a little bit of like, what do you think? What do you do? Hey, kids, you got to get yourself ready for school. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. This more than anything, I don't trust Ian Rappaport ever since he reported that when Deshaun Watson went to the Browns, it wasn't about the money, which was just complete bogus nonsense. Didn't make any logical sense at all because Deshaun, the Browns upped their offer by $40 million, and lo and behold, Cleveland was the place for him. So it had a lot to do with the money.
Yeah.
It was the epitome of these water-carrying nugget hussies who will basically print whatever the agent or team official tells them to print.
Kissing Mulligata's ass.
Yeah, and with Rappaport, it's worse because he works for the league.
Yep.
So he's getting spoon-fed all of these nuggets just by virtue of his position. Yeah, he can. I'm Team Schultz on this one.
Yeah, no,
Schultz was in his right mind. Yeah. Oh no, there's no way Tom Brady would ever meet with Matt Stafford in Montana of all places to try to recruit him, even though Tom Brady's already been pinched for this type of behavior once before.
Yes, pinched and punished. So when I read this story this morning, I started in my brain putting together like a bracket of nugget hussies, of the newsbreakers in the various sports. And I started in my head, I'm like, okay, who would it be? Like for basketball, Shams Charania, I'd let Woj back in like he'd be grandfather.
I feel like Woj would smack down Shams Charania. As old as he is and everything, Shams Charania is slight of build, and Woj looks like Woj grew up in an era when people still got in fist fights at the flagpole. I think
he grew up in Bristol, Connecticut. Man, that's Aaron Hernandez town.
Yeah, that's right. I think he was a Crip.
Woj.
Yes.
He might have been.
They were the most analytically advanced and well-informed Crip.
I think there is a little something with those two, though, because Shams was Woj's protege when the two were at Yahoo, and now, like Shams. They were
Couldn't Woj flirting with Kim, what's her name there, yeah.
Woj, Shams, and obviously in football, like Schefter, Rappaport.
Well, Jay Glazer.
I'll let Jordan Schultz in there, but that's where
Jay Glazer.
Well, that's where my fantasy bracket ended.
Yeah, Jay Glazer's got MMA. He trains MMA. He owns an MMA gym.
He owns a dojo.
Yeah. And now he's a guy he's short, but he is built. and he knows how to fight.
Yes.
Yeah. None of those guys would have a chance.
That's why I stopped doing
including
it.
any your average writer, even if he's a big guy, like a 300-pounder or something.
Dude,
I would take the guy with MMA training in a heartbeat over it.
I had it. I'm like, okay, we got a football bracket.
Yeah.
We got a basketball bracket, like the regions in the NCAA
What about
tournament.
James Palmer?
We got. What I think, Jake Glaze? Do you think James Palmer?
No, but it might be the second runner-up. I feel like James is more of a lover than a fighter.
Yeah.
I feel like James would...
He'd get his ass kicked. I think he'd get his ass kicked. I would get my ass kicked. But I thought basketball, football, baseball. Now the baseball bracket.
Baseball.
Dude,
my Buster Olney.
Ken Rosenthal. Can you imagine? Dude, Jay Glazer would take Ken Rosenthal and take him sometimes in cartoons they take a fish and they stick it in their mouth and they just slurp it out and it's just you're holding a bone.
Yeah.
That's what he would do with Ken Rosenthal. He would just slurp all the skin and muscles off of him and throw a skeleton in the corner.
That's what he used to tell. Dan Hansis used to work for NFL.com.
Yeah.
They had a really good podcast around the NFL. I told him, I was like, man, listen, you got to be, Hemingway had this great reputation as the manly man and everything.
Yeah.
Where all right, no, here's a guy who knew how to box and fish and stuff in a competition of a bunch of English majors.
Yeah.
Hemingway was easy for him to be at the top of the hill there in that regard.
Right.
I told Hansis he needed to try to become that guy in the NFL media.
Yeah.
Start training, get all yoked and everything, and then just start bullying people.
Yeah, but Glazer is the X factor, dude.
Yeah.
He owns an MMA dojo and trains NFL players there.
Yeah.
So
and he's built. He's built. He looks fat on
stocked,
TV, but it's because he's actually really built.
Because his suits are so tight.
Yeah,
But
and he's got a really thick neck. But you meet him in person, you're like, holy crap, this guy's yoked.
And a round head.
Yeah.
When you have a round head, it makes the rest of your features look round. Yeah.
That's why I knew J.J. Watt wasn't definitely coming back this year. He started to look too good in his suits.
Yeah.
I would notice, there's what's his name, the wrestler that always wears suits?
John Cena.
No, John Cena.
Yeah.
John Cena, he wears nice suits and everything, but they don't look good on him. They're well tailored and everything. But when you're that built, it's hard to look really good in a suit.
Yep.
And same goes for jacked defensive linemen like JJ. He looked too good in a suit this year.
Yep.
So I knew that was it for him, unless that goalie
has 12 more shutouts.
He is obligated to come back and play for the Bengals. If his goalie has 12 more shutouts.
What a bastard. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll check in with the fellas on In the Loop. Adam Spolane going to be back at our compound here in just a couple of minutes. We'll pull Spo on here in the last segment. What did he see and hear out at the ballpark today? And when we Port St. Lucie today to see the Astros take on the New York Mets. We got you covered all week long here live from West Palm Beach. Exclusive Furniture, Academy Sports and Outdoors sending us here. Let's give away some rodeo tickets right now as well. Caller number 5 is going to win a 4-pack of rodeo tickets to see Zach Top live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Tuesday, March 11th. Call now, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5. Caller number 5 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets, and you're on your way. Caller number 5, let me be clear, I may have said 4. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets. Keep listening all day for more chances to win rodeo tickets. Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. Spo is in the house. We'll get him on with us coming up next.
What does D'Amico see as priority number one as the Texans offseason gets underway?
Yeah, getting better protection for CJ is definitely a main point of emphasis for us. Right, we know, when CJ is protected, he has a clean pocket. Right, he's a pretty good quarterback.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From our Turkey Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. A little bit of activity, not too bad out there. We do have a crash. It's been there about 30 minutes. I-610 South Loop eastbound at State Highway 225. That one involving an 18-wheeler. 2 lanes are blocked off there, so a little bit of a backup. Right now, 62 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared. And they do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've been waiting all year. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is here. Celebrate our Western heritage, indulge in the one-of-a-kind flavors, and enjoy the ride. March 4th through the 23rd. Tickets at RodeoHouston.com.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. Cordell.com.
Gear and Outdoors. Get top brand gear and officially licensed Astros jerseys, tees, and caps. Shop academy.com or the app for free shipping on orders 25 plus with sign-in. Plus easy pickup. Swing by your local academy or visit academy.com today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's a life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
You're a draft prospect that I want for the Houston Texans, or that I want for Seth to have for the Houston Texans. Do not cross me this draft season. Kenneth Grant, unable to work out. pulled hamstring.
Yes. This is a weird one. It was found during combine medical evaluations to have a hamstring strain. So he must have told them that it was bothering him a little bit. So who knows? This is the important thing. My concern was that, hey, I like Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan, a whole lot. But I think that he's going to test really well, and he's going to end up being in the top half of the draft, and he probably won't fall to 25. I've seen in mock drafts he's starting to go around 15th pick or so. Yeah. But hopefully, I hope that this hamstring strain, as much as I want him to recover from it, but I hope it really sucks for him for the next 3 days and he can't work out at all.
I said earlier in the show when we talked about him, I said, hey, maybe just something that dings him up a little bit so he can't work out, but that he can recover from enough to where he's still there at 25 for the Texans. I want that for you more than anything else, Seth.
Well, now the biggest concern becomes, okay, the Ravens sit at 27. Did they vault up above the 10 to do with really good defensive prospects that I like?
All right, so just if you're a draft prospect that we want for the Texans and you don't want to be a Texan, be careful. Because we're coming after your hamstring.
That's right. Yeah. With minor strains.
This show has power. The Hex back during the postseason. I'm telling you. Adam Spolane is here, our Astros reporter. He is back in the house. You just had a conversation with Astros GM Dana Brown a few minutes back, like an hour or so ago, huh?
Yeah, we actually left. It's about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It was a good conversation. We covered a lot of ground. Starting with Cam Smith, who's obviously been the talk of camp so far. Like, that was the first thing I said, like, hey, what has really caught your eye here in the first 2 weeks? And that's the first thing he mentioned. And so that's a guy who obviously they really like and kind of, tried to get him on where he thought that Cam Smith would start. Didn't really get an answer on that.
Like what level?
Yeah.
Or at third base, because they've been talking about letting him compete at right field. But it sounds like they just want to stick at third base for now and keep it simple, right?
He's only working with infield coaches right now, and I think Espada wants him to stay in the infield. But the one thing that Dana Brown said that they might try to get him some looks in the outfield here moving forward, because that's probably like his clearest path to getting to the big leagues is in the outfield with this team. Because you look at the infield, and you've got Isaac Paredes is under team control for 3 years. Jeremy Payne is under team control for 3 more years. Second base is kind of a we'll see, and then you've got Christian Walker under team control for 3 years. So the openings right now are in the outfield, but he technically is an infielder.
You know what? This is some of the intel that one of our listeners, John, who is out spring training.
I don't remember.
He's just
remember
John.
His daughter's name is Gabby.
John and Gabby.
Yeah.
So we were talking to John. John had good seats down in the third or fourth row up from third base, and he said that first day that Cam Smith was out there, the first time he was in the field, Paredes was like giving him, like instructing him where to line up every play, and John was thinking like, oh boy, I don't know, man, if this guy's might be kind of a project. And then he went out and cranked out a couple of home runs. But it was a good illustration of, man, just how green Cam Smith is. He's been a professional for less than a full year, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself in terms of like, oh yeah, throw him out there at third base, he'll be fine. Throw him out there in right field, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he got drafted less than a year ago.
Yeah,
I mean it's not even March, and this guy was drafted in July.
Yeah.
So the idea that he's going to be ready to contribute in a major league situation is pretty far fetched at this point. But Dana did say in terms of like where you start him, you kind of let the player determine that. And if he continues to swing the bat really well, then that's going to impact where they decide that they start him this season. Now, it'll be interesting because today he's starting. The other day he came off the bench, so he's not really facing like major league caliber pitching in those 2 plate appearances today. I'm not sure who the Mets are throwing. I'll check real quick. But today he will probably see a major league starter.
Yeah.
And so that's a big difference than what he faced the other day.
Adam Spolane is back at the house with us here. He's in the exclusive furniture hot seat. We haven't had an in-house guest yet this week, Seth, so I'm dubbing this chair that has the exclusive furniture banner on the back of it the exclusive furniture hot seat. So we're asking Adam Brown.
And really quick, it's Clay Holmes is starting for the Mets today. So, like, you're going to face a really good right-handed pitcher. Like, that's a big difference than what he was facing. So today's kind of an interesting day for that, just to see how probably the best pitcher that Cam Smith will have ever faced will be in the game today.
Okay, so we have that to watch today. So your conversation with Dana Brown, you talked about the moving parts right now. Like second base is a competition. The outfield across the board. I know Altuve and left field is a thing. I'm guessing you guys talked about that. But the all these competitions going on right now with outfield and second base, how's Dana viewing those?
Didn't really get into the competition stuff, but we did talk about Altuve in left field because I did want to pin him down on one thing. Like, is Jose Altuve, regardless of how this looks once you get into games, is he your opening day left fielder? And they won't go there yet. That's been the one thing. They're not ready to just flat out say he's their opening day left fielder, no matter how good it has looked so far in workouts. And tomorrow will obviously be a big day because you can try and simulate all you want when you're working out, but you can't simulate a broken bat. You can't simulate, a jam shot off the end of the bat, off of a fungo. So you can't simulate, the base running stuff that he's going to have to deal with and throwing to the right bases and being on time with that. So there's some little things that he's going to have to try and figure out on the fly, and that's what 4 or 5 innings tomorrow is going to get to do.
The thing about all of this that's so interesting is that when we first heard any talk at all of Jose Altuve going to left field, it was in conjunction with or related to Alex Bregman potentially coming back. And then we said, oh, no, they were actually talking about it, whether Bregman came back or not. It makes a lot of sense in terms of trying to elongate his career, his waning skills as a defensive player. But then the fact that now you guys are all saying, and Altuve himself sounds like he's really fully embracing this, and that he's full bore attacking, trying to play in left field. Now I'm almost pulling for him. Mm-hmm. It's something I was I was against this when I first heard about it, and now that I know Jose Altuve is really embracing it, and it's a goal of his, almost it feels like a goal. Now I want him to succeed.
Yeah, I think that they and he understood that what he did at second base last year just wasn't good enough. And it was hard to see that really improving. And so to get him a different position and to maybe be in a spot where he can help this team defensively as opposed to hurt the team defensively, which is what last year was, I think was important because they've fallen off defensively the last couple of years, and he's a reason for that. And you look at the guys that they have brought in, or Mauricio Dubon is a guy who is a Gold Glove caliber second baseman if he plays every day. Brendan Rodgers has won a Gold Glove at second base. Zach Short can play the position. Shea Whitcomb can probably play the position. We haven't really seen it at this level yet. And the same thing with Luis Guillorme. So they are a better defensive team when Jose Altuve is not in the infield, and two of their two best starting pitchers are ground ball pitchers.
Yeah. Adam Spillane joining us. He's our Astros reporter, obviously, down here in in West Palm Beach with us. And he interviewed Dana Brown a little earlier this morning. That entire interview is going to run tomorrow, first time in the 9 o'clock hour. So we will have that tomorrow for you in the 9 o'clock hour, the full conversation between Adam Spillane and Astros GM Dana Brown. What was the most interesting pitching topic that the two of you discussed?
We talked about Framber Valdez, and kind of in relation to the Tucker trade. And he kind of explained, because I thought going into the offseason they should trade Tucker and Valdez, because I don't think they're going to re-sign either one of them. And obviously they knew they weren't going to re-sign Tucker. I don't think they'll re-sign Valdez, just kind of going based off of what Max Fried got in free agency this past winter. But Brown kind of gave his reasoning for why he didn't want to trade Framber, and why Framber was kind of different than Tucker. So I thought that was interesting. The other thing that stood out to me, I asked him because when I talked to him a couple years ago, he'd just taken the job. Like, he just inherited this entire roster. Now he's had the job for a couple of years. The roster is more so his than anything else. But he brought up it's more of a group thing. And then I said to him, well, have you been in alignment, complete alignment with Espada and with Jim Crane? So I thought that answer was interesting. And then I asked him, like, flat out, have you been overruled on anything by Jim Crane?
Oh.
And so that was an interesting answer also.
No,
okay.
I'm excited.
I am too.
Got to wait 24 hours for this.
Well, we don't, but the audience does.
I'm not going to listen to it until yeah, it sounds like you're making me do extra work, Sean. I'll react to it in the moment, damn it.
Organically,
We had this conversation last night.
Yeah, yep. Well, good job, Spo. Anything else you see out there today, or what are you most looking forward to today in Port St. Lucie?
You get to see Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena take swings for the first time.
They're in the lineup today.
Yes, they are in the lineup.
Okay, I haven't seen the lineup yet.
And again, Cam Smith is going to face a major league pitcher today.
Where is he in the lineup today?
Let's see.
Cam Smith.
Let's see where this is.
You got a picture of it?
We'll join the guys and after we find
Pena leading off, Alvarez batting second, Christian Walker's batting third, Caratini's batting fourth, DeCenzo is in left field batting fifth, Cam Smith batting sixth. And Dubon's at second base, McCormick and Meyer. So it's a major league lineup going to Port St. Lucie. Basically all regulars except for Jose Altuve.
And Cam Smith is in there, I guess, for Paredes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Paredes played the last 2 days.
Yeah. So that's so this will be fun. It's a fun lineup to go see today.
Yeah, in Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, baby.
It's the second time in my life I think I've been to Port St. Lucie.
Okay.
Ever since the last time.
The last time 2 years
ago.
ago.
And I got a bone to pick with some of these Mets fans from a couple days ago.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch that. All right, be following us on all our social media. We've got you covered all day long in Port St. Lucie, Astros and the Mets, and we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's we get our first look at Jose Altuve. How are you excited to see how excited are you to see Altuve in left field?
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of been one of the stories of camp between him switching over to left field, and then kind of the McCullers has been a big story too. And by the way, I talked a lot about McCullers with Dana Brown.
Good.
And if you missed that, McCullers is going to face hitters on Saturday. So it's the first time
Live
since
BP.
it's the first time since the 2022 World Series that he will face hitters.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Then are people going to get to put eyes on that?
Yeah,
okay.
they'll do that on one of the backfields. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So all we need to see is if he gets shelled really bad but stays in there, he's back to World Series form.
Yeah.
From 2022.
Are they feeding him a bunch of saps and puppets there, or are they going to give him some actual big league hitters?
My guess is it'll be big league hitters because a lot of the minor league guys will be in Tampa for the game, and they're not sending the major league hitters.
Feed him Yordan, man. Give it to it. Let's get it. Rip the Band-Aid
Jake
off.
Myers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big league hitter.
Big league hitter.
Sometimes.
Technically.
Sometimes.
He's in the big leagues, and he hits.
It's like 10% of the time.
Yep.
Double-digit homers.
Good job, man. Good job on the day. I can't wait to listen to that Dana Brown interview. We'll be playing it tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour. That's the great Adam Spolane. He covers the Astros for us here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go back to Houston and talk to the fellas. No John Lopez today. He's a grandpa once again.
The third time a grandpa.
Yeah. Guy's just racking up grandkids. So
prolific grandchild producer.
He is. So, yeah, his son BG and I believe it was BG. Is it BG and his wife that had the kid, or is it Jake? I can't remember which one had the kid. Reggie, do you know which of his sons had the
That's actually a good question. I feel like he might have given me that information. I'm going to be completely honest. Don't remember.
Yeah.
Bad teammate on my behalf, but
I'll text Lopez.
I sincerely don't remember.
But a healthy baby boy, I believe.
Healthy, big baby boy is what I heard. Yeah. I'm not going to give too many of the details, but it did sound like he came in pretty hefty. So
9 pounds 1 ounce, nothing extreme or anything.
Okay,
it's not going to be the Inquirer.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
No, it won't be the Inquirer.
No, it's not going to be like in the traveling circuit. I'd say.
Does the Inquirer still exist?
I don't know.
I think so, actually.
They've got tabloids, don't they?
Yeah, I guess.
I know tabloids have kind of gone the way of the dodo bird because you have the internet to give you all your fake news.
All the stuff you need, yeah.
And mainstream media.
Yeah, you're right, to give all your fake news as well. Yeah, I'm going to guess it was Jacob because Jacob is the larger of the two. He's the taller, bigger of the two Lopez sons. So at any rate, so it's Reggie Atatula, and we got Luke Morrow there today, huh?
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
What's up,
how you guys liking Florida?
We're loving it, man. It is the weather's been gorgeous. The baseball's been popping.
I went to go put the kayak back in the proper place because we have to check out tomorrow. Didn't want to get dinged on any extra. They'd probably charge you like $700 to put the kayak back.
The kayak rack.
I saw a baby iguana.
Oh, yeah?
It was so cute, Sean.
Really?
Faster than I tried to capture it, and it escaped me.
It's going to grow
up. I was
up.
going to bring it back to Brandy.
Baby iguana?
Yeah.
Are you guys going to St. Lucie today? Are you making the trip?
We are.
Nice.
Yeah.
I always love getting the Nathan's French fries, preferably from that ballpark.
They have Nathan's. They have a Nathan's stand there?
Yeah, Nathan's is the supplier for their hot dogs and fries. It's the concession stand they'll have there at that ballpark.
See? This is information we can't get from Lopez when he's on the show.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time at those
Well, I mean,
ballparks.
he did tell you about iguana mating, so it's not like he didn't give you anything.
No, that's true. Yeah. He has his specialties.
Yeah,
well, plus he could tell us the proper way to cook a hot dog. I'm sure he'd have a whole theory about it. So, yeah. We'll miss out on that.
You got to reverse sear the hot dog. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, Seth, did you end up getting a churro? Because I was very invested in such things.
No, I don't even know if they could be a churro.
Cacti?
Yeah, cacti.
Wait,
I didn't see any yesterday. So I think I was just imagining a churro.
What food resembles a churro if not a churro?
That's what I'd like to know.
You know what I mean? Like, what could you have possibly mistaken for a churro? Is my question.
I don't know how badly I can just try to run away from the lie that I made 2 days ago that I was distracted by a churro. I didn't see anything that I thought was a churro.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I was interested in churros.
I wasn't paying attention to what Lopez was saying, so I was like, sorry, I got distracted by a churro.
Why are you upset about that? I'm frequently in that
to our
place.
trip. Like Seth's quest for a churro.
It was a subplot that I was interested in. I'm sorry.
I don't. No, you and your damn cross-examinations, you and Lopez, trying to snuff out this lie. There, fine. I admit it. You're damn right I faked the churro report.
Yes! Finally, the truth.
That's what we've been waiting for. Good job, Reggie.
Thank you.
Way to squeeze it out of him.
And not to mention, the fact that I was lying and the first thing that popped into my head as I was talking to Lopez was a churro. Thanks for getting me canceled now.
You're welcome.
I would have admitted it if I hadn't in my brain thought, churro.
Yeah. Gordita. All right. Seth's going to get canceled. I'm going with him. All right. Hey, fellas, have a great show and enjoy. And who's joining the fellas today? Do you guys have any of us scheduled to jump on with you today? That's why I'm checking.
Yep.
I've sent Long Island iced teas yesterday. I just double checking on a lot of stuff.
We had a good one. I'm teetotaling today, man.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm good.
I mean, if you want to have those as well, I'm not going to be opposed to such things.
I will. Well, no, I'm coming on sober. Don't worry.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll get with Figgy. We'll figure out a time. I'll jump on with you guys, and we'll be on throughout the day here on Sports Radio.
Yeah, anybody's here. I got to tell you what. I feel 40 pounds lighter. My God, that weight off my conscience.
Yeah,
my churro lie.
Oh yeah.
I got to go update my resume.
Your LinkedIn.
Yeah.
All right, Spo. Thank you to Adam Spolane for jumping on with us here, and keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for bringing us here. One more day tomorrow. Very excited about that. Very excited for the game this afternoon. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, Luke Morrow in for John Lopez. Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. I didn't anticipate that's how my Thursday would begin, but that is how it began. When you want to get to the truth, follow the churro. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Luke Morrow in for John Lopez. And then, of course, we have a suited and booted and hatted up as well, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm ready for tonight, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, rodeo cook-off gets going tonight, right?
It kicks off tonight.
Oh, man. Like, I kind of wish I was out there tonight. I'm waiting till the weekend just to get in all of the
dressed up like that. I feel very envious. That's a great look.
Yeah. I just got this shirt yesterday. Shout out to Academy, by the way.
Okay, yes,
yeah,
very
got this
good.
from Academy. I'm like, wow, that's a nice shirt. This is my first. It's kind of like a fishing style type of shirt.
It does look like it. Yeah.
And then it got the Houston Lifestyle Rodeo symbol.
There you go. Very good. Yeah, man. So appreciation to Academy for that, but then also appreciation to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture for sending the fellas out to West Palm Beach, where you heard it. Spo has actually got a one-on-one with Dana Brown. You'll hear that tomorrow on Payne and Pendergast. Very excited to hear. In fact, if you just take the nuggets that Spo gave us in that little segment, I thought there was some very, very interesting things to talk about. So, yeah, and if you want to talk with us, hit us up. You can see us on the Mo Karam Injury Law live streams.
We keep it 100.
Thank you, sir. Both on YouTube and Twitch, where you can see Figgy's fantastic cowboy hat in action. But then also the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
That's right, 713-572-4610. That's where you can get at us. Combine is in full effect. Like, that's the tough thing about Combine Week. We've been waiting for this point, right? I feel like Combine got here, and of course, one of the wonderful things we've got to hear from various coaches around the league, including D'Amico Ryans, various executives from across the league, including Nick Caserio. But now we get the actual underwear Olympics where dudes are actually testing. And I guess, first and foremost, like, how invested are you in the workouts? What are your attitudes toward the workouts? Because we kind of know in some ways what the organization's attitudes are, and it's a little less fun, ain't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's like wait for Christmas and then realizing like there's no presents under the tree because so many guys aren't working out now. And a lot of teams are also treating it like, I think Sean McVay stopped going. I think Kyle Shanahan. I know Mike McCarthy, when he was with the Cowboys, wasn't even bothering going anymore.
Yeah, I think they sent some of their other personnel to
right, so they have people there, but they're not sending, the coaches aren't going as often as they used to. It's not the same to me. I mean, the top two quarterbacks are not expected to throw or work out. Top running back isn't expected to. Top tight end, the top defensive lineman, top pass rusher. I mean, the top players at all these positions are not expected to be involved. So I would say when I was growing up, I was really into it, and I used to watch it all week long, everything that was on NFL Network. But I was like, this guy looks pretty good. I didn't really even know what I was looking for. And now as I've gotten older, I've watched less and less each year. Now that guys are opting out and teams are sending even less people, I think they're sending a message to the rest of us as well. To be honest with you, the last couple of years and this year as well, like I don't watch any of it. I'll read some
You're
of
all
the
the way out.
I am. I'll read some of the highlights. Let me know what happened. Let me know it seems like a big deal, but to me, how often do you see an offensive lineman run a 40-yard sprint? Anyways, like why is this so important? I'm out on the whole underwear Olympics.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I've always, because, I mean, look, we work in the sports entertainment portion of this thing, so, like, keeping an eye on this is almost a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly have mostly been in a place like you where it's just like, yeah, I don't care too much about it, especially when you talk about the big ones that get a lot of notoriety. And I understand the dichotomy that exists for me when I say that, hey, man, you're not – very NFL straight line for 40 yards. That just does not happen. So like a 40-yard dash is not really telling. However, whenever I ask myself, how fast is this person? I immediately pull up their 40 time. But even outside of that, there are some of these drills that are maybe a little bit more telling than what did he bench? What was his 40 time? There's, like 3-cone drill, and there's various splits and things that can actually be very telling on certain players, especially ones that you have not, especially if you're not doing like full scout thing like various people and actually going and watching all of their tape. These things can be somewhat helpful. The testing can be helpful. And I'm interested in seeing like what that means, because especially for a team like the Texans, the people that are working out today, D linemen and linebackers, both of those to different degrees are things that are positions rather that you look at with this Texas team and you go, hey, that is kind of an interesting place. That's a place that they are going to have their eyes on. I'm kind of interested to see what some of these players in these places do.
Yeah, which is fair. And I think for me, it's probably not bad to admit that I'm not very big into the combine being in this role. But for me, I see like, okay, who are the Texans? Who are some names being linked to the Texans? Let me go back and look. But to your point with the defensive line linebackers, I know the guys just mentioned it a little while ago this morning, but Kenneth Grant is somebody who I know people have been keeping their fingers crossed could be available for the Texans, a defensive lineman, and it was just announced this morning that he was diagnosed with a hamstring strain and won't work out, so he's another one added to the list that isn't working out. But that that's a name to keep in mind for them if that injury and not working out this week maybe even helps the Texans, allowing him to fall a little bit. But yeah, the defensive line, I would say, is that specific area for Houston where you have the offensive line. The trenches, to me, are the two biggest issues. Then we'll get into the wide receiver position as well. That certainly needs to be addressed. But for me, when I look at the Texans this offseason moving forward, it's back in the trenches, the offensive line, interior defensive line that I think are most important for this team. So if you are a combine guy trying to do your own scouting reports to see, who should the Texans be interested in, for sure, today would be a good day to see those defensive linemen.
Now, Luke, I don't get to talk to you all the time, so I'm kind of interested. Like when you mentioned kind of the big three on positions of need, I guess, that teams have or that various draft scouts and draft, I guess, knowledgeable folks have pointed to for the Texans, particularly at that 25 spot where they'll be selecting. Where do you typically lean towards on where they, I mean, obviously without the benefit of free agency to see where they kind of paper over, or without the benefit of seeing who they resign in free agency from their own team, like where would you lean towards between offensive line, defensive line, of course, wide receiver?
Yeah, it's a good question. In general, I think wide receiver I'd put at the bottom of the list because I think it's the easiest position to find talent at, and especially in the draft. So with that said, when the draft might change things, but in general, if I had to address those three needs, the two lines are most important to me. Problem is, when it comes to the offensive line, I mean, the Texans have devoted a lot of resources to that offensive line already, including in the draft, and it just hasn't worked out so far. And everyone always has a blind spot. We as humans have our own blind spots. GMs do as well. Caserio obviously comes from the Patriots, and their Belichick could never develop position. That was always his blind spot. He could grab some lacrosse player and turn him into but they couldn't get the star tight end or wide receivers the last couple of years.
I'm not sure if they necessarily even wanted to. Well, the last couple of years, his talent development or talent identification was awful all the way around.
Yeah.
That's why he's no longer a coach.
For sure.
But, yeah, no, I think, he seemed to really want to try and use the market inefficiency that you're kind of talking about in some ways. Maybe not inefficiency with wide receivers. I think that there's just a lot of talent now that you can get for cheaper to utilize. But no, he was using talent and efficiencies at that point in time. I think the Bill Belichick was.
Yeah, I believe the last Pro Bowler they drafted for a skill position was Gronkowski, which goes, that spanned like the last decade of his career. But my point being, Caserio, maybe the blind spot here at the Texans might be that offensive line. So do you want to continue to pour in more resources, like using your first-round pick there on that position? But when I look at this, and I talked about this when I was on with Clint a couple weeks ago, but when you look at the Super Bowl, and you look at the teams that have been able to defeat the top quarterbacks, whether that was when Tom Brady did lose Super Bowls, when Patrick Mahomes has lost Super Bowls, it has been because the other team could get that pass rush consistently and could do it up the middle from the defensive line. So for me, all this said, long-winded answer, I think number one might be the interior defensive line, followed by offensive line, and then wide receiver needs to be addressed, but I just feel like there's so many more options at that wide receiver position that you don't have to push that issue as much as the lines. I think you have to build from the inside out, which starts in the trenches.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it, right? Especially when you talk about the teams that have beat quarterbacks in this league. It has been getting pressure, but also getting them to move forward, right? That's one of the big deals. It gives you more versatility, opportunity to use that remaining 7 players to really make life hell down the field for an opposing offense. So I feel you on that, and I kind of agree. Only thing is, then you get into the context of this offensive line badly needs help, and especially if you're talking about an idea of a potential blind spot with Nick Caserio on the way that this team finds talent at offensive line. I would then expect you to go where you're more guaranteed to have guys that are have a bigger chance of hitting, because every draft pick is a flyer, right? You're taking a chance on every draft pick that they're going to work out. There's all sorts of various factors that will factor in to whether they become a high-level player, a player that benefits your team. And in theory, the ones that you take earlier oftentimes have more of the skills, more of the various portions of their prospect analysis or what have you that would make them, are more likely to be a better player. And so I would imagine that, if you have a blind spot, it might be, go and get the ones that you can bank on, the bankable items that you're like, I know beyond a certainty of a doubt compared to a third-round pick or whatever that this player is going to work out. I'm interested how they go there, but I imagine that they're watching closely defensive linemen as they work out today.
Yeah, they should, and I could try to find the data. I have it bookmarked somewhere in my Twitter or something, but
so isn't it like that? You just have so many things stashed. I feel like a squirrel. Squirrels like they get these acorns, they just stash them in various places. And world is damn, I know I put this over here somewhere.
Yeah.
That's how I feel off the tongue.
Yeah, absolutely. If my mother was a squirrel, that's what would happen. I love you, Mom. But
not Mom on blast.
But I have so many screenshots, bookmarked. I have all these stats. I don't know where to locate them. But my point being, the reason why I bring it up is because if you simply just based it off of getting a second contract, if that's how we deemed a draft pick to be successful, the team that drafted them gives them a second contract, offensive linemen have the highest percentage of getting that second contract. So just by using that data point, you can make the case that it is the safest position to draft offensive line. Now, Texans fans might be saying, have you looked at the last few years?
Yeah.
But historically, across the league, offensive linemen hit at the highest rate at the top of the draft. So that is a fair point that you need a lot of help with the offensive line. You haven't built it very well in recent years. Maybe that's the easiest way to go is let's just grab one of these guys, best available at the end of the first round, and hopefully that has the highest percentage, the highest probability of working out for us.
Yeah. I want to throw this question at you. I was listening to a podcast. Mike Renner, who does a lot of this type of work, I think he's doing a draft analysis for CBS Sports this year. He was asked what the deepest positions are in this year's draft. And I'm interested because I know defensive line is one of those ones that are interior defensive line is one of those ones that we kind of talked about. But he had 3 positions that he said were the deepest, and none of them were these major position and needs that we've talked about with this team. He mentioned tight ends, where he said there's probably like 7 or 8 class for the next 2 years, like guys that would start within the next 2 years, 7 or 8 of those when it comes to tight ends. He mentioned running backs, where there's at least 6 starters, he thinks, for day one of the season in this running back draft. And then he also mentioned defensive ends, where he goes, there's probably a third of the first round. Or he said it could possibly see a third of the first round be defensive ends. If the Texans were to take one of those positions, draw from one of those positions, maybe the first 3 rounds, which one would you want between tight ends, running backs, and defensive ends?
Oh, man.
Right? Like I was thinking about that because I was like, there's a level of depth. We know that there's some position, obviously there's always a positional need. It's a salary cap sport. That's how this thing is built. And you know that you're going to need to address those needs to some degree early on. You hope to not be so beholden that it goes need, right, early on, where you're just that is what your picks are dictated to you in a way. But I've seen people talking about various tight ends, various running backs, maybe not as much defensive ends. They're like, hey, I like this guy who could probably fit in with what the Texans are doing. So I'm interested for you, like especially these positions where there's depth, where maybe in that top 75 picks, second round into maybe even third round, where you go, hey, there's still a guy that's really interesting here that the Texans could take. I'm interested which one of those positions would appeal most to you.
Defensive end, I think, would be last. And that also, the last point you made up gets into another interesting conversation of, do you draft for need or you draft best available player? And that's a whole another debate you can have around the draft.
I try and circumvent that debate by sitting firmly on that fence, which is best position or best.
Yes, I like that.
Right, so like you have your pool of needs, and then if you come up and you go, all right, instead of like, all right, let's say 25, you come up and you look and you go, we know we need offensive line, interior offensive line needs to be addressed. Defensive line in the interior needs to be addressed. Wide receiver we probably would like to address. And then you get there at 25, you look at your big board and you go, yeah, man, the best player within that pool, Meka Egbuka, right? Boom. Let's take them. Don't worry about the other stuff. Don't be too beholden to like how much need happens in some of these other places. Now that does mean that going further, you have to account for such things. But that's kind of how I try and split the difference. At least in my position of not actually having to make any of those decisions in real life.
Yeah, I always think you draft for need. So we could talk about where these positions rank on that list of needs for the Texans. But to answer your question, I think I would go tight end because I feel most comfortable right now, and maybe this is not me looking towards the future with the defensive end position, but I feel most comfortable with that, so I put that last on the list. Running backs, I also put kind of in the same category as wide receivers, where I think you can get a talented running back nowadays a lot of places. And if you go back and you look, and this year was an exception with Saquon Barkley, who's obviously was such a tremendous running back, but historically the last decade, Super Bowl winners were not spending on running backs. You had C.J. Anderson coming off his couch to help the Rams. So you could get that running back from a lot of different places. I would say tight end for a couple different reasons. You bring in an offensive coordinator now who has that tight end background. You also could address tight end. Dalton Schultz, Texans fans, we all know, right, was underwhelming last year. We'll see about Cade Stover. You have you came into last year with some depth at that position, but if you get a good enough tight end, they can help on the offensive line, which is a big issue. They can help be a pass catcher, which right now is an issue too with the wide receiver. So you can try to, kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. And also you have a play caller, offensive coordinator who's worked specifically with that position for a number of years and theoretically, hopefully, can get the most out of that position. So of those three, I think I might go tight end.
Yeah, I think the tight end's interesting. I kind of go running back. Like this is one of those things where I feel like I want to see some added depth, and maybe I'm also being too beholden to what the depth chart looks like right now, where I look up and I'm like, you got 3, maybe a possible 4 tight ends like locked up on this roster for this season, where I'm like, all right, you're going to add another young one to that core. But I mean, that is very much a possibility there of doing that tight end wise, and I think that your case is a very strong one. I just look up and I go, man, 6 potential starting running backs in this draft, and if you get one maybe in the 3rd round, now you get a guy where, hey, they can sit in there with Joe Mixon. They can maybe work in tandem with Joe Mixon. And don't forget, Joe Mixon missed 5 games this past year. Not saying that I wish that on him, and I knock on wood to make sure that he does not do that again. But having a level of tandem, especially with the emphasis that a lot of teams, but particularly teams in the system that it seems like Caley is bringing in and Caley himself have put on running the football, adding another guy to help that out would be a big deal for me. But I don't think that you can go wrong in both of those spaces. I just found that to be an interesting kind of. Yeah, we're getting going on a Thursday here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's Luke Morrow filling in for John Lopez, Figgy Fig in his cowboy hat here. And mind you, it's actually a rodeo ticket Thursday. I should remind you that.
It sure damn is.
That's right.
Cowboy.
That's right. You got Zach Top tickets coming in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hour, so you want to make sure that you keep it locked here for that. But coming up next, let's go back out to West Palm Beach, not talking to them specifically, but Spo mentioned something there that I'm sorry. I got to talk about this. We'll hear the audio of Dana Brown tomorrow with Spo, but I'm interested. Even just off of the nugget, I got to talk about this. Spo said that Dana Brown views the outfield as a possibility for Cam Smith. How quickly does that mean that Cam Smith possibly could get to the majors, like realistically? Let's talk about that more next.
All right, let's talk about Mary. You know Mary, she's in Hockley. You
here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. Joining me on this program, Luke Morrow in the stead of John Lopez and Bootman himself. Except Cowboy
man
boots
with no boots.
Yeah, in this instance, it is Figgy Fig who on the YouTube somebody said Figgy's going to a hoedown.
I might. I don't know.
Yeah, he's liable to at this point. You put on a nice hat like that, and at some point we have to really keep. Well, first of all, keep your ladies locked away, and second of all, a circle dance, a square dance rather, might break out. I don't know why I changed the shape in that instance. Might break out here shortly. So looking good there, Fig.
Appreciate that, man.
All right, let's head out to West Palm Beach. I don't know how much square dancing they doing out there.
Yeah, not in that area.
Nah,
that's like the bougie part of Florida.
That is true. Yeah, that's retirement communities.
Yeah.
You got to have a little bit of money to be out that way. And then even if you drive a little further south, if you end up in Fort Lauderdale and then a little bit further, it's that whole kind of South Florida corridor. They got a little money.
It's nice.
Yeah, it is nice, and that's where spring baseball is happening with the fellas of Payne and Pendergast in Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, and Adam Spillane, who's out there, who had an opportunity to talk today with Dana Brown, general manager of the Astros, and that full conversation will have airways tomorrow. However, in just kind of giving the fellas a little bit of a sneak peek, so to say, of his conversation, he brought up something that I'm sorry I can't get out of my mind. Now, Luke, you weren't on the show with us yesterday. I got out here. We were just talking about, what was it, our irrational takes, our irrational sports takes.
Yeah.
And the one that I came out with after Cam Smith went yard twice in his second game, after the first game in spring training, he had a fantastic play discipline to walk twice. And I was just like, you know what? Go ahead and let him break camp at third base with the big league club. And I was like, I understand I'm being irrational, but I was so excited about what he's shown with the bat. Now, he'll go today. He's in the lineup today to play against, who are they playing against again?
The Mets.
I almost said, it is the Mets. Okay, so I was right. Play against the Mets, and it's going to be big league pitching that he'll, like, really and truly big league pitching that he'll see today, so it'll give us a low level of idea. But according to Spo, Dana Brown seemingly says that the aptitude or, Cam Smith's path to the majors might actually go through the outfield, despite the fact that he's only really working with infield coaching right now. And it's all dependent on if that bat is going heavy enough. Basically, if the bat is just like, yo, we got to have this at the major league level, we bring him up through the outfield. And now I know what I'm rooting for. I know exactly what I'm rooting for in this game, and the rest of spring training is for Cam Smith to just mash for the rest of spring training.
Yeah, I hear the kids already calling him Slam Smith. He's gotten off to a great start. It makes a lot of sense. Look, if the bat is good enough, you just have to find a way to get him to the big leagues and get him in that lineup. And right now, there's a lot more depth. It's more of a log. So that makes a lot of sense of, hey, we need this guy at the big league level. Where does he fit in? Well, the easiest slot is the outfield. You don't have to move anyone else. You don't have to move Altuve to the outfield, theoretically. You just slot this one guy out there, problem solved. But personally, for me, I'd rather see him come up and be the third baseman and just keep him at that position. I think it's easier for someone like Altuve to move to the outfield, a veteran at this point, than, I know this might sound backwards, but then the young guy who's only played at third base. I wouldn't want to disrupt that growth while you're focusing on the bat. I don't want you to have to learn a new position. You're focusing on trying to develop and handle big league pitching. I want to just keep you where you're comfortable, which is at third base. I'd move Altuve to the outfield. I move Paredes over to second base, where defensively, statistically, that's been his best position. I think that is actually the best alignment, assuming Smith, if and when he's ready for the big leagues. But at the same token, when it comes to Cam Smith, two things. Number one, to your point yesterday, irrational, whatever, however someone feels about it, just because of service time, I wouldn't break camp with him.
Sure.
But sure, halfway through this season, if he's handling pitching in I would like to see him, by the trade deadline, if he is putting together the performance at the minor league level. And as I just laid out, I'd bring him up, keep him at third, shift some other guys around, which may make things a little more complicated, but I want to keep that guy comfortable there at third. And I also think him in the infield gives you the best lineup and best defensive alignment, and that includes moving Altuve to the outfield, which I've actually always been a fan of this offseason.
Yeah, you've been in on like to dig more into that because he will get his opportunity to, or we will get our opportunity to see him. He's been working in left field even since back before they changed the signage on Dyken Park, right? Like he's been working in left field here in Houston before they even went out there. But we will have an opportunity to see him tomorrow when he play, or tomorrow's Friday, right? Okay, yes, Friday when he plays, when they play. So he'll get an opportunity to have his spring training start there, at least on the baseball diamond. But, I mean, this is a lineup where there's a lot of guys that we're having an opportunity to see in various places, including Cam Smith obviously playing at third. And then I believe second base, we're seeing Dubon again there as well. But, with the Cam Smith thing, I'm interested because, like, I like where you're going there. Having him at third base feels like it's the comfortable thing. It's also where he's played. And doesn't it feel like he could be your third baseman of the future? Like, might as well start that whenever you do bring him up. But I can understand, especially if you pair that with the very logical and very correct perspective that juxtaposes my irrational take of letting him break camp. If you have Paredes playing third base through the season, you don't want to move him to second base, at trade deadline, in August, in September when you get call-ups, right? You don't want to make that shift. So it would make sense for him to come up in the outfield and maybe help you in a position that we're all looking around and saying that is a clear if not straight up weakness, at the very least question mark for this team.
For me, with this whole situation too, the other talking point of it is just kind of trying to figure out where you are as a team. Like if the front office views this season as we're going to be competitive, but it's kind of that soft rebuild that I know nobody wants to hear about, and we're not going to compete for a World Series, then you don't have to rush Cam Smith up. But yeah, like you said, I mean, he's supposed to be that cornerstone. He should be that third baseman of your future. So whenever that time comes to bring him up, that's where I'd like to see him, and I would leave him there. Move some other guys around. Paredes, who knows how long he's going to be here? Is he the future of the Astros? I don't think so.
He's a relatively young guy that you have control over for, 3 seasons of control still?
He is, and I think his bat's going to play really well here in Houston. We'll see about, when he goes on the road. But is he someone you're going to build the team around moving forward? It remains to be seen. It depends how well he plays.
26 years old, and you do have him. 25, 26, 27 seasons all through arbitration before he's a free agent in 28.
I do like the move, but this is also, I believe, his fourth organization by age 26. So, I'm always a little skeptical when guys move around like that. There's something that
what did he do?
Yeah,
what was he doing to get himself moved?
They don't like whatever that is. But yeah, I think Smith should be that cornerstone at third base. But my point being, if this year you view this year and you think, or as the season plays along and we're in July and you see the Astros, maybe hovering around 500, maybe in third place in the West. I know these horror stories. Then there's no reason to rush Cam
500,
Smith.
how dare you?
I know it. There's no reason to then rush him up to the big leagues. So you almost have to play out this, see how things go this year and see when he's ready, and then if he can contribute at the big league level and there's a need for him to contribute, because otherwise this guy's supposed to be rushing along, especially if you look at this team and like, yeah, you know what, we're not really going to compete for a World Series this year anyways. Let's not stunt his development.
No, for sure. And that's why I'm super excited to see him against Holmes today, right? On the mound for the Mets. Like, again, you were saying that you view him as probably like the number 2 starter there with the Mets. Like that's the level of pitching that you don't get to see when you've played 20 games or had 20 plate appearances in Double A, in fact, with the Cubs. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's where I'm hoping to get a little bit of an idea of where he actually is, because the 541 on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line asks a very good question, which is, are we over exaggerating Cam Smith too early? And that is a very reasonable question to ask. It's why I have been very clear that I'm being irrational about all these things, because again, he's only really had competition at levels that are reasonable for being less than a year out of college, but then also only having seen Double A level pitching. So today will be relatively instructive. You don't want to hinge everything on 2-3 at bats. However, I think today will be relatively instructive on how much of an overreaction is it that we're doing? Is it that we're just trying to rush him up a little early, or are we then making a guy who probably needs to be at Corpus into a big leaguer in the way we talk about it? I think today will help us iron that out.
For sure. And I think we're all being prisoners of the moment.
That's right.
But
it's early. It's only spring training.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the first week of spring training.
On the brakes, guys.
For a guy, 1 year out of college. But with that said, I mean, he is the top prospect for a reason. He got even ripped.
He's so big.
And when you look over the history of big leagues, the stars, they usually have it right away. Like Griffey played 130 minor league games. Bonds played 115.
Right. Even Bregman came up pretty quickly. I think was it 200?
Something like that. Right, Trout and even Bryce Harper. Like when you know these guys have it, they have it. You don't need the time in the minors. So let's see how he does this year. I'd start him in Double-A, and I wouldn't even care. He doesn't have to play Triple-A. I think Triple-A is an overrated minor league for prospects. It's not for prospects. It's for has-beens. And
whoa,
man!
In your face, Space Cowboys.
He's heating up. Yeah. Love the Space Cowboys.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
From a prospect development standpoint, I would say that.
He's pretty much saying that's the graveyard for MLB players.
Well, a lot of guys. So, yeah, put him in Double-A. Give him half a season. If he's tearing it up at Double-A, call him up this summer. Let him be your third baseman for the future. That's how I'd approach it.
I appreciate this. Appreciate the bit from Storytime on the YouTube. Is it too early to be a long season guy? That's a good question. I like the bit there. If you have an answer, 713-572-4610 on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. We've seen a couple of, kind of rules change in some ways, some specific to teams like the Yankees, and one looking like it might change in the NFL. So the question of the day is, what is the next rule in sports that just has to change for you? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and
xassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No John Lopez on the day. Luke Morrow in with myself, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig on this Rodeo Ticket Thursday. In the 11 o'clock hour, we'll start giving away that 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Before we get that, let's get into our question of the day right now. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
That's right, Jim. And with the, you see the Yankees, they allowed, you'd be able to play for the Yankees if you wanted to, Luke.
That's right. That was the only thing keeping me.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
I know it. We've had discussions about this.
Yeah.
You were very close.
Mm-hmm.
You almost made it to AAA, in fact, but you were like, I'm not going there. I'm definitely not shaving his beard.
That's for dead people.
Exactly.
Man.
That's right.
Going to
It's a
AAA.
graveyard for prospects. I'm out of there.
But you've seen that change. We've seen various different changes, including one that the NFL is trying to make right now. There's a conversation about changing the overtime rules in the regular season to match those of the postseason. We'll talk more about that. But inspired by that, what is the next rule in sports that just has to change? 713-572-4610.
I have so many. I think the one I'm most my guy Dean Blandino about this, and he's tried
Your
to.
guy Dean Blandino. Look at you.
Let me bend over and pick up that name. Yeah. He's tried to explain it to me. His explanation still didn't really make much sense to me. The rule I hate most in football and probably all the sports is the touchback on the fumble through the end zone.
That's number one on my list, man.
I can't stand that rule. If you drop the ball out of bounds 1 inch closer,
That's right.
in front of the pylon,
Correct.
you get it right there. But because the ball happened to roll just a little bit
You
further
lose the
going in the end
possession.
zone, not only do you lose possession, the other team gains 20 yards too. Like if you want to give the ball to the other team, put it at the spot of the fumble. I don't get the reward of not only giving them the football, but then also putting it 20 yards away, giving you 20 yards of field position. If you fumble anywhere else out of bounds on the field, you keep possession. But for some reason, at that goal line, it's a turnover. I hate that rule. It's stupid. Blandino said something about, well, it's the most important part on the field, so you should protect the ball better. I don't know what it was.
Man.
Made no sense. Change that rule.
At that point, if you fumble out of bounds anywhere, give the team the other ball at the 20.
That's
then,
right.
If we're doing that.
Correct.
Yeah. For 100 yards, you play with one rule, and then for the
120, in fact.
Yeah, I guess so. And then, for the 1 little inches there, right at the goal line, you change the rule. I don't like it. It's stupid. Change it.
I agree. I've gone off about this before. I think it's dumb. I think that there's already because I know that you get to places where you go, all right, if you want a rule change so bad, what do you change to? I got an answer for you. How about you just treat it like any other fumble forward? Because that's what happens, right? You fumble forward and you fumble forward out spot of fumble.
Mm-hmm.
When you fumble backwards, you get the ball at the spot where the ball crosses out of bounds. Simple.
Yeah.
I don't know why we've made
agree.
this more difficult than it needs to be. Absolutely one of those ones I agree with. On the YouTube, somebody said it's not really a rule, but the luxury tax in baseball.
For sure.
I'm there, especially because it is the way that the ownership has kind of soft pedaled a soft cap into the league without really having strong negotiations with the players. In that way, like I understand that if you want to get a cap and a salary floor, which I think the players would benefit from, however, the owners would only give that with a cap. You do it with a salary, or you do it with having that hard salary cap or what have you. But right now, you just see payrolls that are like languishing because some teams are not doing that, and you also see teams up top that are like, I mean, right now you can look at the Astros right now. They use the luxury tax and its prohibitive nature. I don't want to completely bash Jim Creighton on this because I do think that we need to remember that it's also a repeater tax.
Mm-hmm.
So like 1 year if you're in the luxury, it's 20%. The next year if you remain in the luxury, it's 30%. It moves up to, I believe, either 40 or 50 the year after. So like it is prohibitive on the repeater tax. So I understand why leagues or teams rather would want to dip out, like almost like in basketball, the 3-second rule, how you'll get a big that'll step out of the lane and then step back in and reset the clock. I understand why teams wouldn't get out of there, but that's exactly why I don't like it. And I understand baseball is one of those sports where it feels kind of bad when one team is just going to use their money to beat the mess out of other teams. But we've seen it. That doesn't mean that they're going to be competent.
No.
Spend that money. Why not?
I think that's a decision. We always focus on the team spending so much money. The problem and why you need the salary cap is for that floor that you mentioned. Because the tax doesn't really do much for the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees. They have deep pockets. They'll pay that, no problem. But you got to get these teams like the Pirates, even the Orioles, to spend and make it more competitive. Granted, the Orioles have still been good. The Rays always find a way to be good. But some of these teams just don't care. The owners rather put the money in their pockets. I think that's wrong. You shouldn't be owning the team then. And that's why you need the salary cap for the floor. Let's have the Pirates actually spend some money and give their fans...
The unhoused A's.
Something, yeah, the A's, absolutely. You need the salary cap mostly for the floor, but absolutely, that's another one. Add it to baseball.
Some other ones that have mentioned the idea of pass interference being a spot foul as opposed to being a 15-yard penalty, like in college football. I see both sides of that, and I understand like the prohibitive nature of both sides of that. But yeah, it does get really ridiculous when we get, as Jane Coaston once termed it, the all-PI offense, where teams are just chucking up there. They're like, I know we're going to get a foul on this one. It's cool.
I would keep pass interference the same, but my other big rule is just make everything reviewable, get rid of challenges, and just like what the XFL or the one of those leagues was doing, just have somebody up in the booth and anytime.
Permanent review?
Yeah, anytime. It takes 15 seconds. Anytime you see a bad call, change it right away. So leave pass interference how it is, but just make sure we're getting those calls right because, sometimes it could be 50 yards on a bad call.
See, the problem I have with that is it don't
tempo?
take 15 seconds to make
should,
a call,
though. I
man.
agree, but it should.
Yeah, that's where I'm out on it. If it do take 15 seconds, hey, do it like tennis. Man, just get a little and then we'll clap.
And then,
it was out. That's it.
The clapping is really what's been missing. If they added the clapping, that would fix it all.
They need to do that, man. But it can't be longer than 10 seconds, man.
Well, my rule with all these reviews is like get 2 replays. If it's not that obvious, then just leave the call as is. But when it's that obvious, so like everyone at home can see, oh, that's a terrible call, you should be able to change that right away.
That's interesting. But I think the concern with what you're proposing is just how much time that would add to games, which leads me back to one of the things that brought us here was that the NFL is considering changing the overtime rules from in the regular season where it is, I guess, the equivalent of golden goal, right? You have an opportunity. If you go score, you can end it in that first overtime.
In the first drive, if you score a touchdown.
Compared to the playoffs where it's the full 15 minutes and, you have the opportunity to rebut and everything. I think that I have always actually, and I think that this goes against what a lot of people tend to believe, but I've always actually been more in favor of the way that they do it in the regular season, how they do it in the regular season, which is you had 48 minutes, actually 60 minutes of football to be able to decide this. Y'all couldn't figure it out. So we supposed to keep going? Nah, man, end it. Like the goal of overtime, particularly in the regular season, is not to determine who is better. We had an opportunity to that. It's just to find a winner. It's just so that we don't have ties in this thing. And even then, you can get to a tie if you keep going long enough. Let's get this thing over with, especially in the regular season where they are so dependent on windows in the NFL. You got your morning, or you got your noon slate. You got your mid-afternoon slate. You got your noon slate starting right now. We need to get this game over with so we can turn this over to the next game. And so how many times, there's been a couple of times where I've been caught in a game and I'm like, this isn't actually good, but we're still going. I'd much rather y'all flip this thing over to the next one, guys. Like, there's a lot of those times, and I feel like that's really more of the priority for me in the regular season. I don't like the idea that now in the regular season, we'll get one of those games, and it just keeps going and going. No, let's go. Let's move this along.
That's fair. Overtimes in regular season are usually horrendous. They come down to like the very end. You're threatening a tie. Some team, they're both missing field goals. That's fair. For the regular season, yeah, it's fine. I think the overtime in general probably still needs to be adjusted, but I'm glad they made some changes at least to the playoffs because you can't have your star quarterbacks on the sideline never getting the football in overtime in the playoffs.
I like what this person is doing. I just don't know what it means here from the 281. Make pass interference 2 levels. Lower level is a 15-yard. Level 2 is a spot foul. Are we doing like the flagrants in basketball? What's the PI 1 versus a PI 2?
Yeah, that could get a little tricky too.
Oh boy,
man.
we're gonna have some real fun with the refs then.
Because a lot of the times pass interference is pretty much your opinion on what you think is pass interference or not.
Yeah, well, remember, they used to do that with face masks. They got rid of that for a reason. We used to have, the 5-yard and 15-yard face masks?
And I couldn't tell you to this day what was the difference.
Yeah, it was like if you just grabbed compared to pulling, but eventually the NFL is like, this is too hard to determine in real time. Let's just do one penalty for face masks.
And I appreciate this texter who said, I still like the idea of send it to Raj. Just Raj got to sit by a button. He got to watch every game, and he's got to sit by a button. And we're going to hit him up on the bat phone. What you think, Raj?
Well, yeah, all these other sports, though, do have some, centralized. I think they need to adapt or adjust their replay policies.
Yeah, probably. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832 Easy. Eliminate the taunting rule in the NFL. Shout out to Nixon. You win. You did it. That's the one, man. I'm sick of the taunting rule, man. Like, let them do it. It's cool. What? You worried that they're going to grab their junk? It's fine. It'll be all right. The kids see worse on the internet at these points. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including, hey, man, they out here fighting at the combine as well? No, not the players. The media members. We'll talk about that more next.
Nick Caserio at the the Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. By the way, Rodeo Ticket Thursday, the 11 o'clock hour is in effect. So during this hour, we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top. Myself, Reginald Adatula, Luke Morrow in for John Lopez and Figgy Fig here with you. Y'all just keep going on these rules that y'all want to see changed. Somebody said penalty kicks in soccer when it comes to overtime. Just have players kick field goals. Kevin, that's Kevin on the YouTube, and then kicks rocks came back on the backside, but only linemen can do the kicking. We're just making mini games now. Like once the actual regulation.
Y'all
is
ain't had
over,
enough of the Pro Bowl.
Just shenanigans.
We making the Pro Bowl
That's
in the regular season.
Pro Bowl games in overtime. You should have figured it out in regular season.
Make Justin Jefferson put on those big old hands and catch footballs.
Now, one thing that would do, right? All these teams that are like running out the clock at the end of the fourth quarter to get to overtime. Oh no, baby, you better go and score. You sure Quentin Nelson can knock down the 35-yard field goal? Because I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that would absolutely create some. And somebody else was just like, allow steroids back in baseball. Just have Jose Altuve walking around like a miniature Hulk. All right, guys. Okay. I appreciate you guys taking it beyond its logical conclusion and into the nonsense. It's always appreciated. Speaking of nonsense, we turn to around the NFL, where apparently media members get into a little bit of altercations, for lack of a better word. In this instance, the two media members involved is Jordan Schultz, who's been a newsbreaker, I think, for Fox Sports. And then Ian Rappaport, who is relatively well-known name,
the guy,
NFL Network. I want to call Ian Rappaport the guy. I feel like Schefter still holds that mantle.
Yeah.
I
think they fighting for number one.
Okay.
Wow.
I think it's fair.
Luke, I need you to come in and be the tiebreaker. Where's your power rankings on NFL newsbreakers?
Schefter's still number one.
Oh,
for sure. Oh yeah.
I wouldn't be mad if somebody say either or.
Now you know what messes it up? Ain't nobody Woj. Like Woj looked like he was dominating the game, and Schefter isn't quite that. Pelissero will get his. Rappaport will get his.
Honestly, I think Schefter is number one because of ESPN.
It doesn't hurt. It definitely doesn't hurt. But Rappaport is a pretty solid news break. And Jordan Schultz, Fox, he's kind of been trying to work his way up. I know that sometimes it can be a little up and down. Sometimes with reports, playing the newsbreaker game is kind of tough. You want to get that out early, and sometimes that can lead to some inaccuracies, especially depending on what your sources are or what have you. And so Jordan Schultz, apparently he got out here and he wanted to be, chief newsbreaker on Matthews, for currently with the Rams, but supposedly there's possibilities that he could be traded. In fact, I believe he has been given the leeway to seek himself out a trade. And the report that Jordan Schultz put out was that Tom Brady, who of course is a minority owner in the Las Vegas Raiders, had hosted Matt Stafford in an attempt to try and court his services to be the next quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Well, Ian Rappaport came through and put a little bit of cold water on his reporting, apparently then following up a reporting saying, no, it wasn't like intentional in a hosting in that way. They just kind of happened to bump into each other. It wasn't of the level that was discussed, and their discussions ongoing. That idea is probably overstated in essence. And so Jordan Schultz apparently did not take kindly to that and pulled up to that man at the Starbucks. Ian Rappaport was supposedly talking to a source of some sort. I'm trying to recall what the source was.
I think it was an agent.
It was an agent, yes. Thank you. And they were just sitting there at the Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis, which makes sense. Like, I feel like in Indy, if you don't got to go outside, you don't really have to. Or you don't.
And everybody's staying at that same hotel.
Everybody's at the same place. It's one of the benefits of the combine is everybody's kind of in the same place. You have an opportunity to have conversations.
To bump into people.
And apparently Jordan Schultz wanted to bump into him in a different way because he popped up there and he apparently it started getting loud. He walked over to Rappaport while he was talking to an agent, broke up their conversation and said, "We need to talk," or something to that effect. To which Rappaport said, "We don't need to talk." Which immediately, there is beef, baby. There is beef.
Yes, we do, buddy.
And he said to my bleeping face, Jordan Schultz was. So I was like, oh, okay. It is intense, and so
this is Mike Dad's coffee
That's
shop.
Right. It is apparently.
It is. That's what was ironic about it.
It was. He is the son of Howard Schultz, who was big dog on in the. He used to own the company of Starbucks.
Mike Dad built this.
I just find this to be hilarious. Like this entire thing. Eventually, I believe Rappaport, had the verbal confrontation. Schultz Schultz was reported to Rappaport to the NFL, like to security in that way. But what did you take away from this escalation? Rappaport called security, and it never escalated further the situation. But like, what was your big takeaway from two dudes who are literally Twitter fingers? Right? Like they literally just post things on the internet or post things obviously on their publications about NFL stuff, seemingly coming to at least words and maybe getting close to blows.
Yeah, the whole thing is so lame. The confrontation, Rappaport reporting him to NFL security after he left.
Called the cops.
Yeah. Afterwards, I mean, how threatened were you really?
He called the cops.
Everything's just so ridiculous. I hate this whole throw Schefter in there. Woj, I give props to Woj for getting out of the game. I hate this whole cottage industry of these
I
insiders.
got it first. No, I got it first.
It is so
That's
lame.
my report.
Everything about it. And this whole thing. Who cares? And I guess apparently they've had some heat, in the past because Rappaport is kind of Port's past. Who cares? Rappaport,
Jordan.
Yeah,
does.
they do both these
Clearly
guys.
Jordan does.
Rappaport was the same guy. He went on NFL Network in like November and spent 5 minutes ranting about how Mike Mularkey lied to him about a story like a decade ago. Like they just all these guys take themselves way too seriously. Schefter talking about like I can't even go to the bathroom in peace. I always have to stay on my phone. No, just put the phone down. Who cares? And Schultz is another one where, as you said, he's been trying to make a name for himself. His dad owned Starbucks. His dad also owned the Supersonics when they were a thing.
That's true. That is correct.
That is.
And so I'm always anti like nepotism and the rhetoric, the reputation around Schultz is just he was able to become friends with a lot of athletes, and now it's just kind of like their puppet with the information he puts out. I hate that whole cottage industry of these guys that, everyone's got their hands in, all the agents and players have their hands in them. Ruling what they put out there, and they're going to try to come to blows over a silly report. It's a bunch of people taking themselves too seriously.
Absolutely. One thing I will say, them taking themselves too seriously is how we get this information, though. Like that's the tough part. That is the squeeze that provides the juice that we ultimately, taste. That we ultimately get to have this information on. And I find it interesting because a lot of people have gone to the Rappaport, in trying to find the person that they're going to bang on in the altercation. There's been a few people saying that Rappaport is a little B, let's be honest, or what have you. I actually, in reading this, I was like, hey, Jordan, how about you get it right? Like, if you don't want people correcting you, make sure that you verify and make sure that you get this correct. Because then you going up here and verbally accosting somebody, saying something you got wrong, that feels like that's a your bad situation here.
I think what it is, what it truly is, I think a lot of people kind of look at Jordan Schultz in a different way because he's not like that traditional journalist that just worked his way up like that. They kind of look at him as the Starbucks baby. Like, oh, he's here because of his dad type of thing, which I'm kind of guilty of that too. But I come around to realize like he do have some valid, he do report some valid stuff. So I look at him as one of the guys. But I think the other thing is, I'm kind of wondering because Jordan's report was that they had an official meeting.
Correct.
I'm wondering, like, is that considered tampering? Will that type of meeting get like some teams in trouble some type of way? Because it seemed like Rappaport's report is like, hey, they just bumped. It seemed like he's trying to cover it up a little bit. Like, he don't want to blow up the spot.
It's quite possible that, like, that's where his sources came through. Like, hey, we got to cover this up, dog. Actually, no, he's wrong. Like, that was not how.
Yeah, he made
that's
it
not
seem.
How I got it.
He made it seem like, oh, they just bumped into each other. Like, it was no real meeting because I don't know if they're getting in trouble for that or.
Whenever we have any of these reports, you always have to ask yourself who benefits most from this
100%.
information being out there.
Correct.
And that's where it probably came from. So I like your theory, and yeah, that probably is the case. Rappaport's probably doing damage control for his buddy that's trying to keep them from getting in trouble.
I love the idea that these dudes came to like get in each other's faces and yelling just so that a couple of sides of the actual story could get their particular side of the story out. Like, these guys are fighting because, no, my source is better. My dad can whip your dad's ass. That's basically what this was.
Yeah.
Hilarious stuff.
It seemed like a lot of the reporters didn't really care for Jordan Schultz like that. Maybe they don't like his style because he is the type of guy that give a lot of his opinions to because he do a lot of stuff on Fox Sports. So maybe they don't really like his he don't have that traditional journalist type of style. So maybe they look at him a little funny because you usually don't see that type of, when Schefter reports something and maybe everything is not wrong with Schefter, but you don't really see the other side just taking a stab at that, like just blowing cold water on that rarely.
It's true.
By the way, B. Scott listening said that he'll take Rap over Shefty, in fact. It does feel like Shefty's losing a little bit of luster, especially especially when you got that story out there that he's out here just passing off stories straight from the mouths.
Yeah. You know what it is with Shefty that's kind of got me taking him in the, like, pretty much him taking the back seat. I think he be on ESPN a little too much, and they kind of ask a little too much from him. Like, like NFL Live.
ESPN working their guys too hard?
Yeah, like,
when does that ever happen?
Like, honestly, I'm a fan of you just reporting some stuff you know and all that, but they be trying to get that man opinions on the game and all that stuff.
Got him doing like the gritty on the field.
Yeah, like, I don't need all. Don't make my man a character. Just let him be the source. Let him be the guy. Don't make my man put on the costume and all that stuff.
What do you think that rap was it Frappuccino? Was it pumpkin spice latte?
It's something that
black?
It's something. No, it's something lame. It's something with a lot of spices in it or something. I would love the next step for Schultz is to have his daddy ban Rappaport from Starbucks. And when he tries to walk in there this morning to meet with an agent, they're like, "Sorry, Ian, you can't come in here anymore."
Yeah, see where are you gonna have your meeting now?
Yeah. That should be the next step.
He looked like a sugar-free vanilla latte type of guy.
Okay, I see what you got there. Sugar-free vanilla latte.
Skim milk.
Yeah, it might be. I'm watching this figure for TV. All right, some other things around the NFL. You won't be surprised to hear that Justin Tucker issued a new statement denying misconduct allegations that have continued to surface against him, saying, "I maintain I did not act inappropriately at any point before, during, or after a professional bodywork treatment session, nor have I ever been told that I am unwelcome at any massage therapy provider," which that's a bold stance to take because I feel like there's going to be some documentation somewhere. That'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. He goes further, kind of laying down the expected kind of rebuttal to this. He even went as far as to say, "It devastates me to know that anyone I have worked with would not have felt respected and valued as a professional, but more importantly as a person. And to anyone that has felt otherwise, I am sorry." Which that feels like you're opening up a little possibility where you're not vehemently dying anymore. Am I wrong there?
No, I don't think so. And I'm a big, where there's smoke, there's fire. And there seems to be a decent amount of smoke around all this. And it goes back to, you can find tweets from people like referencing this like 4 years ago before this ever became public knowledge. So I guess this was before it's gone public now in recent months. But, you're innocent until proven otherwise. But I'm always a big, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a lot of smoke here. I wouldn't be surprised if, unfortunately, something did happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much what it feels like. We've talked about multiple times how this seems to just track so closely to what Deshaun Watson went through. I just can't imagine him remaining with that team. Mike Garofalo, another one of those NFL insiders who reports on the game, gives us this. Among interesting items from NFL football ops session with the media, where we also got, I think, a level of insight into the way that they have tried to surmise if quarterbacks are getting preferential treatment, where they did fouls drawn per 100 hits, and they tried to say that if you looked at it, that there was no correlation with how good a quarterback he was compared to how many fouls were drawn. Seeing as Patrick Mahomes, I believe he ended up being 8th when it came to fouls drawn per 100 hits. And then they tracked this also with quarterbacks that made the playoffs, and they were all over the spectrum, including C.J. Stroud, who averaged a robust 0.00 fouls drawn per 100 hits.
Oh, my gosh.
Tied with Jalen Hurts and Bo Nix.
Wow.
No fouls per quarterback's hit for hits, per 100 hits. So, yeah, maybe we probably need to look at that, NFL. Like, hey, the guy that was sacked the most, maybe there probably should have been more fouls in there. I don't know. But Mike Garofalo, to go back, Hawkeye virtual measurement for line to gain is slated to replace chains as the primary measurement system for the regular season in 2025. Do you like the idea that, hey, we're going to the virtual backup, but they're, according to Garofalo, they're going to bring that in this year. Virtual chains.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's happening so quickly. I do like it, assuming, and this might be a big assumption, but just assuming that everything works properly, like the technology works, and you have the chains as a backup. But yeah, I think it is better, as opposed to like Gene Steratore with his index card.
Smile, just grinning, the bleep-eating grin directly into the camera, like you know damn well what you're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, how much money does this league make? It's now 2025. We should have a better method than pulling the chains out and all that sort of stuff, or like what happened with the Josh Allen play. That's usually what leads to these changes, is some sort of drama in a big moment, and then the NFL reacts to the outrage. So I guess that makes sense for the timing. But yeah, in general, I like this idea instead of the chains, which that was like something from when they started, like the 70s, maybe even sooner. It's time to update.
I like the idea that in the year of our Lord 2024, we were like, you know what's the most accurate way of doing this? 3 old dudes with 2 sticks and a chain.
That's right.
That is the way that we measure things.
Hopefully it go by quicker.
And that's the thing. Hopefully it goes by quicker. I'm cautiously optimistic because, like the Hawkeye technology, you were talking about this earlier, Figgy, like the tennis. But that's because they have a ton of cameras and that like there's no obstructions at any given time to see where that tennis ball lands. And you also have a set, like, the ground is moving. The line on that ground is not moving, right? It remains in that place. So these are all things that can be calibrated down to, I imagine, the millimeter. With football, there's obstructions.
Bodies
with all
in the
these
way.
Bodies.
Yeah, where's the football?
The line to gain is arbitrary depending on where.
Did you see him down that?
It is. When does the knee hit? Like, there's so many variables. So I'm very interested to see how accurately this thing actually works. Because I do feel like, as inaccurate and as much as I knock down chains, it will get a lot tougher to trust these things if you're starting to see some glitches in the system. So I'm very interested to see how that works this season.
Yeah, it's like when they made pass interference reviewable for a season and they like never overturned a call.
Man.
And then they just got rid of it.
That was just a giant bleep you to Saints fans. That's what that was.
Yeah.
I'm curious if this is something similar, of just to like shut everyone up. We're going to do it, show you that it's not as great as it sounds, and then we're just going to go back to chains the following season.
Yeah, hopefully that's not the case, because I would actually it feels like eventually the technology would come. I just wonder if the time is indeed now, but it seems like we will see it. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's a star player that now we have reporting will be available in this offseason. Are you interested in that star for your Houston Rockets? We'll talk about that and a win over the Spurs next.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring baseball. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No John Lopez on the day. Luke Morrow in for Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this rodeo ticket Thursday. I don't know whether I keep want to say radio instead of rodeo.
I mean, we are on the radio.
We are indeed.
And we are giving away rodeo tickets on the radio.
You know what? I always appreciate you being there for me, Fig.
I got you, man.
Thank you. All right. How about this? Could the Rockets have this here? Obviously, big win, or let me not lie. It was a win against the Spurs. I guess you could call it big if you just want to come through the terms that we've kind of been talking about. Second night of a back-to-back. But, oh boy, did they bully the Spurs. We'll talk more about that. Talk about it now, and I'll circle back around to the star who they say is actually going to be available in this offseason and whether or not that works for your Rockets. Did you have any big takeaways from this game last night? Because I was just watching in fact, I texted B. Scott in the middle of it, and I was like, man, I feel stupid because yesterday I was like, I don't know, man. Second night of a back-to-back. The Spurs have been trying to put a little bit of effort up since they lost Wemby, even though they had lost back-to-back games against the Pelicans, who are not a good team either. But I was like, man, they can make it a little tough. Nope. No toughness in there. The Rockets were bullying them. I mean, Amen Thompson he made these dudes look like food. They look stupid. He hit them with, shimmies and shakes. He was getting to the rack, dunking on their punkin' heads. 25 points for Amen Thompson in this one. I mean, there was multiple guys with 20 points. I think 3 guys with 20 points in this game. And I don't think any of the Spurs had night. Like, this was bullying at its finest, in my opinion.
Yeah, this game was over by the time the Spurs got off the bus, at the arena. They showed the stat at halftime that the Spurs starting 5, I think had 14 points in the first half. So, no, my only takeaway for the Rockets was that, like you said, they won the second night of a back-to-back. They're under 500 in those games this year, even with last night's victory. And a lot of those losses are games that they shouldn't lose, but, it's just tough to go back-to-back. And they lead the league in back-to-backs. Fortunately, they only have 2 remaining now, so they're through the hard part of their schedule from a scheduling perspective. So that was the only takeaway for the Rockets. I mean, they just played so well. They did bully the Spurs. They dominated them. The game was over right away. Came out, played well. Didn't close very strong, but that's okay because, they still won by double digits. The game was out of hand by, the fourth quarter. So, no, my biggest takeaway was just I think the Spurs are packing it in. I mean, they've removed Stephon Castle, who is the heavy favorite to be Rookie of the Year. They've had him come off the bench these last few games. He only played like 12 minutes the other night. He did play a bunch last night, but in large part because the game was out of hand. So they don't have their coach. They don't have their star. Now they've got Castle coming off the bench. I think the Spurs have just given up. So I don't take much away other than the fact that, hey, Rockets won after playing a game the night before. That's good to see.
The only takeaways that I have would be somewhat negative in that, hey, man, Alperen Şengün, 1 of 5 on the night. And then this is not even as much of a negative because I still, on the other side, I'm going to talk about the fact that on the text line, they got right to the heart of it. Having Bari back definitely made a difference. You see the impact that Jabari for him, only bested by Alperen Şengün having 11. The impact is clearly there. But, man, the three-point shot is not going for him early on into his return back for the Rockets. And that's something that I imagine will definitely even out and, kind of smooth out. But, yeah, that's the only thing that I'll go, hey, man, that's not quite there in the way that I would hope. So, once you get Fred back, if you do go with the way that I think a lot of people are thinking, Amen Thompson remains in the starting lineup, Dylan Brooks goes to being more of a sixth man, what happens with the three-point shooting? But that's for later Rockets to deal with. In this moment, they're looking pretty solid. They'll have a couple of days off as well before they get back going. They're done with the month of February, technically. They'll play again on Saturday, the 1st. However, now moving on to next year, right? One of the things that I think you were also thinking about just with the Rockets of late, we were talking about before the show, is just, okay, we're pretty solid on what we think about this team, including the need for a superstar, right? Like, we still feel like that. And maybe that was another thing you take away. You look over at De'Aaron Fox that some people were clamoring for, and you go, yeah, it doesn't look like a superstar. But how do you feel about this name? Brian Windhorst, not him to be a superstar. I don't think that you want him on the team. I don't know that he has the same. I don't think he has a good post move.
Want to see him play basketball?
Nah, I think I'm good.
I actually would, but not for the not for the right reasons.
Oh, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. You just want to see him stumble and bumble, don't you?
I want to see what his game looks
right,
like. Maybe he's got a great jumper.
I'm sure a lot of NBA players want to see this.
I bet they do. All right, but he was talking about a superstar named Kevin Hood. No, maybe. In fact, the certainty that he'll be available.
Yeah, well, they're going to trade him, and he knows that, and like he's actually given them. There's been a couple of opportunities where he could have criticized them for trying to trade him. He has not done that. He has been very professional about this, and I expect that to continue throughout the rest of the regular season. He's going to try to win every game he's out there. And then in the offseason, he sort of gave himself a little ad there. He's like, whatever team gets me, I'm going to make a difference. I'm still in my prime. So I think he's handled this very appropriately. And look, I know that the Warriors wanted him. It didn't work out. He said, I want to be there. The Warriors are doing great, too. They're doing just fine. KD is setting himself up for his last act. I think everybody's intentions are crystal clear here.
You in?
Absolutely. Well, yes.
Oh,
yes and no.
hey!
I was going to say absolutely.
He was like, absolutely. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about this.
Yeah.
Because we have talked about the idea of having a guy that can go get a bucket, especially when you talk about those closing moments. Kevin Durant, just by his stature alone, like even if he does not, make a great move or gain great position, he can just shoot over the top of guys. We've seen him do that to close out games at various points. But like, is that at that age, 35, 36, is that what you would want for a team this young, or are you just like, bleep it? This team has shown a capability, and you just need a guy who can kind of settle in those big moments, and he would be that.
That's my concern. So I would say absolutely I would love Durant, but then you start thinking about those other factors of what you would have to give up, how long would you have Durant, what can he offer at this age. I've always said, like when you play NBA, if you create the ultimate scorer in the NBA, I think you'd build them exactly like Kevin Durant. I think he has the greatest overall skill set from a scorer, I would say, in NBA history. I've always been a huge Durant guy. But now, 37 years old, coming off the lower body injuries, a couple of years ago, And that's the concern. I think he fits well with the Rockets because he has a defensive team. He'll have young guys around him. He'll have a big guy inside that can help him space the floor. I think he fits really well. My only concerns would be twofold. Number one, you mentioned the age. The only star to ever win an NBA title over the age of 35 was Jabbar, but even he had Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
He wasn't the guy. I mean, he won the Finals MVP when he was 37, but still, he's playing with Magic Johnson. That helps. We have never seen a guy beyond 35 be the reason, lead the team. When Duncan was over 35, you had Kawhi, Tony Parker, Tony Parker. Those guys were older, but it was group. David Robinson won a championship over 35. Well, he had Tim Duncan just came into the league. So we've never seen a team.
KD would have Jalen Green, clearly.
Oh, yes, of course.
And Alperen Şengün.
Good guys, but I don't think they're at that level. That's the problem with this team right now. And so then my other concern is, well, if you are going to go all in on a 37-year-old Durant, he's not a free agent. You have to trade for him. So how much are you going to give up, assuming that Durant plays, another 3 years at a high peak? Do you give up the future of this team to go all in on 2 to 3 years of an older Durant? And then that's my other concern. How much do you have to give away for him, and what are you getting in return? But with all that said, you look at free agents this year, there's really not a very good free agent. That free agent, like LeBron has a player option, which is, by the way, $53 million. I don't think he's going to hit the market, but there's just not a lot of good options. So with everything I just said, this probably would be your best option to get that star you need. So I guess you just have to, give up whatever it takes to get Durant and hope he can lead you to the promised land here in the next 2 to 3 years.
That is the very interesting kind of push and pull here, because you need that star. You've built yourself in such a way where you do not have to jump at the star, but you do have to at some point decide to strike. Mm-hmm. And so when is actually the right time to strike? And I think I'm less concerned about what you have to give up. You've perfectly situated yourself to work with that team in particular. You hold a majority of their future draft capital. And so if they want to then get back into a place where they're like, hey, we want to rebuild or what have you, you can offer them not just picks, but very valuable picks to them where they can then, if they want to tank, they can tank because they own, they control their own way. Like they would have the pick that ties to their badness. There's some instances where you've traded your first round pick, and so it doesn't benefit you to be bad because somebody else is going to benefit from that, right? In fact, that's where they are right now. They are sinking, and it's much to the benefit of the Rockets, where either the Rockets will get a higher pick than they absolutely should be, being a team of this caliber, or they can then offer that back to Phoenix and say, hey, your pick ended up being in the lottery, and maybe it fell as a number 5 overall pick. You want it back? Like has some value. Right, I think that would be helpful. The thing that I would like to go back to is the first thing that you started with. He is. I didn't think that I would get here, but he's getting a little too old for my liking, and maybe this is me being greedy. I understand that because again, you have to find a way to strike. I still think that there's going to be an opportunity where someone comes free. Hell, you look at the Suns, and if they're blowing that up, how far are they blowing that up? Because is Devin Booker available?
It's true,
right? Like if you are actually blowing this thing up in a substantial way, you want to keep doing this with Devin Booker, we'll take him.
That's true. I'd certainly much rather have Devin Booker. That's a good point. You're going to have to call around. And the other thing, too, though, with Durant, and I love Kevin Durant, but the other problem is he's never been – it's the big knock on him. He's never been able to win when he's the leader, right? Like you have to have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson around him. He hasn't been able to do it in Phoenix with talented players around him. He wasn't able to do it in OKC with talented players around him. He's kind of better when it comes to winning championships as the 1B compared to the 1A. And here in the Rockets, he'd have to carry this team. And as much as I love him, as talented as he is, I don't know if he can do that, let alone do that at 37.
Yeah, that's kind of my knock on him a little bit. If you look at all the places he's been outside of Golden State, it haven't been good, man. Like barely making the playoffs and getting knocked out of the first round. Like, and he's good. I would love to just watch him in person and play, but I'm just kind of wondering, is that worth blowing up a little bit?
Now, the only thing that I worry about is I'm with you guys. I think we've come to a settlement between the three of us that actually the answer is no on
no
Kevin
to
Durant.
KD.
But here's the problem. At what point are we getting too bougie where we're just going to say no to everybody and then stand around and find ourselves dancing alone? Like, that's the thing that I'm afraid of for myself in the way that I'm viewing this is, have my standards gotten too high to where I'm going to look up and see, actually, I have not found a dance partner. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they are trying to get somebody like a KD, I would look elsewhere, man. Like maybe a Devin Booker, or I will look around and see. I do think they need somebody. I'm just kind of a little iffy on Kevin Durant, man.
Before we move it along here to what's popping, from the 832 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Is Cam in Ime's doghouse, or is having Jabari back taking his minutes? And I think the answer is yes. I think it's both those things. Jabari obviously being back, those minutes are going to go back there. But I think Cam was already starting to get into the doghouse a little bit, because if the offense isn't if he's not getting buckets, the effort and energy,
what else are you doing?
Those types of things. What else are you doing? And are you doing that at a high enough level? Because I think that is the thing that maybe was causing him to not get minutes early, and then he got minutes when you needed things, and he was good early on, especially when you were like, we just need someone who can get buckets. As you have more people that are in getting minutes and maybe getting more of that buckets, Cam Whitmore, you're not bringing him in to just be like, hey, he's going to lock down on the perimeter or what have you. Like when he is locked in and giving effort, he can be solid and pretty solid, in fact, in that place. But that's not a primary objective, and especially we saw that some of that effort wane. Although that happened all the way across the club, to be fair. That's when you had that stretch of losing games. But for him in particular, I think that was a particular thing that he needed to work on, and it felt like that slipped a little bit.
Yeah, I'm out on Whitmore, and I don't, to your point, I just don't think he got it laid out. I mean, the only thing he brings to the table is really that scoring ability, but his shooting has gone down as the years gone on. He's like a volume scorer. He averages as many points as he does shot attempts, which is not ideal. He's shooting 34% the last month. So I just don't think he really brings much to the table. I would play him only 5 minutes like they did last night. I just don't think he fits into this rotation right now. You have a lot of better options.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where I have this kind of interesting question. Are college teams becoming kind of just semi-pro? We'll talk about that and more next.
In the Loop.
Which Houston team would be the next?
2nd. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Luke Morrow in for John Lopez, and then Figgy Fig in his cowboy hat. By the way, speaking of the cowboy hat and the rodeo and all that feeling, at the end of this segment, 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top. Keep it locked right here. And speaking of John Lopez not being here, the reason why he is not here, he's put it on social media, so I feel comfortable like delving into more of it.
Yeah, put the business out there.
Well, I did. That's what I'm saying. I didn't. He did.
Yeah.
And I will read it verbatim. At Lopez on Sports on Twitter. I am a grandpa for a third time, he says. First grandson, Joseph Jafari Lopez. How do you like that as a name?
I love alliteration, so I like that, just in terms of the first name, middle name.
J.J. Lopez.
Yeah, I like
man.
that.
J.J. Lopez arrived last night, 9 pounds, 1 ounce, dang near 22 inches. I don't know. Seems like a sizable young lad.
Yeah.
So he said he'll be he'll be showing him all the interest. I'll be alluding to the idea that maybe he goes and gets some sacks in high school, maybe college, possibly the pros. I don't want to put too much on the young man. He's only less than a day old, but that's why John Lopez isn't here. He is enjoying time with his first grandson, third grandchild. And if you want to send salutations, of course, hit him up on social media. However, you would be very much secondary to this man who sent congratulations. Justin James Watt, another JJ. JJ Watt said congratulations. He said he might start telling people that his initials stand for Joseph Jafari, which is hilarious.
Very cool.
That is cool. That's cool. So, I appreciate you being here, Luke. Sitting in for Lopez. Obviously, it was a big deal that he wanted to be there for.
Of course, yeah. Congratulations to him and the entire family. First grandson. That's very exciting, and now you can do all the sports stuff, with him. So that's great. I was thinking about the JJ. I mean, that's really cool, and that's cool of JJ to do that. And I wonder how well it resonates if, 15, 20 years from now, you tell that story to the grandkid. Like, hey, when you were born, JJ Watt, because obviously JJ Watt would be so far before his time. Like, if you heard, I don't know, pick an athlete from the 70s, I guess, right? Or 80s.
Yeah.
Like, hey, this person reached out when you were born. Like, did you think, that's really cool? Just like, oh, okay. And who would you want that athlete to be for you to reach out to your family when you were born to have those bragging rights? Like, yeah, Michael Jordan, gave shout-outs to my grandfather the day I was born.
Yeah, just all right. I don't want to be disrespectful at all, because JJ Watt is Jordan's like an unfair comparison.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think I'd be disrespectful, but I wanted to make it clear I'm not trying to be at all disrespectful. I'm trying to think. Oh wow, okay. So the way that I thought about this was like, all right, I want somebody who's like an all decades type player. Mm-hmm. So I was like, let me look at the NFL all decades team for the 70s, right? Because born in '92 for myself. Yes, I know I'm relatively young. I get it. I was like, all right, so you go back like 20 years maybe, and you go, all right, so let me see who that player would be. And who would be available to me. And there's some players on here, obviously like Drew Pearson, Lynn Swann. And then I realized, you know who one of these running backs is? Orenthal James.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, that'd be very uncomfortable. That would be very
at that point, you don't tell nobody this story at all.
Yeah, no, I think you do. I don't think you do.
It'd be a great story. It'd be a great story.
Which is funny because my name Reggie. I actually was there was a consideration for a couple of basketball players for me. One, Reggie Miller, but then also Reggie Theus.
I was gonna say Reggie Theus.
So yeah,
I was thinking Reggie White.
No, unfortunately, it was not. It was not Reggie White. My mom liked football. My dad was not in that same bag, so I don't think Reggie White was in the considerations. But it was the two Hoopers. So I don't think that those quite rise to the level of J.J. Watt. I mean, Reggie Miller, one of the greatest 3-point shooters, but his broadcasting has brought the value there for me. From the 281, they said Dominique Wilkins. Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
One of the greatest dunkers of all time, for sure. And I mean, a lot better. I think Dominique Wilkins doesn't get enough love. As somebody Lopez taking the day off like he went through the labor. That is a fair point, though. Yeah. I did have that thought, but I was like, nah, that's really being a jerk.
He did kind of explain everything, what happened.
Yes.
Behind the scenes, so I'm like, all right, I understand it, but I think he could have still came
He
in to
probably
work
could have
if he wanted to.
He really could have.
It's his first grandson. Take the time.
Third grandchild, though.
Yeah.
True.
Right, like you've been through a little bit of this.
Third grandchild. He got 3 kids already.
So
He
the
been
anatomy
through
of the
this
baby
before.
changed, and all of a sudden this is different. All right, Lopez, I see how it is. But to his defense, which I don't know if I even need to give this.
I think
but
he
I'm
just
trying.
want to feel needed.
But he did. Like himself and his wife, they took care of the sister, right? Like they took care of the older child so that the parents could fully focus on delivering the newest grandbaby. So we'll give him that pass. I'll give him hell for it tomorrow, though. If he comes, now that's the thing, though. Now if he doesn't come in tomorrow, yeah.
All right. Did you have the baby yourself?
I'm lighting him up. If he's not here tomorrow, I'm lighting. Oh boy, I can't wait. He better show up. And you too. If you're here, Luke, tomorrow, we're lighting him up. We're doing a roast or something. I don't know exactly where we're getting to. All right. How about this and what's popping? Well, one, salute to Gene Hackman. And what was a wild story to see? Gene Hackman, obviously, like the star of a lot of movies, including a couple of one is a really well-regarded sports movie. Another one is one that I like a lot more than that movie. The well-regarded movie is Hoosiers. I've already gotten some of my takes in on Hoosiers that I know people don't like, so I'm not going to do that again. However, the other movie, The Replacements. Are you with me here?
Absolutely.
I
thought you were going to put it down.
I love The Replacements. I don't think it's inherently like a great movie by any stretch, but I enjoy it so much.
Yes.
There's so many things that I quote from that movie that I probably shouldn't. And I was about to say one of them, but I was like, I don't think I feel good about it. It's the one where he was using Stickum. You remember that? Yes, very good, very very fun movie. But yeah. Gene Hackman, he's been away from acting. I think he retired from acting a couple decades ago. But unfortunately, like a really sad way to hear about it as well. Like I don't know that there's like a great way to hear someone pass, but usually, especially like they get to an age and they passed of natural causes. It's like, all right, I feel good. Unfortunately, this does not feel like that. You tell me what you think. Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa were found dead in their home in New Mexico along with their dog. So he was 95. They say that in the Santa Fe Sheriff's County says that there is not a cause of death confirmed, but no foul play is suspected. I'm like, 3 living beings passed at the same time, no foul play. I was like, a little hard to believe. And that made me go like, reckless speculation, mind you, like carbon monoxide poisoning, something like that. Like, was it something like that?
It could be both. It could be no foul play, but this ain't no natural cause. Like, maybe it was something like you said. It was something else going on, but not necessarily foul play.
Santa Fe detective did call it suspicious because of what seems like an obvious gas leak. So who knows? But yeah, that's when you hear that type of story, you think it must be some sort of leak, which is just terrible, transparent. But that detective at least is saying suspicious. I don't know if there's somebody behind it, but it is just a terrible story.
Who was mad? Who was mad at the man? Who was mad at Gene Hackman?
I know, 95 years old.
That's the part I didn't realize he was 95.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I didn't even realize that he had been retired from acting for a couple decades.
I didn't either.
Like, it's just so many. He has so many like very strong, important films that he's been in that just feel like they are still relevant.
Yeah, he did The Replacements and figured I can never top this. So I better just retire. No, he did a couple.
Like, what was the last one on the filmography?
Welcome to Mooseport was the last one.
Oh yeah,
what year was that?
2004.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Dang, that was a long time ago.
I have no idea what the hell
with
that is.
Ray Romano.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like I needed to watch that. Someone, yes, from the 409. Pain heals, chicks dig scars, glory lasts forever.
Of course.
I wish he would have won that Sugar Bowl, man. Shout out to Shane Falco.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, some people were mentioning Crimson Tide, obviously. Someone said they always remember Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor and Superman. Okay,
yep.
Very good.
The French Connection.
French Connection was obviously a big one. Is that one of your favors of the Gene Hackman?
It's okay. It's one that I think about whenever I think about Gene Hackman. I mainly think about was it Mississippi Burning?
Yeah,
Mississippi. He was kind of like a little badass fighting racism.
You're always going to be in my book if you're fighting racism. I'm going to be honest. I got a soft spot for fighting racism. What can I say? All right. Another thing that is popping is something that I find very interesting. We were just in the city, University of New Orleans. Hired their president of basketball operations. And if you're not familiar, Master P, a pretty well-known rapper out of New Orleans.
Rapper, entrepreneur, all that stuff, mogul.
Former NBA player.
Yeah, that's
he did,
true.
He did get to play with the Raptors for a period there, which was kind of interesting, right? Him and his son as well, Romeo, both have played at least high-level college basketball. And so it's not entirely unrelated, but it's also very weird to have Master P then accept a job for the Privateers, the University of New Orleans, to be their president of basketball operations. He's 54 years old and, of course, a native of uptown New Orleans. But the thing that I was getting to here is like, yo, this feels like more of a semi-professional team move than it does like college, because it feels like even in the athletic department, the higher levels of that, you're still some level, you're still an education administrator, right? Especially, University of New Orleans, I believe, if I remember correctly, is that a private institution? I'll have to go and double check. But still, like you're operating in a fairly high capacity in what is, I guess, ostensibly an education institution. But here is Percy Miller, Master P, former rapper and all the things that we've talked about, stepping in as a president of basketball operations. In part, is seemingly to be kind of like the entrepreneurial spirit, but then also to like bring some of that visibility and that notoriety. And it just feels like, man, we are continuing to move in the college sports space to a place where we're very quickly divorcing like what these athletic institutions mean from what the actual educational institution that they bear their names from are doing.
First, it's going to continue in this direction. I mean, it's not the same, but, like even we were talking about Woj earlier. He left ESPN to go work with his alma mater, St. Bonaventure, and help there. And now he's doing like a fundraiser. He's auctioning off his personal items to help raise money for the program. So I think you're going to see a lot of these schools get these celebrities involved to try to raise money, and then it goes beyond that. I believe it was the NFL, one of the professional sports leagues just allowed like private equity firms to start investing up to like 4%.
I think we've got probably about 3 or 4 we have 3 teams that are confirmed doing it, and then a few more that are like considering more sales of portions of the equity to private equity. Yeah.
And there's been talks now that that's going to be the future of college football as well, or college athletics in general, which is going to be really odd that you can have these rich people or companies or whatever just, invest in these different colleges. And then it will become just like a professional league where you're going to have these various owners essentially, and they're going to expect things back, and they're probably going to expect to make money off of it. And it's just going to become just like the NFL and the NBA and Major League Baseball and all that sort of stuff with college sports. So I never liked this direction, and I think it's only going to get worse. But, hey, I am a Master P guy, so props to him. I hope he can help build those programs over there. Curious to see how it goes.
It's very corny, but I thought you were going to say that you were hoping that he would make him say, I thought that's where that was going. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, University of New Orleans, actually a public research university. So again, I think that's also a part that's a little, I don't know, tough for me is like, hey, we're taking these public institutions and we're making like their sports arms. They're becoming more and more like little business entity of the NFL and such, or NBA and these various spaces into that space. It's very interesting. I don't know that I'm inherently in a place where I say it's bad, because like it's all, once they started taking that giant TV money in like the 80s, this was very professional. So like you're seeing the other things around that come around. The problem the bad part is we have not set up good parameters, and it seems like we're stumbling into the Wild West, and we're not prepared to handle all the negatives that probably come with it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like the original idea of name, image, likeness, but it wasn't supposed to be pay for play, and that's just what it's become because there are none of those parameters you mentioned, and that's where things get dicey.
100%. Zach Top is in your ear hole right now, and caller number, let's say 7 right now. We'll get 4 pairs of tickets, or 4 tickets. That's 4 pairs. A 4-pack is what I was trying to say. Goodness gracious. A 4-pack of tickets to go see Zach Top at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. 713-572-4610 is the number to call. Number 7 gets the tickets. Best of luck to you. We'll be giving some away as well in the 1 o'clock hour. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, where on the text line they say his son Mercy plays at University of Houston. Mercy Miller.
Oh, wow.
He sure do.
There you go. I honestly completely forgot. So apologies, Mercy, and salute to Percy, I guess is the way to say that, for his new role. Oh, and then I should also mention Men Thompson received Defensive Player of the Month honors during the game last night. That game was so, like, they bullied the hell out of them. I forgot that he got some honors there. All right. Coming up next in the loop, let's circle back to this. Cecil Shorts, interesting story about how he relates to Tank Dell. What does this maybe mean for the way that you need to build your wide receiving core moving forward? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Wow, I'm really slacking. I'm slacking on my pimping, ladies and gentlemen. It is correct. Master P, otherwise known as Percy Miller, he did play ball at the University of Houston, or at least he came here on an athletic scholarship before he transferred to Merritt College. I completely forgot about that. Like, I know he played college ball. I know he ended up playing in the league. I always forget that he actually did. He spent some time
He spent a lot of time here in Houston.
Yeah, man.
This was like his home.
For sure. No limit All-Stars, man. Shout out to Percy Miller now, who is the president of basketball operations at University of New Orleans. It's kind of crazy to even hear a president of basketball operations. Like, that's such an NBA term to now have in college. Crazy.
Yeah, I know. I always think of, as a kid of the 90s, growing up a huge wrestling fan, when he joined WCW and had the No Limit Soldiers, I believe they were called.
Yes.
Was his wrestling fraction.
I totally forgot about that.
I just had the moment flash into my brain just because you brought that up, Luke. That is wild.
Yeah. That was when WCW was in the tank, so it's not a surprise you guys don't remember that.
He was all over the place, though, man.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Someone apparently was texted in something that is very true. Snoop Dogg said Master P is the man who made musicians the money they're making these days. Huge. In fact, New Orleans a lot. Just New Orleans in general. When you look at No Limit and cash money,
just independent,
100%
independent. Like, all of this money, we could do this all ourselves without a major label.
Yeah,
and they proved that.
Definitely made that happen. All right. Let's bring this back to we've been in Houston talking about this, but let's bring this back to the Houston Texans as Cecil Shorts, former Houston Texan himself, played in the NFL for a while, and he was on with Will Kunkel of Fox 26, and he had a very interesting kind of story, I guess, for lack of a better term, or comparison that he made with Tank Dell, because Tank Dell obviously is rehabbing from blowing out his knee this season, late in the season. And it's something that we already knew. Like there's a significant kind of recovery time for him. There's a possibility that he plays next season, but there's also a possibility that he does not play next season in that recovery. But I feel like we probably have to have a conversation, and I guess now is the time to have it, about what does it look like if and when he returns? Because this is Cecil Shorts talking about the injuries that he sustained that are very similar, if not the same, to what Tank has sustained.
I hate to say it about Tank. I don't think Tank will be back next year after that injury.
I've talked to some people that think.
I'll be honest with you right now. I had that same exact knee injury.
You dislocated
I dislocated my knee.
And then tore ACL, MCL,
I tore ACL, MCL, PCL, LCL, meniscus. I tore pretty much everything in my knee. And it ended my career. Now, I was older. I was in my later 20s. And Tank's a much better receiver than me. But just experiencing that injury, I didn't get fully cleared till almost 4.5 years later. And they told me straight up. Now, they were worried about 3 weeks, and they were like, hey, we want to make sure, because I was a 1.5 centimeters or 2.5 centimeters from losing my leg. If I was getting my leg amputated. So when I heard he dislocated his knee, and they were like, oh, it's an ACL, I'm like, no, it's much. In my head, I'm like, it's much more than that. I didn't want to say anything, because I'm like, let's just see what it says. And then eventually it came out. But normally when you dislocate your kneecap, you pretty much are tearing every single thing.
Now, first and foremost, salute to Cecil Shorts, because, I didn't know that there were more CLs. I thought the Tank did hit the trifecta, and unfortunately, ACL, MCL, LCL. I didn't realize PCL also could go in that way. But how does that hit your ear? Because that is, a wide receiver who, in Cecil Shorts' case, like he's making he made the distinction that he was older in the time that he had that injury. But that's a guy who, for many years, as he demonstrated, was not able to return to football. In fact, that was basically what took him away. In fact, Figgy, you were talking about it earlier. Obviously, Cecil has been in this building. He used to, do some stuff for 610
He did a lot of fill-in stuff here, and I worked with him a lot. And I honestly didn't even know he was still going through rehab. And I think he tore everything in 2016. So I'm like, dang, this had to be like maybe 2018, 2019. He was still going through some stuff. So that shows you how long it takes to kind of get back to normal.
And so with that being the case, like I don't know that there's been a ton of conversation that it's been like, hey man, Tank will definitely come back after the 25 season. I guess I'll ask this in a percentage way. What is your percent confidence that Tank Dell returns and is any level of facsimile of what he previously was?
I'd put it maybe somewhere around 20, 25%. When the injury occurred and then you hear what exactly happened, I already assumed he wasn't going to play at all this year because of how late it was. But now, I guess I was just being optimistic. I never really put it in that perspective because I also think back to Teddy Bridgewater, suffered the same injury in practice. And I remember the reports at the time, they were saying, like, credit to the trainers, they saved his leg. And
Correct.
Jeez, they almost had to amputate his leg.
Cecil said the same thing.
He said the same thing.
I think he said if there was a couple of centimeters away in one direction or the other, I can't recall exactly what, he might have lost his leg as well.
Yeah. Which is crazy to think just for dislocating your knee that it's so severe, you almost have to potentially amputate the leg. So, anyways, with Bridgewater, I mean, he was never the same quarterback again. He hasn't been a starter consistently since then. He's been out of the league multiple times. It essentially ended his career as well. So those are the two guys I can think of that went through this type of injury in the last, say, 8 years, and it essentially ended both of their careers. So I guess I shouldn't be that optimistic with Tank Dell, especially for a wide receiver like Cecil, where you have to cut and make all these moves, and for Tank Dell's style as well, where you want to get the ball to him in some open space and rely on some of that speed. I would say at this point now, anything you get from Tank Dell is probably just icing moving forward. Like the way I'm going to move forward with my mindset is just assuming he's not going to be available beyond next year, like maybe ever. And if he is able to return, he is able to give you any years from now. That's all. That's gravy. But don't count on him. Don't include him in your plans moving forward. You have to come up with a plan B now to to replace that production.
Yeah, and fair points coming here on the text line from the 929. One of the reasons rehab takes so long is rehab usually focus on nearby and stabilizing muscles, except all those were torn in this case. And from the 832, a fair kind of rebuttal to where we're kind of taking this conversation. There's no report on the possibility of Tank's career being over due to the injury. A devastating injury, but I mean we're like a decade removed from when Cecil had his injury, and so that does not necessarily mean that it's going to be the same type of situation.
Yeah, it's not necessarily saying it's going to be over. We wonder, will he be the same person when he come back, or when he's going to come back?
And I think for me, the question then leads me to, Nick Caserio talking yesterday about, the way that they view building this team. And it's something that we've known, right? But, it was highlighted again when he said that this team looks at things in 2-year windows. And in this 2-year window that you're looking at, Tank Dell probably misses the entirety of the first year. And then the second year, I don't know what kind of player you're getting on the back end. Does this then mean that you have to change the way that you look at wide receiver? Because at the very least, Tank prior to this was very prominently featured. Like he was a very prominent figure in what you were doing going forward with your offense. Like he mattered a good amount. But the way that we've talked about it, though, I think the way that you've situated, Luke, that, hey, you just treat this as if you get more out of him, that's gravy. That then makes it seem that, we've talked about it as this year for foreseeable future. You can only bank on Nico is the only kind of boulder, the only tentpole that we have when it comes to pass catcher or when it comes to wide receiver in specific. Now building forward, are you considering wide receivers not just for the season, but for how it progresses forward as well?
Yeah, that's how I would look at it, and that's how I've looked at it since the injury. Now, I think even if Tank Dell could return at some point, say next year or even the following year, I would still view him as like the number 3. I think you still need to get, and I'm a Tank Dell guy, but I think you still need to get an upgrade at that wide receiver position in the number 2 spot to help out Nico Collins. So that's where I would make my big investment. And now, because I wouldn't plan on having Tank Dell in the future, I would try to supplement that number 3 spot at the wide receiver position, which maybe you do with like a later draft pick. I would make a big investment for a second wide receiver and then a smaller investment on that third wide receiver that, to me, would be the replacement for Tank Dell. Like I said, a draft pick doesn't have to be a first-round pick, doesn't even have to be a second-round pick. I wouldn't go all in on that third spot and make sure I secure a second guy and then see what else I can do because, you wish like Mechie developed enough or maybe even like a Hutchinson and they could step in, but I just don't see that. So I think you go back to the drawing board at that 3 spot, but the number 2 receiver, I guess what I'm saying is you have to make a big investment on one guy, and then you try to add some depth beyond that.
Right, and I think that's the question I've constantly been asking myself is like, how do you address your wide receiver spot? And I've kind of thought, for the most part, that you go for 2, right? You go for a younger type receiver, and then maybe you get like an older stopgap, whether that's and it feels disrespectful to say it that way, whether that's or something like a Cooper Cup, but like, hey, one of those guys that does not prohibit moving forward if and when Tank returns. But also thinking about it, you might just need to get young and kind of just anticipate that these are kind of the guys that you're looking about going forward. And that's such a tough place to be because Tank Dell, he's not just a dude that is a fan favorite on this team. He's a city, like he played at the University of Houston and was incredible there. Like this city has loved him. I saw him, what was it, last Saturday at the game, a UH game where Iowa State, and like you hear the arena go up when he is shown on the video board. Like he's that type of guy, and I think everybody is rooting for him. In fact, even when you have D'Amico Ryans asked about like, hey, how's Tank's recovery going? Like he's in good spirits, and those are things, especially when you consider just the story of how he's gotten here, or in his NFL career, the things that he's had to navigate, the tragedies when it comes to injuries, and I mean being shot, in fact. But it still feels like if you're being smart, like the cold business of this would say that Tank Dell has to be deprioritized, and I really do hate that.
For sure. I hope the best. I hope he can return maybe in 2026 and get back to pretty close to the way he was. I'm a big Tank Dell fan. I like the guy on and off the field, but yeah, like you said, I mean, you have to be realistic. You almost sometimes have to plan for the worst case scenario just to have that backup. And a lot of times in sports, athletic directors at the college level, GMs at the professional level, they keep a list of names that they want to go out and get if they were to make a coaching change. Like if we fire our head coach, here's my starting candidate, wide receivers elsewhere or tight ends, whatever, every position, and see if these guys hit the waiver wire, we're going to look to bring them in. And so I think it's similar here where if Tank Dell's unable to go in the next, say, 2 years, like you have to have that backup plan. So you have to come up with something to fill that void in the meantime. And then we'll all be rooting for Tank to make some sort of return, hopefully in the not-so-distant future. But you still have to supplement that spot in the meantime because you can't roll into the season with the wide receiving core they have right now or even just adding, one other guy unless that's some sort of other star, like just hypothetically speaking, a T. Higgins you might feel good about. But if you're going to draft somebody or even get like a Cooper Kupp on the back end of his career, I still think you need more help and more depth at the wide receiver position than just one guy like that.
Man. Oof. T. Higgins?
If it's T. Higgins, I'm good. Give me T. Higgins, Nico Collins. We'll supplement the rest.
Sorry, I was
that's
like,
not happening.
I was like, I continued the conversation before, and then I heard T. Higgins. I was like, word? I had completely put out of my mind that T. Higgins would ever even be like a relative possibility.
I don't think he is.
Okay, I was about to say, I just wanted to check. I was like, I don't know what the right way to probe this is for you, Luke.
No, that's just my hypothetical.
Okay.
That if you could get T. Higgins, then I think you're good with just those two guys fill in the rest. But next level receiver, you're going to need two guys to fill those spots.
Well, then I guess let me ask this because this was something that Aaron Schatz put up. We talked this through yesterday, and surprisingly, or was it yesterday, 2 days ago? We all came to the place where we're like, actually, yeah, do this. The Aaron Schatz piece where he talked about bold trades, and for the Texans, he said trade the 25 this year and a day 2. Would you be in on that? Obviously, you get a young, talented player. Now you have a couple of years because I think he's headed into year 4, and you'd have the fifth year option, if memory serves me correctly. And then you probably want to extend him. Although I think Sean Pendergast had an interesting point of like, would you then trade him on before that extension hits so that you can maybe find a way to actually save money and not have to pay a whole bunch, but. Young, talented player, maybe he fits alongside some of what you're thinking there of like a high-level player where you have two really great players that you don't necessarily have to then consider so much third, fourth wide receiving options?
Yeah, I would love that. I would do it. I'm a big Garrett Wilson guy. I thought he was going to have
even at the cost?
Yeah, I would. At that cost, I would. I thought last year he was going to be like a top receiver in the league, finally having a quarterback to throw to him in Aaron Rodgers. Then that almost became more political where, Rodgers likes his own guys and Garrett Wilson was so unhappy. But I think if you put him in the right you give him a good quarterback, you put him in the right fit, which I think this certainly could be. Give him C.J. Stroud. Yeah, I think Garrett Wilson has the capabilities of being like a top 5 receiver in the league. So you pair that with Nico Collins, absolutely. I would love to do that. Still young. You have him for a couple of years. I'll give up those draft picks. I'm kind of like the Rams in that
picks.
Yeah,
them picks
for a Pro Bowl receiver. Sure, do it.
What about Debo? What about him? I'm actually not very interested in Debo Samuel.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
I don't know that you need the particular talents that he offers. I don't know that you have the opportunity or the ability to utilize those.
Yeah. I mean, are they going to play him like San Francisco played Debo too?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Like You gonna have him
take him on clearance, but I'm not. I'm not giving up much for
that
him.
contract. Too.
No, they have a situation where he's going to be traded for. Like they have given him and his representatives freedom to go and seek out a trade. I don't think that's the way that you should utilize your assets. And then 832, y'all wildin', man. And 832 and 541, mind you. They calling Tank McCullers. How y'all doing that to him, man?
Come on.
Don't do that to him. Don't do that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Come on now.
And I think a lot of people are, I don't want to say upset with McCullers, but it's the contract, man. He got that big contract and barely played on it, man.
Right. I mean, Tank's the one.
Tank ain't getting third round pick.
Come on now.
And the severity too. I mean, and seeing it's a much more physical sport. I know a lot of people are really tough on C.J. Stroud shedding some tears, but maybe now you have a proper context of why after such a vicious injury that potentially could be career-ending, according to Cecil Shorts.
Right. I mean, if it goes the same way, and one of the things that it seems a lot of people are optimistic on is that it won't go exactly that way, especially with his use in the continuation of modern medicine. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our in the loop lunchtime confessions.
What does D'Amico see? Sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I mentioned this earlier in the week, but I think I've gotten more bullish on this stance. I gotta get this confession out, and it's about the Rockets, and it's about Alperen Şengün, our beloved Alpi. You know, our new All-Star, all of that. What's the nickname that they call him? Baby Jokic.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, people called him Baby Jokic. I'm out on his possibility of being like anywhere near Jokic. I think he is baby Domantas Sabonis. I think that is like firmly where I am. And like Domantas Sabonis, solid player.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like I don't think that is I don't think that is nearly a knock, right? Like clearly the best basketball player in the world right now is indeed Nikola Jokic. I just don't think that he has like anything. I don't think that we're seeing that as the potential upside. I think that it's Domantas Sabonis, like 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA, Domantas Sabonis, like not a problem. But that feels like that's like more realistic. I understand that when a player is young, we want to shoot for the stars, but as we've gotten closer, I'm like, yeah, I don't see that full evolution. I think this is, hey, you're gonna have Domantas Sabonis, which not bad. I am fully in that place where I have revved down on that. I don't know if X is the, oh man, this is the high watermark. I don't see that nearly in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a high bar. I don't know how many people you can compare to Jokic, but that's fair. I thought at first I thought you were saying Arvydas. I thought you were talking about the father Sabonis, and I thought that's not too bad either.
I got a lot of respect for Arvydas Sabonis.
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for it because you go back and you watch him, and for that era, that guy was a monster.
Yeah, he was playing against some dogs, man.
And he came in late. Like, he came in as an older player. He had already done all his time over in Europe, and then he came over as an older player, giving these passes that they were like, hey, man, big men can do this?
Yeah.
Just diming the ball around. So, like, yeah, I like Arvydas quite a bit. I quite like Domantas Sabonis. I think that he probably suffers from something that I feel like is if you want to be ignored and just completely forgotten about, go play in Sacramento. That's a great place for people to not know that you exist. And he kind of has that going for him. But he's a solid player. I just don't view him as like a incredible, like a great player.
Yeah.
And I think that that's kind of what I'm starting to get to for Alpi, with all due respect.
Yeah, I think it was a little too much. I think I was kind of part of the problem too, because I'm like, oh yeah, he could be baby Jokic, but I like right now I'm with you, man. I think that's too much. Jokic is an MVP, man. What, 3 times? 2 times?
Yeah.
I think 3 times probably should have been 4, if we being honest. To me, that's a lot to put on Şengün, man. I don't think he's that. If he was that, we wouldn't be talking about trying to get like that.
Well, hold on. Here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. From the 832, he's not Jokic. He's more like Pau Gasol without a consistent jump shot. And Pau Gasol, another really, really good player that I'm not sure if
I feel like a lot of people don't realize how good Pau Gasol was.
I'm not sure I get to Pau Gasol there either.
That was a big deal when he got traded to the Lakers, man. That was damn near super. People was looking at that as like the next Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah. When I want to get really spicy, I don't know. Do you guys? And maybe this is another confession. Do you guys just have like takes that sometimes you give out that you don't fully believe, but you just want to stir stuff up? If I'm in that place, I will make the argument that was it the second of the two-peat or the repeat after the Lakers three-peated and they had the time off and they had like the back-to-back. I don't know if it was the first or the second of those. I will make the argument that in that playoff run, Pau Gasol was better than Kobe Bryant. There's one of those games. I got to actually go back and find the year because in this moment I'm not remembering. But yeah, I gotta go check that because I like making that take to throw out there just to get people going because Pau Gasol is that good.
Yeah, I like it. I like Şengün, but there is only one Jokic. I don't think you can compare anyone else to him.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I gotta confess, man. I've been very hard on just the whole style of Fisher shirts. And Lopez, I gave him a hard time about wearing Fisher shirts all the time, just that style. I really wasn't a fan of the style, but I got to confess, man, I'm rocking one right now that I got from Academy. It's pretty cool, man. It looks clean. I kind of like the Fisher shirts now. now, man. But I kind of like this style a little bit, man. I got to confess, I was a little hard on people just always like trying to rock the Fisher shirt the casual way.
Just say Lopez. That's fine. Anybody gonna hurt your feelings? Like he owns it. He's got different gradations of fishing shirt. He's got his going out fishing shirts. He's got his around town fishing shirts. He's got his cutting the yard fishing shirts. He understands what this is.
Yeah, and that's the part I wasn't a fan of. Like, I'm cool if you out and about just kind of hanging out, rocking the fishing shirt or something like that. But when we going out to dinner, like a nice dinner, I'm like, I ain't putting on no fishing shirt, man. Come on now. But they do have some clean fishing shirts, man, where I could kind of understand. I wasn't familiar with your game.
You about a half step away from getting these boots. You about a half step away. I'm almost there,
man. I'm almost there, man. Almost there.
What's that rule? What's the rule on wearing a cowboy hat and like sneakers? Is that
the people don't like it?
Yeah,
people don't like it. I learned this earlier this week. Was it this earlier this week or was it last? No, it was last week because I was like, look, rodeo's coming up. I've never owned boots, and I was like, I've never owned a cowboy hat either. And I was like, all right, I think I might be ready. And I was like, all right, I don't know if I can get both the cowboy hat and the boots in one fell swoop. So I was like, which is better? And people were like, don't get a cowboy hat without boots. Do not do it. And I was like, all right, I guess I got to get boots. So, yes, the people are not very fond of the cowboy hat sans boots.
Yeah, it's an interesting look.
I'm still not the biggest fan of the cowboy boots, man. I like more of the construction type of look, like the steel toe type of boots.
You can get them joints.
I kind of like that look a little more than the clothes, man. I'm getting there, man.
Walking around like Timberlands?
Well, I mean, Timbs are a whole different
level. I wouldn't mind it because I seen some good looks people with the cowboy pants and the Timberland boots, the butters.
Yeah.
But I'm leaning more towards that look than the actual cowboy boots.
They said it depends on which kind of button up. He is wearing a button up. In fact, a Houston rodeo button up.
Houston Livestock Rodeo shirt.
There you go.
It's a button down.
And then people said, "Welcome to middle age, Figgy." That's what they said.
I know, man.
You
That's
were right
the other
in that
thing,
pocket.
man. That's the other thing. But I be seeing some young cats out here with the clean fishing shirts, though.
All right, Figgy, now fishing shirt guy. Who would have thought?
These are my confessions.
I don't know if this is a popular take or a hot take. I don't know, but we're gearing up for March Madness in college basketball. I prefer the championship weeks over March Madness, the conference tournaments.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. And it starts Sunday with the Atlantic Sun. Sign me up. But
for
the
really
next
that
2
close?
weeks.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
You're right.
For the next 2 weeks, we get conference tournaments. And I like it better for a number of reasons. Number one, it's every day instead of just on the weekends. Games all day. At least early on, these the opening rounds. They're more even matchups because they're all teams in the same conference that know each other instead of an SEC team against an A-10 team, whatever. And for all these guys, like this is the championship for most conferences because the lower half of conferences, no, we're not going to win the national championship this year. Let's just get to the dance. And I love seeing like the buzzer beater wins in these games and the fans can actually rush the craze. So I love March Madness, don't get me wrong, but if I had to choose one or the other, I actually prefer the 2 weeks here that are coming up starting Sunday. Get ready. I sit on the couch all day and just watch all of these games, watch High Point try to punch their ticket to the tournament. I love it. These kids are all playing for their own personal championship. So give me the conference tournaments over March Madness. Gun to my head.
This man's out here trying to watch San Francisco.
Yeah, for sure.
He's like, hey, man, look.
Love it all.
St. Mary's is overrated this year,
That's
guys.
Right.
That is.
Can't wait to watch Mercer in the SoCon tournament. Come on.
I feel like Adam Spillane feel the same way, too. I think
Spo's a sick.
Yeah,
when they were flying out to West Palm
games.
Beach, he was like, and of course, this isn't the same level of those games. He was out there watching Michigan State tape, not the game live. It wasn't live, and he was just watching. He was just like, no, I got to go back and rewatch this game. For what reason? I don't know. I guess he is a Big Ten guy because he's an Indiana guy. He's just like, I got to watch this game.
It's great. And for the degenerates out there, I'll give you a tip. Always bet the first half unders in these tournaments when they play in neutral sites.
Okay.
When they play in not a school campus, they play at an arena somewhere else. First half unders, and you'll clean up.
We usually get like one or two of those tournaments here in the Houston area. I know that Katie ends up hosting one of those every once in a while.
They're fun.
Are you willing to go to the place where, like, if there's one locally, that you'll actually go and watch it in the building? Are you that level of sicko? Or are you just like, I need to be on my couch?
Yeah, no, usually on the couch. It depends. Growing up, I used to go. We went to the Big East tournament every year, and I think that's the tops. Big East tournament, Madison Square Garden, I think is the best of the bunch. You know, I used to work in college athletics. I was always at the SoCon or Atlantic Sun. So usually, I historically, I'm usually there, but I prefer, just being on the couch watching all the games.
Okay. All right. There you go. Those are our confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they rodeoed for years, sneakers, hey-dos, etc. What they wore with their cowboy hat, dressing casual. But when they were dressing up, gotta have the boots. Okay, I see you. I see you. But yeah, people think that you are a six-pack away from wearing boots, jorts, and a fishing shirt. Like they think you're about to be there, Figgy.
Hey, I might. I don't know. I don't know about the jorts though. I don't know about the jorts, but kind of like this fishing shirt, man.
All right. Somebody said, I don't get how this works. From the 713, Figgy, you trying to get a raise? Fishing shirts. I don't know. How would that get you a raise? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Lopez don't run nothing around here.
Brother, it ain't no way I could get a raise around here. It ain't no way.
Let's move along then.
It ain't no way.
There's a confession.
What's this? This ain't Joy Taylor over here, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know. You come in some of those jean shorts, throw on some Daisy Dukes.
Well,
maybe you can work your way up.
You know. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 because I want to stay far away from whatever that was.
By the way, Joy Taylor's sideline. She haven't been on for the last 3 days. And
really?
Yeah. Somebody posted an article about that.
Oh, boy.
I don't know what's going on.
That is, I mean, look, it is that time period of year where maybe you might take some days off. However, that is a little suspicious, ain't it?
It's a little loud now.
A little suspicious.
I'm not sure what's going on, but.
Okay. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's still a Thursday, whether or not Lopez is here. So let's do some buy or sell. Are you buying with these very 713-572-4610? I'll take Luke through that next.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring.
I know, 0766.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is Luke Morrow in for John Lopez. Grandfather 3 times over, John Lopez. Again, salute to him and the rest of the family for welcoming a new baby. And, of course, Figgy Fig, all decked out in his rodeo wear, including a Houston Livestock and Rodeo shirt that has Howdy on the back, just a big old Howdy on the back, just ready to be out there in them streets.
Like, be there tonight and tomorrow night.
I got it. In fact, now that Lopez has the grandbaby coming through, he's still gonna make it out to the cookout, ain't he?
I don't know, man.
See, this is the thing. I feel like for Lopez, priorities are very clear. It's like, all right, going to work. Remember that time that, a little bit of snow stopped him from coming through?
Yeah.
So there's that. But then you put a level of fishing, you put some barbecuing up here. Hey, man, I feel like he'll make a way out there.
I think he had a point in his life where family first.
Which is
like a lot of people go through that, but I think it's a little bit of a lies because sometimes family be right there. You like, I got to work. Sorry, work comes first. We got to get this money. But I think he had a point where he's just like, man, nah, man.
He's on the 3F
life too
plan?
short. Life too short, man. I gotta be with the family as much as possible.
The old athlete 3F plan: faith, family, football.
That's right. Now, look, he's the OG. He could do whatever he wants. But,
Can he?
But in general, if you take off the day from work, can you go to some sort of social event that same day, or should you
Not
be
the same
off?
day.
Should you be off completely?
Well, you got to be off the grid. You can't be posting everything.
Yeah.
We get a lot of people that do that pretty often, where they call off of work for whatever reason. It's not their. They don't have to tell anybody what they're doing.
No, exactly.
But you can't be posting from the beach.
Why not?
And you sitting here and you just called off.
Yeah, if it's
out of nowhere, and you just posted up at the beach. You're like, dang.
I got these days. That's what I got these days banked for. Got these days in here. I'm calling them. I'm using them. And then when I use them?
No, it's different if you.
What if it was a mental health day, and the way to handle their mental health was to look at some waves?
If you plan this day off, that's totally different. But if tomorrow, if I just up and say, "Oh man, I can't
make it,"
and then I'm out here drinking away or just having a good, it's just like, dang, brother.
I'm not gonna say nothing. Actually, I might say a little bit of something.
Yeah, you might drink a little bit, and rightfully so.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell here. Are you buying what these various figures in sports are selling? Is what we're gonna do for all you guys. Get involved. 713-572-4610. I want to hear what you also think. Right now, your Houston Astros are facing off against the Mets in St. Lucie in Florida. The fellas are out there. I've seen various things happening, including I know that the automatic balls and strikes system is already in place or already working there. It's the first time the Astros are getting a chance to work against some of that, and I think we've already seen something, a call changed because of it in this game. We'll hear from Sean Pendergast in about 15 minutes what he's seen out there in St. Lucie. But Max Scherzer, pitcher, and I think he's now with the Blue Jays? This is where he went, didn't he? Max Scherzer?
Damn, is he?
I think so. Trying to remember where he ended up. But he doesn't want the automated strike zone. Obviously, he's an old school guy. He's pitched quite a bit. He said, quote, "I think major league umpires are really good. They're really good. So what are we actually changing here? We know there are going to be strikes that are called to balls, and there's going to basically be even." Luke, buy or sell? What Scherzer is selling here?
Selling it. He is with the Blue Jays, by the way. Yeah, selling.
Yeah! Look at me knowing things.
That's right. Selling this. I don't get his point or his problem with it. The only thing, but he just switched teams. The only thing would be like if you had a catcher that was really good at framing pitches and stealing strikes, then I could see as a pitcher you don't want that taken away because he's gaining strikes for you. But he just joined a new team. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. He likes the catchers over there. I think I sell it. I think it's a silly perspective, and I don't know why pitchers would be against it. Let's get these calls right. That should be most important.
Yeah, I'm kind of selling it too, man, because I think some of the bigger issues is whenever they don't get that call strike, then it's like you kind of yelling at the umpire and all that stuff. So I think, to me, unless he was just getting every single call he wanted, which I don't think that's the case, I don't understand why he's trying to argue for the opposite of it.
Yeah, it was clean sweep. I'm selling this. I understand the notion, and I feel like these are the things that we tell ourselves to placate ourselves. Like, hey, man, eventually it kind of comes out in the wash. And that goes back to the youth sports kind of idea of you got to win beyond the refs. Like, there's a human element. But if we have this opportunity to find a level of consistency, which is something that players frequently clamor for in all these sports, why not utilize this available to us? Because I know that Jim Crane was actually talking about this on a Space City Home Network broadcast, I believe, on Saturday during one of their split squad games. And one of the things he was saying, because he pitched a little bit, if you don't recall, and he was saying that felt like it was right down Maine and getting called a ball, and you're like, where should I put it? If it's not there, then where? Like, I would love for those pitches, even though I think they're relatively few and far between, but let's fully eradicate those, right? Get those entirely out of there, and hopefully make it so that, yeah, the nature of the game that we've set up, which is, hey, this is the strike zone, we hit it. Like, I understand that there's a way that we've done things that we've kind of gotten comfortable with, and baseball is one of those spaces in particular where that kind of traditionalism pops up. Hey, man, no, we could let this keep going. We could let this move along and allow technology to help.
For sure. And yeah, not all pitches are the same. I don't know if it does even out. You know, a walk with 2 outs and the bases empty in the third because of a blown call is not the same as a strikeout in the 7th with a guy, you know, at second with 1 out because of a blown call. So it's important. I think you only get 2 unless if you keep getting them correct, you could keep going.
Correct.
But point being, you just save them for the big moments anyways. It's not like they're going to be challenging every close call throughout the game. You save it for that big spot where you can't have the ump ruin a rally because of a blown call. That's got to be removed.
But that's right now. I do wonder if he was speaking towards a fully automated zone where that's where it goes. But even then, I don't know. And maybe I have not thought enough about this, and maybe I'll come around to regret saying this. But I don't know that I see like the real downside. I understand like the human element, some of the character of the game that makes it kind of feel lived in and real. But I don't know that you lose nearly as much as he's kind of talking about. From the 832, he won a ring off of bad strike calls. Of course, Max is saying that. Okay, all right, I see what you're on. All right, how about this? When we continue, buy or sell. Chris Ballard, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, quote, open competition at quarterback. Right now, the Colts depth chart has Anthony Richardson, Sam Ehlinger, Joe Flacco just coming off of there like as a free agent. Others, you know, possible, but buy or sell. Chris Ballard saying that the Colts are going to have an open competition.
I'm going to buy the general idea. Now, you just listed those names. That doesn't really get me inspired. I think you need somebody else in there to truly challenge at that position, but it should be an open competition because he's watched all the games, just like I'm sure a lot of Texans fans obviously paid close attention to Anthony Richardson and the Colts. He has not been good enough yet to hold on to that spot, and we saw last year, you know, at times when they took him out of the game and Flacco was out there, the offense did run a little bit better. His completion percentage is like under 50%. He's putting up Tim Tebow-like numbers. So it should be an open competition. Now,
Tim Tebow NFL numbers.
Yeah, true. Fair point. You would take those college numbers. But, yeah, based off of the guys they have in-house, I don't know if that's a great competition. I don't know if those are good options either. But, yes, Anthony Richardson should be competing for his job. It shouldn't just be handed to him based off of the way he's played so far. I'm buying.
Open competition, Fig. Buy or sell?
I'm buying it. I think it's more open than probably because Anthony Richardson is supposed to be their starting quarterback. So I think this is more open than any other regular starting quarterback's job because I just think they got to. I'm not saying they need somebody that's way better than him or anything like that, but them days are over. Just as Joe Flacco behind him or Sam Ehlinger. No, you got to have somebody else that's actually going to, you know, that can actually compete for the job. Something like a Justin Fields or something like that. I don't think they just letting them coast a little bit like any other starting quarterback.
I'm right with you. I think you guys stated it. The only thing that would give me a little pause is like, do you have a guy that you can go get that would actually give that challenge? And I think that you named a name that is interesting. Justin Fields, like, does Daniel Jones give you any level of movement there? If Gardner Minshew ends up out there, does that give you any level of movement there? Jacoby Brissett, like that feels like the caliber of player that they might be willing to kind of go and get to try and push him. So that's the only thing that would give me some pause there is can you find the guy that would actually create a real and true open competition?
I agree, which is why I buy the idea. It should be an open competition just in general based off his performance, but I don't know if you have anybody that could actually or should actually compete with him right now.
All right, another buy or sell here. Jason Tatum, he is a guard forward kind of for the Boston Celtics. He says that he does not get enough recognition for how good of a player that he – I already see the head shaking from Luke. Luke! Buy or sell?
Selling. Anyone that knows me knows I'm not high on Jason Tatum. I have this debate with my brother all the time, and he finally admitted he's starting to come around in the last year or two. People were calling Tatum a superstar a couple of years ago.
Oh, he's not a superstar.
No, superstars reserved for like the top 5, maybe 10 players in the league, but there's very few actual superstars in the NBA. Tatum's not one of them. He's a star, but the problem for me with Tatum is that he just disappears too often, and a lot of times it's Jaylen Brown, or it's even back in the day Marcus Smart sometimes. It's the other guys that make the biggest shots or the biggest plays, and Tatum kind of is just in the shadows. He does a lot of little things. He's a good player, no doubt. I don't think he could be somebody like we were talking with the Rockets earlier. They need that star to come in and lift this team to championship caliber. I don't think Tatum's that guy. I think he needs that cast around him, and he can lean on Jaylen Brown or even a Porzingis late in the game, and they're the ones that hit the big three. Tatum disappears too often. In the playoffs, he would have fourth quarters where he'd even score, and yet the team still won. I think he gets too much respect. I think he's overrated. He's not a superstar. I'm not a Tatum guy. He's good, not great.
Spicy.
I'm kind of on the borderline with this, man, because when Luke said he's not a superstar, I was about to say, what? Like, are you? But I do think I do think you make some valid points, man, because even when you talk about Jason Tatum, like, is he in the MVP consideration for most parts?
I don't believe that he is.
Yeah, so I think that says a lot, man, that he's not even talked about as an MVP candidate. So I would probably say if we had a tier of superstars, I would say he's on the borderline right there.
He is probably at the drop-off point, especially if you look at the various odds. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander probably the best. He does have the best odds as of right now. Nikola Jokic, second best odds. A little bit of a step back to Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then that's where the fall-off happens. And Jason Tatum, fourth best odds, though. And this is where I actually buy it. I think that he's right. Like, he does not get enough because of some of the things you talked about, Luke. Like, I think the supporting cast that they have had, and also like he plays they play a particular style of basketball that I don't know alludes or lends itself to showing just how good he is. I watched with my very own eyes in the NBA Finals him play offensively as a point guard and defensively as a center. That deserves a level of credit for what he was doing, while also like kind of floating the boat. Like, I understand you mentioned that, hey, in some instances it is other guys then carrying the mantle scoring, but him being like a guy that can carry the mantle scoring at times, but then also can be a guy who is a facilitator that facilitates their offense, because they do have a benefit of having at any given time 4 or 5 guys on the floor that can create, but he ends up being that primary guy, and he does it at a pretty good level where I don't know that he gets a lot of credit for it. Now, the idea of superstar, he's right around that border where I go, ooh, okay, but I do think that he does deserve a little bit more credit. 281, I appreciate the level of slander that's coming here. Is he the new James Harden? Guys.
Well, he won a championship.
That's what I'm saying. So. Like, it's hard to do this, guys. It is hard to do. Although,
is he better than James Harden?
Speaking of dudes that did not get enough credit in their day, James Harden was a menace. I was just going back and watching like a video on, when he was really popping, when the league was out here. You remember when people were defending him from behind him? Like, how when you're playing defense in basketball, in theory, you're trying to be between your man and the hoop. I vividly remember video of James Harden dribbling the basketball and Ricky Rubio on his outside hip, basically behind him, where now James Harden was between them defending him. He was making people do stupid stuff. he was pretty good. Now, did it all work out the way that you wanted to? Probably not. But yeah, that's fair. All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. See, we don't need Lopez. It's fine. Better go enjoy those babies. All right, coming up next. Let's go out to West Palm Beach, where courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors, the fellas are taking in a little bit of spring baseball. And let's talk to one of those fellas. His name is Sean Pendergast. Get a lay of the land. We'll talk to him next.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into what a Cincy Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Luke Morrow in for John Lopez, Figgy Fig, as well. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. We just entered another window for a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. We'll be giving away another 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top in this hour. But we won't do that before we head out to West Palm Beach, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. The fine fellas of Payne and Pendergast, plus Adam Spillane, hanging out in West Palm, although right now hanging out in St. Lucie. And we turn to the hotline, to the phone line to talk to our guy, Sean Pendergast. Sean, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Doing pretty well as I can do on a game that is not televised. So I'm just looking at box scores and StatCast and such. And so I just wanted to start with the most important part. How is our large adult son, Cam Smith, doing?
He's about to be up in just a minute. DeCenzo is up right now. He's batting fifth. Let's keep him around long enough. I can actually maybe even give you a little play-by-play action on a Cam Smith at bat.
Ooh, that feels dirty.
Got people turning and looking at me out here. I'm standing out in the bar in left field, the home run house, right next to the left field foul pole, because I'm hoping to catch a Cam Smith dinger while I'm talking to you guys.
Very good, excellent. According to like the StatCast or like the box score, his OPS is currently a 3.467, which is downright impossible, but just makes me smile. Has there been?
Yeah, he got out his first pitch swing at the grounder. I think shortstop his first time up. So it was a little sad to see that he is indeed mortal.
I dislike it. Christian Walker though seems to not be mortal yet. He's still batting 1,000. Like, what's Christian Walker look like today?
Yeah. It looks okay. I didn't get to see his second hit because I was walking down here to the home run house to talk to you guys. His first hit was a double, but it was like a pop fly down the right field line that kind of found an empty spot in between a couple of guys. So we're happy he's on base, but it's not, he's not getting hit stated that you're going to hang on the wall of the Louvre or anything like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But we got our first taste of the automated strike zone.
Yes, that's a great point. Yeah. Sounds like there was a pitch overturned here, or a call, I guess, overturned here. What can you take us through that?
Yeah. So Victor Caratini, they must have just resolved themselves to giving it a try to see what it's like in the first inning, because he literally did. He didn't do it. Oh, DeCenzo just struck out. Here comes Cam Smith. Sorry, I'll keep an eye. Caratini challenged the pitch on a 2-0 count. It was the second ball. It didn't get overturned, so the Mets fans all went crazy. They thought that was cool. And then on a 2-1 pitch, what would have been 3-1, because they called it a ball, he challenged it, and they reversed it to a strike. So I think the big takeaway, I think they were just using it just to use it, just to see what it was like, because these were not consequential pitches at all. But what I can tell you is the process was super, super fast. Like from the time that Caratini tapped his helmet to challenge it to actually getting the call from upstairs was less than 8 seconds. It was really cool.
I was going to ask you about that. You beat me to it. So let me, I'm curious though, part of this whole system, I'm curious to see if after a batter or even a catcher gets a call.
Hang on, guys. Hang on, guys. Stop me if you've heard this before, but Cam Smith just got on base.
Woo!
Base hit right field. Yep.
What's the approach look like for him and some of the other guys that are out there?
The approach, what, Cam Smith?
Yeah.
It's hard to say with Cam Smith. He swings at the few at-bats we've seen. 2 of the 3 at-bats, or 3 of the 4 at-bats we've watched, he swung at the first pitch.
Excellent.
So I don't know that we have a great gauge on what his approach is, other than he's up there hacking, man, trying to make the ball club, I guess. Yeah.
I love my large adult son to be aggressive, so that feels good. Sorry.
He's aggressive, man. He's aggressive. He'll make you proud. Yeah, we were talking about the strike zone.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask. I'm curious to see how it plays out throughout the year. That if a batter challenges and gets the call right, does he talk trash to the umpire? I mean, what was the after? Could you, from your seat, any sort of engagement between the players and the umpires?
For those, I was up in the press box, Luke. So I was literally, I'm in the middle of the press box, looking directly down. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see. A lot of times, if a player's animated enough, you don't need to see their face. You just see that their head's bobbing back and forth oh, yeah, he's talking mess to the umpire right now. Caratini seems more like kind of a serial killer than a spaz. So So I don't think if there was, we have to wait and see if Caratini was mic'd up for some reason for this game. It would be odd that Victor Caratini would be mic'd up for, like the 5th spring training game of the year, but maybe we find out someday that there was trash talked. Absolutely.
We're talking to Sean Pendergast live from St. Lucie, Florida. A little bit of spring training baseball right here, and I'm interested. This is as close to a major league lineup as we've seen, or maybe there's another time that we've seen this. What does kind of the defense look like for this early on? I mean, there's not a score, but it seems like maybe there's been a little bit of ball in play in some ways.
Yeah, nothing major so far. I wish I had something for you, Reggie, in this game. Like no web gems or anything like that. But it is cool. It's a good feel. Like Pena batting leadoff, I think Yordan Alvarez alone being in the lineup, I think gives this a much more real game type of feel. And he made good contact his first time up, drove it to deep center. So yeah, little things today so far.
Is there? I understand that he's already come clean on this, but I still for churro. Is there any chance that there's actually a churro at this ballpark as opposed to the Astros?
No, he didn't have a churro. He did have a red velvet cookie sandwich at Jimmy John's on the way here, which was I was tempted. It looked really good, but no churro yet. But I'll keep an eye out, and as I'm walking around here, if I see a churro, I'm going to buy one for him. Then I'll bring up to him in the press box. I'm going to buy one for you, Reggie, that I'm going to take a picture of, and I'll eat it. I don't want to bring it back to Houston. Wow, the selection of Cutwater drinks they have at this stand right here is incredible. Holy smokes. They have everything. The Long Island iced tea is really good. It's got a lot of booze in it.
Oh, does it? Have we partaken today?
The espresso martini.
They've got everything, dude. They espresso martini, lemon drop martini, vodka mule, tiki rum, Mai Tai. Holy smokes, there's 9 of them, 10 of them. That's incredible. All right, I know where I'm stopping next.
Excellent, very good. I love to hear that. Look, I'm not there, so I'm not doing a roommate ranking, and I heard that you guys are just going to not do that. Like, how has the experience been compared to Super Bowl?
Well, definitely a little more chill, in terms of the nightlife. You guys, you in particular, Reggie, are missed in terms of, kind of keeping it lively with the door opening at 3 a.m. and things like that. But it's been good, man. We don't no turds. It's a good crew, respectful crew. We haven't had any sort of like dishwasher or washer dryer fiascos or anything like that. The only bathroom getting shared, and Parker each have their own bathroom. And Seth and I have already done the bathroom sharing thing at the Super Bowl, so he and I travel pretty well together. So it's been pretty low key. We've got a lot of beer drinking to do. I overbought on the beer. I've been doing the majority of the beer drinking here since we got here, so I got work to do tonight. I got to go do work, but no, man, it's been good. It's a good squad, and it's been a fun week. This week has got me more excited now for the regular season to get here with this team. I'm very anxious to see how some of these spots play out as spring training rolls along here.
Just a general question, having spent, the week there, and it's so early, but I mean, what or who has stood out most about the trip? It might not even be Astros related, but when you think back on this week so far, I mean, what's the big takeaway? What has stood out most to you being down there?
The wildlife, Luke, the wildlife near our house. Our house may as well be in the middle of the West Palm Beach Zoo. We've had iguanas back there. We had these red-faced ducks walk up to our door this morning in the backyard. Like I was going to take out the trash, being the good roommate that I am and all. This morning, during the break, like the third break in our show, and I go and I grab the trash bag, I walk, and there are 2 gigantic ducks with red faces waiting right out there, right outside the door. And I'm like, I don't know, I've heard these types of ducks get awfully angry. So I opted not to take the trash out, and instead Parker took half a loaf of bread and fed it to him out there. But we've had ducks, we've had rats, literally a rat running through the backyard. You guys have heard about Iguana Palooza that we had a few days ago. We had 6 iguana in the backyard surrounding Seth. Courageously, he fought his way out of there. There's a warning sign, at least, for alligators in our backyard, so birds back there. So when I think back on this trip, it will not be Cam Smith's 2 home runs. It will not be the delicious burger that I ate last night at a place called Grease, Grease, Grease. It'll be the fact that each and every day I took my life into my own hands when I chose to walk through our backyard. I am that courageous.
But you'll make it, and you'll return triumphant and a victor. I
hope, Reggie. There's still 24 hours left in this trip.
That is fair.
I could get eaten by a pack of iguanas, or what I'm told are a slaughter of iguanas. That's what you call a group of iguanas. Is it iguana or iguanas plural?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, anyways, don't jinx me, Reggie. I mean, I could still get eaten alive in our backyard. It's not over yet.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is fair. Colton Gordon was on the mound for the Astros today, and I know
he looked good.
He did? Okay.
Yep, he looked good. Yep, no, the couple shutout innings. Looked solid. He and Ryan Gusto are the sliding catch by Jake Myers in the outfield.
Hey!
No, wait, no. Yeah, was it yeah, he caught it. Okay, the guy's out. Yeah, sliding catch by Jake Myers, who, by the way, struck out his first time up. I don't know if you guys have heard that story before. He stinks. God, he stinks. This isn't even. I can't even be funny about this. He's horrible hitting. Defensively, he's fine. He's obviously very good. He was a Gold Glove finalist, but he is the worst hitter. And with that dopey look on his face,
Yeah, I've gotten that feeling that's one that you're completely out on. Is he the only Astro? Is that the only Astro that you're completely out on at this point?
Has some work to do to work his way back into my good graces. Everybody else is doing just fine. Everybody else has a long way to go to earn their F from me. But Jake Myers should be walking around with a gigantic scarlet F hanging around his neck, his stupid neck. Oh, he disgusts me.
All right, can I give you a little bit of like news? I think one of these pieces of news that you know, and it's not baseball related, but I just while we have you, first and foremost, we have a number on the league salary cap for the upcoming year. $279 mil, which gives the Texans a projected cap space of like about almost $9 million, right? So first and foremost, your initial reaction to that?
Initial reaction to the I'm happy about that. Look, they're going to find cap space to do whatever it is they want to do. It's just a question of, how much does Nick Caserio want to start delving into that world that the Eagles live in and that the Saints lived in for so many years. It's going to get real different next year when CJ's up for an extension and Will's up for an extension. Stingley's already up for one. Like, we're operating in a totally different ecosystem. So it could be $8 million, it could be $800,000, it could be $30 million right now. They're going to need a lot more to do the things that we need them to do. And I'm more intrigued by how they choose to do that. Do they restructure some guys? Who are they cutting? Because we know the numbers you can't go into free agency with $8 million worth of dry powder. You know what I mean?
The draft.
Right. So they're going to open up space. That's the part that's more intriguing to me. We knew the cap was going up. I was intrigued by what happens over the next week to 10 days with who gets cut, who gets restructured, and see if we start to hear some rumors about who they're going after to spend some of that money on.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to get that factoid out, that information out that I had not said yet. All right, but this is something that actually came through apparently from Adam Schefter. The Chiefs have informed Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith that they will franchise tag him. So I know that I've texted Seth a little bit about the Trey Smith. How does that hit your ear? Is that something where you're like, dang it, or you're just like, that's fine?
No, Seth's way more in. I love Trey Smith as a player. I just think I don't know if spending Trey Smith level money on a guard is the right way to go about it for the Texans. I think guard is definitely a need, but he's going to be, he's going to be a $15 to $20 million a year player. And now with them franchising him, you've got to trade for him if you want him. So you got to trade a pick and then pay him. Again, an awesome player. But I think, and Seth himself has said this many times, independent of Trey Smith or the Texans, offensive line is the one position group where if you just get a bunch of average guys doing the right thing, that's good enough, And so I think fine, maybe shopping in a different neighborhood, probably not even an aisle. Like if Trey Smith is in a store at his price, I'm probably, I'm not on Rodeo Drive anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not at the Dollar General, but I'm somewhere in between. Target. I'm going to shop. I'm going to get me, Reggie, and Luke a nice Target level guard. Okay. Target.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Before we go, Sean Pendergast here. Just any take that you need to get off about the trip, or whether it's baseball related or otherwise. Is there anything else you want to get off before you get back to your airwaves at 6 a.m. tomorrow?
Any more takes? about the trip, I would say I think I said it all, man.
Okay.
Like I don't know.
Sure. I just want to make sure we emptied out the tank.
I feel like you're fishing for something. You're waiting for me to say. Did you and I agree that I would come on the air and say something?
No.
Do you need me to say anything about churros? That's what I want to know.
No. I just wanted to know that, like, if there was anything that I was missing.
No,
that was it.
It was great. No, the trip has been great. I will tell you this, and there's a lot of people staring at me. I'm using my radio voice. I'll walk over here. Sorry about that, people. No, I do. I should take this opportunity to once again thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here. We can't thank them enough for sending us here. I would say this would be my final thought, Reggie, and this is a serious thought, is that if you are an Astros fan and you haven't been to spring training yet, do it. Come down here for a week. Pick the week we're here, this late February week or any other week in March. Spring break, I'm guessing, is a zoo down here. But this week's been amazing because the ballparks that we've been to have been real easy to maneuver and see. If you want to sit in the crowd, there's plenty of empty seats to sit in the crowd, although there's way fewer here in Port St. Lucie than there are in West Palm Beach. But it's just awesome, man. Like it's chill. The weather's great. You get to watch some baseball. And now the Astros have a team now where spring training is a little bit more intriguing because they're not a tippy-top team anymore where they're just resting all the guys who matter. They're still resting some guys, but a lot of the guys who are that they've out there all 3 of the days, and tomorrow would be 4, have all had at least 3 or 4 guys, and they were like, all right, I want to see this guy. I want to see that guy. So yeah, that would be my big thing. I would encourage people, if you're an Astros fan, you haven't come to spring training, do it. You'll never have a vantage point better and more accessibility than you will at spring training. So yeah, it's that part has been really cool. Do it, people. Take your kids out of school schmool. Take them out of school, get them down here, get them to spring training. That's what I would say.
Just an absolute pro. It was a very inelegant way of trying to ask anything else that I'm missing. And you know what? You turned it into something beautiful. I appreciate you.
You're all good. I love you, Reggie. I appreciate that.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Thank
there
you.
it is. All right, you'll catch him tomorrow, breaking down some of those things and more tomorrow on Payne and Pendergast 6 a.m.
And Luke too. Luke, I appreciate you as well.
Appreciate it. Right back at you.
There he is.
There
he is, Sean Pendergast.
See you, fellas.
Later, man. So there you go, Sean Pendergast. As I've tried to tease him out a couple of times, and haven't done it. But yes, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Payne and Pendergast. They'll be back, finishing out their week out there, covering a little bit of spring baseball, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. I do appreciate someone who's like, Sean is forgetting he's on radio. Sound like it's a personal call. That's the beauty of Sean, man. Sean is just out here having fun talking, and I know exactly where he's going, which is to get that drink. What was it, the Long Island iced tea? That he was like, oh yeah, got to get one of these. I think he said espresso martini. Espresso martini at a baseball game.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know about that. I feel like that is not. That is a bougie bar drink. That is not a baseball drink.
But the canned espresso martini.
Canned it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a big thing. Let me tell you. Sweeping the nation.
Not in my house.
Okay.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I would love to keep this conversation going. However, it's about that time where we typically hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so 713-572-4610. What is the biggest flop that was hyped as the next big thing? I got a list of that, and we can just go. It could be sports. It could be sports, whatever you want it to be. 713-572-4610.
Okay. What's the biggest flop? It's too hyped, and it ended up flopping. 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on trading draft picks for veterans. aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio now on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. And we brought this up a little earlier in the show. Rest in peace to Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
Passed away at the age of 95. I did not know he was 95.
Good run.
Great run, man. Great run. I didn't even realize he was retired.
I neither. Which that almost sounds like an insult. Like, didn't realize you were gone. Like that. But no, sincerely, he put enough good stuff out there that I wasn't lacking. I wasn't wanting.
Didn't realize his last movie was 2004.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that was his last movie. But the one movie a lot of people like to bring up on this show a lot because we are a sports show. He was in the movie. I almost said Hooters. He was in the movie Hoosiers.
That is a different current event.
I'm sure he
happening
probably.
right now.
I'm sure he probably went to Hooters a couple times in his life. But
where can I find that movie?
Well, I feel like you have to log in on those sites now, Luke. I feel like, especially in the state of Texas. I don't know if there's other states where you might be able to.
Yeah, I had to use that VPN.
Yeah,
but he was in the movie Hoosiers, and I
forget he was in Ants.
He was in Ants. I said, you know what? I ran across something. I wasn't sure. I was trying to fact check it before we came back on the air. But I seen something. I think this might be fake. But they said he was in Home Alone. He was the guy in Home Alone in the fake movie, the Filthy Souls.
I don't think so.
I don't think that was him.
I could see the similarities.
It looked very similar.
That's not him.
And that guy was acting his ass off in that fake movie. But I don't think that was him.
And you know what that made me just entirely tangential. I apologize. That made me just kind of harken back to and have a nostalgia for the time before we had the internet when people would just say stuff like that and it would just it would just spread. Like I heard that Gene Hackman was actually in Home Alone, and there was no way to really there's no recourse to fact check it immediately, and so those things like that would just spread. There were cute little lies that we would just tell each other.
Actually, the cute little lie in that same movie was, I seen that movie before.
Yeah,
it's like, nah, that's not a real movie. That was always my favorite one. But here's the scene in Hoosiers when he actually became the coach and he kicked the other guy out, I guess.
Oh, there you are. I thought we'd go 20 minutes on, 10 off, and 20 on. I had a different schedule in mind. Look, mister, these boys got a routine they're used to. You throw a new coach with newfangled ideas at them, might get them all confused. And we'll ease into it real slow. Hell, our first game's less than 2 weeks away. Well, first of all, let's be real friendly here, okay? My name is Norm. Secondly, your coaching days are over.
Over.
Look, mister, there's two kinds of dumb. Guy that gets naked and runs out in the snow and barks at the moon, and guy who does the same thing in my living room. First one don't matter. The second one you kind of forced to deal with. Translate. Is that some sort of threat? I don't know why Cletus drug your tired old bones. Fact is, mister, you start screwing up this team, I'll personally hide-strap your ass to a pine rail and send you up the Mona online. Leave the ball, will you, George? Thank you.
That's such a
You tell my man, by the way, leave the ball.
Yeah, he's like, that's such a great comeback. Oh, you done? You can go, but leave the basketball.
Close the door while you at it.
Exactly.
Close the door behind you. But, rest in peace to him, man.
Of course. And somebody said, not just Hoosiers. Don't forget the incredible film, The Replacement.
That's right.
Yeah. What was the biggest flop that was hyped as the next big thing? 713-572-4610. So I came across this list, and I just kind of want to run this by y'all, and feel free to add some to this list. But I'm gonna start with one. Google Plus.
That was literally the one that was on the top of my mind.
The Facebook killer.
And that's because I was that guy.
You
What
thought
guy?
you thought that was it?
That guy. I was like, look, man, this Google Plus it's that new hotness. This is going to be the one.
Hey, this is the new cool spot right here, Google Plus.
I legitimately thought that, hey, the way that it worked, right? Some of the things that we still see in social media, like these little circles, like, I don't know, on Instagram, right? You have your close friends or what have you, or I guess in Twitter, when it's operating correctly, having your profile protected so that you're only speaking to. They had your circles, right? And you had different circles you could speak to. So certain things that this is just family. Or I was like, yo, the functionality is fantastic, but this is the place where I learned that it doesn't matter how good the platform is if you don't have the people. It does not matter. The people make the platform in a way that like the actual technology doesn't. So I was out here like, yo, Google Plus about to be that new hotness. And then I kept looking up and none of my friends were on it. And eventually you have to abandon that. But I was absolutely that guy. I was like, y'all don't understand. Y'all got to get on this Google Plus. It's crazy.
Yeah. What about 3D TVs?
That was a thing? I don't remember that.
They tried to make it a thing. It was first of all, it was a little too expensive.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody want to watch nothing in 3D like that, man. Not at the crib.
Just 3D in general. Like 3D was supposed to be popping at the cinemas, and they'd have all the glasses and everything.
Yeah.
And you just realize this is not actually worth it. But I guess I was too broke to know about 3D TVs because I didn't even realize that came and went.
Yeah, who wants to sit on their couch with those glasses on every time you try to watch TV?
Exactly. So what about? I never heard of this. Is it QB?
Oh,
QUIBI.
Is it Quibi?
Quibi?
Was that what it was called?
Sounds
I remember.
familiar.
Yeah, it was like Quibi. I remember
It's supposed to change streaming forever.
It kind of did, but it didn't. Like the whole idea was that it was going to be like Quibi is shortened for Quick Bites.
Okay.
And the idea was just like, hey, this is going to be content, but in like 5 minutes instead of like the streaming 30 minutes or hour. And it didn't last, but it feels like a precursor to some of the streaming things that we've seen, and especially. Feels like a little bit of a precursor to seeing like TikTok take off in the way that it did. So kind of right idea, just couldn't land it. Sucks to suck. They went the way of like Skype. You remember how Skype was the new, we got to the pandemic, and all of a sudden everybody was using the Zoom, and I was like, Skype, this was y'all's time. Y'all should have been on this, man.
Yeah, it's funny. The only people that still use Skype, TMZ still use Skype.
They do.
It's weird. Because I hopped on TMZ the one time and they tried to send me a Skype link and I had to download it. I'm like, I didn't know people still using Skype. Well, I guess it works for them. What about the metaverse?
Oh, that is actively flopping as we speak.
Yeah, that was kind of a big deal. Like, oh, we are here, the metaverse, and all these cool things are going to be in here. You can be at a game just with the goggles on and all that stuff. Haven't heard a peep about that. Don't even know anybody personally that tried that.
Yeah, I stayed away from that one, and so I didn't even get close enough to know people.
Yeah. What about Zune? Zune.
Yes, the Zune.
Yeah.
The
Forget
MP3
that.
player.
Forget those Apple iPods. Get the Zune.
That was the Android iPhone before Android iPhone.
Yeah.
It's like, do you have the Microsoft Zune or do you have an iPod? Thankfully, I was not a Zune guy. I can say that for certain. But I remember that feeling, man. People really rocked for that Zune, and I know they felt real salty when they looked around. They're like, "Oh, no one is with me."
Yeah. What about the Segway? I still see those sometimes. You might see a security guard on them, but like ain't nobody out here trying to get a Segway.
But we have a little bit of that because you had the little hoverboards. That's basically the Segway, just without the whole upper I guess handles or whatever. But yeah, one of the things realizing, hey man, being the innovator sounds great. Doesn't actually seem to pay off.
No.
Like being first to the party doesn't actually seem to pay off all the time.
That's the American way. You take something and you just make it better.
And that's what Meta is pretty much doing. That's what Instagram and all that stuff. They got to a point where they just sit back a little bit, and then they just try to steal whatever some smaller company is doing and just add it to theirs.
Yeah. That's what you do.
So,
by the way, is it a true story? The creator of the Segway died by falling off a Segway? Is that a
I
true
have
story?
no idea, but I kind of don't want to look it up because I'm going to be so sad if I found out that that's wrong and we're in that same space.
That would be crazy. If that
I've always heard that. I don't know if it's true or just something that people say.
Well, it's clearly heavily kind of I guess searched, because as soon as I put it in the search engine,
that's
it
what
started
popped
popping up. However, Jimmy Hesselden is the inventor of the Segway, and looks like he bought Segway Inc. All right, let me go back because I'm trying to find an actual Apparently, the Segway boss, the millionaire owner of Segway, died falling from the cliffs while riding on a Segway.
Wow.
So this is actually a thing, 2010.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That's crazy. Rest in peace to that man.
So that is
maybe
that is
part of the reason why they flopped.
Yeah, I imagine so. That's probably a hard sell if you're like, no, look at how safe it is.
Yeah. What about the remember the Google glasses?
Yeah, and that one I was closely watching because I was like, I want to see what this is. I was like, I don't know, but we'll see. And they kept talking about it, and eventually they just canceled that thing.
I think at one point, remember Roy Hibbert, center for the Pacers?
Yes.
I think he was promoting that too, where he was doing warm-ups, and he had the Google glasses on, and you could kind of see everything and all this other stuff. Man, that went nowhere.
What you want to talk about things that flopped? Roy Hibbert was like, he was this close to being like the best center in the league, and then the whole league was just like, can you shoot? Well, you are a dinosaur. Go away.
Yeah, that was kind of one of the last centers, like true centers. Yeah, that brother, it was messed up what they did to him. What about Q-Cat? You remember Q-Cat?
What?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sorry.
CUECAT?
I don't know what that is at all.
Yeah, so these came out in the early years of the internet and could scan special barcodes from magazines, load web pages to computers. So kind of like the QR code type thing. I never even heard of it.
Yeah, that's another one that the first to market didn't do as well as somebody who just stole the idea later on.
Yeah, what about House Party? I guess it was like a remote gaming app from the pandemic.
Yes, I remember that.
Oh, it wasn't a gaming app. Oh, no, I'm thinking something else. House Party, because I thought Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, that's something different too.
Yeah.
I think that's still kind of rolling too, but.
Oh, I did download House Party. I forgot about that. It was all right. It was just a thing to do.
Yeah,
like I don't think that it was anything that was major.
No.
Like various other things that came in on the text line. Somebody said biggest flops, Verlander's return. Zion Williamson. He's still so good when he plays. That's the thing that's weird.
Yeah.
When he plays, he is a monster. He just does not play nearly enough. Somebody said the Betamax. Sure. What y'all know about Web TV? Absolutely nothing.
I had
apparently.
Web TV.
Are you for real?
I had Web TV. I actually got it for Christmas, but my parents mostly used it. It was just this computer that it was a device. It looked like a cable box. Hook up to a regular TV, so one of the big back tube TVs, and you have a wireless keyboard. You could just browse the internet on your couch. Get that, guys.
Hey, that is. They were well ahead of their time because that's brilliant.
Yeah, you could send emails from there too.
I bet you could.
And you could do a little chat. You could chat with somebody if they're on. They have to have Web TV, by the way. So whoever got Web TV, y'all could chat and do like an instant chat.
Okay.
I thought that was a big thing too.
How can we? Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna run through these real quick. So Threads, that was kind of recent Instagram thing. That kind of flop. VR, they still trying to get us to do VR. Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was kind of a big deal.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah, this the one that really got me. I thought this was the thing right here, the Sega Dreamcast.
Hey, I love the Dreamcast.
Yeah, I thought that was. I'm like, man, we are here in the future, man. Like the controller, and you could put the little thing in the controller. Man, I thought we was here, man.
Yeah, the little memory pack things. I still have ours because
you still got
my
yours?
brother, yeah, it's at my parents' place. So when we go home, my brothers and I for the holidays, we play.
I think what messed Dreamcast was burn games.
That's right.
I think that kind of took them out the game a little bit.
100%. I was about to say, like, you'll never get me to talk bad about the Sega Dreamcast because I remember taking not a DVD-R, a CDR, and downloading the game on. This is supposed to be an audio device. We took the CDR, we put that thing in the game, and that's fired up, and I was like, this is the greatest thing in the world.
I remember having a cousin who brung his Dreamcast over, and he was like, I got any game you want. I'm like, what? I was so confused, and I remember him putting this blank CD in.
That's right.
Spinning it, taking it out, and did something else, and the game was, I'm like, what?
Magic.
It was crazy. That was the grand opening and closing.
The people's game system, the Sega Dreamcast. You'll never get me to say bad things about it. And then 409, great answer with LimeWire. Yeah.
Love LimeWire.
You were playing with fire every time you tried to download anything.
Man.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610.
You want to do the giveaway?
Why not? Caller number 7 right now. will win a 4-pack of tickets to Zach Top. To listen to Zach Top at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Call number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. Go ahead and get you those tickets. All right, coming up next, we'll crosstalk with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron, but also, what is this story that's coming out about Stephon Diggs? Let's talk about that next.
How close are the Texans to a Super Bowl?
Tire in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez is out on the day. It's Luke Morrow in for John. I'm Reginald Atatula, and of course, Figgy Fig in tow. Hope you've enjoyed hanging out with us on this Thursday and this Rodeo Ticket Thursday as it's gone through. Appreciate congratulations to the couple of folks who have gotten victories. There's a couple more opportunities for that in the drive, as we'll talk to those fellas here shortly. But yeah, Zach Top tickets all the way down the line being given away for the rodeo for Rodeo Houston. In fact, Figgy is Rodeo Houston now. He looks like he's ready to get out there here shortly. Before we talk to the fellas, I did want to mention a few things. I know that there was a lot of interest in the Kansas City Chiefs because of guard Trey Smith, who looked like he might be the big offensive line free agent out there. He would have been the one of a certain tier, of a certain capability that would be out there, but he's not going to be. And these are the mechanisms that the NFL has in place to stop that, which is the franchise tag. So he will be franchise tagged according to the Kansas City Chiefs have informed him. And so he will not be out there. I don't know that the Texans needed to spend that kind of money on offensive line. We're just talking to Sean about it. From West Palm Beach, or from actually St. Lucie, but from Florida. But yeah, man, I don't know that I was in on the idea of spending that for Trey Smith, but now you do not have the opportunity to do that.
Especially for the guard position, on the offensive line. I mean, that's why you can, if you're the Chiefs, you can franchise tag him because it takes the average of the top salaries, and that's not going to break the bank to franchise tag the guard. So, yeah, you move on to other options. We were talking earlier about draft needs for the Texans. How do they handle some of those needs with the combine starting up? And so, with Smith off the board, you see what else is out there in free agency, but maybe it's something that you look to fill in the draft. And it's actually something, I don't know if this really brings it up, but just in general, we were talking about rule changes earlier. I always wish the draft was actually before free agency in the NFL. Yeah. It is in every other sport. I don't know why the NFL has it set up that way, so I think that would make it easier on the Texans too, where you go through the draft and then you plug some of those needs, and then you say, okay, now we have this amount of money to spend in free agency. So this is a little bit of an interesting for every team they deal with this, but that battle you deal with of how much do we spend in free agency, how much do we bank on the draft to try to fill these holes. And when it comes to the guard position, I agree with Sean that you don't have to break the bank at that. Maybe that's something that you lean more into the draft than free agency.
Yeah, and especially I don't know that you would want to pay that kind of money considering the amount of money that you already have tied up in offensive line. That's a position group that you have a lot of money in, and there's going to be some movement. That's one of the things that Nick Caserio talked about, that they are going to use, or they are open to using all the avenues necessary in order to create space for themselves to do the things that they need to do. And I imagine finding some level of possible restructures, or possibly getting various different, seeing if they can even just generally get some money back would help them if they can kind of spend really as much money. But yeah, Trey Smith off the board there. I saw this come down the wire, and I'm still perplexed by it, Luke. So I just want to be, I don't know that I'll have anything particularly poignant to say here. I just want to get this out there, and just we can figure out what is happening together, because the Houston Chronicle, Chron.com, has now reported that Stephon Diggs, who is still listed as Texans as Stephon Diggs, kind of funny, but I mean, it makes sense. That was the last team that he played for. And I mean, I think if I get my way, he would continue playing with the Texans, but that's neither here nor there. He filed a lawsuit alleging counts of extortion and assault. So apparently attorneys representing Steph filed a 6-count lawsuit in Harris County yesterday night. And according to documents, his representation filed a lawsuit against defendants Mia Jones, who apparently is known on reality TV as Mulan Hernandez. I don't know anything about that space. It's not. If you know something about that, go ahead and text in and let me know.
Nope.
Look, Ron looking at me crazy right now. He's looking at me crazy like I should know this.
I know Luke got him. Got her?
No, you don't.
No.
Uh-oh. All right. See, I'll let you figure that. We'll figure that one out here shortly. But apparently Breonna Mack is also one of the defendants. But the suit alleges that Diggs was punched in the chest by Jones and, quote, threatened with a deadly weapon, and a victim of a tale of abuse to extort millions of dollars. And I just can't wait for this to be dramatized into a story, because this just sounds incredibly wild. I don't know what to make of this. either. But wow, here does not seem like it is inherently Stephon Diggs' fault, but it's just like, this is wildly dramatic. I do wonder though, because I know some people were doing the jokey joke on the, hey, look at him hanging out with Cardi B on that would bring drama. This is the level of drama, and I don't think for me it would make change any way that I feel about him. But I imagine for some people, this feels like something that they would not want to go into, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. And I had mentioned to you, off air, Rachaad White is another one for the Buccaneers where the FBI is actually investigating that case, but apparently he was getting extorted as well. That just came out yesterday. So this is the part of being a celebrity or just being a millionaire that you have to be so careful of people trying to take advantage of you, or in this case, just apparently trying to rob you at gunpoint or whatever the details might be. So we'll get more details, I assume, but I think it's hard to hold it against Stephon Diggs. I know they say you're the company you keep, but if they're trying to extort him in some way, he's the victim in all this as opposed to anything else.
Now, I hear some giggling over here.
No, I'm thinking a little more on this because if you know a little backstory on Stephon Diggs, this is not surprising at all because in the streets, people are looking at Stephon Diggs as a ladies' man, and allegedly he don't be out here tricking on these girls. So
I think you might want to explain a little further what you mean.
Yeah, I was like that one. I don't know if it's going to land it squarely to everyone.
You got to give an explanation on that. Our audience may not know what you mean by that. Once you break that down in layman's terms,
like which part? Because a lot of athletes be buying girls, expensive purses and giving them money and stuff like that. Allegedly, Stephon Diggs is not that guy. He don't be giving girls money or anything like that.
I'm not going to dig into Stephon Diggs' business.
Mm-hmm.
You do you. He's too old to be getting involved in the stuff like this.
Especially if you get some of these details where, according to his attorney, he had a casual relationship with Jones months before the incident, and apparently Mack allegedly destroyed his property and, quote, refused to leave his apartment.
Yeah, hey man, it's time to move on from.
He said settle down.
Settle down.
I'm not even saying settle down. Like
he be out here,
like
man.
It's about time you move on from craziness. Like I don't know craziness. What comes with it is can be amazing.
He just reminisced right there. That's what happened in that moment.
You're heading to the backside of your football career, man. You in your 30s now, man. It's about it. His time's over. About, hey, man, let me keep messing with these reality TV stars. It's about time for that, man. Let's settle down for a good wholesome one. Go get you.
What I miss?
Well, apparently Stephon Diggs got a lawsuit out, not against him. He is the one who has filed the lawsuit against a couple of women claiming
girl is crazy
extortion and assault.
Milan Hernandez is a 22-year-old web star who apparently is dating
22
Bol of the Nuggets.
Yeah, you got I'm just
22
saying,
though.
Yeah, man. What did he say? That somebody punched him in the chest.
Punched him in the chest. Tried to extort him. Threatened him.
Too old to be messing with these types.
When did 22 get out of your range, Clint?
Well, today's my anniversary, about 4 years ago. Today's my 4-year anniversary.
Well, congratulations, first and foremost.
I'll give low. We dated a few years before that, so I'd say my 36.
But it's not really about age.
Hell, there was a time when she was.
I was about to say I was going to clean that up. It's not really about age. It's about the type of bride you're messing with.
No, I hear you. I was just wondering.
Like it's about time for you to stop. Like reality TV star 31. Like it's time to step out. Like let me go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's the crazy thing here. The crazy thing here is that like I don't know if I'm in the it's time to step out phase because as long as that's hard to walk away from until you get the right one.
Mm-hmm.
But doing things like not realizing like you're putting yourself in a position where this broad's going to punch you in the chest and assault you and all these kind of things. Like you got to. There's a time in your life when you're willing to take the risk. He's beyond that time.
Yeah,
if he wants to play in that pond, do whatever, fish in that pond, do whatever you want to do. But to not have the awareness of like, hey, this one right here might stab me with one of my kitchen knives.
Or these two.
Yeah, like there's, to me, it's the lack of awareness. At some point, man, even if you're still in the game, you gotta be aware and know, like, I can't have one in the house that would literally want to stick a knife in me.
Yeah, you gotta have an MO. This is the way that we handle this.
Crazy's one thing. Steal from you.
He's not only in the pond. He's getting after the same type of fish in that pond.
Well, apparently they're piranhas.
Yes.
So
yes, man. Like,
he's
there's a time
you ease off of them catfish. He got to find him some catfish. Some of them largemouth bass or something.
Get you a nice,
a couple of flounders or something.
Speckled trout. He could have found him a nice one at 22.
Hey, them kind you can eat. Them kind you can eat, man. Hey, leave them piranhas alone, man.
Hey, that wasn't the first time she showed she was capable of punching.
Ain't no doubt. Yeah, she didn't go from 0 to punch.
I did some redfish.
She probably just hopped on it and did the splits, and then got you, and now you didn't know what to do.
Hopped on
I'm just throwing out, like, I mean, you know what that is. You know what brings.
Hey, you had to happen. Come on now.
You know, I'm just saying. You know what brings.
I'm guilty
you know
of all
what
of the
keeps
above.
bringing you to the table. I can see it right in your nasty ass eyes, Luke. You know what brings you to the table repeatedly when they go and just do stuff and just like, well, maybe she wouldn't. Maybe she wouldn't really actually stab me with that knife.
That's how we
just
play.
Pull it out.
That's how we play.
It's more than that, though. It's also extortion. Like she's trying to take money from him as well as just being abusive.
That's right.
Well, some stuff's worth paying for, Luke.
And with that,
hey man, come on, Diggs, get out of that, dog.
Luke, I appreciate you sitting in for John Lopez. It was a blast, and we handed off to these fine folks. They're just getting going.
They knew what his salary was. They knew it when Nick folded it into one.
What if I told you? 22 of them.
Oh, I heard you had them 3 years folded into one. Got you about an extra couple $3 million. Let me hold that.
Let me hold some for you.
I can't. All right, don't worry. I get it. Give me a little bit of time.
Who was that gal that got caught with on Cardi B?
Yeah, Cardi B.
Treat me like Cardi B. No? Okay, well, let me go ahead and get mine.
Yeah, we got some information that can get out here if you're not careful. Do that little stretch right there. All right, we're done for the day. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, feeling good. The drive is live.
You're gonna get hard.
Speaking of that, where did Diggs get in trouble at? Where was he at? Was he in Texas?
Diggs was open. I don't know where this happened.
It sounds like a real California.
Don't know where it happened, but the suit was filed in Houston, in Harris County, so I'm guessing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, maybe it
did.
H-Town. Brought it on here, huh?
Well, there's a lot of Californians moving to Texas, so maybe it was California.
Probably what it is. Yeah.
California,
a lot of Missourians, too.
baby.
Yeah, how about that? All right, the drive is live, and today, the final time this week, our show, your chance to win rodeo tickets on a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. Zach Top. That's the 27-year-old gentleman that you said is real classic.
I'd say traditional country. Classic is that would be spot on as well. A solo act, kind of in the cloth. Alan Jackson, as Tyler so accurately put yesterday, the Tracy Lawrence 90s country vibe and sound, the whole look, everything is traditional. Everything is traditional. It's good, man. That's a good one right there.
Coming up.
Turn that thing up a little bit.
Right, let him ride with it. Coming up, 3 o'clock hour, 3 and 5 o'clock hour, you will have chances to win tickets to see Zach Top coming up at the rodeo. And that's coming up. Hey, four tickets. You can take you can take 3 other folks, but say 4 in here.
Tyler's looking like he's. Are you sure, Tyler?
It's been that way the whole time, right?
I just that's what I read. I'm just reading for you. Know, I read
that look is because Tyler put it in there and he's second guessing what he put in there.
Well, it was more the way Ron presented it. I was like, oh crap. And I was thinking about Texans tickets Tuesday. No.
I presented it a question like I did, Jay.
All that to say, yes, it's 4. It's 4. No, not put on you.
All right, a 4-pack of tickets coming up. First chance you will have to win those is in the 3 o'clock hour and also in the 5 o'clock hour. Now, listen, you need to be listening because this is the final time this week. You got a chance to win some earlier today on Payne and Pendergast. Within the Loop, this is it until next Tuesday will be your chance to win I'll win those tickets. All right. Hey, fellas, I'm kind of I got Netflix. Had me up to about 2:45.
Oh, what got you? What had you?
That Gabby, that American Murder.
Petite, or whatever, however's your name?
Oh man,
I powered through that the other night, dude. It was a good 3-part doc.
Like, have you been? When's the last time you've been there? I've been there. I'm sitting there. I pull up. You know, clean up the kitchen, Courtney. I pull up and sit up there. And I sit up there. I rolled through. I said, "Oh, I'll get it. I'll just check this out." I got to that first episode, but I couldn't. I could and I thought I was going down. I thought, it's about 11:45. I thought this will get me on to the end. And I'm telling you, I'm 30 minutes into that first episode, and now I'm on the edge. And I'm like, well, all right. This is what I'll do. I'm gonna just watch it until the intro comes on, just to get me ready on the second one. That intro came on, and they was out at that van. Spoiler alert, they're out the van. I said,
felt your pulse go up.
Said, oh man, let me get in here,
dude. It's because all the footage they have.
Oh my God!
It's so intriguing because there's so much actual video of them, like on their little van trip and stuff. The blogging, the video blogging, that stuff is nuts.
And then at one point, I thought it was fate for me to continue to stay watching it, because after the second episode ended, I hit the exit button, which generally takes me on out, and it didn't go out.
It was meant to be.
It didn't go out, so I said, "Oh hell, let me do it." And I was doing it, and then it went, 4 seconds until the next episode, and the next episode came back.
Yeah.
And they had
shuffled them. You saw it.
Said, that's 2:47.
I've actually watched one of the shorter, like it was more like the first 48 type deal on that, like right when it was going on, right after it all happened.
I'd never heard of this story.
Oh yeah.
Clearly by watching it was a national story.
Yeah, but I was under a rock or something.
Yeah, it was definitely a national story. But anyway, I watched that, so I'm familiar with it, and there's been probably 2 or 3 times that I've been like, all right, let me settle in and take a peek at this, and I get distracted. But good to hear. It's a great one. I need to watch it, man.
Oh, you hadn't seen it?
Very good.
Oh man, yeah, they had me.
I mean, I'm a sucker for any true crime kind of docs like this, documentaries, but this one's one of the better 3-parters I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, it leaves me with even though I know what happened, still leaves me with questions. Whatever. But no, I'm a little. So I'm running on about 4 or 5 hours. More close to 4 hours, but I'm good though. I'm good. I'll give me a coffee.
You ain't no damn rookie. This ain't your first rodeo.
It's not. I'll be good. I do want to pass this across, and I want to get everybody's texter who just texted in. That's what I was trying not to give away to Clint. You're damn right. 516. You are damn right. I completely agree with you. Both of them. Both of their asses. Anyway,
what happened?
I don't want to give it away because you can't know that part. Don't read that part of the text line. All right, I want to pass this across. Get everybody's reaction to this. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. The Chiefs. This comes out. The Chiefs plan to tag Trey Smith with the hopes to work out an extension with him. Sources confirmed to the Kansas City Star. The Chiefs are planning to franchise tag him, and it's an intriguing move as KC hopes to keep one of its best free agents. He would get $23.4 million on a 1-year fully guaranteed, because that is the cost to franchise him as a guard. So they'll try to get a long-term deal worked out so there won't just be that flat rate. But he is the number 1 interior lineman free agent out there. And to me, I think if for the Texans, this is not a good. I'm not saying it's devastating. But this is not a good thing for the Texans that they don't have the ability to at least have the chance to bring in a Trey Smith. And that to me, and I've heard some people kind of talk about it in certain ways, but Trey Smith would have been the perfect fit at a right guard for this team, and they're going to potentially, it looks like, have to look at other resources to try to fill that void.
Yeah, look, I mean, Hill, you can argue he's a top 2 or 3 free agent at any position on that's available given where he's at in his career and what he's done. I understand there's some advanced stats out there from a pass protection standpoint, some graphs that I've seen that aren't real friendly
he's not perfect.
To Trey Smith. He's not perfect, but when you play in front of Pat Mahomes, there's going to be some skewed numbers out there, especially when it comes to pass protection. He's not afraid to hold it. He's not afraid to create. He's not afraid to run backwards and throw it across, all kind of jive. So I'm less worried about that and more worried about just Trey, not worried, but Trey Smith with the package, the kind of guy that he is in terms of physicality, a real pro, obviously an extremely high ceiling, a true blue, built for interior O-line play. I mean, that's just what the Texans have to find. They have to find at least one, if not two of those, and obviously the higher rated the free agent is, the more surefire they're going to be. So you don't want to watch too many interior offensive linemen that are available on the free agent market. You don't want to watch them fall by the wayside one way or another while you're sitting there holding your pocket, holding your wallet.
Good save, dude.
You could have said.
What'd y'all think I was going to say?
You could have said nuts, balls.
Oh.
You
went with pockets.
I meant hands in your pockets,
I think I'm
or sitting on your hands.
I think I'm gonna do that the rest of the way.
I never held a pocket.
You gonna hold your pocket?
I'm holding my back pockets the rest of the way right here. Cornbread on YouTube and Twitch. On to the next. You had to know the Chiefs wasn't going to let him go easily. No, I mean it's somebody I would say that's kind of it's kind of
plugged in
with that organization. I think it's not a shock, but it is a bit of a surprise when you start adding up the numbers. They're paying their right tackle, just made their center the highest paid center by a lot in football. They are paying Joe Thuney a huge amount of money, and he could get a new contract, and then they already need to make some additions at left tackle. And so it is a bit surprising that they are willing to put themselves in a position to take on $23.4 million if they don't get a long-term deal worked out. So I think it is a little bit surprising. I thought Trey, if you would have told me by the end of the year, I would have said Trey Smith would be gone because they've got some other guys that they need to take care of. I would have believed Trey Smith was going to be gone. So I think this. For me, somebody who I would say is a bit plugged in, I am a bit surprised that they are being this aggressive and going after Trey Smith like this.
Well, I mean, I got to believe this is just a step to move in a direction of getting a long-term deal done, right?
Yeah, to try to make it not that big of a hit.
You keep him from hitting the free agent market.
Hitting the free agent market.
You lock him up and give yourself first right of refusal.
Yeah, but then also if you get a long-term deal, it's not going to be $24 million,
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You know that you can't move around. They can sign a bonus and make that thing cheaper. But the one thing I have heard, and I listened. I was listening to Sean as he was on talking to Luke and Reggie, and Reggie kind of talked about it, talking about the money, and I'm not sure if you want to pay that much or what it would cost for a guard. For the Texans and where the Texans are going to, like I'm not saying you go nuts, go crazy, and just give somebody $30 million a year, but it was so bad. Like my thing is, if you got a chance to get the best, like I heard the conversation of, hey, you don't have to be great at guard. No, I mean, no, you don't have to. But like, if I'm a Texans, I've sat here for 5 years and watched this. Like, I think maybe it's time. Maybe we try to take a chance and maybe get one of the best at the guard spot, right? Like it feels like that's been like, hey, let's just make it work with okay guys. No, it hadn't worked.
Yeah,
but it hadn't worked to the tune of we're on our 6th offensive line coach.
Yeah,
that we feel like. So, to me, if they're not seeking out at least entertaining the best options out there, that's got to be at least. The hell with just okay options.
I would rather be great at guard than tackle. I just disagree. Now, I think there was
you've been saying for a minute you think the game is moving towards the interior pass rush.
Absolutely. 100%. There's zero doubt about it. there's just there's zero doubt about it in my opinion right now. If you said, hey, what would you rather have? You know, two really good tackles or two really like the center of your O-line, guard, center guard, line certified, without a doubt, no question about it. One, it's going to be cheaper, but two, like my quarterback has no chance. You saw it this year. You had Laramie Tunsil, arguably the best pass blocking tackle in the game. You had Laramie Tunsil, and your quarterback was still the most pressured and the most hit. Now, I know not literally 32nd, but one of the most hit quarterbacks and sacked as much as anybody other than who had more sacks? Caleb Williams. Right? And boy, we saw that was a jailbreak. We saw that early on.
If you add what he got in the playoffs, he hit it. Yeah.
So, I just am at a point where I'm going to turn a deaf ear to the whole – what are you going to do in pass protection if you don't have a Laramie Tunsil type deal? We just watched what happens if you've got a lockdown tackle. What could possibly happen? So that argument is dead in the water to me. I don't think it's coincidence that Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, which you just mentioned, had Joe Thuney stayed at his position, guard, center guard, they'd have been as good, if not better, than anybody in the league, and they were in another Super Bowl. Right,
and the team they played against is really good.
Pretty damn good, right? They're pretty. That's a different animal. And like I try to look at the teams that are going to have to win the way that have won the way that C.J. Stroud's going to have to win with the Texans, and I don't think it's coincidence that Andy Reid looks at it and goes, "Let me solidify the middle of my offensive line and my tackles." And I know Jawan Taylor's got some money wrapped up in him, but at the end of the day, I'm willing to bet you ask Andy Reid, he feels really comfortable in protecting his edges with certain protections, with scheme, with other players, but there ain't nothing you can do about that inside offensive line. I'm telling you, give me part over here with the Texans, which I know is not happening, but give me that middle, solidify the middle of that line and let me ride.
And as someone texted in just now to the text line, the Kansas City guard deal is a lesson in how important it is to protect your quarterback if he's the kind that makes you what you are. And I would just say, I know some people don't think a lot of the Chiefs, but I would think that you would love to have the similar amount of success that the Chiefs have had. And I believe most of you respect and believe Andy Reid is a guy who is somebody that knows a lot of what he's doing. His quarterback is due to make $66 million next year, and he's got a middle linebacker that he probably wants to bring in. Justin Reed's a free agent. Charles Omenihu's a free agent, and he is willing to potentially put $24 million on the line for a guard. and going and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna keep this dude. This is the importance. I have taken care of the middle three of my guys thus far." So I think Andy Reid is showing what he views as the importance of not just having okay guards or okay interior guys, and to me that kind of says something. So listen, I hope that it isn't like, hey man, we all right, we're out on Trey Smith, but hey man, we're willing to drop to the middle because it's. I hope they are hoping and looking and saying, hey man, let's try to get the best absolute guy that we can get on the market, not the bargain.
Yeah, at guard and center, by the way.
You continue. I've just accepted that it's just going to be one.
Well, look, there is for whatever reason. It seems like there's maybe because they missed a few times, but for whatever reason with this crew, it seems like there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency to fix the offensive line. They talk about it, right? But it doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency. We'll see how we go into this year, but it seemed in the past, boy, you went into the year with some really suspect starting interior players. And then it just got worse, and you ended up having to move one of your tackles inside. There was no backup plan. So the sense of urgency clearly isn't what I would think that it would be, and it doesn't seem like it's moved that direction right now. We'll see what kind of moves they make over the next couple of months.
And, you got some get-by guys.
Yeah.
Like,
didn't get by very well.
I was going to say maybe we should get some for-show guys up in here. All right, coming up, I know with the Astros, as they are playing right now, we'll give you an update on what's going on there, but one guy is really impressing Clint Stoerner and impressing him in the way that I think there probably is some fair concern about how the Astros fill this void. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through. The Astros, they are in West Palm Beach taking on they're in Florida in the Grapefruit League, taking on the New York Mets. And this had been a 0-0 game all the way through into the fifth, and the Mets now lead 5-0.
It's not ideal.
In that game, Jeremy Pena made his debut. He was 0 for 2. The big fella, Yordan Alvarez, or whatever.
Jordan.
Yeah, there it is. Whatever Spencer calls him. He was 0 for 3. With a strikeout, making his debut. Cam Smith got him another hit today, so he got on base, but he is finally gotten out. So we saw a lot of guys out there, including Christian Walker. Christian Walker, Clint, 2 for 2 today. So he's the new first baseman there. And Clint, I know there's a void that I don't know that you're majorly concerned about, but I know there's a void for you of a Springer-time vocal leadership guy. Verlander was a big-time vocal leadership guy. Correa was a big-time vocal leadership guy. Maldi was a big-time vocal leadership guy. And then it seemed that Alex Bregman kind of took that next baton to be that guy last year. And now it's a wonder all of those guys are gone. Who could be that guy? Well, Christian Walker, a vet in this league, a guy who's played in the World Series, coming over from Arizona, may be that guy. This was him actually just kind of talking about his process and things going on in spring training to prepare for the season.
Just the mental capacity of staying locked in for 2.5, 3 hours. Even now with the workouts, it's like, 15, 20 minutes of work and then you get a few minutes off. So getting back into the game where, I only played maybe 4 innings or so, but, just staying tuned in for an hour and a half is a good challenge, and you just slowly build that. So I would say just getting used to staying locked in for the length of 9 innings.
It's the detail here, Ron, for me with Christian Walker. We've already heard about Christian Walker's his work ethic and how hard he works before games, after games, on the road, at home, during the season, in the offseason, how hard he works and has worked to become the player that he is, particularly on the defensive side of the football. The defensive side at first base, getting the necessary reps defensively of all the different situational baseball type stuff, makes Christian Walker really, really special. And when you talk about the void that you mentioned, I don't know that he steps in and has the ability to be that vocal guy, that leader that let's say Bregman and Springer and Correa necessarily were. But I think he has the chance to have the same level of impact on this team because it's a different dynamic, right? You've got an older player that is setting the bar every day by showing up and outworking everybody and showing everybody, hey, this is the standard to be great. And it's coming at a time where you've got a lot of young players that this team is dependent on. There's a void in leadership as well. And so I just think that when you look at guys – that even the guys that have been here that some may think they don't need to be impressed upon. Jake Myers, Chas McCormick, Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz. I'll even say Yordan Alvarez, talking about he taking his game to the next level, and definitely the youngsters that could potentially be a part of this story, the 2025 story late in the season, Cam Smith. When you talk about those guys, when you show up every single day and Christian Walker has already been there for an hour grinding, and when you leave the building every day and Christian Walker is still in the cage getting cuts in, that is contagious. Maybe that may not be to everybody, but that is contagious to the ones that are still trying to be the best that they can be, still trying to arrive and trying to establish themselves. I can't help but think Christian Walker house is going to be felt big time by some of these youngsters.
And I think we're at a time, and the Astros are at a time where it's probably welcome, right? I don't know. I think maybe Jeremy Payne, you could be, maybe Yiner, I'm not sure. But I don't know how many guys in there are like jumping up and down to step into into that role. And like I think they're the Astros have a lot of, hey man, go do your business, lead by example type of guys.
Yeah.
And it does feel like, you know, he's a guy that can come in here with his veteran experience, pelts on the wall, as you talk about. He walks in with a resume that says, like, yeah, man, like this guy can come in and we'll listen to kind of the advice he has. And it's different if you're walking in there, man, and Correa's in there and Springer and Verlander's in there, and you may be like, not like I think the two big guys on there, Altuve and Jordan, be like, hey man, go ahead, do
do your thing, man, take the lead.
Like we're not like at least verbally.
We're gonna go out here and play left field and kind of rotate through and swing the stick. We'll let you handle all the other stuff.
I forgot I named the left fielders.
two left fielders, two DHs. Yeah, no, man. I just think
that's important when you're new. If you're coming into.
Well, the thing is that I don't know that I don't think or expect him to need to do anything other than what he's already done. I think the void is what it is. I think the void. Mentioning Hill's going to step in and be that guy. Mentioning the void to me is you've got a bunch of youngsters that are looking up and they're looking for direction. They're looking for mentors. They're looking for, for somebody to show them the way in the big leagues beyond just showing up and playing. And when that guy is wired like Christian Walker to a point where the audio we just played is talking about, hey, look, this is important because we've gone 4 months now of like just checking in for 15 minutes in the cage and then bull jiving and then kept checking in for 15 more minutes in the cage and bull jiving. Like it's important to train yourself to lock in for an hour and a half, and then you work that up to 2 hours and you work it up to a complete game. Like that level of lock-in and that level of work ethic and care, when one of the big dogs has that right there, the youngsters have a real bar to shoot at, man. That could end up being really valuable for the Stros.
And I think it's a good thing. He's not won a championship, but he's been at the highest level with Arizona making it a couple of years ago. All right, coming up as we continue, this is as the combine's going on and we get closer to the draft. This has been a conversation point about one of the top guys in the upcoming draft. We may be seeing him multiple times a year. That could happen. We'll discuss that big story coming up next.
If you're in the market for a new mattress, or maybe you hadn't been looking, but you just know damn good and well it's time, kind of like I was, Verlo mattress.com. Look, I'm talking.
713-913-5285.
The Houston Texans.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, remember, coming up next hour, 3 o'clock hour, will be your first opportunity. So you make sure you stay in and be listening and stay ready to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top at the rodeo coming up. So make sure you do that. You got a chance in the 3 o'clock hour. That's coming up next. Also in the 5 o'clock hour as well, we'll be hooking you up with a 4-pack of tickets to go see Zach Top. Be waiting in the 3 o'clock hour. So you got a little time. Tell some friends. I mean, the more people you let know, the higher chance you can win. And it's a 4-pack, so that's a good spot to try to get yourself.
Are you sure if they win, they're going to invite you?
Well, damn.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, that's a good one. You got, like, it is crucial who you do call and say, hey, call up as well to 713-572-4610. If we get in, we can win these 4 tickets. Because that'd be a damn shame, wouldn't it, if you called that person, they won,
they win, you
wasn't one of the 4?
You don't even get a thank you? That'd be rough right there.
I think you get it.
Maybe you get a thank you text. Maybe a picture from the rodeo with a picture of the 4 that 4 people that are there. Hey man, thanks for the heads up on the old drive the other day.
And
man.
I really want to go see Zach.
Clutch.
You missed me.
Letting you know Zach was great, man.
It was fantastic, man. I've seen him once, but I've always wanted to see him again live at the rodeo. Sorry though.
Zach Top was great, man. Next time he comes through town, we ought to look at getting tickets.
Like, there's no scenario in which, right, if Tyler is sitting there and he's in his car and he's like, and he calls Blaine, and he's like, hey, Blaine, man, hey, be ready for a 3-something. And there's like, and Blaine wins.
I wouldn't call Blaine. Wouldn't want to be on the phone for 2 hours.
Just using Blaine, man. I'm just saying, if you were driving, you weren't the producer that you are, and you were driving, he's like, hey, Blaine, let's see if we can get these tickets. Call. Like, Blaine has to invite you.
Any of my friends would. I mean, I'm a hell of a good time.
I'm just saying, but like,
you're gonna sprain your shoulder, pat yourself on the back in there, bub.
There is no way. Like,
just facts.
Or would you be all right if he's like, hey, man, my parents really love Zach Top, and I want to take my lady, like, and the 4 tickets are Blaine, his parents who really love Zach Top.
I'd say you tell Brad and Veronica to shut the hell up, and that I'm going.
Yeah, tell Brad or Veronica they can draw straws and see who gets to go with me.
Yo, Blaine's mom, though.
Fine.
Oh, Tyler.
That's what I might do. I might be like, hey, Blaine, all right, your mom can go, okay? But tell Brad that I'm taking that ticket.
Tell Brad to work that overtime. I'm taking his wife to the rodeo.
Brad and his mustache, they can stay home.
Brad and his stash.
Is it a thick one? Does he have a real thick?
Oh, it's
stash, though.
Just stash.
Oh,
is it Burt Reynolds?
Like
it's a different kind of stash than that, but it is.
I have never wanted to lay my eyes on Blaine's parents more than I have here in the last 5 seconds.
Great stash, great looking mom.
Well, I mean, if it's the mom, like what's her name again? Brad and Diana?
I made up her name because I can't remember, but his dad's name is Brad.
But his wife, it's got to be Burt
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Like you to forget the good looking one's name.
I know, right?
If it's the mom is as on it as Tyler is saying,
it's got to be the big.
It's got to be a Burt. It's got to be a Burt Reynolds.
Big thick caterpillar on the top lip.
It's got to be. It's got to be Burt Reynolds. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who else had great stashes? Just alone stashes. I was gonna say that Tom Selleck, right? He's a straight stash, right? I know he's got that taco meat coming out, but I think
Earnhardt Sr. Tremendous stash for the Intimidator.
Yeah, he did.
I
think the King, Richard Petty, well, had him a nice stash.
Probably find a lot of them around NASCAR.
Probably would be. Maybe some country stars as well. That probably have some good
Alan
stash.
Jackson got a good one.
Alan's got a good one. I think, didn't Carl Winslow, the father of Family Matters, as a cop, Reginald Phil Johnson?
That's good.
Didn't he have a stash?
Yeah.
Just a straight, thick staff.
Walter Cronkite.
Walter, yeah. Kevin Mitchell, the baseball player. Mets, Giants for years. He had a good, solid stash.
Didn't Dwight Gooden have one?
I don't know who that is.
He had a stash, and he had other
You know
things.
Dwight Gooden? Along with Daryl?
Daryl, did he wear one, Daryl? They just went out.
Daryl wanted to be able to wipe it off clean.
Now, could you imagine what those two jokers was doing in between innings?
No.
I know they've already told the story of pointing out young ladies in the stands and bringing them down in between innings.
No question.
And drilling.
Nice.
Hopefully those weren't 1, 2, 3 innings for both of them. Andy Reid, a good one.
John McClain.
I think I'd prefer that be a 1, 2, 3 inning. First timer?
Just the first time. Like, but what if you're knee deep? Like if
out of the stands, let me get a little dabble. Let me see if this is really worth it, and then
dip a toe in the water.
We may catch up after the game. Mid game, I think I'd prefer it be a 1, 2, 3 inning. Let's get.
But a 1, 2, 3 inning, like
I mean, you get into some rough. If you pull something rough out of them stands, it's been sitting up there sweating all day, and it's just a little. There's.
But I mean,
you get down, and you don't want to be stuck around for a 10-run inning. I mean, you'd rather just let me sample and finish the game thinking about it.
But I'm just thinking, Tyler. I mean, if like, hey, we get it in between innings. I still got to run back out to left field. Now, maybe if Doc's not pitching,
schedule here.
Maybe if Doc's not pitching, but I got to run back into left field. And if I'm in there and this has been a 1, 2, 3 inning, and we got.
Oh, I just meant that I would prefer my performance be a 1, 2, 3 inning and out. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
On the field, or
I want to hurry up and get it over. Just give me a little sample. Let me get it over with, and then I can decide whether I want to come back for dessert.
I mean, you imagine.
Thank you, Low T. In whatever 5-star hotel the Mets are staying in.
That third out hits, and you're like, oh, dang it! I got to run back out.
Sorry, babe, I got to run.
We were just heating up.
I mean, yeah. All right,
you just stay there. I'll be right back.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a hard be right back.
Then you come back and all the Rolexes are gone out of the locker room.
That's a hard be right back though, man.
Very hard.
Very. Yeah, as D'Amico would say. But
you're gonna get hit hard if you're playing against us.
But play the Mets, baby. You're gonna get hit hard, and have a little of that white girl candy to go with that white girl. All right. The GM for the Browns, and they've got the number 2 pick. He said that Travis Hunter, the wide receiver corner from Colorado in the draft, that's going to be a top 3, top 5 pick, said he believes he can play both positions, corner and receiver. That's what makes him special. If you were in this situation, Clint, and you're drafting Travis Hunter, would you take playing both ways year one? Would you take that off the table?
No.
I know there are a lot of people who are saying you got to just make him a corner. You got to just make him a receiver that think you're putting too much on a rookie's plate and say he's just got to choose one at least early.
Yeah, no, I would the package offensively and just say, hey, here's what we're going to do. You're going to be a full-time corner. And we're going to start with just a package offensively, and let's get into the year and see how this thing goes. This offense is going to be a little bit more sophisticated than what you were doing at Colorado. The expectations are going to be a little bit higher, and let's have a Travis Hunter package, kind of the way that all two-way players, or like I said, there's not anymore, but the way that two-way players used to do it.
Did the Raiders completely take that away from Charles Woodson? I think he just returned punts. I don't remember. I don't remember him playing a lot of offense.
No. To me, it would be the. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate to tell him, look, it's going to be more like the old days, like Deion did, but there will be a true offensive package like you are a receiver, and it's going to be a package, not just a DB that's coming over and playing wide receiver when we need to throw a screen or we need to throw a go route or whatever. Like, there'll be a legitimate offensive package for you. Let's start that direction, and let's make sure you can handle it as a pro, because it's hands down a much. And I would imagine that Deion Sanders, would be on board with anything other than taking one one side of the ball completely away from him. Like, I would think that Deion would be like, yeah, Trav, this is right. The playbook's 10 times as thick. The expectations are through the roof. It's not that you can or you can't do it. It's just let's build to what you had at Colorado and what you've always wanted to do. Let's build to that, and let's spend a pro football time getting you comfortable and deciding what exactly the sweet spot is.
I am praying that this kid doesn't go to some rigid, old school, like small creativity thought type of a organization and coach. Because to me, you've got to use all of this kid's talent, and I mean right away. And I'm with you. I'm not saying that he's going to play 125 snaps like he was doing at Colorado both ways. But to take away either side, to me, is nuts. And I think there are some coaches, Clint, out there and some teams that would run that way. I think there are some guys that have that thought process. I hope he goes to somebody that's creative. I hope he goes to somebody – I know it's not going to be this guy, but you're talking like the Kyle Shanahans. You're talking guys that aren't afraid to use things, because I think we got a chance to one, see somebody really, really talented, really kind of take over things and do things we haven't really seen. And I think it's a trend. Like, for instance, you can't tell me that Derek Stingley probably can't get out there and run some routes. I'm not saying they're ever going to do it. I'm not going to. But I'm just saying, there are guys who are talented that could make big plays and add to a team that is just, we're just not doing that because it's so hard to do both. There is the thought process to be creative with his skills.
Well, the truth of the matter is he's a unicorn, and it would be a crying shame in 2025 football when these kids nowadays have the brands that they have. And let's be honest, the organizations are up against it in terms of fighting for the attention of their fan base, and whether that's online, social media, no matter how it is, you need to have a player that legitimately was a two-way player and was a unicorn in the NFL, not just a unicorn athlete, but a guy got to the NFL, and there's only one of them. There's only one guy in the whole league that's legitimately playing both sides of the football,
he's legit good. He's legit good.
Oh, you can argue
both sides, right?
You can argue he's a better wide receiver. Like the ball skills on the offensive side of the football.
Would he would be a first rounder if he was strictly either one of the positions?
Absolutely.
Right?
First rounder, absolutely top 10. Yeah, no question. I question. Like, to me, the natural athlete to flip over there and play cover 2, cover 3 quarters, like all the stuff he does defensively, he's done since he was knee high to a grasshopper. The stuff offensively is where you got to think about it. What's my splits, right? How am I getting off? Do I release outside? Do I release inside? How deep is my route? Is it a square cut or a speed cut? Am I catching the ball in the first window or the second window? Like, the offensive stuff is the part that, if anything struggles because he plays two ways, it's the offensive side of it. But if you watch his film offensively, like, he does things that you can't coach offensively. Like, he his ball skills and the ability to catch the ball below his knees without breaking stride, the ability, the body contortion. Back and spent all his time on one side of the ball, he would be better offensively than he would be defensively. Because again, we've seen him be great on the defensive side of the football, but he knows that like the back of his hand. If he knew the wide receiver position like the back of his hand, I think he'd be even better. So yeah, look, I just think this is for any team that gets him, to have him on both sides of the ball and have the only player in the league doing that. I mean, you're getting clicks galore.
The place I love him to go. I know he won't go there. He won't last that long. I wish Ben Johnson could get his hands on him. The Bears, Ben Johnson, he is somebody who is definitely not afraid to try stuff. Hell, he throws screens to tackles. Like he would have a lot of fun with them. But it looks like he won't get past 2 or 3, and we'll see what happens there. But I hope we get a chance to see him use all his skill sets and be the best that he can be. All right, coming up, 2 teams that are in this division have started to show up on what has become the biggest story in the NFL the last week, and they could be involved in it. We'll discuss that coming up next. Game changeness.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring baseball gets going.
This one that I had moved from extreme.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Remember, coming up at some point, now you need to be on alert, baby. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that.
I liked it.
Now you need to be on alert.
Alert, baby.
Some point in this hour, we have now reached the 3 o'clock hour. At some point, you will hear the cue to call, and that is not right now, but you will hear the cue to call, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets. Or not, sorry, a four-pack of tickets to see Zach Top coming up at the rodeo. That will happen in this hour, so stay tuned. Make sure you're paying attention and listening in this 3 o'clock hour. A lot going on at the Combine. We're hearing a whole bunch of stuff. But, Clint, I think the biggest story at the Combine this week and in the NFL is this Matthew Stafford situation.
Yep.
This Matthew Stafford situation.
Yeah, girl.
Seems like the Giants are ready to move heaven and earth. I feel like, how much real quick before we get into, because close to home for the Texans, they've been involved in it. Her name Kelly Stafford.
Yeah, girl.
How much do you think the city matters for her and where they go?
Huge.
I agree.
Because L.A., she's been like, she got a podcast or something, right? I feel like
she's been living.
I feel like there's been maybe at least some reports that the Rams aren't all.
You go from Detroit losing your ass to L.A. winning a Super Bowl. I got to believe location. I got to believe weather. I got to believe chance to win again. I got to believe that all of that factors into to their decision. I definitely think it's a they decision.
I think she wants to. This L.A. This has been a great space for her to continue, like for her to start her little career.
Absolutely.
Diminish it. New York feels like a place she could continue to do what she's doing.
Yeah, but I'm
Vegas,
again. Vegas is the one that you think, okay, that's got real legs there. New York, to me, I just can't get beyond just the
I know
mess
you're
that
talking
they
about
are.
the team. I'm just saying the city for she's really trying to build.
I think it's got to be a combo of the two, right? I mean, it's got to be somewhere. Stafford don't want to go play outdoors in New York.
Yeah, I guess he was indoors in Detroit, wasn't he? Just all those years kicking.
Yeah.
I don't know. New York, it is New York. So some people do take it that way a little bit, but not just New York. We've heard New York. We've heard the Giants. That's been the most talked about. We've heard the Raiders too.
Steelers,
in Vegas. In division, the Colts and the Titans. First off, I feel like Kelly is good on Indy. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I feel like Kelly Stafford don't want no parts of having to live half the time in Indy, or she may just send him on his way, and I'll continue to stay on out here in L.A. But
grab that third baseman. The third quarterback out there, huh?
Now I could see Kelly getting after it in Nashville.
No question.
She's got Nashville written all over. I could see them opening up a rooftop bar, calling it Stafford's, and let's rock and roll. Yeah. I've developed this in my head. But Indy and Tennessee, obviously in the division. Which one would make you at least check up as a Texans fan if Matt Stafford went to Indy or if Matt Stafford went to Tennessee?
Indy's the one for me. Now, first of all, both of these are possibilities, by the way. Now, they're a little bit of long shots, but they are possibilities. Tennessee holds all the quarterback cards in terms of who they draft, or is it Matthew? They're going after a veteran. What are they going to do there? And then Indy has announced at the Combine that their quarterback position is wide open, and they're bringing in competition for Anthony Richardson. The one that scares me the worst in the division as a Texans fan is without a doubt Indy. I think you plug Matthew Stafford in at Indy, and I think they're neck and neck with Houston in terms of favorite to win the division.
You'd have them neck and neck.
Yes. I think Vegas would. Yeah, and I do too. Yes. Matthew Stafford and Indy. I think you're looking at a neck and neck in the division.
So they have
I don't think he moves the needle that way with Tennessee, but I think he does in Indy.
So they have Taylor. They got who's the receiver they just Pittman, and then the other kid they really liked coming out of Texans, A.D. Mitchell.
Yep.
And we saw him get loose a little bit.
Yep.
Their defense, they probably got to rebuild that. But someone texted in, Indy scares me. Yeah, I think of the two, it does scare you. Although, again, Tennessee doesn't have as awful a talent as maybe you would think with the number one pick.
Yeah.
Right? L'Jarius Sneed over there, Cam Ridley over there. They got another receiver over there, the tight end. We saw him go, 76 yards? Yeah. Like that team that came in and walked in and beat the Texans, they got a little bit more talent than you would think of the number one overall
defense a little stouter up front.
Yeah. Well, I thought about that. They would be neck and neck because right now I feel like there's a good distance between those two. You think Indy to get Stafford like that? Would that mean they're out on Anthony Richardson? You think? Like it's over on Anthony Richardson?
I don't know if it's out or over, but I think the decision would be made. I think he clearly the old helmet tapper needs a week to a year to sideline. But yeah, I mean, look, if you drafted a guy in the top 10 the way that they drafted Anthony Richardson, he's been there 2 years, he's been injured a good chunk of the time, and now here your general manager at the combine is talking about our quarterback position's wide open. We plan on signing competition. He is the least of their worries. Like whether he at this point makes it or not is the least of their worries. I mean that's not a tactic to get him to play better. That is man, we're gonna make plans for the future. And if you don't play better,
their jobs is on the line.
Yeah.
Chris Ballard, I would imagine he's got
right.
I forget about Alec Pierce. They got it. Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Pittman, A.D. Mitchell. Not a bad group when you put Stafford
couple of good offensive linemen that
running game with it.
Yeah.
I just don't think they want to go to Indy. You say it's got to be a
I don't think now this would be that would be there's some cities where like New York I think it would be heavily weighted on Kelly. I don't think he goes there to win. I don't think you're even remote. I don't think adding Matthew Stafford to the New York Giants puts him even remotely close in the conversation
with the Eagles
with the Eagles exactly. Right? You look at Nashville, hey man, city, and you're in a weak division. You look at Indy, it's weighted towards you're in a terrible division. We plug him in, you are neck and neck with the Texans in terms of being the best team in that division.
Yeah, girl.
Like Tyler, if you were there and you're trying to sell Indy to Kelly, like you're trying to sell Indy to Kelly.
Remember, she lived in Detroit for about 11 years.
Lived in Detroit, you get a dome. You never have to be outside.
Which means if I'm her, I don't want to go nowhere like Detroit ever again.
What's the number one selling thing in Indy?
I don't have
Hey, we get the combine every year.
We get the combine every year.
I don't have much experience in Indy, boys.
The combine, come on, somebody.
I've never been. I don't plan to unless it's for a game.
Best things about Indianapolis, right? They got
I mean, I think it's very comparable to Kansas City, isn't it?
No, at least Kansas City has the barbecue scene and.
I mean, I would think Indy, St. Louis, Kansas City. Those are all the same.
St. Louis, it probably has a bigger feel. Indy has everything is downtown. Say that the Pacers you got the NBA cool. If you like it, I guess.
Like you said yesterday, I think the Indy and Omaha, Nebraska comp is pretty good.
I ain't gonna do Indy that bad. But
along with Detroit, that's the trio.
Yeah, Detroit's rough. Be safe. You lived in Detroit. There, you can raise a family here. In Indy, you got the number one attractions. You got the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Museum.
Talking about open wheel racing right now. Good God. Danica Patrick's still involved.
Yeah, they got the Pacers once.
Basketball in general, yeah.
Basketball, the Pacers, yeah.
That's a genuinely good one. Check out some hoops somewhere.
Hoosiers, Butler, the school Hoosiers.
R.I.P. to our guy Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
One, I didn't know he was 95.
That's an interesting way they went. It's an interesting way they went.
Him, the wife, and the pup all gone together.
There's some different cats in this world, so I don't understand half of the world's thinking, but boy, that's a tough one for me to. Why you bring the dog into it, man?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
If he did, I want to know how that went down.
I might have some real bad feelings about that.
Yeah. It does seem like a pact was made or something, and I don't know,
Can't be making life decisions like that for an old
Yeah,
pupper.
I'm with you. I don't think the dog put his hand in and said, "I'm in."
Yeah, let me put
That's
that
right out.
Hey, crack them pills up and put them in my dog food.
That's so effed up.
If that is the case, allegedly.
Yes. If that.
I mean, there's no foul play, and him and his wife and the dog are all croaked in the bed. What the hell you think it is?
Yeah, if you and your wife want to play Romeo and Juliet, whatever. But
it could have been a case of the dog went first, and they were just like, "All right."
Oh man, I didn't think about that.
The dog went first, and they're like, "It's just our time."
They died of loneliness,
and this is
we don't have a reason to live anymore.
and let's get them all.
Well, at 95, I'd say Gene went first, and then the dog and the wife went.
Yeah, that's probably. We don't know. Who knows?
I don't want to break that down. I do believe.
Oh,
Gene,
you think the dog died of a natural
cause,
cause?
And then she went, and then now they probably went at the same time. Yeah,
that's
wild. It's a weird thing, man.
We'll investigate a little more as the week goes on.
I feel like I got to get some Gene Hackman movies in now.
I thought I was going to see a first 48 episode or something when I first saw the report of found dead in their home. I thought,
what's been in the up on the bed? Gone?
Still maybe because this very well could be company over at the house. Poison. Everybody goes to bed. They all die in their sleep. The guest leaves.
What show is this?
It could be a first 48.
I mean, you are describing.
Find if there's a kid involved that's due to inherit a boatload of money. Better check the cameras, man.
I know people accidental gas leak could be.
I heard there was a report though that there were some sort of pills near the wife in the bed.
I think I did read that report.
R.I.P.
Champ
Jane
Slice,
Hackman.
Clint's over here writing a murder mystery. Yeah, he is. He's
man.
describing the he's the opening of Dateline.
Hire you some decent actors and throw Gene's name on the cover. You can get me for a good hour on one evening this week.
After we do a spin move out to Gene real quick, I don't know how do we transition.
Circle button.
The planning of death, and you continue. And Tyler, you keep working on the sales pitch of Indy. Are we?
It'll take work.
Are we? Do you think we are? At least as of right now, are we kind of overestimating the dominance in this division that we think will happen next year? Is it because right now I know in my mind, and I think most people feel like it is. Oh, Houston's winning the South. Like it's not even a thought. Like it's like Houston, and there's a big major drop off. I mean, that's how I feel. Do you think we're kind of maybe pushing this a little too much, and that this thing mating Jacksonville, Indy? I can't put Tennessee in that right now. But
Duval,
not that guy.
He spoke on that, by the way. No, I don't think. How do I say this? Because it's not.
Because ultimately last year, even though the Texans had some issues, it really wasn't close, right? They had to tie it.
But the reason, I guess this is where I'm going with it. I think it's a false confidence, right? Is where I'm at. To me, the Texans are in a position where they are dominating this division because of how bad everybody else is.
No.
Right. Instead of I think a lot of people would tell you, oh, the Texans they're just that much better than everybody. The Texans are that dominant. I don't think NFL wide. I don't see the Texans have separated themselves.
But it feels like they're separated from them though. For those.
Yes, but they're separated from them because they can't get out of their own way. Does that make sense?
The other teams can't.
Yeah, if Stafford goes to Indy, I think that they've botched the quarterback situation across the board, right? So. If Stafford goes to Indy, I think there's a real chance that gap is closed significantly, right?
Changes. That would be a big change.
I don't know what Liam Cohen is going to do in Jacksonville, but obviously there's a change there that could very easily close the gap. I'm with you. I don't know what they're going to do in Tennessee because they don't have a quarterback, but it's more about the other three. All three of the other teams are just awful.
Because the Colts, they're 8-9. last year.
The year before.
It feels like they were worse than that, but they're 8-9. They've got the 14th pick.
8-9
They've got
the quarterback tapping out.
Yep, and they've got $35 million in cap space. The Jags were 4-13, just coming off of winning the division, right? The previous 2
years ago.
2 years ago, winning the division 2 years ago before CJ arrived. They've got the number 5 pick, $38+ million in cap space. And then the Titans obviously got the number 1 pick, 3-14, $51+ in cap space. So it's like, for me, I look at this and I'm like, it is a foregone conclusion to me that they're going to win this division, because it is just hard for me to fathom, even with the first place schedule, even with it being tough. We watched it last year. I just don't see how the Colts and the Jags are going to even make it. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be like Tyler, who had them winning it by 4 games last year. But to me, I feel like they win this 2 games like they did last year. They won 10 games and 2, but it would feel comfortable the whole way. They are clearly better than the rest.
The arrow's pointed up
with this group. So I don't know. All right, coming up, remember 3:00 hour, your chance to win Zach Top tickets. And impressive last night. Impressive from the Rockets, but I think something is becoming very clear with the Rockets, and I wonder if everybody is seeing it like I am. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I feel like Kobe.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into what a meeting with the Texans looks like at the
Very loose. We want to make sure we're not.
free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, it's been some time.
Turn it up a little bit, Tyler. Let's let the people hear it and feel it, because
I heard you're doing fine.
you're hearing Zach Top right now, and right now the phone lines will be open because you will have a chance to go see Zach Top at this year's Houston Rodeo right now. Caller number 10. Caller number 10. 1-0. Caller number 10. Right now, you have a chance to win 4 tickets, a 4-pack to see Zach Top at this year's Houston Rodeo. All you got to do is be caller number 10 and call 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Caller number 10. Phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you, and hopefully you are a winner, and you'll enjoy yourself on that night. Remember, coming up, if you're unable to win this go-around, you have one final chance this week to win 4 tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. In the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. But caller number 10 right now, your chance to win 4 tickets to see Zach Top. 713-572-4610. Be the next winner. All right, Clint, last night we were talking to B. Scott, as we talk to him every single Wednesday, 4:40, for the Rockets Report. We talked about it as well in the 5 o'clock hour. Let's see how they react to this game, Clint. Let's see how they do this. Sometimes that one thing that they've gotten a bit more consistent with, but they have struggled, is they sometimes turn it up for certain opponents, and then they have, like what happened to them against the Utah Jazz, happen to them. Well, they played a Spurs team that doesn't have any Wemby, that is shorthanded, that even with Wemby wasn't a great team in the Western Conference. And Clint, they had a very mature win last night. They beat the hell out of them. You know what it reminded me of?
What's that?
It reminded me of like a 1, 2, or 3 seed in the tournament that just got in there and got out early and got after. It was like 21 to 6 or 7 or something. And it was early, and you knew that this thing was over, and they just got what they wanted, caused early timeouts, and that was, to me, a very mature win for the Rockets last night, the way they got it done against a team that they had no business being on the floor.
Yeah, it was mature. There ain't no doubt about that. I mean, they too, and it was one of those where, their style is. It's very effective when you can play the bully. Like when you just know you're flat out more athletic, more physical, you play harder, and ultimately in this case you just got better players across the board.
They just ain't got enough dude. They could just handle.
Yeah, they're just more talent. So it's one of those where this team, it seems like, boy, when that is the case, although it's not going to be that case, obviously, when you play the better teams, but the ability to go in there and not play down to your opponent, the ability to go in there and put your foot on their neck and never let them up. I mean, that is something that I would expect in Ime Udoka, a young Ime Udoka team that is still trying to find itself in terms of where they're going to land in the NBA. Like, I would expect them to play well in those circumstances. They did. I'll be honest with you. I did not know how bad San Antonio was.
Yeah. Well, they listen, you're coming off the previous night having to try to deal with Giannis and Damian Lillard. And, and yes, you're going to lock them down. And De'Aaron Fox, and I think, to me, the player of the game last night for the Rockets, had a part in shutting down their best guy, too. De'Aaron Fox had 7 points yesterday. Like, he is, I mean, he's much better than that. But Amin Thompson, right off the bat, right off the bat. And Amin Thompson, to me, was a story yesterday. 25, 9, and 5 on 15 shots. He had 5 blocks as well, and as I said, helped big time on De'Aaron Fox. And this is what I'm seeing, and to me, it's quite clear right now that now and moving forward, this team is probably at its best right now when he has the ball in his hands more than most.
Amen Thompson, you're talking about?
Yes, Amen Thompson. I think it's clear. Like yesterday, it was just nasty. Nobody could do. He's in the paint, in the lane. How many dunks did he have? In half court sets. You don't just see that, just dunks in the lane. And he was incredible. Obviously setting up guys, and then like the whole hockey assist, he would have the pass that would lead to the next pass for the shot. It is clear to me that this team is better when the ball is in his hands more. And I think most of the guys recognize that, Clint. They need to empower him to play like he did and be as aggressive as he was yesterday every game out. And I know you've said it, and you've been like, hey, man, you said it yesterday. What's the fit for him? And sometimes he gets stuck standing out in the three-point line. They have to empower him and say, hey, man, we're going to need that from Knightley, and not just are we going to need that, but we're also going to have to have a guy that's put in positions to do that.
Yeah, I guess that's my when I'm watching it, it's like one night he's passive and he's kind of standing around and okay with somebody, and then the next night, and I don't know if it's Ime Udoka that's planning it that way or if it's him that's being passive or what. But then it's like last night, to me that's the Amen Thompson that when I turn the Rockets on, that's what I expect to see. But you don't always see it, and it's clearly because it's either not the game plan or he's not being aggressive in doing it. Last night, I didn't know it, but my man's he's top 3 or top 5 in total dunks this season. I think he had 88 at some point in last night's game. He clearly added to that total. But, he getting to the rack and getting easy buckets and obviously scoring points at a high percentage clip is what he's capable of doing. And it seems like every time I turn the TV on and he's doing that, he's doing it in an effortless fashion. Like he's making somebody on the defensive end of the floor look like they don't have a chance in hell of keeping him from getting to the rack. Right? And then the next night it's kind of like ho-hum. And the rebounding suffers as much as the scoring suffers, right? And so I don't know. I watch him and I wonder, like, man, and I'm not saying you're going to be on and you're going to be 12 or 15 every damn night. It's going to be that easy every night. I get that. But, like, just the effort seems to not be. And again, when I say effort, I'm not meaning, like, he's not – like there's something schematically, plan-wise, Ime Udoka, their approach seems to take him in and out of his game almost night to night.
There's a youth factor with him trying to feel how he should approach it every game. And then I also think there's another guy in the backcourt that he's potentially, I don't want to use the word fighting with, but there's another guy in the backcourt who right now I think handles the ball and has it more in Jalen Green. That I think he is much more willing to defer right now, Clint, which makes sense with his youth and the way things are going. But to me, they've got to take the approach that the Lakers have taken. Like I think last week LeBron went to JJ Redick and said, "Hey man, the ball's got to be in Luka's hands more." Right? They're like, Luka at his best, the ball's got to be in Luka's hands more for us to be at our best. And I think at some point that's got to be the thought and the conversation with Amen Thompson, because you can't watch last night and that was not a guy who was nervous or was thinking about deferring or thinking I was shooting too much. He was in the middle of the lane and he was just working folks over. And that to me, that's when they're going to potentially be at their best. And he needs to get comfortable going out every night and doing that instead of picking the times when he does it. All right, it is Thursday, and I know the turd list is coming up. I know for a fact one person's going to be on it. Tyler had already on Monday let us know of somebody who had made the turd list on Monday. We'll see what the worst list looks like. If you're looking on YouTube and Twitch, he is pointing it to you. Who's going to get that gold medal? Hopefully no one after he's licking it. We'll discuss and hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking joint preservation here. That's number one. Know that QC Kinetics is the leader in regenerative medicine.
Guaranteed doors of one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Shout out, thank you to Tyler Milner, who just tweeted about my appearance with you guys with a cool video. Thank you very much, Tyler.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Damn, I miss old John McClain. Some of the conversations that I had with John McClain.
Oh, so cool.
And I walk away thinking, well, I never thought I'd have that conversation with John McClain.
I am not the show. They watched the porn.
That's right.
That was one of my favorites.
John McClain has planned like two of my events of my vacations before, like restaurants, all of that. He has planned. We went to San Francisco. I mean, I promise you, he gave me a list of about 10 to 15 spots.
Right.
He did that for our Minnesota trip this past football season.
He's lived a little. Johnny's lived a little bit, hasn't
he? Yeah, he has.
Now, we talked about this earlier in the week. John definitely has a lazy.
And he can tell you the weather for tomorrow anytime you ask.
I don't know if John's got the weather. You think John's got the weather? You think not like Andy? I don't know. I
Maybe
think he's
not quite to Andy's level, but I bet he does.
Andy's a Hall of Famer when it comes to giving the weather. You don't think he's in a lazy boy? I think John stays up late and watches TV in a lazy boy.
I definitely think he's in a lazy boy. I do wonder. John is John is much more professional than I think I am.
What do you mean?
Like I wonder. Like I don't think John stays up. Like I don't think. I'll go ahead and speak for you too. I don't think John gets locked into 3 episodes of Netflix till 2 a.m.
I don't know, Tyler. I don't know, Tyler. We've had some conversation with John McClain.
Yeah.
John will.
But I think
movie watcher.
I think it's scheduled. I don't think it's.
You think it's scheduled? Like you think? What time you think John
to do what John does? I mean, he has got to be on a schedule, man. He's got to be locked in, right? I mean, he is. I mean, that is. It's the stuff he does is ridiculous. Like how he stays on top of all that. Because it ain't like me, like spur of the moment. We can make something up and make it work. He's got to write an article that's 500 or 2,000 words, however you write an article.
Booger butt.
A lot of words. You jump from 500 to 2,000.
Well, I figure 500 is kind of short. It's just a few paragraphs. I mean, I'd imagine. I don't want to disrespect him. I'm just out of ignorance.
I don't know. I think he. I mean, I don't think he's up till 3 a.m. I don't think that.
I think he kind of sleeps in spurts.
You think
he gets up multiple times in the night and watches or does something.
Do you think he has a lazy boy that he is just smothered?
Of his ass?
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
I don't doubt he would be. He has the ability to.
And I'll tell you, John, the next one you can get to is at Exclusive Furniture. You can go out there and knock those out. and by the way, a little bit later on, thanks to the good people at Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors, we'll be hearing from Seth Payne a little bit later on in West Palm Beach to hear from him. But what we're going to hear right now, and John, if you're listening, you can hear this too. It's Tyler's Turds List.
Ask her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is correct, Big Voice Guy. We do this every Thursday around this time. It's a full podium. We give the gold, silver, and bronze turd medals. And if you're watching on YouTube, I got a golden turd trophy here. Yes, I was licking it last segment. Ron wasn't lying. But check us out on YouTube.
Turd liquor.
Because
your dogs get it honest.
God.
They do.
Damn, Nala, stop eating turds. But we do it every week around the sports world. The biggest acts or displays of turdish behavior. Bronze medal this week, traveling up Highway 45 in the great state of Texas to that basketball squad that plays in Dallas. And more specifically, the shot caller up there, the general manager manager of the Dallas. Harrison. Damn, Nico. How'd that feel in Los Angeles watching little Husky Luka tear your squad apart after you traded him away for a chicken biscuit?
I think my man said to himself, no, I'm going to face it. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to face it.
He was facing him quite often.
Set your ass at home.
This is Saquon Barkley level done.
It's maybe worse, man.
Well, I know. No, yeah. I mean, you can make it. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt because, the reality. What I'm talking about, like the way it all went, like the explanations.
Set the stage, Clint, so the people know what we're talking about. I realize I didn't really do that great with Luka.
No. I mean, just he trades Luka, and then there's comments coming out and from the organization about smoking and drinking and you instead of just saying I don't know what the right response would be. The right response would be not to make the move, but even once you make the move, is like have something that's at least believable that doesn't destroy you as a professional in the game. Like Nico never recovers from this, right? Does Nico ever recover from this?
No, I don't think so. I'm starting to feel bad for it.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I'm not.
You can't be feeling bad for turds, Ron.
Listen, this is the thing is, I don't think this is a guy that made a move as a hard ass and says, "Yeah, this is my thing. I'm running the show." I think he's clearly in over his head, and I think he took the
That's
job.
an interesting thought.
I don't think he at all thought it was going to be like this.
Hell, I knew that, and I'm a damn hayseed.
Again, when you're in over your head and you are a guy that has a job that you're not ready for or prepared for, and you've been given a job, you make bad decisions.
That's fair.
And I could see it in his eyes, like, damn, man. Like, I didn't think he thought people were going to include him in eulogies at funerals after that happened in Dallas. Like, I don't think he saw that. I'm not quite sure I did, but I don't think he saw it was going to be that bad.
Sure.
So I think he's in over his head. You have to know, all right, I'm going to trade Luka. All right, what are you going to have? I know I'm going to trade him. What are you going to have to combat this? Defense wins championships, and he got fat.
Husky.
Smoke.
Like that. And he smoked darts. He smoked darts. That's what he's going to say to combat it. Like,
yeah.
I just think he's in over his head. I feel bad for him. He's going
very
to
well
keep
might
making
be.
bad decisions.
But
he's going to.
That is
I think
your
his career's over, sir.
I think
most likely.
This is the only award he's going to win.
Go back.
It's an honor. It's an honor, Nico Harrison. Mavericks GM, he's going to get this bronze medal this week. He's joining the likes of Billy O'Brien for worst moves ever by a turdish and idiotic general manager of a local sports franchise. Gosh, that Hopkins trade still hits. All right, silver medal on Turds of the Week for this beautiful Thursday. It's going to go out to a fellow who's had quite a bit of success in college football. You know him. Silver. Yes, Silver. Kirby Smart, who earlier this week, he was doing some sort of talk with a bunch of young football players, I assume, that are getting ready to gear up for college football out of high school. He was doing a talk with them, giving a little presentation, and he starts getting to this point of his presentation where he's showing the pictures of 4 quarterbacks: Bryce Young, Burrow, Cam Newton, Johnny Manziel. And from there, I'll let you hear this audio. Here's Kirby Smart earlier this week.
What do these guys have in common? Speak up. Heisman, it's a good answer. That's actually true. They're definitely quarterbacks. That's the most elementary thing. Heisman, quarterbacks, champions. He ain't champion of what? Champion of fireball.
Yeah, just hilarious. The picture he was showing there, folks.
This is the silver.
That is good.
The picture that he was showing there, folks, whenever he talked about a fella being he's no champion, maybe a champion of fireball, the cinnamon whiskey, of course. The picture he was showing was one Jonathan Manziel, Heisman winner, of course, in his own right for Texas A&M back in the day. Had his fair share of problems.
Johnny Manziel, somebody else.
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
What was the overall point he was trying to make?
I do want to
who
know what he
knows?
was trying to get to.
I don't know. That's where the audio stopped, but that's all I needed to hear to know that Kirby Smart is indeed a freaking turd.
Yeah, he stopped the car and backed it over over an absent Johnny Manziel.
And it's not slick though.
It's off the cuff. It really was. He didn't intend to get there.
And why he's landing on the podium with a silver turd medal for Kirby Smart and why it isn't slick. Man, you up here talking this ish about Johnny Football, the most electrifying collegiate quarterback we have ever seen on the field.
Clearly, that's debatable.
And you couldn't even take care of the dude. Johnny beat your ass. Manziel carved your defense's asses up.
Oh, he's at Alabama.
And now you want to talk?
There we go.
Yes. Kirby was back at Alabama the day when Johnny walked into Tuscaloosa and handed them a fat L. So Kirby Smart, just know your place, man. I love a good ish talk from anybody. But whenever you're talking ish about someone who beat your ass, well, you land on the turd list. And that is your silver medal
Next
this
line
week.
coming in, Tyler's in his fields. Of course he is. Should be.
Yes.
Damn it.
I laid out why.
There you go. All right.
Be better, Kirby.
I don't know how that's not the goal, but here's the goal.
You'll find out why right now, because this week's Golden Turd Trophy, again on YouTube, you can see this thing. It's beautiful. Smiling right at you. This week's Golden Turd Trophy. Let's go into any decision makers, any shot callers, any suits and ties over with Fox Sports 1. Because people, the angel that is, the lovely Joy Taylor, she's MIA. She has not been doing her show. She has not been on the TV screen on air for FS1 doing that this week. Has missed 3, maybe 4. Latest report is that FS1 is, quote, sidelined Joy Taylor. Questions are rising about Joy Taylor's status at Fox Sports 1 network after she missed 3 straight days of hosting Speak This Week, blah, 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 blah. First of all, we got to find Joy. Second of all, if you can Joy Taylor, we riot. And this is why you're a turd.
This is interesting.
Do not deprive us of this beautiful woman who works her ass off in the sports world.
Because this is interesting, because Acho was involved in this thing as well, and he hasn't been sidelined. He's been working. This lawsuit that happened. This is an interesting one. Now I can understand why this is the goal.
Clearly.
Which is more important to him. We'll see what happens. This is...
Well, here's the deal, Tom.
Because they haven't spoken a lot about this.
I mean, I understand your turd, but it could work out better for you because without Fox on the business card, it might get a little more risque on the socials.
Ooh, like she'd start an OnlyFans or something.
No, I don't think she.
I don't know. I'm not saying she. Well, she might. There's they make a lot of money in that. But there's
love when she goes on vacation.
I just mean, even the joys of the world have to go. Wait a minute. I do have an employer here. I can't. I can't just.
Yeah.
I think without that, I mean, it may get even tuned up a little bit better for you, bub.
So that's your golden turd. FS1. Do the right thing. Don't can Joy. Don't deprive us of Joy, or we ride. And Joy, stay strong out there, girl. We love you. We love you, Joy.
All right, y'all. Not the good news that you're going to want, but just a little inside look from a man that's played the position and a man that's had the injury. So all the Texans fans out there, little Tank Dell look in, as well as, boys, I was in a mean predicament. I don't know where you last were when you were in a predicament where you had to take a dump and it put you in a bad spot. I'll tell you the spot I was in. We'll talk a little Tank. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about R-Vision Homes. Now, look, if you're looking to build that custom home, looking to build that dream home, R-Vision Homes is definitely who you got to look into. Now, we're talking about the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder, 17 years in the game, 17
keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I think I got to take a dump.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, we're going to get to that dump, Tyler. We're going to get to that dump. I know everybody out there listening.
Wait.
Look here, I know all y'all like to turn. My wife's one of them now. She don't like to talk about that kind of stuff now, but look, we all do it. We all do it. And if you don't act right, you're going to end up being one on Tyler's list that you just missed.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm dead serious. Now, you damn sure know all about it. Now, we all take a dump, and I was in a bad predicament. I want y'all to think while we're talking Tank Dell here, boys. What's the worst situation you could be in when that old urge hits you?
And you're clenching like hell.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm talking.
I've had it.
I mean, just what's the worst? Not just the clenching, though. Like, where are you at when you just realize you're in a bad situation? Think about that. 713-572-4610. What's the worst doo-doo predicament you've ever been in? I got a good one. It happened to me today, this morning, and I'll let y'all in on that. I know y'all are just dying to hear about that. All of y'all do it. Quit acting like you're too damn good to talk about a little dump taking here. But before we get there, I do want to talk about Tank Dell. Obviously, fan favorite here in Houston. Whether you're a Cougar fan, U of H, or you're a Texans fan, or you just like human beings that are fun to cover, fun to watch, and good dudes, you're a fan of Tank Dell.
No Cougs.
Right? Last year, regular season contest versus the Kansas City Chiefs, Tank Dell somehow makes the catch. Still, the craziest thing is dude held onto the football under these circumstances, but catches a deep ball against the Kansas City Chiefs that should have swung the momentum in a major way, but unfortunately, there was a horrific injury. Tank Dell dislocated his knee, torn his ACL, tore his MCL, LCL, and meniscus damage to effectively end his second-year campaign, and at that point in time put his status of 2025 in jeopardy. Now, I'll be honest, in 2025, Tank Dell will be back, and I mean be back full go, be ready to rock and roll. I don't just mean be able to play football again. But apparently, you start listening around to some of the guys that have experienced this before, and the concerns continue to grow. I know they did for me. Cecil Shorts, former Houston Texan, former Jacksonville Jaguar, currently MC, DJ on field, if you will. My favorite thing of Texans game day on sometimes
game day host.
Sometimes including football, Tyler. My favorite thing is the hamburger race that they do in the end zone. That
is fun.
I didn't know Cecil Shorts had that level of energy in him on from an entertainment standpoint. But he damn sure does.
Themselves. Also sneaky, maybe the best gear. Houston gear, week in and week out.
Yeah,
so if you catch him,
well, he's smooth with it. He's got a.
MC's is clean.
I'm sure that the team helps him out, but he finds some stuff out there that I hadn't seen.
I think he's got the knack of putting it together, and then all of a sudden he's got the endless supply of the Texans Pro Shop down there, where he can pick it and put it together. So it's a hell of a combo, and Cecil does it well. But he joined Fox 26. Will Kunkel. He does. We talk about it multiple times in this show. He has a show that's called Kicking It with Kunkel. And
still trying to get on that.
Yeah, well, you should. You should. Cecil was on there, and they covered several topics, but they did talk about the Tank Dell injury, and I'll just let you hear Cecil Shorts explain what he thinks is going to happen moving forward.
Tank, I don't talk to some people that think. I'll be honest with you right now. I had that same exact knee injury.
You dislocated I
dislocated my knee.
And then tore ACL, MCL,
I tore ACL, MCL, PCL, LCL, meniscus. I tore pretty much everything in my knee. And it ended my career. Now, I was older. I was in my later 20s. And Tank's a much better receiver than me. But just experiencing that injury, I didn't get fully cleared till almost 4.5 years later. And they told me straight up, now they were worried about my artery. So I had to be in the hospital for about 2.5, 3 weeks. And they were like, hey, we want to make sure, because I was 1.5 centimeters or 2.5 centimeters from losing my leg. If I was getting my leg amputated. So when I heard he dislocated his knee and they were like, oh, it's an ACL, I'm like, no, it's much. In my head, I'm like, it's much more than that. I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, let's just see what it says. And then eventually it came out. But normally when you dislocate your kneecap, you pretty much are tearing every single thing.
The only thing that he listed there that wasn't on the list of Tank Dell's injury was the PCL. So I'm not familiar with the inner workings of the knee. I know anytime you get the patella tendon, which I think is what the PCL is. But anytime you get into the L's and talk about dislocation, you got some major problems. That just sheds a little bit of light, boys, on the Texans wide receiver Tank Dell specifically, which I think we all hurt for what he's gone through and the fact that he just can't stay healthy and can't stay on the field. But as a fan, you look at it and you go, okay, I think that puts a little different perspective on the wide receiver position here. I know for me, Ron, look, I knew the injury was bad. I knew that Tank Dell, next season, be the number 2 wide receiver to Nico Collins and be, just pick up right where he left off. But I'll be honest with you, I never, as we talk about how the Texans need to address the wide receiver room, I never counted Tank Dell out. After hearing that, at least for the 2025 season, Tank Dell becomes a luxury. And again, you're talking
about for this season, or are you talking about ever?
Well, maybe forever, given how Cecil mentioned it, but definitely the 2025 season. If Tank gets back at any point in time and can help and get on the field and help this team, then that's just a luxury. I think what this changes for me is the desperation and the dire need that is the Texans wide receiver room. It's crazy to think after last year going into the season, you got Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, obviously, with a second rounder in John Mechie coming. Hutch had a little experience. You got Robert Woods, $7 million insurance policy. You got a lot of depth right there. And when they sign Diggs, all of a sudden you feel like you're top heavy as well. Man, this sheds some real light. No Steph Diggs. Appears to be more than likely, you at least can't depend on Tank Dell coming back. Robert Woods is a free agent. Right now, your 2, 3, and 4 receiver are gone, and I don't know that your 5 and 6 receiver that you're relying on showed a lot of promise to make a huge – the wide receiver room, I know we've talked about it a long time now, an extended period of time now, about a need. It may be a little more dire than I thought, Ron.
But I think you do probably walk into this year with the thought that maybe he misses this year.
Yes, I think you got to, right? You got to prepare at least.
Yeah, I think the one thing is, it'd be interesting to talk to Cecil and say, hey, because they said he didn't get cleared for 4 years. So I don't think it's that, right?
Well, clearly Cecil's was more because he mentioned the arteries. Yeah. Tank Dell didn't spend 2 weeks in the damn hospital.
Yeah.
His clearly didn't have the artery issues.
I think Tank's probably more closer to. You remember Nick Chubb?
Yeah.
And that bad one, he had the knee injury where he had his MCL and meniscus and ACL repaired. Those were the 3 he had. Mm-hmm. So I think Tank close to that, a little worse with Tank. He did not have the dislocated kneecap. So that's the other thing that makes Tank's a little worse. He did come back in the middle of the 2024 season, so he didn't miss the complete season. But I think you do have to kind of go about things as if he's not going to be there. And Clint, I also wonder, and that's the point I want to talk to Cecil about is, did he ever feel like he lost a step? Even when he was good, even when he felt did he ever feel like Cecil? Did he ever feel like he was back to himself? I know he didn't play; he never played again. Right. But just physically, did he ever feel like he was prior to the injury?
Yeah, doesn't sound like it.
And just getting to the point of with Tank, should we expect even when he does return that maybe Tank's not quite the same player that he was? Don't know if that's the case. I do like Cecil, maybe the closest one to wonder if he ever, he's healed, but did Did you ever feel like you had the same speed? Did you ever feel like you had the same thing? Because that's the deal there. You don't know what Tank Dell's going to come back.
Yeah. You definitely don't know. My overall point is that I don't know that the Texans, like I thought maybe, hey man, you can, because you hear D'Amico giving good reports about him being around the building and all that. Which I'm not saying D'Amico's doing anything wrong, but like for me, that I lean in. I'm like, okay, well maybe Tank's gonna be all right next year. No man, I think it just seems like, boy, if he is, that's a luxury, and they've got to move forward, and they've got to. As bad as they need, like the gotta have interior offensive line is still the main priority. But I don't know that the wide receiver position, and I'm talking a 2-3 guy, isn't damn near a gotta have, given how you want to play offensive football, or at least how I think you want to play offensive football, and given that Diggs and Tank are don't seem to be 25 options, or right now they're not, and Mechie would be a 3 at best, I would think. So we'll see. But there's a little bit of insight into what Tank Dell could be going through via Cecil Shorts, who dealt with a very similar injury. Boys, there was I gave you a couple minutes now.
The several texts that came in about predicaments that people have been in with, I guess, the same as you were in.
I would have never thought of this until it happened to me. So I went and got me a massage today.
Love a good massage.
Oh, well, we know the end of the story, and it's
this isn't going to be good.
Well, no, it's slightly worse. If I'm already on the table,
hope you wasn't massaging your intestines.
Well, no, that was terrible. My belly. You're not telling.
I bet Justin and Deshaun wishes this was the story.
No, boys. I mean, this was. So right as I walk in the door, and luckily I'm 5 minutes early, but I walk in the door. And I know it's the urge. So my wife cooked some fish a couple of days ago.
All right, Lo, you're going to wear this one. Happy anniversary.
It was fish a couple of days ago, and my stool just hadn't been as solid as of late.
Yeah.
And I had that feeling, and I knew that I had that feeling. So I walk in 5 minutes early, and that hits me to where I'm like, no, I ain't gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it through the massage. Like, this has got to be a game time decision. So I am in the we call it a parlor, the spa, if you'll call it. And now I got to decide, do I press my luck and just get the massage?
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
I love that game show.
Or do you go to the spa bathroom? Or you sensed what I can do to this old four-holer over here.
It ain't pretty, folks.
But that's much worse than
a spa. Two things: a spa toilet is a one-holer, and there is a gap. I think my dog could sneak underneath the door. I am in a bad predicament, boys.
That's a tough one. No. And let me just emphasize, people, Clint's number 2s, no lie, will singe your nose hair.
I mean,
it is foul.
I cleanse my
colon.
Well, I don't know, all of it when I go. That's how I do it. I mean, I supplement to do so.
That's a hell of a predicament, man.
Somebody just texted in Matthew Golden from Texas.
Same problem I had, huh? Hey,
Paul
man.
Pierce back in the day needed a damn wheelchair.
Boss, I didn't have no choice. I had luckily.
There was no choice.
Well, I had to go handle business.
No, you had to. No, the worst would have been
lay on that table,
and you can't.
You stopped the massage?
No, he never
I
started.
I didn't get there yet. I showed up 5 minutes early, and that was my saving grace. For once, I was 5 minutes early, and I was like, all right, I got the time.
Because I'm at you. You're in the massage. You're going to lose yourself a little bit, and now you're going. Now you're in the
trying to doze off.
Are you going to have a problem like I had in that press box? Do you get a little cavalier with a fart, and you think worst is the stench of the fart, and maybe something else slides out? So you got to take care of it.
Look, that cavalier fart left when I ate that fish the other night. It's been a 2-night whammy for me. But
you're not even giving it a shot.
No. Here, but I ain't kidding you, man. I ain't never seen a gap under a bathroom door that big in my life. I'm sitting there on that. Man,
you brought it.
You know the saving grace, Tyler. You'll like this. I look up on the shelf above the paper towels. Guess what's up there?
Spray.
Febreze.
Febreze.
Spray, baby.
And you're flushing it after every little Wasn't you pinched out, flushing it?
I'm courtesy flushing away, but it was just in reach. I had to stand up now. I had to stand up, grab the Febreze.
Clint's on his tippy toes.
Hey, and I'm hitting that gap under that door with that Febreze.
That's smart.
Bing, 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 bing.
People don't realize how important the location of your spray with the air fresheners is. That's clutch, man.
Well, I would not have put massage on your way into. I mean, I would have put, date or something like that with a girl, or something. You're like, I'm in a bad spot, or maybe you're so far away from a bathroom, like you're not going to make it there, kind of deal. Now, I would have gone on a long list before I'd have thought the massage, but that one's on the list now.
Now, judging by what happened, do you think you would have been all right if you laid on that table?
No, no chance. Absolutely not. I've had to go again since.
You're an old quarterback. You had to call an audible. Well done.
Well, I'm just because I would hate to chew into my
there was no decision.
Well, I would hate to chew into my massage hour while I was sitting on that toilet. That would have really bothered me. That's wasting money. So I'm glad I showed up a little early.
The way you talking, I may have had to reschedule.
Oh no.
Again, people want to
clean
emphasize.
bathrooms.
Well, I bet it was.
This guy's smell. You've never encountered anything like it.
I mean, come on, bro. It's you're a little carried away here.
He is aggressive with it. I mean, I roomed with you. I mean, it wasn't.
I didn't. You believe it? 24 hours I was in a room with him. And
you didn't do it? You didn't?
No, I left and went to the store and did it. I don't even do that. I don't even give my wife that courtesy.
You shouldn't have done that.
What?
You should have just doo-dooed in the bathroom.
Well, man, I went to the grocery store and I couldn't hold it any longer, so I went ahead and went in the back and used it.
Now I'm feeling like, what are you trying to do?
It was too close. It was too close quarters. That's when I decided that I was going to share my frustration with the rooming situation.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you should.
I damn near messed my britches because of the situation, the rooming situation.
You should have taken it.
It's a courtesy I have. You told me you don't like the people to even fart in the same room with you, so I don't. No.
I don't like farts in small rooms, but I don't have a problem with people taking dumps in bathrooms.
So you can't appreciate a good fart.
Ron ended up bailing. There was an extra room, so Ron went and got an extra room. He came back by the room about a day later, and he went in that bathroom. He said, "Boy, it didn't take you long."
Oh man, he had it in there.
Stings the nostril.
It's heavy. It's heavy, dog.
Scrape the ground. All right, coming up, we will get your stories because I'm seeing them up and down. And someone said they had a cleanup situation at a Crackle Barrel, so I want to hear what this is, and something silly. Like, we've heard a lot from the Combine, but this is the silliest thing that we have heard from the Combine. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Simple night of ayahuasca followed by cocaine and a fist fight.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring. Combine, free agency, then the draft. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have it all covered. The road to Texans training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I just don't want to poo-poo.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, some of y'all got some nasty-ass stories.
That's what it's all about, man. Real life.
I couldn't hold it, had to drop the kids in the pool. That's nasty.
Literally in the pool?
Yeah, that's nasty as hell.
Boy, that's a bad deal.
Hope they have floaties on.
You got to drain.
You got your ass tight walk it.
I mean,
you ended everybody's day.
I mean, in the pool, how could you? You couldn't get out of the pool?
Ended everybody's day.
Was it a public pool?
That's how I view it.
Kids in floaties didn't want a floater.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're a kid, that's a different. I prefer you not do it, but that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, man. Craziness. So Clint made the right call. Clint made the only call.
It worked out well, man. I was able to relax, maybe even doze off a little bit.
Yeah. It's this person here said they had a cleanup at Cracker Barrel. The hell? I don't even.
Oh my God!
No, man. Oh my! Like that.
Had a what?
They had to do a cleanup at Cracker Barrel. Find that again, and I want to know which one.
Oh no! Hell no!
So I can stay away from that hash brown casserole and those biscuits.
Them home style pancakes get you, friend.
Nah, I'm telling you, that was waffles. That was
Belgian.
That got smooth away from somebody. Actually, man, y'all can keep them stories to yourself right now. We don't need those.
Actually, they're great. Keep them coming, man. 713-572-4610.
Let's not keep them
and
coming.
keep sending Ron Luke Bryan's ass.
I don't want to see his a-hole or his ass. It's just a joke from yesterday. All right. It's that. Yeah, there it is. Hey, a lot's happening at the combine, but this here, Jordan Schultz before. Then he has gotten big time, and we can't seem to get him on anymore. Ian Rappaport, somebody was hung up in my face in anger. I've got him on a show once, and I've never been able to get him. The one time I called during free agency, wanted to see, hey, man, this is Ron in Houston, man. Was hoping I do afternoons here in Houston. Was hoping you want to. Are you kidding me? And then he hung up in my face. So apparently,
is that my boy Ron?
Ian Rappaport was at a Starbucks, and Jordan Schultz believes every Starbucks is his because his father is the founder of Starbucks. So he just said, "Nah, man, you in my building. I'm gonna come on and do what I want to do." Apparently, they had. Well, at least, as you always say, you can tell there's one person in these things that want to fight, and the other one don't. Well, apparently, Jordan Schultz has had a problem since Wednesday with Ian Rappaport.
Wow.
It's been reported that Schultz Wednesday reported that Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford recently met with Raiders minority owner Tom Brady in Montana. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network downplayed the report as a chance unplanned meeting. Schultz dismissed the notion that it was a random encounter between Brady and Rappaport. Okay? Nah, baby, it didn't just quit there. Apparently, inside of Jordan Schultz, it went down a little bit like this. I guess the fellas were face to face, and Jordan Schultz walked up to Ian Rappaport and approached Rappaport and said, "We need to talk." Ian, who hung up in my face, said, "We don't need to talk."
Oh, my God.
Schultz then made accusations at Rappaport, where he told Rappaport regards to the accusations were unfounded. The two men were essentially face to face, and then Jordan Schultz said, "If you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face," Schultz said, or specific words to that effect. "If this continues, we're going to have an effing problem," is what Schultz said to Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport then asked Schultz, can you step back? If this happens again, we're going to have an effing problem, Schultz repeated. And then he said, now I'll step back.
Holy mother of God.
Ian Rappaport declined to make a comment of the situation, but it was reported that that Rappaport was the one who called security shortly after, but it never escalated past that. Schultz did comment, and he did dispute the number of expletives that were said, but he said it really wasn't anything too much. Ian Rappaport and I had a verbal confrontation. It lasted a little over a minute. Multiple agents and reports were nearby, and Rappaport was the one who called security.
I don't like that last part right there out of Ian.
Well, apparently there's a pretty good size difference.
Yes.
And so apparently Jordan towers over Ian. And it's
Ian is kind of a little fella, isn't he?
He is.
Well, it's made out in some of them where I mean, there's clearly Ian was intimidated and wanted no piece of it and called security kind of deal. This is interesting. Newsbreakers.
I just want to say I'm going for Jordan. I'm on Jordan's side of this.
Yeah.
It's because Ian hung up on me.
Yeah, isn't that who we saw right when we walked in the?
We saw him.
When we walked in.
I wanted
media
to confront
day
him then.
Should have patted him on the head.
Yeah,
I ain't that tall.
He is a little bitty fella now.
I'm not that tall.
I don't know. That really. I don't know why I think it's so funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. Could you imagine him being there?
Yeah, I mean, but it's like
nobody pulled a camera. Nobody pulled a phone out.
It's newsbreakers. Like newsbreakers fighting over not even the like. I actually greatly appreciate it from Jordan Schultz's perspective because whether what he said is true or false or accurate or not,
he said we're gonna have an effing problem.
They're not in a world where when you're talking about Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, I don't think they're in a world where they should discredit the other guy, right? And that's ultimately what Ian Rappaport did, right?
Yes.
The way I understand it,
kind of downplayed it, but we see it often. Like I don't even know. I have to go and look back if he specifically down have said, my sources are telling me it was a chance meeting. But the way Jordan came rocking and rolling in there, we're gonna have a problem.
One of the trains of thought also is that because Brady's a Fox employee as well.
Yeah.
So one of the train of thoughts is that Ian Rappaport commented on the Fox on Fox crime ultimately, and that's not only is he an employee, but he's a $37 million a year employee, so he's their top dog. So. Yeah, I don't know. How would you just be sitting there in a Starbucks somewhere, draft, combine, Super Bowl, and you look over and two newsbreakers are MFing each other? I mean, it's laughable.
It's nuts. I can't. Yeah, I
One thing made it better if it had been Adam Schefter.
If Adam was in there, now I don't think
they favor each other. I
was going to say I don't think he would have called security on Adam. I think Ian.
They're more face to face, eye to eye, ain't they?
Yeah, they're more closer to that. Damn, man, Jordan said, my man said, no, I'm stepping back whenever I want to step back. You in my daddy's spot. You in my spot. I bet he picked up his.
It got me to thinking, boys. And John Clayton's no longer with us, is he?
No, we lost John.
Mm-mm.
But it would be the equivalent. What if you were in a Starbucks somewhere and you look over and John Clayton and Mel Kiper are MFing each other and having problems with each
other? I'm going to take Mel, but yeah.
Is Mel a big guy? He looks like a big-headed guy. Is he a big?
He's a big-headed guy, and he's a big guy.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of some different looking cats that are in the media game that would be an interesting boxing match.
Yeah, we're talking about newsbreakers or just idiots?
Just in general, like exhibition boxing matches potential.
Like I think Mike Tirico wants a piece of Al Michaels, and I know he's a little older.
You've wanted that, right? Because he's kept his job or something.
Yeah, what a snake. I think Brett Musburger would like a piece of Al Michaels too.
Now you're getting a bunch of old heads.
I think Jim Nance wants a little Joe Buck. Look here, you son of a gun. Let's fight it out for the calls, man. No, man, that is crazy. That is crazy that it went down like that. He just going. I mean, Jordan was clearly clearly Jordan was ready. Jordan was ready and prepared to lose his job, I believe. Because when you go in and you're talking like that, you're prepared to fight.
I mean, to be transparent, you kind of made this point earlier. Like, Jordan's dad owns Starbucks.
So he doesn't give a damn.
So Jordan's job security really is a non-factor here. Like, he doesn't.
You come in there and you get, hey, I think we need to talk. No, damn it, we do need to talk.
Yeah, this is a guy that doesn't need his job,
No,
and he's bigger than you. It's like, yeah,
you're right.
I think I'll call security, bub.
Hey, I'm surprised Jordan didn't try to kick his ass out of. Get out of here! Get out of my spot! This is my spot. Get out of here! Get out of my damn star. And talk to Seth Payne and get the latest from what they saw today as the Astros took on the Mets. That's next.
All right, life today, as we know it, y'all, it's stressful. It's tough to deal with. Sometimes you need to stop and crack open. Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As you know, 5 o'clock is coming up. And remember, in the next hour, you will have an opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see Zach Top coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. 4-pack of tickets. That's coming up. Ready for that. But let's head out to West Palm Beach to talk to our guy Seth Payne, who is out there. And I'm telling you what, if ain't nobody enjoyed themselves at spring training, it is you, Seth. Just listening to you in the mornings and on with us, it feels like to me that you're having a much better time than you even anticipated.
That's exactly right. I told Sean Sean and I discussed it. It wasn't me telling Sean what to do, but we discussed it when we first got here. You know, last time we were here, we tried to pretend like we were baseball reporters or something. We sat up in the press box and we had our notepads out, and I said that's stupid. We need to go experience spring training. So this time we committed to just really taking it in as like a fan as much as possible, and it's been a blast. I cannot recommend enough if you're an Astros fan just to come to spring training for a few days. And we ran into a bunch of our listeners that were doing just that came out for anywhere from 3 to 5 days, just some of them with their friends, some with their families, and everybody just has a great time. The weather's been perfect this time around, and it's been that kind of a camp, though, too, for the Astros, or spring training, where there's a lot of young guys and new additions that you're genuinely excited to see. So it's been a blast.
What about the strip y'all were on last night, man? Or yesterday? I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but it seemed like y'all found the spot, huh?
Yeah, Grease. The name of the place is Grease. And it's not – I was nervous because I thought it was going to be like some Grease the Musical themed place or something.
Fair.
And it wasn't that at all. It was It was might have 17 pounds. I don't know. And tater tots that had like a full tub of margarine in them. It was really good. And we're on this. So West Palm Beach is weird because you're driving through it and it looks like we're driving through it at 6 p.m. at night, and there's all these brand new buildings. They're tall buildings. I don't know if they're officially skyscrapers or not, all over the place. But the streets are empty. And I'm looking up Wikipedia. The population of Palm Beach is 9,000 people, West Palm Beach, with 58 billionaires. And there's nobody in the streets until you get to this one street where Grease was, and it's packed, and it looks like something you see from a movie. So I honestly feel like the whole place is a scam. I don't know what it is. It's all a big front to try to sell condos or something.
A Ponzi scheme, you said.
Yeah. But it's been awesome. It's really been a great time this year.
No, it sounds like it has. Seth Payne is with us from West Palm. Now, before we get to tomorrow, because I know that's got to be one of the biggest days in spring training for the Astros in a long time with what's going to happen in left field. But up to this point, we saw the debut from Pena and Jordan today. But up to this point, what has stuck out to you in terms of these guys getting on the field? Because we're starting to see more of the guys that are going to play a big impact this year.
I think Cam Smith for sure. And
he got another hit today, didn't he?
Yeah, he got another hit today, so he's batting like 600 or so. No big deal, right? Listen, I'm a spring training veteran now. I don't overreact, except that he's probably going to be the biggest thing about Cam Smith is he looks like a football player. He looks like he could be playing wide receiver. And he's really tall for a third baseman. He's 6'3", so that looks a little different, especially when he's replacing who we've seen, who's a relative munchkin out there, and Alex Bregman at third base. But he has all those tools, and you can see it, and it's really apparent. But everybody that you talk to around the Astros really brings up his personality, and he seems to be really mature but really energetic. I was a little bit nervous when I learned that his favorite player is Yasiel Puig, but it seems like he's taking the energy of Yasiel Puig, but it doesn't sound like he's crazy like a bat like Yasiel Puig. So, this might be one of those guys that I spend more time trying to watch minor league games this year than I typically do, just because I want to see Cam Smith.
What do you get the feel though, Seth? I know you don't want to put the cart before the horse. It's spring training and it's only a couple of games, but do you get the feel that watching him play, being around, and then as well as hearing from the organization that this is a fast track situation and there's some real legs to him potentially seeing the field in the ice box this year at some point?
I mean, they're not – Spada and Dana Brown especially are not hiding their excitement over Cam Smith at all, but I think they're also baseball guys that know you can't force stuff like this. They got to let it play out, and they're certainly – they're going to want to get all the service time they can out of him, so I don't think they're going to be in a huge hurry early in the season. They're not trying to hide how positive they feel about him. And I think there's a really good interview that we'll play at 9:20 tomorrow that Adam Spillane did with Dana Brown today. And I've listened to the whole interview, and it's great. But just one of the things that he talks about in the interview is you got to be sure his bat comes around. And as long as his bat comes around, then maybe they'll think about playing him in the outfield perhaps. They're not married to just having him play third base this year, but you gotta let the player develop and not push it too hard. But they're not hiding the possibility that it could happen. Now they haven't. I don't think any of them talked about this year specifically, but people are just really, really high on him.
All right, Seth, a big thing tomorrow, and hopefully we will get to hear from you guys about it, is the Jose Altuve start in left field, and he is going to make his debut there. Joe Espada, the captain, said 4 to 5 innings he could play at third base. And I'm just wondering from you, what's your feeling? Are you feeling nervous? Are you excited? Like, what is your feeling of being able to see him in left field for the first time?
I have gone from extreme skepticism to now I am pulling for Altuve for a couple of reasons. One, just because Altuve seems to have really embraced it, and it doesn't seem at all like it's something that he's being forced into, but it's also something that should be good for his career. Hit base. It's more physically taxing to play at second base. We've seen here that Biggio did, extended his career moving on to the outfield, and that's playing center field, a much more grueling position. And Altuve seems to be all about it. I'm not nervous. I almost want to see him make some mistakes so we can get those out of his system and get a feel for it. But I don't think the fielding side of it is going to be an issue. I mean, he's not going to be as smooth as somebody that's been playing out there his whole career. I think it's just all the other stuff. And Adam Spillane has talked about this with us in the morning. All of the other things that go along with it, just managing the game situation, keeping track of the base runners, making the actual throws in the relays. They're just completely different types of throws than you have to make in the infield. So I think a lot of the stuff that might be second nature for a lot of stuff, or for a lot of guys, he's obviously going to have to be thinking about. So I'm not I don't want him to have something that goes viral. I don't want the baseball to hit him in the forehead or something. That's all. I just want to, or some mental error where he thinks there's 2 outs when there's not, something like that.
Seth, what about? I could go on about Altuve all day. It fascinates the hell out of me, man. And I've gone from concern to all of a sudden of like, hey, I just want to see it now. But what about the automated strike zone that I think is top of mind for a lot of fans? Right now of really just it's not if, it's when, right? But right. You saw that in person. 2
challenges. So for those of you who don't know, they're going to implement it in 2026, but they're rolling it out and experimenting with the version that they've been using in the minor leagues this year during spring training. And this is the coolest thing about it. It is seamless. I didn't have any expectations whether I was going to love it or hate it, but in the first at-bat for the Mets, so in the bottom of the first inning, there was a called ball, or a called strike, the batter challenged, and it got overturned. This is how it goes. The batter or the catcher or the pitcher has to challenge within just a couple of seconds of the ball crossing the plate. You can't get any input from the dugout or anything, so the batter has to make the decision or the catcher has to make the decision. It seems like most teams really don't want the pitchers messing with it because they don't have as good an eye for it as they think they do. So the challenge is made. immediately a graphic of the strike zone goes up on the scoreboard, and then within a few seconds, just like on the TV broadcast, they show where the ball was and whether the ruling is upheld or overturned, and that's it. So one of the calls went the Astros' way, one of the calls went the two challenges in the first inning. One of the calls went the Mets' way, and that was it. Like, the flow of the game was not interrupted at all, and it's cool because you guys know when you're watching baseball in person, Major League Baseball does a horrible job with the replays. They don't want to show anything up on the scoreboard to entertain you between at-bats or anything. And it was a really cool thing that you could watch on the scoreboard and get instant gratification. So it's not like in football where it's going to take 90 seconds or something like that. It feels a lot like the tracking system, and boom, it's there, and then you move on. It was really cool.
All right, man. Hey, last night, enjoy yourself. Have you another Long Island iced tea? Have yourself another one. Have yourself a good time tonight. You and Sean need to really let your hair down tonight.
We will. We're gonna go and flirt with all the old ladies in West Palm Beach. Sean and I got a little attention from an older lady on the way in this morning.
Really? How does that go? Come on. Hey, don't give me the 411 on what color were the pants.
He said on the way this morning, on the way in this morning.
What happened?
This is the oldest I've ever felt in my life. It started off with her husband complimenting my hokas, and it's like
so she wanted to
Sean
have a
said
party.
It was like a kid. Sean has some nice Air Jordans every now and then, and when a teenager compliments him on his Jordans, he feels pretty special. I got a compliment from an 85-year-old dude who's
wearing the same shoes as you.
Yeah,
he had the same shoes on.
Except his were
By
fresher.
the way, real quick scoring at home, that is Sean Pendergast who joins us. So Payne and Pendergast right now with us right here on the drive. But go ahead. After she said, "Let me see it," what happened?
Oh, well, nothing. We just had a pleasant conversation.
Well, you were talking to the old man while I was over there. You were kind of running interference for me.
She had pineapple earrings, Sean.
Yeah, I know.
She had a pick and let you bring it home, huh?
Yeah.
Google pineapple, and the lady was wearing pineapple earrings.
Oh, we know. We've talked about pineapples on this show.
Yeah, they were coming in hot and heavy, but we had to part ways.
And
they
red
were
mulch.
They were 85 years old.
Yeah. They caught a foul ball. We saw them. We're looking down there on one of the foul balls. We're like, is that the couple that we were talking to on the way in? It sure was.
Then I beat him up and took his shoes and his baseball.
I can't get up.
Yeah.
That's about how old she was.
Yeah,
she was
sure,
falling and can't get up. She's a big baseball fan.
I'm sure Brandy and Amy are not worried one bit, huh?
No, they're not. Trust me.
She's like, have at it, slugger.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. We are really looking forward to hearing about Altuve tomorrow and be listening to that interview one more time to the people. What time is that with Dana Brown?
9:20, Adam Spollane's interview with Dana Brown.
All right, 9:20 tomorrow on Payne and Pendergast. Dana Brown sits down with our own Adam Spolane. You'll hear that tomorrow. All right, fellas, enjoy yourselves.
All right, see you guys.
All right, that's Payne and Pendergast right there. Just F Payne, but Sean slid his way in. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire coming up. Your chance to win check that, four tickets to see Zach Top at the Houston Rodeo. That's coming up in the next hour. Also, a move that I was hoping, if you're a Texans fan, hoping that they would be potentially in on. It looks like that dream might be dashed. We'll explain that coming up next.
All right, take your live sports viewing experience. Take it to the next level.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, who we'll hear from a little bit later, have the latest. And the latest is it is 5 o'clock fire. And that means in this segment, and I'm letting you know right now, in this segment, this is your final opportunity of the day, final opportunity of the week for you to have a chance to win 4 tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top at this year's rodeo. You got to wait till you hear the cue to call. That cue is not happening right now, but it will happen in this segment. So stay tuned and be ready for that. That is coming up. Your final chance of the week to win. And if you aren't able to win, don't worry. Next week, next Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have a chance on all the shows as well. It pays for you to listen to Sports Radio 610 throughout the day. But let's start here, Clint. The Chiefs, they plan to franchise tag Trey Smith with the hopes of being able to work out an extension with him. Sources tell the Kansas City Star it is an intriguing move as Kansas City keeps one of its best players for $23.4 million on a 1-year fully guaranteed deal. But as they said they're going to try to work something out to pay him. And that would be the highest paid contract by a couple of million by a guard. But I think this, towards the Texans, Clint, is a clear thing. The Texans, I'd say, number one need with the bullet is interior offensive line. That is their number one need. And this was the top player in that field. I've seen him listed as the second or third prospect overall, not just interior. But this is the number one option there, and it looks like that is taken off the board for the Texans.
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't know if Kansas City's just buying themselves a little time to put a deal together and solidify that interior offensive line, or if it's a tag and trade type situation. It could be. I don't know exactly, but what I took from this is in my conversations with you, obviously looking a little bit more at the Kansas City Chiefs situation as it pertains to Trey Smith. Like, Ron, I can't help but look at this through a Texans lens, and one of the most prolific offenses that we've seen, a first ballot Hall of Famer at quarterback and coach, talking about Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, and a team that is every year in, year out, is either in the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship. It's hard for me to not look at things and say that their plan offensively, Ron, was to solidify the interior of their offensive line. They got Trey Smith. Look, they've got 2 of the best guards in the game and one of the best centers in the game. And for a chunk of season, because their tackle situation was jacked up. But I look at that and go, okay, we're talking the right talk, because this is one of the most prolific offenses that is geared around a pocket passing quarterback, and they are rostered and structured. Their structure, their roster is of solidifying the inside, and I just firmly believe that's what the Texans have to do. So the more we talk about, solidifying the interior offensive line for the Texans, the more teams that you look at that are having success, they've got that locked up.
That's interesting you say that. Like you could look and say the Chiefs and the Texans were in a very similar situation last year, right? Where their offensive line clearly was the thing that was the problem all year for both teams and ultimately let them down. Hell, the Texans had to take a tackle and make them a guard.
Yep.
The Chiefs had to take a guard and make them a tackle. They had to, move some things around. And it wasn't just due to injury. It was just due to poor play with the guys who were originally out there. And ultimately, it did in the Texans in the divisional round, and ultimately it didn't help doing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And the Chiefs are a team that have much much more money tied up into people.
Yeah.
Right? Chris Jones is the highest paid defensive lineman. Patrick Mahomes his contract is shooting up to $66 million next year. Travis got different. They're different. They're paying different guys more money. You would think they've already invested. Their center's the highest paid center. Their other guard makes a lot of money. Their right tackle makes a lot of money. And what they are valuing with other free agents, they got a free agent middle linebacker, and Nick Bolton, who's important to them. Justin Reed's important. Trent McDuffie is in the same draft as Derek Stingley Jr., so he is coming up. But they are valuing a guard. Even though they had issues, they are valuing that to put themselves on the hook to pay $24+ million. And I do think that is something to look at if anybody is thinking about, hey, maybe we just go cheaper or we just find, all right, I don't know. The Chiefs, they are valuing it that much with all of the other things that they have that they're already paying and that they need. So to me, to go cheap is a tough one or not even just cheap, not try to go after the absolute best option.
Do everything you can to solidify your interior offensive line, or you're going to be in trouble. That's and I don't mean throw a couple of draft picks at it and hope it works. I mean, that's the thing though, Ron, is like, and I don't want to get too far off in the weeds on this, but the truth of the matter is we've heard D'Amico and Nick, and definitely Nick multiple times talk about, man, the draft is a crapshoot, man. You don't ever know. You never know what you're getting. You can study these guys. You can evaluate these guys. You just never know. Okay? Take what you said and now go apply that to some other position than interior offensive line. Because you just can't afford it. You can't afford. CJ can't afford it. The offense don't address it and hit that bullseye. So, yeah, man, this is I hate to, again, I don't mean to run off in the weeds with the Trey Smith, the Trey Smith tag announcement, but it does shed a little bit of light on the importance of that interior offensive line and the need for the Houston Texans.
Just to kind of keep it up, if he's off the board because he's going back to Kansas City, there's Drew Dahlman, who's a center for the Falcons. Interior, Mekhi Becton, who was just on that Super Bowl team for the 6'7", 363, a physical player, a guard that they have listed as the number 5 offensive lineman. Willie Friss, or Fries, or whatever name, how you ever say that, with the Colts as a guard. I don't know if that'll happen. Kevin Zeiter with the Lions is out there. Tevin Jenkins is a guard available for the Bears. So those are the guys. Man. Those are the guys coming behind them. Also, you talked about it earlier in the week. Potential trade candidates that could be out there. So there are still guys there available, but it looks like they're going to have to move off potentially. Maybe the top option.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is the time. Caller number 12. Caller number 12. 713-572-4610. Caller number 12. Call in right now. Phone lines are open. You, if you're caller number 12, will win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Houston Rodeo. You will win 4 tickets. This is the final opportunity of the day. We've been doing it all day long on Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and now on the Drive. Caller number 12, 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you, and hopefully you can be the recipient of that 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Top. There it is.
5 o'clock fire.
Good luck, caller number. You'll join our guy Daryl from Alvin, who won earlier. You can win your 4-pack right now. Tyler is about to take care of that. All right, Clint, we heard a little bit from the fellas today. But the Astros, they took on the Mets, and they ended up losing that one 5-0. But we got closer. We saw some debuts, Clint, of Jeremy Pena. He got out there and played for the first time. So did the big fella, the best hitter on this team, and I think the best all-around hitter in the game, Yordan Alvarez. Got 3 at-bats in there, went 0 for 3. Pena was 0 for 2. And then your guy, Christian Walker, he did get in again. He went 2 for 2 in this game and did some good things. Chas McCormick played a little bit, but But some of the guys, a lot of starters potentially were in this game, but they lose 5-0. But the big thing is tomorrow, Clint, and that is us preparing and getting ready to see old Altuve in left field. That's the big one tomorrow.
Yeah, now we've seen Jordan, we've seen Pena, we've seen obviously Christian
pitchers,
Walker.
Right?
Some of the pitchers, obviously, you don't get all of those guys that quick, but I think Altuve in left is really all that's left to be seen. And boy, is it not a hot topic? I would imagine it's going to be the lead on all the MLB shows and MLB talk tomorrow, and whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I've gone from what in the hell are they talking about to that's going to look funny, right? And what about the arm, and like the initial shock, I guess, has worn off, and I'm borderline excited. I mean, I want to see the guy chase one down in the gap. I want to see the guy, whether he can, catch it and get somebody that's tagging. See what the arm looks like, and it's something that I literally look forward to watching. I don't know if I've ever looked forward to watching a spring training game, to be completely honest with you. Like, I look forward to turning it on and watch, especially knowing he's going to play 4 or 5 innings. They got my attention, no doubt.
Is there a play at second, third, or home? That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
See that. Also, if you're scoring at home and you're wondering, Chaz and Jake are combined 0 for 13, still trying to hunt down their first hits. 0 for 13.
Chaz is going to piss me
off.
Chaz
and Jake.
Because I really, with Chaz McCormick, I'm really leaning into, and I think it's fair. Man. I got a little, sure. I mean, I'll admit that, but I do think it's fair. Like, and I think it's real. I think guys respond to, call it competition, call it whatever. Like, they respond differently, and I think he at times the lack of respect that he's gotten when he's played well, I think over the long haul has it's shown through too much. I think it's gotten to him, and now here he is. It seems like there is a golden opportunity for him to go out and play well and just literally be the everyday right fielder, like without a doubt. There's no rotating. You can be the everyday right fielder, and he's out here going 0 for 30. He's got Jake Myers' numbers. Are you kidding me?
Him and Jake combined are 0 for 13. We'll make that clear.
Well, I mean, like the fact that we're sitting here and you have the ability to put his name in the same sentence with Jake and the same stat with Jake is the problem. Like, are you kidding me? The hell you doing, Chaz?
Jake is 0 for 7 in that. Hopefully they get it going,
man. You gonna come at me about white boy Chaz? Yeah, Clint, I am.
5 o'clock fire.
I sure as hell hope this doesn't last a long time for both of those guys. Hopefully they get hot on this thing. All right, Travis Hunter has become one of the stories at the Combine, at least for the players that are there. And he spoke about the potential of going both ways. He said, it's something I've been doing for a long time, so I feel like I can keep doing it, Hunter said. That's not my job to figure out. I'd like to play both receiver and corner if they give me the opportunity to play both sides of the ball. He said it's super important to him to go number 1 in the draft. All right, Clint, first off, for you, when you watch him and understanding college is a different level, Colorado is a different level, the Big 12 and the Pac-12, which is what he was the year before, and Jackson State before that, is a different level. Do you get the sense that Travis Hunter, because we haven't seen this a lot in the NFL, Clint. I mean, I think his coach Deion's the last guy we've really seen do it both. Do you look at him and think he is somebody that can actually play and play well, playing both?
Yeah,
both
absolutely. Look, there is no reason to doubt the guy that has shocked what should be the world. I cannot believe, right? He won the Heisman, so they didn't steal that from him. But Ron, I cannot believe that we live in a world where we got people that get paid millions of dollars to cover and evaluate and analyze the college football game. And it wasn't a bigger deal what this guy was doing. We cannot like the biggest question mark, right, Ron, about going to the NFL and being able to do both. There's two question marks. Are you talented enough? I don't think – I mean, everybody that I've seen in the draft say he's top 10 whether he plays corner or wide receiver, so clearly he's talented enough. The question that really should come before that is, does he have the physical ability to the and when I say physical ability, I'm not talking about skill set. I'm talking about that long and play 130 snaps a game on a Saturday. Like, those are the two questions. And he has gone above and beyond proving that he has the answer to both of those questions is a resounding yes.
Man, he's great in the fourth quarter every time.
But there's no letdown in the fourth quarter. The more the kid plays, the better he is. And so, you know, with those two questions answered, the only thing remaining is, like, can he handle an offensive playbook at the NFL level and be able to do it mentally with limited reps, right, offensively. It's significantly easier to handle a college offensive playbook than it is a pro playbook, right? It's just that simple. It triples in size and information that you have to know like the back of your hand. So can he do that? I would think in a matter of time he can do that. Can he do it right away? I don't know. But to me, when you look at Travis Hunter, this is the golden goose, man. I don't care if you win games, lose games. I don't care who you are, where you are. This guy sells tickets. This guy he is on the ticker every time he touches the field, and you're getting free advertisement. If you're an organization, Travis Hunter plays both ways, and you sell it till the cows come home.
I'll be hot if he gets to a place where somebody forces him to just play one side.
I agree.
And he doesn't and we get that taken away from us as football fans. That would be really, really frustrating. All right, the big story that is brewing in the NFL right now with Matthew Stafford. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look,
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Meant to also pass along, Lance McCullers Jr. will throw his first live batting practice session of the spring Saturday at
Bury
West
me
Palm
in the
Beach.
H.
I'll be damned.
Yep.
He lives.
Getting real.
Real.
Throwing live BP. Said he was happy with the velocity. Doesn't take his time, though.
Come on.
Throw that thing again. I don't even remember what it looks like for him to pitch.
Well, I do. Big sweeping motion.
Do you? I can't remember it.
Great hair, too.
Is it still? Yeah, it's still. He's still got length. I saw
Great
it,
flow.
yeah. The day he pitches again, I'm gonna go to his coffee spot. And I'm not even a coffee drinker, but I am. The day he pitches again, I feel like we should all do that. Everybody.
I'm down.
The day he pitches again, really go and just sell out. They serve hard liquor there too, I believe.
Yes.
I think it turns into a bar in the evening.
What's it called?
I cannot remember, but I know they do adult beverages in the style of coffee. Say brekkie?
Brekkie salsa. I think they sell brekkie salsa there. They sell that. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some coffee, man. I hope he is, man. I want to see Lance get back and get right. But he will make his well, not spring debut, but at least throw his first live bullpen session that's coming up. All right. I found it interesting. We had a conversation earlier about Matt Stafford, and there are plenty of teams, a good amount of teams that we have heard a connection to. By the way, like I heard Sean McVay come out the other day with, "Hey, our first priority is to keep him." Right. You never. Clearly, y'all ass is just trade Matt Stafford. I mean, clearly, I believe y'all that's what the thought is. But we've heard the Raiders, like the Steelers, and now Indy and Tennessee have jumped into this mix, and obviously that is in the division, and that would change things. Obviously, for either one of the teams, it would change things more. But I found it interesting, Clint. You feel like it would change one of these teams so much so that at this point you would think that they were at least neck and neck with the Texans. Absolutely. Right now, who I believe many people – I don't think there is a team in a division that most NFL people believe have a bigger gap in their division than the Texans do with the rest of the group right now.
Yeah. No. I without a doubt if Matthew Stafford – if the Indianapolis Colts are serious about adding competition for Anthony Richardson, if they're serious about winning ball games, which I would think that Shane Steichen's on his last leg, I would think that Chris Ballard.
Yep.
I would think the general manager Chris Ballard is on his last leg. They're a team that I could see. They may be soft shoeing it right now so that they can kick around the quarterback carousel of what they're going to do and who's going to come in and yada yada yada. I'll be shocked if they're serious, which they've obviously made it public. Their quarterback, they're bringing in competition. It's going to be an open competition. Clearly, they're interested in the quarterback market across the board, right? I'd be shocked if that's the case and they're not at least entertaining. Matthew Stafford in Indianapolis would be a problem. Matthew Stafford in Indianapolis would definitely close the gap between the Texans and the rest of this division, between the Texans and the Colts. The Colts won 10 games 2 years ago with Gardner Minshew as the quarterback. They won, would they win 7 or 8 games last year? They won won 8 games last year with Anthony Richardson, who taps out and him getting benched. And what was it, Flacco? Mm-hmm. Was Flacco last year? And Joe Flacco jumping in there, and then they go back to Anthony Richardson like that. They still so is Matthew Stafford worth a couple of games in this division? Hell yes, absolutely, 100%. Right? Doesn't scare me near as much in Tennessee, even though I'd hate to see it because I do think it I mean, hell, that Tennessee beat you with Will Levis. So I mean, it scares me a bit there. But the Indianapolis
that did happen.
The Indianapolis situation is what scares me the most because you got a general manager and you got a head coach that got to win now. You got a quarterback that's clearly not ready to win right now, and you got a quarterback in Matthew Stafford who's on the market and it is going to be a 1 or 2 year deal. And so I would go Indy. Scares me more as a Texans fan. It scares me more that he could potentially land in Indy, and more people are talking about that as the day goes on.
So for you, I want to get this straight, and I'm not saying you're off on this. It seems like you feel that the Colts are just good quarterback play away from competing, like seriously competing with the Texans.
Absolutely, 100%.
Like if they somehow, which I know a lot of people don't see as likely. Somehow Anthony Richardson got it in year 3 or something.
Yeah. That
this team was because they were 2 games behind them, but this division was decided a while back. They got swept by them, but you like the Colts that good because coming into it, I feel like there is a large gap with this group. Like as I said, and I agree with that. I don't know if there's another.
I think there's definitely a large gap, but you go from a quarterback that constantly hurts you, and cost you games and cost you points, and to a quarterback that not only eliminates that issue, but is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback that can spin it with anybody in the league arm wise. So I think Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis closes the gap in a major way with a move like Matthew Stafford.
Or good quarterback play. Like it seems like, and Matthew Stafford is, despite this person who just texted in that said Matthew Stafford was washed, Clint. It would not close the gap, especially with our top tier defense.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I just wholeheartedly disagree with whoever that is. I mean, I watched the guy play in the playoffs last year. I mean, I just don't. I mean, it's. He's not he's not at his prime, but he still spins the football as well as anybody in the league.
Yeah, 3,700 yards last year, 20 touchdowns, 8 picks.
It was not a great year. I mean, they weren't good early on. They came on charging late and ended up scaring the hell out of the Eagles in the divisional round.
Yeah, they played the Eagles tight. Yeah, I don't know, boy. Watch that damn Bills game. That game he played against the Bills, and that game he played against the Vikings in the playoffs. That was I wouldn't call him washed. Now, no, is he the guy that was there in the Super Bowl? But when you say the Colts, you start thinking Jonathan Taylor back there, and you start thinking of Pittman and Alec Pierce, who we saw the deep play ability from him. And
you just like what you do is you think about Indianapolis, and you just eliminate or extremely shrink, if you will, the breakdowns that are self-imposed from the quarterback position. Like you just eliminate that damn near, and that in itself they're going to be significantly better. Now all of a sudden you got whatever you think of Matthew Stafford, like whether you think he's washed or you think he's still he's got something left. Like there's. You get better the minute you sign him. Now, what does he have left in the tank? That's going to determine whether you can make a run at a Super Bowl or not. But in terms of closing the gap with the Texans, yeah, I think Matthew Stafford will do it immediately.
And Chris Ballard and them have done it. Like they went and got an old Phillip Rivers and got an older Matt Ryan. But I think
Matthew Stafford is significantly better than those two guys when they were at that.
Yeah, I don't get to that those two are in. Like those guys, I think were obviously a shell of themselves. I don't know if Stafford is that. I mean, we still saw rifle, no look passes.
Stafford will die. Stafford will die being able to spin the ball better than both of those guys.
Like in depth, you think he could have a chance.
He'll be 50 years old spinning the football better than those two guys. Damn sure the first one. What was his name?
Phillip Rivers.
Damn sure Phillip Rivers. I don't want to take too much away from Matt Ryan's prime, but
he doesn't have as many kids as him, though.
Neither of those guys have ever been able to spin the ball in the same category.
Phillip's more of a layer. He can layer the hell out of it.
He's a pushing sunbuck, boy. He
like he was throwing
didn't
a shot
have
put,
he didn't have no choice but to layer it.
Layer
That's
that
it.
sucker in,
That's
boy.
it. He perfected the hell out of it.
Hey, man, I don't care what Phil always looked like he was giving 100% max effort on every throw, even the layered ones.
Yeah.
Like every one of them, he just looked like he was giving it everything. Like he was like at the wall trying to throw somebody out at the plate. is what he looked like. Man, he put his whole body into that throw. That's just one. All right, coming up, let's make a little cash for you. T-Mill's best bets. Boy, he needs you. Oh, well, you need him to turn it around. It's Thursday. He's got Thursday and Friday. He has fallen under the 60% number that we got to try to get up. Let's see if we can get some money back made and get on a good spot. Also, what we saw last night, I think we really learned something with the Rockets. We really learned something. Jalen Green, are you ready to make this move? We'll discuss that next.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
There's plenty for Seth to look forward to as spring baseball gets going.
AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. I'm really surprised about the Stafford's wash thing. That is.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, Kelly ain't. I don't know. Maybe it'll hit him next year. I didn't see that. I did not witness. I've seen wash. I think there's a couple of guys out. You look at Russ, you can maybe argue that, a little bit. I didn't see that from him. All right. Remember, stay tuned with us as we continue coming up behind us. Texas All Access as they will continue live from the Combine and Area 45. After those guys, 7 to 11, Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago. Who's that? Andrew Siciliano or?
Andrew Siciliano joining the fellas.
Oh, the guy with the ears.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I remember him from Red Zone.
Yes. That NFL. Yeah, he's got them ears. What's his last name again?
Siciliano.
Siciliano, yeah.
He's Italian. So
I knew
simple.
that. His ears are, too. Yeah, he's got some good ears. I like that, man. Don't let that.
Get down on some
Don't let that
gabagool.
get in your way, man. Don't let that get in your way. Good for him. But yeah, that'll be coming up. They'll be joined by him live at the Combine and make some money here. Started off all right.
Or
and
tried
then,
to.
yeah. Chet went off a little bit. Started off all right, but
you know who would have won you some money?
Who?
Take you a while.
Isaiah
Martins.
Sucker hit the points over in the first half.
Yeah, man. I think I want to see what you have tonight. Some of these player props. Well, you may have to stay away from some of these guys that ain't involved in it.
Oh, I'll tell you now. I'm doing 0 player props for tonight's best bet.
Some of these guys and some of these teams, they out here. They can't coon.
These player props, screw off, Chet, ugly ass. These player props will have been screwing me.
He is a funny looking dude.
Yeah, Chet played well.
Face only a mother.
Not looking. And then as you're right. We said it earlier. That Rockets game last night, big. I thought I wouldn't say a big win. I'm gonna say that it's the Spurs without Wemby. They almost seem like they may be putting themselves in position to potentially get Cooper Flagg, and that would be nuts if they had Wemby, Fox, and Flagg. Where they're
damn sure. Based on last night, they're damn sure gonna try.
Yeah, they were down early, but I know you had money on Şengün, and Şengün just wasn't really interested in the scoring thing last night. So
and 19 freaking minutes.
Yeah, 19 minutes.
Good God.
Udoka said, we're going to get you rested up.
Yeah, less minutes than the points I needed from it.
Yeah, well, it was an ass kicking that occurred, and it was bright and early. As soon as that sucker went on and came on. And I do think, Clint, that is a positive thing. As I said, a mature win because they have sometimes played down to their competition at times. And right now they cannot afford seeding-wise to start to drop some games. The Lakers and them have been virtually even here of late, and the Warriors are coming. The Warriors, they were in the 10th spot right before the All-Star break, and they are one out of the 6th spot at this point in the 8th spot. So they're coming. Obviously run, the Clippers there behind them. So they don't need to drop these games. But I thought it was big. They got out, and they got in their ass early and never let up, and this was never, ever a game.
Yeah, look, watching it, and I got bored late because they were up, seemed like 25 the whole damn game. Started out just up 15, then up 25. I was like, I'm done. This had AAU game written all over it. It was up and down as just give somebody the ball, get the hell out of the way. And I'll be honest with you, clearly, when you look at Alpi, when Şengün, clearly, I think there was some fatigue there. Like, he's obviously been going hard, but also this was going to be a how fast can you go, how hard, how long can you go? And they were having so much success with the more athletic guys just rolling up and down the floor that there was no sense in even spending Alpy at that point in time. So, but good mature win, good step on the throat of a team that had no business being on the floor with you and run away with it and make it a non-factor late, allow some of your guys to get some rest in the fourth quarter, and they did that.
Yeah. No, there were some things, though, to me that I watched out of that game and kind of learned a bit. And that is, I don't know how you all feel, but I feel that this team right now is at its best if Amen Thompson is touching the ball and making more body else on the floor. Now, I don't know if he feels empowered or is comfortable of doing that. I know for you, you've seen a lot of up and down with him, or just not even as much up and down, but the way that he attacks a game from night to night.
Well, it seems to me like I don't know if it's his mentality is just inconsistent in terms of what he wants to, how aggressive he wants to be, or if it's the game plan. It seems like it's more of a game plan deal, to be completely honest with you. But, yeah, I mean, I just – trying to figure out where he fits and who he is, and I know he's awfully important, and I know he's is going to be, one of the keys to getting this thing where they want to go. But it's interesting. He looks like a different player every other night, depending on when you tune in. And I just mean a different player in how he attacks the game versus how passive he is night to night. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But last night that was it. Like, he shouldn't be passive. And they should empower him not to be passive. And I think a lot of people see it. If you watched last night, he was clearly the best dude on the floor. He was clearly the guy that was the most efficient. He led the team in scoring on 15 shots. And he was in the paint making plays for himself and others. And if he plays, and I think you're right on this, Clint, he does not play with that level of aggressiveness and just take charge way. If he plays like that, Clint, that team is at its best. Like, you could look at that, and some of it's the Spurs, but you could look at that and say, down the stretch, final 4 minutes of the game, a tight game, like him getting to his spots, getting the ball, like that's what they need. And Udoka, I think, sees it, and I think they need to empower him. And the only person I think that may have a thing, and I can understand. Hell, I was the number 2 overall pick. I'm averaging over 20 a game. Like, I lead the team in scoring. That's Jalen Green. Like, I'm a guy too. But I think it's better if he's off the ball and Amen Thompson is making plays and making decisions. And I think that's when this team will finally reach and be at its best. Because you saw it yesterday. That was, he's getting to the rim at ease. He's dunking the ball. They could not play. I don't know. I don't remember them using him that much at like the elbow or at the top of at the free throw line and just letting him go one-on-one.
You could just tell the offense was being ran through him. I'm more of a fan of that. I don't like him bringing the ball up the floor. I understand it'll happen from time to time. I'll be honest with you, I don't like the way the Rockets it don't matter who it is, anybody brings it up the floor. There's no rhyme or reason. They're just pushing it. I don't like Amen Thompson in that role. I love the offense being ran through him. I agree that he's the one that the ball needs to be in his hands more often. I agree that even if Jay's going to be the guy that brings it up, the ball still needs to go through Amen Thompson more often. But it's telling me more than I know because you watch it more. But it seems like it's almost like when I'm watching Amen Thompson, it's like the game plan is, all right, guys, everything's going to run through Alpy tonight. Everybody else, hey, Thompson, get out on the free throw line. On the three-point line. Jabari, stay outside, right? And everything's going to go through him. And then all of a sudden, you like last night for Jabari. He goes in there, and him and Amen Thompson both are just so much more active. Like, it's interesting to see, okay, where are we going to settle into Amen Thompson being the offense more often, or is it always going to be a rotation?
But I think a lot of it is potentially coming from